Seoul is in absolute chaos. At this very moment, the entire city has entrusted its entire future to a single person. It is a shocking turn of events. Everyone is left wondering about his true motives and why this is happening. Suddenly, the scene shifts. A white-haired young man covered in deep wounds is seen kneeling helplessly beneath a rocky cliff. He is actually the supreme master of the Jeonghwa Guild, Jang Si-hwan. Standing right before him is a youth in black. The onlookers stand in absolute shock. They simply cannot believe that the mighty Jeonghwa Guild has finally been defeated. Smirking, the dark-clothed youth stares directly at the defeated guild master. He quietly whispers that only the two of them are left standing in the end. He is the public enemy of the entire world, Shin Kang-hoo. Si-hwan struggles to push himself up, seething with rage. He screams in pure anger. Because of this completely meaningless war, Kang-hoo started innocent people everywhere have been forced to suffer. His voice cracks, calling Kang-hoo a demon. But Kang-hoo only laughs mockingly at the sheer nonsense of his words. How hilarious! Kang-hoo mockingly sneers. Who do you think you are, the absolute embodiment of justice? Si-hwan is stunned. His rage boils over to the limit. Gritting his teeth, the guild leader channels every ounce of his remaining strength. Shin Kang-hoo, how dare you even speak of justice? Si-hwan screams in helpless desperation, completely overwhelmed by anger. I fight for the sake of everyone, but you always block my path. The surrounding crowd watches, utterly terrified. His dramatic words fill the children nearby with sheer terror. If he is not a demon, what is he? In an instant, the desperate crowd begins to chant his name. They loudly cheer for their hero, Jang Si-hwan. He swings his arm forward, confidently unleashing a massive blow. He loudly declares that he will never fall as long as everyone cheers for him. Confronted with this massive blast of energy, Kang-hoo seems completely paralyzed. His eyes go wide in sheer disbelief. A deafening explosion tears through the battlefield. The shockwave hits everyone watching, throwing them back in utter shock. Kang-hoo is severely wounded after taking the direct hit. He falls to his knees, gasping heavily as blood spills continuously. Si-hwan stands calmly in front of him. Looking down, he mockingly watches his opponent, who is completely unable to resist. With his face covered in blood, he collapses while smoke blankets the area. The crowd suddenly erupts into ecstatic cheers. They scream that they believe in him. They beg Jang Si-hwan to finish off that absolute bastard right now. The crowd completely explodes. Raising thousands of fists into the air, they frantically scream to destroy the fallen villain. Watching the crowd, Si-hwan coldly whispers that absolutely no one in this entire world wants him to remain alive. He slowly opens his hand, summoning powerful purple energy. Sensing the incoming fatal blow, Kang-hoo grits his teeth. He tries to resist, but his body refuses to move. Suddenly, another earth-shattering explosion rips through the battlefield. This is the absolute end. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Kang-hoo is brutally sent flying backward from the impact. He lands dozens of meters away. High above, Si-hwan floats gracefully into the air, looking down like a proud victor. Throwing his head back, Si-hwan bursts into a booming laugh that echoes everywhere before he slowly addresses the crowd. He proclaims that their careful preparations have finally borne fruit and absolute freedom will now be granted to this land. The crowd is completely swept up in worshipful admiration. Some even weep, staring up at him like a merciful god. Then Si-hwan begins to sing. Every single note escaping his lips carries an eerie charm that completely hypnotizes the crowd. Suddenly, the sky turns a terrifying crimson red as thick black clouds swirl violently, torn apart by an invisible force. A blinding red light erupts, ripping open a massive glowing portal right in the center of the dark sky. The space at the center begins to crack as a gargantuan monstrous hand slowly reaches out toward the earth. The crowd goes completely silent in shock. Absolute terror washes over their faces as they witness the giant hand. A wicked, highly satisfied smirk slowly creeps onto Si-hwan's face. This apocalyptic scene of absolute destruction is exactly what he wanted. The hand tears through the heavens, slowly descending toward the crowd as absolute despair grips every single person. People scream in pure panic, frantically running and trampling over each other. "Run, get out of here," they shriek. Suddenly, a blue diamond drops. He realizes that when possessing someone's body, their past memories and experiences become his. Shin Kang-hoo's entire history is now fully integrated. A blue holographic system screen pops up, displaying his assassin class. He has no constellation but has unlocked short leap level 1 and teleportation level 1. He sighs internally. Suddenly, he stumbles and collapses to his knees, causing a nearby blonde youth to turn around in surprise. Regret and frustration flood his mind. Damn it, his stamina is pathetic. Why did he write in that stupid weakness? He made him weak just because he was a villain. Picking up the blue diamond, his mind races. Just as he thought this is the only way. Suddenly, a blonde youth runs up, calling Shin Kang-hoo's name with deep worry in his voice. He asks if Shin Kang-hoo is okay, but Shin Kang-hoo calmly tells him not to worry. Still, the blonde kid insists on asking the guards for a rest break. Shin Kang-hoo lets out a bitter smirk. If these captors actually cared about their health or let people rest, they wouldn't have dragged them to this hellhole. This brutal detention facility is run by a notorious criminal syndicate known as the Eclipse, where Hope goes to die. Towering walls block out the sky while a shield and 3 swords mark the faction. Shin Kang-hoo understands this cruel reality all too well. Rookie hunters who can tap into mana are enslaved here, forced into backbreaking labor to mine precious mana stones. They exploit the slaves with zero regard for their lives. Pushing his thoughts aside, Shin Kang-hoo tells the kid not to worry and just keep digging. The blonde youth goes quiet for a moment, his eyes shifting as if a desperate idea suddenly sparks in his mind. He looks over and asks what Shin Kang-hoo is planning. Shin Kang-hoo quickly realizes the kid is thinking about a reckless escape attempt. Shin Kang-hoo immediately cuts him off. Forget it and get back to work before the guards beat you, and do not do anything stupid. The blonde youth hesitantly nods and agrees. With that settled, Shin Kang-hoo goes back to swinging his pickaxe. His mind races with every strike. He gave the kid a fair warning and did what he could to save him. That kid is just a minor character from the novel's original plot, and altering the story's flow is incredibly difficult. To find a way out, Shin Kang-hoo slams his tool into the dirt. He cannot stop calculating his next move in this heavily guarded prison. Armed guards patrol every single corner, while the captives toil without rest. Shin Kang-hoo forces himself to blend in and keep pace. Suddenly, a sharp scream echoes nearby. Shin Kang-hoo glances over and spots the same blonde youth from earlier. An angry guard snarls that while they were busy sorting the newcomers, some fool tried to make a run for it. He orders everyone to watch closely, his cold threat sending a shiver through the crowd. Then the guard raises his blade. He bellows that the kid must pay the price for his foolish actions, raising his sword high in the air. The blade comes down and blood splatters across the dirt. It happens so fast that the watching slaves freeze in absolute terror. The guard is completely consumed by rage, his face twisted into a monstrous grin as he delivers one brutal blow after another. The violence is so stomach-turning that onlookers have to look away. Fresh blood pools on the floor while Shin Kang-hoo tightly grinds his teeth. When the merciless hacking finally stops, the blonde youth lies completely motionless on the cold stone floor, utterly lifeless. Staring at the corpse, Shin Kang-hoo is filled with frustration, muttering to himself that he warned the foolish kid not to do anything reckless. He stands there in silence, utterly speechless. The smug guard walks over to him wearing a twisted, arrogant smirk. The guard sneers, asking why he is not stepping up like last time, threatening that nobody is here to save him now. But Shin Kang-hoo simply shrugs, saying he does not care whether that kid lives or dies. His cold indifference completely catches the guard off guard. The guard scowls with pure rage, but Shin Kang-hoo suddenly turns to him with a completely straight face. He calmly announces that he needs to use the restroom, leaving the guard totally dumbfounded before letting out a mocking laugh. The guard sneers at the pathetic request, telling Shin Kang-hoo to follow him while wearing a highly sinister, violent grin. Shin Kang-hoo secretly plans his next move as he follows the guard. Once they arrive, the guard immediately barks out a warning. He gives Shin Kang-hoo exactly 1 minute, warning him that if he takes any longer, this dirty latrine will become his grave. Gritting his teeth, the guard watches him walk inside. Shin Kang-hoo opens the door to find piles of brutally tortured, lifeless bodies. He carefully searches through the dark room, knowing a specific item must be hidden around here, but nothing appears at first. Outside, the guard closely tracks the passing seconds, counting down from 54, 53. The pressure is mounting rapidly. Finally, Shin Kang-hoo finds what he needs. Grabbing a sharp stone fragment, he cuts his own hand to draw fresh blood. As the guard counts 50-49, Shin Kang-hoo acts fast, using his blood to draw a large magical circle on the ground. The guard continues his methodical countdown all the way to 18. The tension peaks as Shin Kang-hoo races against the ticking clock. 14-13, the final crimson seal is complete. Painted in Shin Kang-hoo's own blood, the magical array begins to glow brightly. He calmly whispers that he knows they are watching, driven mad by all the tragedy, suffering, and dark despair. The bloody circle pulses violently in response to his words. Just then, the guard's impatient shouting echoes from the hallway. He yells that he has 10 seconds left, ordering him to hurry up and pull up his pants, but Shin Kang-hoo completely ignores him. He asks the glowing array if it's curious why a low-level nobody like him is summoning such a powerful entity. He calculates that if he waits just a bit longer, exactly like the events of the novel, the entity will show up. Shin Kang-hoo's eyes widen with pure shock as a massive dark presence begins to materialize right before him. If he hesitates for even one more day, the hope in the world he's searching for will drift further away. He can't let that happen. Slip out of his control. Is that how you convince me? Back in the present, Shin Kang-hoo ignores everything and makes a silent choice. Accepts it in his mind. Answer my summons, because I will become the exact entertainment you all have been waiting for. He smirks and addresses the crest, telling it that the one who can use its power most effectively is none other than him. With a wild grin, Shin Kang-hoo declares he knew it would appear the constellation he wanted to form a contract with. He calls out loudly, summoning the Space Raider crest that he remembered from the novel's original storyline. The crest manifests, calling him an arrogant bastard, but since he caught its attention, it agrees to lend him its power. It demands he prove himself, to which Shin Kang-hoo calmly replies to just sit back and watch because the deal is done. As his stats flash across the interface, a loud bang echoes as the guard slams his hand against the prison door. He bursts inside shouting if he is kidding him, only to find the entire room completely filled with thick smoke. Sensing that something is seriously wrong, the guard cautiously steps forward into the heavy swirling clouds of dust. A dark silhouette slowly begins to take shape. His eyes widen as he realizes all of Shin Kang-hoo's skills are active. Every single ability is at maximum mastery. Using his full arsenal, Shin Kang-hoo instantly closes the distance with the guard. Moving at blinding speed with a strange blue glow in his eyes, he vanishes, leaving the guard looking at empty air. He looks around frantically, desperate to find Shin Kang-hoo, even as cold sweat begins to drip down his neck. There is only silence behind him. Panic sets in as he realizes his target is no longer in the cell. Dread fills his chest. Suddenly, Shin Kang-hoo materializes right behind him and drives a sharp weapon deep into his body. Coughing up blood, the guard grits his teeth and curses him, even with a blade pressed hard against his neck. Before the trembling man can even finish speaking, Shin Kang-hoo ruthlessly tears the weapon out, letting blood spray everywhere. The guard collapses, gasping his last breath, while Shin Kang-hoo calmly looks at his blood-stained hands and whispers, "Thanks." Calling him an idiot, his cold eyes show absolutely no remorse as he looks down at the dying man. He admits that the guard's cruelty was the final push he needed to finally escape this miserable place. Dropping the blade, he lets out a quiet sigh of relief, knowing he has finally avenged his past self. He grabs the sword at his hip and a system screen immediately flashes, confirming the weapon has been registered. Looking up at the bright moon, Shin Kang-hoo firmly resolves that he will never look back from this moment on. The scene shifts as the dead guard lies on the cold ground. Shin Kang-hoo opens a can of gasoline nearby. He pours the fuel all over the room while planning his escape, knowing there are several steps he must follow. First up is securing a guard's uniform. Striking a lighter, he carefully calculates his next move in his head. Step 2 is to set a massive fire to create total chaos. He tosses the lighter onto the gasoline. He walks away from the growing inferno, focused on his final step of slipping out completely undetected by anyone. Within moments, the building is engulfed in flames and panicked guards begin screaming about a fire near Building 18. Pure terror is painted across their faces as they scramble to call the fire department to suppress the blaze. Amidst the chaos, a senior officer regains his composure and jumps into a vehicle, barking orders to everyone. He directs his men to assist the firefighters and demands an immediate status report on the holding cells. Slamming the door, he yells at the driver to move. The driver quickly complies and starts the engine. The officer glances in the rearview mirror, asking the disguised Shin Kang-hoo if he had a shift change today. Sitting calmly in the back, Shin Kang-hoo lies, reporting that an inmate has just broken out of Building 18. Shocked, the driver gasps. Shin Kang-hoo quickly spins a fake story, claiming the escapee headed northwest toward the prison camp. Successfully deflecting suspicion, he urges them to hurry up and drive before the fugitive gets too far. Sensing the urgency, the driver steps on the gas, shouting that they are moving out immediately. Sitting in silence, Shin Kang-hoo calculates that this northwestern route leading to Mount Jungmyeon is perfect for his escape. It is full of blind spots and highly complicated terrain with very few guards patrolling the area. However, the path is littered with dangerous traps set up by the Eclipse, making it a risky choice. Thankfully, he possesses insider knowledge that normally only high-ranking guards would know, and he intends to exploit it. He speaks up in a grim voice, suggesting the target must have chosen this dangerous mountain path to escape. Still no trace of him. He fled toward Mount Jungmyeon, making the search much harder. If they could not catch him alive, then they must at least recover his corpse. The driver agreed without suspicion, driving casually as they approached the prison gate. Guards watched the perimeter closely. After whispering the passcode at Jiang Sigaz, they were waved through by a warden. Shin Kang-hoo's cold eyes finally narrowed in satisfaction. He had cleared the prison walls after surviving so much pain. The first step was a success. Their car sped down a long, isolated road surrounded by dense woods under the dark sky. The vehicle moved alone in the dark night. The driver broke the quiet, asking if he was tired after the prison break. Having to chase that escapee from Building 18 was exhausting. Shin Kang-hoo clicked his tongue, trying to appear completely calm. He muttered that killing those runaways was easier than chasing them. The driver laughed, calling them foolish, useless hunters. They only hold empty titles. Sitting in the passenger seat, Shin Kang-hoo quietly observed the warden's smug attitude. These guards treated prisoners like absolute garbage. Suddenly, the driver decided to pry a bit deeper with a question. He asked how long Shin Kang-hoo had been working at Building 18. Realizing he was under scrutiny, Shin Kang-hoo's gaze turned dark. He calmly replied that he had only started working there yesterday. The guard nodded in understanding, asking another quick question. He asked if Shin Kang-hoo was with Unit 9 inside Building 18. Shin Kang-hoo confidently confirmed that was correct, but that answer sparked instant suspicion. The warden questioned him sharply, catching Shin Kang-hoo off guard. Unit 9 did not exist. He asked if they had just formed it yesterday. The car sped forward, oblivious to the deadly conflict about to unfold. Shin Kang-hoo smirked and played along. Gripping the hilt of his sword, he quietly declared that this was his actual job. With blinding speed, his blade swept across the air in a perfect straight line. There was zero hesitation in his strike. He spoke indifferently after decapitating the man. He coldly remarked that his job was simply to wipe out trash like them. Blood sprayed everywhere as the car swerved violently. Shin Kang-hoo held onto the seats tightly to avoid falling over. Shards of glass flew everywhere as the first guard slumped over. The driver screamed in pure, unbridled rage. He gathered mana in his hands, throwing a vicious strike, but Shin Kang-hoo tilted his body to dodge the attack. The energy blast missed him entirely, slamming into the back of the car and instantly setting it on fire. Glancing at the flames, Shin Kang-hoo leaped into the air. The sudden move completely caught the angry warden off guard. The man bellowed in fury, demanding to know how Shin Kang-hoo dared to trick them. He unleashed a devastating hammer-like strike. Smoke exploded into the air. A smug grin spread across the driver's face, thinking his target was finally dead. Victory seemed certain, but as he glanced in the rearview mirror, his smile faded. Shin Kang-hoo was crouched safely on the ground. In a flash, the escapee vanished again. He moved so fast that only a faint cloud of dust remained. Suddenly, his blade flashed, instantly piercing straight through the car door directly toward the guard's seat. Before the man could even register what was happening, the sharp tip punctured the window, unleashing a violent spray of blood. The driver trembled in agonizing pain from the fatal wound. Without giving him any time to recover, Shin Kang-hoo acted. He yanked his sword out and ruthlessly kicked the guard's lifeless body right out of the moving vehicle. Suddenly, a sharp headache hit him, making him turn pale. He clutched his head, breathing heavily from overusing his mana. The dizzy spell forced him to halt. Right then, a loud roar echoed through the night, causing him to look up. The mirror showed another vehicle heading straight toward him. Shin Kang-hoo let out an annoyed sigh at his own mistake. He had overlooked a critical detail. He realized there were actual patrol units operating along this very stretch of road. He had not anticipated this patrol, and it was going to cause massive trouble. Left with no choice, he leaped. He threw himself off the cliff without hesitation, digging his feet into the dirt to slow down his slide. His expression remained calm throughout the descent. He landed softly at the bottom, only to hear an unfamiliar voice. The voice mocked him, noting that no one expected him to escape after taking down 2 prison guards. Heavy footsteps approached. A hunter carrying an axe on his shoulder sneered at the low-ranking escapee. Shin Kang-hoo silently analyzed his opponent. A glowing red mark rested on the man's head, indicating he was a contracted hunter. Shin Kang-hoo watched him closely. He stayed on guard, trying to guess what kind of skills the enemy possessed. Suddenly, the system projected the hunter's data. The man was linked to a neutral constellation possessing the ability to trace mana trails. Shin Kang-hoo quickly understood. No wonder the hunter had managed to track him down so quickly. A confident smirk formed on Shin Kang-hoo's lips. He whispered that this was actually quite interesting. The hunter frowned in confusion, and Shin Kang-hoo's eyes lit up with dangerous intent. He realizes he can actually see the constellation contracted to this hunter. It is marked by a strange red seal glowing on the man's forehead for some bizarre reason. Somehow, he pulled this off. A system screen pops up before him, explaining that by defeating another hunter, he can take their contracted constellation. Right across from him, the enemy hunter is still grinning with smug confidence. Suddenly, a glowing notification flashes right in front of the guy. The blue screen informs Shin Kang-hoo that he can now seize this constellation's power. Seeing this notification, he is incredibly satisfied. This is his first time using the Nebula Snatch ability. Shin Kang-hoo carefully calculates his moves, knowing he has to be smart. Since the target already has a constellation contract, his level must be at least level 100. Facing him head-on is out of the question, so he slams his foot down and bolts. While running, Shin Kang-hoo plans to use the terrain and his past experience to get the drop on him. He wants to catch him off guard and finish him. Seeing him run, the hunter sneers, looking down on him with absolute contempt. He mockingly calls him a stupid low-level trash. Instantly, Shin Kang-hoo pivots and dives straight into the thick bushes, completely disappearing. The hunter raises his hand, telling him to go ahead and hide because he will find him in no time at all. His eyes turn a dark, glowing blue. He stares at the forest, confident that his constellation contract allows him to see absolutely everything. The hunter slowly scans the area, fully confident as he searches for Shin Kang-hoo's hiding spot step by step. First, he glances left. Wondering where he could be hiding, he sweeps his gaze to the right. Suddenly, the dark blue light in his eyes flashes intensely. His enhanced vision quickly scans the entire forest. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto a strange tree trunk glowing with a bright orange aura. The hunter laughs excitedly, thrilled to have found his target. Without a second thought, he hurls his axe straight at the tree. He curses loudly as the weapon flies. The heavy blow completely demolishes the tree, but to his utter shock, Shin Kang-hoo is not there. Where on earth did he hide? Before he can process it, a sharp blade flies out of nowhere, sinking straight into his throat. No one expected that thrown sword to be the real attack. The hunter's eyes widen in terror, completely unable to react in time. Holding the hilt of his weapon, Shin Kang-hoo points out that he got way too careless, relying entirely on that tracking skill of his. Now he has to pay the ultimate price. In that split second, the hunter's smugness completely vanishes, replaced by sheer terror. With one powerful lightning-fast swing, Shin Kang-hoo decapitates the hunter who made the fatal mistake of looking down on him. The lifeless body collapses onto the cold dirt. Instantly, a system notification rings out confirming the target has been eliminated. He has successfully plundered the proficient connection skill, transferring this permanent, unbreakable constellation link directly to his arsenal. Meanwhile, Shin Kang-hoo catches his breath, absolute exhaustion written all over his face after that intense, dangerous life-or-death struggle. A flood of system notifications continues to pop up, confirming that he has successfully learned every sub-skill of that stolen connection. Taking his time to react, Shin Kang-hoo slowly wipes the sweat from his forehead, trying to get his breathing back under control. Only then does he raise his hand to tap the glowing screen, selecting the newly unlocked options presented right before him. 2 high-level skills are added: max-level mana tracking and max-level night vision. He exhales, heavily relieved that he actually pulled this off. The blue glow of the status window reflects in his eyes. He scans his dark surroundings, putting his new abilities to the test. Everything becomes completely clear. Thanks to his new skills, it looks like there are no more hostile hunters tailing him in the area. Suddenly, a sharp, agonizing pain shoots through his body. Caught off guard, he covers his mouth, his legs buckling completely beneath him. He drops to his knees, leaning heavily on his sword to keep from collapsing as blood drips onto the dirt, leaving dark red stains. His face turns deathly pale. Gritting his teeth, he realizes he pushed his current body far too hard during that brief fight. As the intense pain throbs, he recalls his desperate strategy. To hide his presence from a master hunter's sharp tracking senses, he had to act. He had minimized his mana circulation to almost zero, transferring every single drop of his energy directly into a mana absorption stone. It was a massive risk. Letting his energy circulate normally would have caused a huge fluctuation, instantly giving away his location to the enemy. By completely masking his natural energy flow and dumping it into the stone, he became virtually invisible to the hunter's tracking radar. To complete the trick, he threw the highly charged stone in the opposite direction, letting it embed itself deep into a nearby tree. The hunter fell for the bait, instantly attacking the wrong tree because he only chased the strongest source of energy around him. That distraction gave Shin Kang-hoo the ultimate opening, but closing the distance forced him to use a risky short-range flash step technique. Clutching his pounding head, he groans. Squeezing so many advanced moves out of this weak, unaccustomed body comes with a massive price. He forces himself to stand, taking tiny steps forward while realizing that his new body simply cannot handle this extreme strain yet. If he gets dragged into another fight right now, he will die on the spot. No jokes. He needs to find shelter immediately. Dawn is already breaking when a sudden idea flashes through his mind like a bolt of lightning. This could be his way out. Spotting a sand truck nearby, he realizes it is perfect for hiding his energy signature. Gathering his remaining strength, he bolts toward it. He slams his foot hard against the ground before leaping high into the air. Soaring across the empty space, Shin Kang-hoo lands on both feet, bending his knees slightly to absorb the heavy impact. He slowly raises his head toward the sky, letting out a long, weary sigh. Exhausted, Shin Kang-hoo lies on the sand, remembering how he just defeated 3 guards in a row while desperately trying to escape. That was never in the original novel, he wrote. Now he is left wondering if his entire future is already changing. No matter what happens, he needs to grow stronger, and he will do that by using the secrets he already knows from his story. He glances around with a feeling of helplessness. Even with all this future knowledge, his current body is just too weak. He has to push himself to the absolute limit to escape the tragic fate of dying a miserable death at the end of his novel. Resting on a sand truck as it rumbles along the empty road, Shin Kang-hoo leans back, comfortably enjoying a brief moment of peace. He never expected this harsh world to look so beautiful. Then the scene shifts to a massive building as voices echo. A voice booms inside, promising that capturing those low-rank mineral miners will be incredibly easy for them. As a subordinate acknowledges the order, Dong-hun smirks with amusement. He has to admit that the target is actually pretty clever. He calmly praises the escapees' tactics, using multiple distractions to slip out of the detention camp on a transport truck. Meanwhile, Shin Kang-hoo is leaning heavily against a roadside phone booth. He completely overused his mana and can barely stand. This tiny amount of mana will not recover anytime soon. Shaking, he reaches out to dial a number. Back in his office, Dong-hun asks with deep annoyance if they still have not found that level 10 assassin. The target took down 2 guards of levels 45 and 55 along with a contracted hunter. The scene cuts back to Shin Kang-hoo. Shin Kang-hoo speaks into the receiver. "Hello, it is Shin Kang-hoo." On the other end, a shocked female voice calls his name. Leaning against the glass, he says he is at the transit station and asks if she can do him a quick favor. In his office, Dong-hun chuckles. A target like this will make the upcoming hunt so much more exciting. Suppressing his pain, Shin Kang-hoo whispers his thanks. Later, he looks down at the white bandages wrapped tightly around his chest. His savior, So-yeon, has just bandaged him up. She asks with deep concern if he has been fighting on a real battlefield. He does not hide the truth, admitting the Solar Eclipse Guild captured him. Hearing this, So-yeon begins to tremble in pure shock. Tears well up in her eyes as she asks if he was taken to the mana mines where they enslave low-rank hunters. In those mines, condensed mana makes weak hunters easy targets for others. He nods silently, confirming her worst fears. Even so, he knew he could trust Han So-yeon, which is why he called her. Now she holds her trembling shoulders. She softly apologizes through her tears. Shin Kang-hoo looks back at her and sighs, feeling bad for causing her such pain. She completely blames herself, crying that if she had stayed closer to him, he would never have ended up in that horrible place. Shin Kang-hoo remains quiet, keeping his thoughts to himself. When they went their separate ways, she was just a newly awakened rookie. Now she is level 150 contracted to a constellation. If they stayed together, she would have been dragged down too. She would have ended up locked inside the Jungmyeon detention center. Shaking his head, Shin Kang-hoo slowly stands up. He tells her staying with him will only bring trouble from the Solar Eclipse Guild, but she gently helps him stand up. She insists she is level 150 and will not lose to ordinary hunters, but he firmly refuses her help. Before walking away, Shin Kang-hoo tells her to be careful, warning her to only use that strength to protect herself. She quietly packs a bag for him containing some emergency money and a secure phone that cannot be tracked. Shin Kang-hoo sighs, realizing her guild must be pretty influential. A powerful group like that is perfect for her. She clasps her hands together with teary eyes, asking if he wants to join her guild so they can work together again. But Shin Kang-hoo immediately cuts her off, telling her not to get stuck in the memories of the past. She freezes in shock for a brief moment, then smiles weakly as warm tears stream down her cheeks. Finally accepting it, she promises to listen to him, adding that her close friend is actually a guild leader. She hopes the contact info in the phone helps, looking at him with desperate eyes as she tells him to stay safe. Shin Kang-hoo smiles and nods, thanking her before getting into a waiting taxi. He tells the driver to head to Daecheon Station. The driver glances back at his exhausted passenger and asks if he minds if the radio is turned on. Shin Kang-hoo gazes blankly out the window, quietly telling the man to go ahead. The driver presses a button on the screen. A breaking news broadcast begins, reporting that the Chunghwa Guild has launched a massive raid on the White Rose mercenaries. Ever since Judgment Day, crime syndicates have been rapidly expanding their dangerous territory, starting from the White Rose headquarters. It arrived without warning, dead silent. Inside a car, a man voiced his growing doubts about how quiet today felt. It was the weekend, yet the streets were empty. He jokingly asked his girlfriend if she smelled death, but as he turned to face her, there was only a mummified corpse. He screamed in pure panic, wondering what on earth happened. Right then, a figure appeared. A hooded figure wielding a massive scythe instantly cut him down. Han So-yeon black-robed hunters began stalking the helpless citizens. Up on a rooftop in Gangnam, Seoul, the sky turned a sickening shade of purple. Reports started flooding in that the entire area, but the news anchor was cut off as a horrific monster lunged at her. Out of nowhere, massive dungeons began opening up. In the ensuing madness, selected humans awakened incredible new powers. These chosen individuals became known as hunters, yet countless unexplainable tragedies continued to strike, shattering humanity's faith in any kind of divine savior. Worse still, the very hunters meant to protect them began hunting other players just to steal their valuable items. Though the hunter community eventually outlawed these rogues, the world still felt like a living hell. Take this poor cornered girl. She dropped to her knees, begging him to stop. Her attacker sneered, mocking her, saying people might think he was bullying her. He raised his blade with an eager grin, telling her it would only hurt for a second. Suddenly, a bare hand grabbed the razor-sharp steel, blood dripping everywhere. The savior of the world had arrived. Jang Si-hwan flashed a warm smile. He glanced back, asking if she was all right. Since appearing in Seoul, Jang Si-hwan had consistently protected and healed the weak. Back in Cheomyeong Detention Center, Kang-hoo recalled these memories. This savior's reputation was why everyone flocked to Seoul. Jang Si-hwan had publicly accused the prestigious White Rose Guild of orchestrating the recent terrorist attack in Gangnam. While Kang-hoo knew they were innocent, his taxi driver was already shouting about wiping out those dirty terrorists. The driver cheered, praising Jang Si-hwan for exposing them. Little did the public know the attack was a complete setup. The driver kept rambling, calling Si-hwan Korea's greatest hero. But Kang-hoo saw right through the beautiful lie. Every single heroic feat was just a scripted play. Meanwhile, the driver proudly mentioned that his newly awakened son dreamed of joining Jang Siwon's guild. But Kang-hoo had no intention of following the brainwashed masses. Exposing Siwon directly would only get Kang-hoo branded as a criminal. He had to handle this carefully. Going after him blindly would end in disaster. Seeking a quiet Isai, Kang-hoo decided his best bet was joining a mercenary group. Every major guild was already under the villain's thumb. Fortunately, the taxi finally pulled up to his destination. Stepping out, Kang-hoo looked up at the towering skyscraper. Working as a mercenary contractor was the perfect cover. A woman was already waiting outside. She greeted him, mentioning she had heard about him from Han So-yeon. Introducing herself as Ye-jin, Kang-hoo realized it was too early to reveal his identity, so he quickly fabricated an alias. He introduced himself as Shin Kang-hoo. Ye-jin offered a warm smile, pleased to meet him before immediately pitching a new assignment. She had a decent job lined up, but Kang-hoo flatly refused it. He wanted a mission with much better rewards. He requested her toughest job instead. Ye-jin stared at him, completely taken aback since he was only level 10. He did not even try to deny his low level, which made her burst out laughing until tears literally filled her eyes. She teased him, saying being overly brave is just a fancy word for reckless, but her amusement quickly evaporated. Kang-hoo immediately released a surge of raw pressure, wiping the smirk right off her face. He smirked, asking if mercenaries were supposed to be judged by their actual skill rather than a simple status screen. Standing before a character he had personally designed in his novel felt incredibly surreal. Suddenly, a system window popped up. It displayed Ye-jin's profile, revealing her contract with the Chaos Observer, a constellation capable of distorting an opponent's vision. As a support class mage, she was a specialized combatant he originally created to counter the corrupt members of the 13 Stars. That meant earning her trust was absolutely vital for his survival. He needed her as a powerful ally. Looking at her, Kang-hoo pointed out that a mercenary group only needs competent killers regardless of their numerical level. Wasn't that the whole point of their association? Ye-jin let out a soft sigh, warning him about confusing ambition with reality. He casually brushed past her, shooting back that prejudice and truth were also two completely different things. A faint smile crept onto Ye-jin's face. This guy was certainly different. Amused, she agreed to test his claims. Both of them slipped into combat stances as Ye-jin channeled her mana, a competitive smirk playing on her lips. She declared that she would judge him on a single test whether he could successfully dodge her next spell. Kang-hoo shrugged, asking if she just wanted to see if he could survive. A mock grin returned to her lips. Being able to dodge means he can find an opening to strike back. Suddenly, he senses the magical energy Ye-jin is channeling. She is using bones to craft a puppet that tracks its target from miles away, the feared mist tracker. Shin Kang-hoo calmly analyzes the chaotic situation. Since it is not an offensive skill, a direct hit would not be fatal. But failing to dodge will leave a tracking mark, ending the test instantly. Even so, his resolve remains completely unshaken. "Let us begin," Ye-jin says with an excited smile. "I am starting now." With that, she sends the summon flying forward. The bone puppet surges straight toward him. Shin Kang-hoo stands perfectly still, waiting patiently for the absolute perfect moment to move. A thick mist erupts across the field, completely blinding Ye-jin. She looks around in utter confusion, trying to spot him. But as she turns her head, her eyes fill with sheer terror. Shin Kang-hoo is scaling the walls with unbelievable agility. Ye-jin never expected this. It should be impossible at his level. Jumping even 1 single meter is a massive challenge. Yet somehow he is flying through the air. She has a sudden realization this guy is incredibly skilled with basic assassin movement techniques. Short leap. Ye-jin is genuinely surprised by his performance. "You actually have some decent skills," she says with a grin. Now she decides to turn up the heat. "Let us see you dodge this one," she challenges, shifting her magic stance. She fires a rapid barrage of glowing magic circles. The relentless summon locks onto him again, chasing right at his heels. Even with the danger so close, Shin Kang-hoo shows zero fear. The puppet mistakenly thinks it finally has the upper hand. But right as it unleashes its ultimate strike, Shin Kang-hoo suddenly looks back and flashes a cold, knowing smirk. The puppet strikes with massive force, but Shin Kang-hoo effortlessly slips to the left. Ye-jin looks up, completely stunned. She steps back, unable to believe her own eyes. Her gaze is pure shock. He actually managed to dodge again. And that last move was instant teleportation. Before she can even react, Shin Kang-hoo suddenly appears right behind her. He draws his blade, pressing it gently against her neck. "Let us stop the test here," his quiet voice whispers. But Ye-jin simply smiles smoothly, evading the sharp blade. Shin Kang-hoo is forced to admit she is incredibly fast. No wonder she is the mercenary commander. With the test over, she asks if he has ever received formal training. But he simply shakes his head and says no. She chuckles gently, touching the blade, calling him a liar. A level 10 hunter cannot possibly move like that. But he shrugs it off, asking if he passed. Yi Jin smiles and nods. She says she will evaluate and commission him as if he were at level 50. That works perfectly for Shin Kang-hoo. Han So-yeon, they are driving off together, their white truck speeding down the open road. Glancing at the rearview mirror, Yi Jin suddenly asks him if he has any interest in high-grade bulletproof glass. She explains a sniper has been bothering her, so she fully armored the vehicle. Shin Kang-hoo gazes indifferently outside. A sniper. She giggles sheepishly, admitting those Eclipse bastards are obsessed with her, though Shin Kang-hoo sees it as a turf war. She pulls out a thick stack of documents, handing them over. This is the commission paper, she explains. It is a high-priority mission to track down a wanted criminal, and having her official authorization will protect him. The target is a level 50 mage named Kim Moo-kun hiding in the abandoned ruins. The goal is retrieving Tier 3 boots. Shin Kang-hoo looks over the mission details and asks if the target needs to be brought back alive. Ye Jin smiles cryptically. You can eliminate him, she says, noting too many innocents have died by his hand. An on-the-spot execution is fully permitted. The Hunter Security Agency would actually prefer that. This is the perfect opportunity for him to showcase his true abilities. Understood, I will start immediately. Yi Jin drops him off at the designated location, and he recalls her parting words. The target is likely hiding deep within this massive area, making the search rather difficult. But he is not worried at all. In fact, this ruined zone is a pretty decent hunting ground. He remembers this location well from the original novel. It was once a hideout, so the terrain is familiar. Plus, there are some useful mid-tier bosses wandering around. Standing amidst the crumbling ruins, several blood-red-eyed beasts suddenly creep up silently right behind his back. Shin Kang-hoo glances back, muttering that they have finally arrived. He casually slices his hand, letting the blood drip down. The scent of fresh blood immediately triggers the predatory instincts of the red-eyed monsters hiding behind the scattered rocks. Dozens of creatures catch the scent, baring their fangs and preparing to strike. They surge out in a massive swarm. Shin Kang-hoo faces the oncoming horde with absolute precision, instantly activating his teleportation and short leap abilities. He seamlessly chains these two movement skills back and forth, entirely outmaneuvering the beasts at every turn. They are no match for him as he rapidly slashes through their ranks. A rare, confident smile plays on his lips. With the beasts finally cleared out, he walks away. Jejin is already waiting, eager to collect the items. Deal done. He can do whatever he wants now. But high above, an assassin in black is watching from afar. Jejin gets serious, asking what reward he wants. Shin Kang-hoo looks back with a complex gaze. He only needs one thing, a dungeon raid permit. His second goal is stealing boss skills. He never hesitates to charge into dungeons packed with mid to high tier boss monsters. It is the perfect hunting ground to farm their abilities. Just as Shin Kang-hoo finishes speaking, he runs right into his target. Nice to meet you, Ventus, he says. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. You can now steal this target's unique skill. Ventus radiates a suffocating aura of death, vowing to destroy him. But Shin Kang-hoo has no interest in talking, telling him to stop wasting his breath. The moment the words leave his mouth, Ventus lunges with a lethal strike. But Shin Kang-hoo is too quick, swiftly dodging backward. Ventus grips his sword tightly and plunges down from above. Closing the distance, he thrusts his blade forward in a flash. Shin Kang-hoo narrows his eyes, tracking the incoming attack. Ventus charges forward like a bullet, forcing him to step back to calculate his next move. Suddenly, the boss leaps high into the air. Ventus's eyes glow with a menacing blood-red light as he prepares to strike. He times a deadly thrust straight down, but Shin Kang-hoo is already gone, activating his instant teleportation skill in the blink of an eye. His eyes gleam as he locks onto his opponent. On the surface, it looks like a simple basic attack meant to distract. Shin Kang-hoo draws his own sword. But get this, the real devastating blow is coming from a completely different direction. He leaps forward with a quick short jump, driving his blade right into the monster's waist while its guard is down. Ventus groans in agony but keeps swinging his blade wildly. Shin Kang-hoo remains completely unfazed, calmly preparing his next move. He uses teleportation again. This guy is honestly just a mid-tier boss in name, lacking any real refined combat skills. Its direct attacks are way too predictable. With that thought, Shin Kang-hoo delivers a brutal kick right to its back legs. Ventus coughs up blood and collapses to his knees. Instantly, a new sword lands in Shin Kang-hoo's hand as the system notifications trigger. Weapon equipped. He tightly grips the high-grade long sword and drives it straight down, aiming directly for Ventus's exposed neck. The boss is completely helpless, now unable to fight back. But Shin Kang-hoo does not hesitate, plunging the blade even deeper. Ventus staggers before crashing heavily onto the cold ground. Right on cue, the system begins extracting his unique skill. A screen pops up confirming he has successfully stolen the target's illusion skill. Shin Kang-hoo grins as a rare item drops behind him. Turning around, he spots a glowing blue light in the distance. Nearby, a group of players is watching him closely. Watching him gather the loot, they gasp in excitement. Those are sedatives, 2 of them. Did you see that, boss? That is incredibly rare. Their leader, Dong Che, frowns in deep confusion. He wonders how on earth this random guy managed to strike Ventus's exact weakness. The girl beside him speaks up, realizing she has actually run into Shin Kang-hoo before at the local market. She distinctly remembers him buying monster blood beast tranquilizers and several cheap daggers from one of the market stalls. It looks like he was gearing up to hunt and farm monsters inside the dungeons all by himself. This details makes Dong Che sink deep into thought, murmuring to himself while keeping his eyes locked onto Shin Kang-hoo. That guy seems highly trained in assassination, but she admits she has never once seen him around before. Dong Che grows increasingly serious, noting that someone with that level of skill has absolutely no business being here. Seeing his dark expression, she laughs and reassures him that the stranger is still no match for their leader. She suggests dragging him over, claiming the boss could easily make him kneel, but Dong Che flatly rejects the idea. He has a much more sinister plan. Let the guy do the hard work, then rob him blind later. She giggles with excitement, agreeing that they should just tail him closely until he completely exhausts himself in battle. Meanwhile, Shin Kang-hoo's system screen shows he is level 16 with his next basic skill unlocking at level 20. He sighs, realizing he has dumped all his points into resistance to keep his innate mana hypersensitivity under control. If he can just manage that condition, he will focus entirely on boosting his endurance to survive this brutal phase. After taking the sedatives, his body finally begins to relax and a surge of vitality returns to his limbs. The sedatives act as a powerful pain reliever that suppresses his mana hypersensitivity, a rare resource in normal dungeons. Since these herbs only grow naturally, mass-producing them is virtually impossible in this day and age. However, only one person in the entire country knows how to cultivate it, and they reside in Zone 0. Shin Kang-hoo calculates the journey to that distant region formerly known as the DMZ, which is quite a trek. He needs to stock up. If his hypersensitivity flares up mid-battle, it is game over. He needs to focus on the immediate task ahead. To get things done, he is going to need some serious cash. Yijin's car starts speeding down the road. From the driver's seat, she begins to frown. Just last year, call quality was never this bad, but it keeps getting worse. On the other end of the line, a man's voice speaks up, explaining that they are meddling in our business, leaving us completely helpless. It is especially bad since you are currently facing heavy pressure from both the Eclipse Guild and the Black Lion Guild, making everything even worse. Yijin lets out a soft sigh, knowing he might be right. The man sounds genuinely worried about her. It looks like you are having a rough time after getting tangled up with the Eclipse crowd. But Yijin is already way too used to this. No worries, she says, I am used to being watched. It has been happening for ages. Just as she focuses on driving, his calm voice comes through. Can you recommend a hunter for me? Now watch this. Sudden question makes her immediately swerve the car, crashing right into a pile of scrap metal ahead. On the phone, the man speaks frankly about being incredibly short-staffed lately. On Yejin's lips, a subtle smile plays as his voice continues, explaining that he had to contact her. Yijin shrugs, acting completely casual. She says she is not sure if she can find a hunter to satisfy his high standards, knowing the man is Jiang Si-hwan. I feel like you would just reject everyone right from the start. Hearing this, Jiang Si-hwan sighs and decides to change his criteria. Let's change things up a bit, then, he says, offering a different condition. I want to properly nurture promising low-level hunters first. She speaks up frankly, telling him there is actually a hunter like that. On the other end, he lights up with joy. Really, he asks. But Yijin is still hesitating, saying he needs a bit more time and she does not want to rush things. Jiang Si-hwan squeezes a piece of paper and nods. You have never recommended the wrong person, Miss Yijin. It is just due to some unfortunate events that we lost them. Though a bit sad, Yijin sighs and tries to stay relaxed, saying it is all in the past, so he does not need to worry. She will keep an eye on him. If he meets her standards, she will let him know. By the way, do you have any useful information? Jiang Si-hwan lets out an O, mentioning he recently intercepted some secret intel on various criminal organizations and he will send it over secure email soon. Hearing this, Yijin immediately smiles. It is a bit embarrassing to keep asking, but she thanks him anyway. On the other end, Jiang Si-hwan smiles warmly, saying it is nothing. Anytime you need this kind of information, I am happy to help. Our Purification Guild is always in desperate need of talent. Inside a dark locked room, a man is being brutally tortured into a state of panic. Jiang Si-hwan continues, if you send someone capable, his eyes suddenly turning cold and dark, then I will treat you with the absolute best hospitality possible. She sighs, muttering to herself. After hanging up, Yejin blames her own wishful thinking. How could she expect so much from a rookie who just finished his very first mission? Meanwhile, Kang-hoo is still fully focused on the intense battle ahead. He maintains the upper hand easily, taking down mid-level bosses one by one, piercing another beast straight through the chest. The monster Ventus glares with bloodshot eyes at the sword near its feet. The moment he strikes, he quickly retreats, giving it zero chance to strike back. Furious, it raises its razor-sharp claws and charges. He merely tilts his head with indifference, as those sharp claws expand ready to swallow him whole. Look at this, he prepares his skill, snatch. Kang-hoo ducks slightly to lock onto his target. The massive claw brushes his arm but passes right through him. Shocked and utterly bewildered, the beast finds that its snatching claw only captured a giant boulder. He is exploiting this weakness to unleash illusion magic, capitalizing on the massive opening the snatch skill leaves behind. I will take full advantage of that gap. Ventus realizes it has been tricked and furiously turns around to hurl the rock back. Quickly dodging to the side, he suddenly comes to a halt. With a simple snap of his fingers, Kang-hoo shatters the massive boulder head into 100 pieces, letting the debris rain down right over his head. Only a single human arm sticks out of the rubble, but a second later it fades away like a ghost. Another illusion. Ventus flinches and looks around only to find he has already teleported directly behind its back. Kang-hoo draws his razor-sharp blade aiming straight for its weak point. Ventus can only let out an agonizing scream before collapsing onto the cold ground. The system notification quickly pops up, confirming he defeated a mid-level boss. You leveled up. I will put all my stat points into stamina. He sighs, thinking he also needs to save up some solemn. The system confirms he is stealing Ventus's snatch skill, which has reached max proficiency, allowing him to summon a target within a set radius in front of him. Kang-hoo stores his sword back in his inventory, then uses his snatch skill. Next, he easily captures the monster's sword. He holds it up, inspecting it closely, so it even works on items. If used correctly, this could really disrupt an enemy's movements. After that, he throws a few quick swings to get familiar with his shiny new item. Watching through their binoculars, they are completely terrified. Even though they witnessed everything, he still cannot stop showering him with praises. Look at that guy, he is seriously gutsy. Dong-che begins to analyze the assassin who took down Y without even needing to block a single blow. She watches him closely, totally bewildered by his ridiculous movements. But what on earth is he doing? He wonders, guessing that maybe the guy is just trying to increase his skill mastery. Boss, should we go trash that bastard right now? But even after calling out to the boss twice, she finally snaps out of her trance. Dong-che snaps and starts cursing, telling them to shut up since they should wait for him to tire out. His teammates nod in absolute terror, quickly obeying his direct orders. Over at the harbor, Kim Moo-kun is currently sitting back and enjoying some food, holding a stack of crucial documents in his hands. The Black Lion Guild has officially approved Kim Moo-kun to join their organization on a few conditions, like leaking internal intel about Blue Copper to the mercenary group that Lin currently manages. He just slaughtered several guys and is now casually sitting on his victims, celebrating this incredible news. Kim Moo-kun chuckles to himself with smug pride. Lin is probably stressing out trying to capture him. He is aiming for the eclipse, but joining Black Lion is not bad either. It has been a long time since he last set foot in Daejeon. Suddenly, his sharp senses pick up a very ominous vibe. Out on the harbor, someone is waiting. Shin Kang-hoo looks up, staring directly at him. Kim Moo-kun sneers, thinking another easy target has just arrived for him to rob. He starts tapping loudly on the wall over and over, shouting out in a highly arrogant voice to his loyal pack. Cunning wolves filled with deadly aura begin to crawl out. It is feeding time. The moment they hear his voice, they lick their chops, charging forward like they might miss a delicious feast. Bursting from the ground, they bare their savage fangs and aggressively attack Shin Kang-hoo, but he just stands completely still, calmly waiting for the pack to fall into his trap. Up above, Kim Moo-kun starts panicking. The deadly wolves are actually gathering peacefully around his feet instead of tearing him apart. What is going on? They never eat normal meat. The moment they are distracted, he draws his prepared sword. With one swift plunge, he drives the blade straight down and takes out a wolf. The second and third are dispatched one after another without him breaking a single sweat. Kim Moo-kun is left utterly stunned, his eyes bulging. Shin Kang-hoo just casually replies that they do not love this meat for no reason. There is a clear trick behind it. He specially customized this feast to perfectly match their tastes. Down on the ground, the remaining wolves finally start to mutate. This time, Shin Kang-hoo gives him a cold, serious warning, telling him to watch his step if he wants to live. Shaking with rage, Kim Moo-kun curses the bastard out and immediately throws down a dangerous challenge, daring him to climb up. Shin Kang-hoo has never backed down from a fight. Fine, he is happy to oblige. Kim Moo-kun smirks wickedly, muttering that he might be prepared, but he has got a massive death wish. No sane person would just charge straight into an enemy lair. With his detonator ready, he plans to blow him sky high. Before making his leap, Shin Kang-hoo sweeps his eyes over the area. He quickly scans the area, detecting a massive amount of mana traps. Even so, Shin Kang-hoo just leaps forward without any hesitation. Using his short jump skill, Kim Moo-kun panics as he sees him close in the distance. Wait, how is this bastard doing this? Yet, none of Shin Kang-hoo's precise leaps trigger a single trap. He bypassed every single mana mine in one swift motion. He gnashes his teeth in absolute fury. This time, Kim Mu-kan decides to play even dirtier. Damn it, does he think I am scared? Shin Kang-hoo glances coldly at his opponent. Kim Mu-kan unleashes his dark magic, casting Chaos Gladiator Evil Nebula to disorient him. Blessed by a powerful dark constellation, he promises to show him the absolute terror of hellish black magic. Facing the relentless onslaught, he smoothly utilizes his instant teleportation, followed up with another quick short leap. Shin Kang-hoo calculates his opponent is around level 50, a mage supported by a constellation that specializes in mass confusion. Having figured out his next move, he grips his sword tight and sprints forward, fully aware of his opponent's trick. Kim Mu-kan sneers in contempt, thinking there is no way he can dodge this. Inside the pitch-black space, blind and completely lost, Shin Kang-hoo suddenly pauses. Not yet, he thinks still, not yet, just wait. His steps falter for a moment. The moment he receives the signal, Shin Kang-hoo dashes right inside. Suddenly, Kim Mu-kan is left utterly shocked. In the dark, he screams like a maniac, demanding to know how he countered his unique spell. Shin Kang-hoo just chuckles and answers clearly. Of course he knows, since he is the one who created it. Having locked onto his target, he ignores Kim Mu-kan's rising panic. Kim Mu-kan rants about what nonsense he is spouting. Shin Kang-hoo activates his sharp claws item to swallow him whole, binding him completely. Kim Mu-kan screams in terror, unable to break free. What kind of monstrous skill is this? How can someone cast without any preparation? Using a short leap, Shin Kang-hoo rushes over, telling him he just simplified his movements. With that, a deep wound opens up on his stomach, spilling blood. Kim Mu-kan completely loses his mind, starting to. He starts channeling more mana. Damn it. As the magic flares, his steps slow down, leaving smoke in the dark. The air turns thick with ash. Kim Mu-kan breaks free from the binding item and immediately gives chase. But first, he must run. The enemy fires continuous, abnormally fast fireballs. Did he use a booster item? Shin Kang-hoo suddenly leaps away from the base, leaving the old man utterly enraged. The old man screams, cursing the kid. Then he unleashes a massive wave of bizarre magical energy. Free falling to the ground, Shin Kang-hoo hears a sneer. How dare a weakling challenge him? But this is a trap. Multiple clones suddenly appear. Illusion magic. The old man is completely caught off guard. Panicking, he blindly rains down terrifying fireballs, desperately screaming as he tries to hit anything. Yet Shin Kang-hoo emerges from the smoke, completely unharmed. Kim Mu-kan feels his heart sink. Utter confusion sets in. Then a sharp pain. The real Shin Kang-hoo appears from behind. A deep stab. The old man collapses in agony, cursing him for targeting the exact same spot twice. Kim Mu-kan clutches his bloody wound, yelling that he was tricked. Shin Kang-hoo just shrugs. Just his favorite hobby. A classic masterclass tactic. Right then, the system flashes a new notification. A powerful constellation praises his battle strategy, expending a fraction of its nebula power. Shin Kang-hoo gets a minor experience point buff of 0.1%, a rare, unexpected sponsorship. While countless nebulas watch sponsors are rare because it drains their nebula power. That is a very heavy sacrifice indeed. Suddenly, the system interface shifts, changing to a brilliant gold screen. A message appears calling him a shameful space thief for ruining his master's pride. He simply smirks, asking if his sponsor is jealous, and promises that choosing him was the right call. The system snaps back, calling him an absolute lunatic, before telling him to focus on the prey. Just as Kim Mu-kan tries to flee, Shin Kang-hoo pins him down. The old man screams out, utterly refusing to accept defeat. He yells that capturing a small fry changes nothing, mocking Shin Kang-hoo's grand ambitions. Shin Kang-hoo looks down with pure disdain. Killing a parasite like him won't fix the world. Shin Kang-hoo raises his sword to finish him. The old man can only watch helplessly as his end approaches. The strike lands. The system immediately announces that the target is dead and the contract is now transferred. The Chaos Warrior is now under the control of the Space Thief, with no escape unless the contract is broken. All powers of the Chaos Warrior are transferred. Shin Kang-hoo smiles and quickly clicks the accept button. He unlocks the Dark Chaos vision and smiles, wondering if he should loot the gear. Stripping men is not his style, but he takes everything anyway, looting the corpse clean. The level 50 hunter was surprisingly rich, having spent all of his wealth purchasing high-grade equipment. He also finds a pair of gloves, allowing him to link his mana chain with his dagger for incredibly precise throws. He grabs a fresh set of armor to boost his defense, along with a ring that enhances his resistance stat. Resistance is a crucial stat he cannot waste. Next is the Amulet of the Evil God, consuming mana every second. It reduces skill casting time during his awakened state. Shin Kang-hoo cannot help but smile at his massive haul. This build is absolutely perfect for him. He decides to sell the tier 9 items to make a sweet profit. Reaching level 20 is his next big goal. Once achieved the primary skill he needs to make a living is his. As he ventures deeper, he gets suspicious. Why are there no horned rabbits spawning in this area? High above, 3 hunters watch him through binoculars. The woman eagerly monitors his current coordinates. She plans to take him out and steal his gear, while Dong Che eagerly awaits the signal to strike. The leader nods and Dong Che excitedly prepares a secret sack full of hidden tools for their plan. He wants to mess with him first. Nearby, several horned rabbits begin to scent the fresh blood. The beasts charge with bared fangs, but Shin Kang-hoo is waiting. Finally, they decided to show up. With one swift slash of his sword, he obliterates the entire pack, painting the surrounding rocks and ground crimson. The system congratulates him on reaching level 20, a milestone he has been eagerly waiting for. He finally unlocks the basic assassin skill, which immediately upgrades to Bloody Stab due to his nebula. The Bloody Stab effect keeps stacking with the target's bleeding rate. Watching from above, she is left completely speechless. She never expected them to die so easily. But Dong Che lets out a sinister smirk. This is his chance while the guy's guard is down. With his opponent distracted, Dong Che leaps down and swings his heavy blade. Kang-hoo senses the danger instantly. Taking a quick hop backward, he glares coldly at his attacker. Who is this bastard? He wonders. A mugger. A split second slower and his head would have rolled. Dong Che channels mana into his entire blade, wondering if his output is too weak. This time, he is putting all his strength into one concentrated blow. He roars that this strike will take off the head. But Kang-hoo quickly ducks low, easily dodging the swinging blade. He immediately retaliates with his newly acquired Bloody Stab skill, and the system interface instantly pops up with a notification. The stab limits recovery for 10 turns, so he needs to use it again. But then something catches him off guard. He is stunned. Dong Che sneers, asking if that pathetic poke counts as an attack. It's useless against a berserker. They get stronger the more they fight. His blade sweeps close to Kang-hoo's neck, and he admits the guy is indeed powerful. After all, berserkers are built for combat. Kang-hoo uses his analysis skill and spots a massive weakness in the opponent's guard. While Dong Che laughs boastfully, telling him to bring everything he's got, Kang-hoo quietly smiles, knowing he still has 4 more attempts. With that, he lunges forward. Dong Che's face stiffens in surprise as Kang-hoo executes a sudden lightning-fast charge straight toward him. He grits his teeth, panicking internally. What is happening? Kang-hoo is unleashing a rapid succession of bloody stabs. Despite the onslaught, the guy remains stubborn, muttering that a few superficial cuts do not bother him at all. Dong Che roars in absolute defiance, boasting that he sees right through the tricks, but suddenly his body starts to feel heavy. Dizziness washes over him as he stumbles. It makes no sense. Those minor scratches are somehow draining his vital strength. Across the field, his lackeys panic, wondering what is wrong with their boss. Cold sweat begins to pour down their faces. Refusing to believe it, Dong Che denies his weakness, insisting that pain only fuels his power. But at that exact moment, Kang-hoo unleashes his ultimate strike. His blade drives forward like a bullet, plunging deep into the opponent's chest. He smirks, noting that even a berserker is still human. Bleed out enough, and anyone will drop dead. With those words, Dong Che collapses to the ground from critical blood loss, completely paralyzed and defeated. His 2 remaining underlings freeze in terror and immediately flee, realizing this guy is on a whole different level. Kang-hoo lets the cowards run. Meanwhile, over at the Osan National Hunter Security Agency, his system interface flashes a new prompt. It states that the target is eliminated and he has acquired the Bloodthirsty Slasher Covenant. Kang-hoo looks at the reward. He wonders how the Bloodthirsty Slasher feels, noting that getting 2 covenants in a single day deserves some serious sponsorship. The Nebula Constellation mutters a curse in response, calling him a lunatic, while system notifications keep spamming his screen. He strokes his chin, murmuring to himself about how he has managed to secure 2 star boxes today. As soon as the thought crosses his mind, the system brings up the detailed stat breakdown for his acquisitions. The Bloodthirsty Slasher is a neutral constellation. The lower his health drops, the higher his damage resistance becomes. He is quite pleased with this passive trait, thinking a constellation that boosts mental status is highly useful. Kang-hoo kicks the pile of loot left behind. Dong Che carried some pretty useful gear which now belongs to him. He inspects a valuable magic-resistant anklet and a pair of boots that provide a decent speed boost. Then he examines his glowing hands, checking a gauntlet designed to increase stamina. After a thorough review, he smiles with satisfaction. Wearing this gauntlet on one hand and a disposable one on the other is a perfect setup. With his calculations complete, he leaves the body behind and heads off to wrap up the rest of the quest. Before long, he is back in prosperous Dun City. Yejin eyes the heap of loot he brought with absolute delight. She waves a pair of boots right in front of him, expressing surprise that he retrieved Vafao's boots so quickly. He stays quiet, waiting for her to continue as she offers her thanks with a wide, bright grin. She admits that this first quest was merely a simple trial and only half of the candidates actually pass. He realizes 50% of them must have died, kind of chilling when you think about it. Looking at her makes his spine tingle. It is her cold, calculating mind that keeps her success rate so high, even in the most dangerous situations. Yijin slides a dossier across the table as promised, granting him access to a dungeon filled with mid-tier monsters. She slowly runs through the details of the middle-grade dungeon, identifying it as the Howling Wind Hill in Gapion. It harbors 4 mid-tier monsters and 1 major boss. Kang-hoo takes the file and studies the information intently. Yijin watches him closely, asking if he likes what he sees. He finishes reading, looks up, and lets a perfect smirk slip onto his face. In that red prison, there are 5 skills just waiting for me to steal, he thinks. He places the paper down and looks right at Yijin. He asks her to book a slot for tomorrow morning. Now that he has the info, he decides to drop a little surprise on her right after. He asks if she buys items, dumping a massive pile onto the table. She stares in awe, amazed by how much Kim Muk-hun actually gathered. Promising a good price, she closes the deal. With that out of the way, Shin Kang-hoo immediately switches gears to the next set of quests. He points directly at a target's face on the document, casually asking if they should move on to the next mission. They will start with this guy, a high-risk national security escort target. The files pull up a long list of crimes under his name. This heavy criminal is wanted for grand theft of national assets and assault. The massive reward is 300 million won plus a free dungeon rental. He gets a free level 100 dungeon. Yejin reviews the details, skeptical about whether he can actually locate this guy's hidden base. All they know is that the target was spotted near the deserted Jangsong station, but Shin Kang-hoo just looks at her with absolute confidence. He nods, telling her not to worry because he already has a plan. Han So-yeon, he is walking down a completely deserted street. Waiting for a call to connect, his mind drifts. Selling off all that useless loot just bagged him a sweet chunk of cash. 250 million won to be exact. Now that his pockets are full, it is time to secure some reliable escape routes. A voice finally crackles through the receiver, demanding to know who is calling. Shin Kang-hoo cuts straight to the point. He requests 10 units of Solasium, setting the meeting spot at Dongsan Station. The broker on the other side catches the code immediately. With a quick confirmation, the call ends. Shin Kang-hoo looks up at the dark sky, realizing he still has time before the raid. A glowing purple sign catches his eye. Standing in front of the bar, he whispers to himself that it is time for a drink. A quick drink might yield some solid intel. Stepping inside, the place is already roaring with a brutal brawl between 2 men. A long-haired fighter takes a nasty slash, coughing up blood and screaming in agony. He collapses in a heap as the crowd goes wild. Ignoring the deafening cheers of victory behind him, Shin Kang-hoo slides onto a bar stool right in front of a pretty female bartender. He slides a stack of cash across the counter, raising 5 fingers to the bartender as he makes his order. He locks eyes with her and orders a Solasium burst. The bartender blinks in sheer confusion before slowly repeating the strange order. Benny, the bartender, flashes a bright smile as she scoops up his cash, genuinely surprised that anyone would actually order this drink. She warns him that the taste is incredibly strange. Shin Kang-hoo just shrugs it off with a dry, cool response. It fits his taste just fine. She winks and spins around to mix the drink, leaving him alone with his thoughts. In places like this, bartenders are usually walking treasure troves of black market rumors. He sweeps his eyes across the rowdy bar. Of course, most of it is unverified gossip. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto his short haircut, widening in absolute shock. Sitting alone in a dark corner of the bar is a stunning, cold-faced woman with a killer figure. What on earth is she doing in a dump like this, he wonders. He knows exactly who this dangerous woman is. He immediately pictures the smug face of Kang Dong-hun, the direct underling of Eclipse's heavy-hitting executive Kang Dong-hun. It is so he watches her with growing concern, wondering if Eclipse has already started sniffing out his trail. Benny slides his drink over, sighing playfully that she has never seen a guy this handsome around here before. She mentions it might be hard to see him again. Shin Kang-hoo turns a cold, unfriendly gaze back to her. When he asks why, Benny leans in close, dropping her voice to whisper some fresh rumors she just picked up. Apparently, the Eclipse Guild is planning to seize total control of this club. She spills the details like it is nothing. Their goal is to capture local hunters and force them into the mines, a classic ruthless Eclipse recruitment tactic. Shin Kang-hoo listens in dead silence, staring down at his glowing glass before casting another sharp glance back towards So-hee. So that is why she is lurking here, he realizes. A guy cannot even enjoy a quiet drink in peace anymore. Emptying his glass, he stands up to make a swift exit. But before he can take a step, chaos breaks loose. He and Benny both freeze in surprise. Shin Kang-hoo lets out a dry, bitter laugh, cursing his terrible luck under his breath. Talk about worst timing ever. A group of thugs clad in black suits and sunglasses suddenly strut through the entrance. The entire bar turns to stare at the uninvited guests. A man with his hair tied back steps forward, representing Eclipse. Benny quickly flees the scene, while the local manager pales in terror, stammering about what brings Eclipse all the way here. The leader completely ignores the trembling manager, coldly ordering his men to secure the area. The thugs grin like wild beasts. They eagerly lunge forward, hunting down the terrified patrons like cattle. Just like that, the first victim gets brutally pinned down. In an instant, before he can even react, he gets absolutely trashed. Another guy raises an iron bar to block, but the Eclipse blades slice right through it. The Eclipse leader finally notices something is off. He locks eyes with Kang-hoo, who is just standing there with a calm, unbothered expression. The guy smugly snaps, asking what he is looking at. Then, without even waiting for a reply, he immediately swings a massive axe. He roars to ask if Kang-hoo wants to die, but he picked the wrong opponent. Kang-hoo instantly teleports right out of danger. Reappearing right behind his enemy, Kang-hoo summons his dagger. In a flash of instant movement, a sharp blade cuts deep into the target. His opponent is cut off mid-sentence, gasping in shock at how fast it happened. Blood splatters onto the floor as two bodies crash down. Seeing two allies drop attracts the attention of the remaining gang. Meanwhile, So-hee, who was keeping quiet, gets triggered by Kang-hoo's flashy move. She lets out a feral smirk, looking exactly like a wild wolf locking onto its prey. So-hee leaps forward, aiming straight for Kang-hoo. He is standing by the bar, feeling the sudden heavy pressure of a powerful opponent targeting him. As So-hee closes the distance, she acts. In one fluid motion, she draws her dagger and hurls it straight at him. Kang-hoo tenses up, watching her incredibly smooth attack. Her movements are flawless, like flowing water. Surprisingly, the thrown dagger misses Kang-hoo, completely flying past his shoulder instead. It buries itself deep into the chest of a guy sneaking up behind him, causing a startled Kang-hoo to spin around in disbelief. That sneak attacker was about to strike, but So-hee blocked his play. Without hesitation, she steps up and yanks her bloody dagger back out. The dying man stares at her in shock, wondering why she did this. So-hee does not say a word, just brutally kicking him away. Kang-hoo watches the scene unfold, completely confused by her sudden intervention. What on earth is this girl planning to do? After knocking the guy out, So-hee turns to him. She says she has never seen him before, but she definitely likes what she sees. She asks what guild he belongs to. Kang-hoo bluntly replies that he does not like being tied down, making her smile widen with interest. She suggests they talk business then, and he agrees. So-hee turns to face the heavily armed Eclipse members now surrounding them. The Eclipse goons are completely bewildered, whispering among themselves about what is happening and if the plan has suddenly changed. They wonder why an undercover agent is attacking them. So-hee just glares at them coldly, leaving the entire group frozen in fear. Her lips silently move, mouthing the words to attack. The Eclipse grunts are initially confused, but they quickly read her signal. They charge forward all at once. However, Kang-hoo easily sees right through her trick, knowing this fight is all part of her scheme. He calmly watches the incoming mob while So-hee takes a smug step forward, ready to execute her perfect little plan. She offers to help, but Kang-hoo instantly realizes what she is up to. She just wants to test his abilities. He smiles and decides to play along for now. Together, the two of them jump into the fray, unleashing absolute chaos on the crowd. Kang-hoo plunges his blade deep into a close target, terrifying the surrounding enemies. The guy tries to rally his allies, but he is unarmed. Smiling, Kang-hoo raises his empty hand. In an instant, the dagger flies right back to his grip as if pulled by an invisible string. Armed with just a single dagger, he shreds through the crowd with absolute ease. His terrifying speed and precision leave everyone breathless. Even So-hee is completely stunned by his deadly efficiency. She never expected him to possess such a rare, overpowered ability. She keeps her eyes glued to him as he flicks the blood off his knife. Grinning at her, he suggests they head for the exit. With that, he turns and dashes off. Shouts echo behind them as the gang realizes he is running, and So-hee quickly follows. The thugs yell to chase down that bastard and get him. The duo sprints toward the emergency exit with the mob hot on their heels. While running, So-hee uses the chance to gather more intel, asking him if he is an assassin who also uses magic. Kang-hoo looks down at his glove and grins. He quietly chuckles at her assumption, thinking that magic would certainly be nice to have. In reality, he is using a nearly invisible thread attached to his index finger, which connects directly to his weapon. He glances back at her silently, telling her she can believe whatever she wants since he has no intention of revealing his secrets. He kicks the exit door wide open, his sharp eyes instantly spotting several enemy hunters rushing down the stairs to block their path. Suddenly, the club's emergency speakers blare throughout the building, warning everyone that Black Lion intruders have breached the facility. Absolute chaos erupts across the venue as fights break out everywhere, turning the entire high-end club into a bloody war zone. The invading hunters completely take over the club, laughing maniacally as they drag people toward the detention center. They mock the terrified guests, ordering them to shut up. Meanwhile, the announcement keeps blaring and Kang-hoo's battle is far from over. The Eclipse forces try to suppress them quickly. One massive grunt swings a giant hammer right at Kang-hoo's head. Kang-hoo dodges the heavy strike effortlessly, causing the brute to lose his balance. Seizing the opening, he decides to help him down. He delivers a swift, lethal slash to the neck, followed by a brutal elbow to the back. Suddenly, a blue system screen pops up. Kang-hoo is mildly surprised, but a smirk quickly plays on his lips. The Apostle of Justice Constellation has just sponsored his righteous punishment. Those hypocritical admirers are literally wasting their constellation's power just to boost your strength. He watches as his experience gains hit plus 0.1%. Shin Kang-hoo silently thanks them for the boost. Appreciate the help, Justice. Crouching low, he easily dodges another strike from the next thug's dual blades. Quite funny, really. Suddenly, a flying dagger drives straight into his forehead. Shin Kang-hoo can only offer a forced smile, turning to look at such a weak display. Beside him, Cha So-hee offers a warm, pleasing smile. They coordinate perfectly, looking up at the thugs rushing down. Can people this weak even exist in this world? Kang-woo mocks silently. But who cares? He eyes the angry mob blocking his path, ready to return their generous little present. An axe thrown by a random thug comes flying. Shin Kang-hoo casually tilts his body, letting it embed itself deeply into the solid concrete wall. Using the stuck weapon as a stepping stone, he launches himself high into the air, leaping right over the lead thug toward 3 more enemies. Gripping his blade tight, he executes a single clean slash that instantly takes out all 3 of them in one go. Landing smoothly, the Disciple of Justice finds Cha So-hee catching up quickly, her high heels clicking on the ground. She bends over to retrieve her dagger from the dead guy's skull, turning back to survey the staircase, now littered with fresh corpses. Just as she expected, she spots Shin Kang-hoo kicking open a heavy door rather violently instead of using his hands. He gestures for her to keep following in that direction. She smirks, confident she chose the right ally. At long last, they burst outside, stopping momentarily to catch their breath. Meanwhile, members of the Eclipse Guild are screaming frantically into their earpieces, ordering everyone to conduct a thorough search of the area. An angry mob sweeps through the streets, looking for them while they hide quietly behind a wall. Cha So-hee waits for the noise to die down before asking how he feels about working somewhere far more liberating than a traditional guild. She hands him a sleek black card as an official invitation, adding that the pay is excellent. Shin Kang-hoo snatches the card, saying he will call her after handling some business. Shoving his hands into his pockets, he coldly walks away, leaving her standing alone. Walking toward a brightly lit street, Cha So-hee brushes back her hair to reveal a hidden earpiece, softly acknowledging her master. She approaches the Eclipse crew, currently holding a group of freshly captured targets. Everything is wrapped up here, she reports with a confident smile. Tracking his movements is going to be incredibly easy, sir. Just give me a name. But hearing the target's name only makes her smile grow wider. So Shin Kang-hoo has become her next mark. Is he held at the Jungmyeong Detention Center? Meanwhile, Shin Kang-hoo is thoroughly enjoying the aftermath of his little acting performance. These sponsor rewards are incredible, he thinks. Even the system is completely speechless at this dimensional thief. Han So-yeon passes quickly, and a brand new day begins at a busy subway station. Stepping casually off the train, Shin Kang-hoo looks around, calculating his next move. Judging by Cha So-hee's neutral reaction, he is not on the wanted list just yet, but he must remain cautious and watch out for Dae-chun. It is pretty annoying that the Eclipse Guild is rapidly expanding its influence lately. Keeping his pace steady, he knows they are monitoring trains heading to Jeon. He smiles, coming up with a neat detour. Instead of going directly to G Station, he decides to go through Dongsan Station. Shin Kang-hoo quickly retrieves his delivery. Looking at the glowing green material in his hand, his eyes light up. The delivery went so smoothly. Shin Kang-hoo turns to store the Soleum container into his dimensional pocket. In the novel, Shin Kang-hoo used a hidden subspace near the subway station to retrieve his stash. Luckily, he knows the way. Just then, a nearby voice interrupts his thoughts, talking about a great job. Some random guy is whispering into his phone, boasting that a little acting is all it takes to become a transcendent being. But when the guy notices Shin Kang-hoo staring, he snaps, asking what he is looking at before quickly turning away. He scurries off frantically, telling the person on the other end that it is nothing and to just head to Dongsan Station. Meanwhile, on the massive screen, a fire dancer performs. 2 neat lines of people stand at the entrance waiting orderly for soon. But behind that organized front are 2 completely different worlds. The elite walk with their heads high, practically radiating power, while the poor and exhausted huddle in dark corners. This area, controlled entirely by the Chung-gwa Guild, is kept secure like a piece of collateral. The entrance is constantly guarded, and it is also where the National Security Bureau operates. Shin Kang-hoo stops in front of a massive weapons display to look around. Ever since these mega markets started opening up, he can only sigh at the ridiculous prices on the shelves. The sheer number of zeros is definitely cutthroat. But since the inventory here is 1.5 times larger than normal, it is not too bad. He picks up a level 5 dagger Liu Kei Choi, which adds 50 strength. He decides he should practice his dagger skills more. With his other hand, he conjures a hard lump of stone. Let us see, he thinks. The moment the stone solidifies in his grasp, Shin Kang-hoo applies some force. The rock completely shatters, like a soft cookie. Satisfied, he lets the remaining dust fall to the ground. That is pretty strong. Looking back at the Liu Kei-choi, it doubles his recovery speed and defense for 30 minutes during combat. Honestly, that is a fantastic bonus effect to have. He smiled, feeling pretty good about it. Unlike the others, he did not have to worry about mana, but using it too recklessly meant he still had to worry about the physical pressure. Ultimately, Shin Kang-hoo decided to go with this one. Slinging the weapon over his shoulder, he walked down the main street when something caught his eye, making him stop. Truly fascinating. A family of 3 walked happily toward him, holding hands with their excited little boy. "Mom, can we have chicken again tonight?" The beautiful mother smiled adoringly at her son. "Sure, anything for my little Soon." The father smiled at them, saying the National Security Agency and the Zhenghua Guild will keep us safe. Only Shin Kang-hoo lowered his head in silence as they walked past each other. What a total case of blind faith. The moment that thought crossed his mind, a piercing shriek rang out, making him turn around immediately. The father, who had just boasted about safety, was now clutching his swollen cheek on the ground, watching masked men grab his son. "Please, let my child go," he begged. The kidnapper scoffed, asking if he was joking. Holding the boy arrogantly, he demanded absolute sincerity, if they wanted to beg. The terrified boy sobbed as he cried out for his father, "Daddy, help." Bystanders could only watch in terror. Someone from the security crowd urged others to call Hensad. Only Shin Kang-hoo stood there silently, eyeing the thugs who barely reached his chest. Were they really pulling this stunt in broad daylight? He gripped his newly purchased weapon, muttering about how utterly foolish they were. He would blow them away and let Hen clean up the mess. Just as Shin Kang-hoo made his choice, a cold voice spoke up, saying, "I will show you what real sincerity looks like." Shin Kang-hoo gasped as the newcomer arrived, and the crowd instantly recognized him, whispering in awe. It was Che Guan-han. He walked up arrogantly, leaving the crowd completely stunned. After all, he was the leader of the Zhenghua Guild. Shin Kang-hoo glanced over and checked Che Guan-han's constellation info: constellation of the Demon War God, a malicious entity specializing in swordsmanship and slicing space. He was surprised to meet Zhang Si-wan's associate here. Che Guan-hang was definitely not the type to play the hero in a situation like this. So why Che Guan-hang did not wait for him to finish that thought. He tossed a card to the lead thug, who caught it, squinting in confusion. "What is this?" Che Guan-hang generously told him to take as much cash as he wanted and release the boy. The 2 masked men exchanged quick glances, putting the child down. "Sweet." The thug shoved the kid toward Che Guan-hang and shouted for his partner to make their escape. Che Guan-hang caught him safely, before looking up at the fleeing gang. Meanwhile, the panicked father rushed over to inspect his boy, crying out to ask if he was okay. Suddenly, Che Guan-hang slammed his hand onto the pavement, his fingers instantly morphing into long, pitch-black claws. In a split second, he vanished from sight entirely. Shin Kang-hoo was taken aback by his sheer speed. The guy was undeniably strong, no doubt about it. He had already completely blocked off the path of the fleeing kidnappers. As a spatial attribute swordsman, the tip of Che Guan-hang's expensive shoe lightly tapped the ground, plunging the space around the kidnappers into pitch-black darkness. One curious thug reached out to touch the dark, shadowy barrier, wondering what on earth it was. Before they could find out, Che Guan-hang charged with his blade drawn. In a single clean sweep, his razor-sharp strike sliced through 2 of them instantly, while the third was caught in the blade wind, shredding his mask. Right then, Shin Kang-hoo suddenly realized he had seen this thug back at the train station. He stumbled back in absolute horror, staring at the lifeless bodies of his dead accomplices. "Are you really going to kill?" The man panicked, begging Che Guan-hang to let him go, pleading that he had done exactly what they agreed on for the act. The crowd outside could only see them talking, but could not hear a single word of their conversation, whispering to each other. They exchanged curious glances, wondering what he was saying. Someone guessed that his skill blocked any sound from escaping. Inside, the terrified thief tried to draw his sword, but his hands shook violently. He let out a desperate yell to psych himself up, but before the blade even cleared the scabbard, Che Guan-hang cleanly decapitated him. Smiling, the savior dissolved the dark pitch-black barrier. Che Guan-hang approached the family warmly, assuring them that they were safe now. But Shin Kang-hoo saw right through this theater. Sighing, he watched the clueless crowd cheering for Che Guan-hang, totally blind to the fact that he used hired thugs to manipulate them into trusting the Zhenghua Guild. "Thank you so much," they shouted, praising the Zhenghua Guild. It was all a cheap play to secure their monopoly on public trust. Shin Kang-hoo turned to leave, quietly calculating his next move. "Enjoy it while you can," he thought, "because I will take all your privileges." Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man nervously apologized to a woman, saying he was sorry. Cowering, he handed the documents over. "Here's all the information we have on the escaped prisoner you mentioned," he said. She flipped through the pages in silence. Her fingers slowly traced the clean white paper with deliberate force, not saying a single word. Meanwhile, Shin Kang-hoo arrived at the dungeon gate alone, speaking to the guard while she was busy cross-referencing his details. So this is indeed Shin Kang-hoo. His photo and personal resume were laid out clearly right before her eyes. She smirked, staring intently at his file. "He looks so familiar," she muttered while Shin Kang-hoo was busy speaking to the guard. Her eyes lock on. A twisted grin forms. This looks incredibly familiar. Standing guard at the dungeon entrance, they watch him approach. He asks if it is time to enter, prompting the two guards to exchange quick looks. The dungeon is ready. Receiving a nod from his partner, the guard gives Shin Kang-hoo a cold stare, sizing him up from head to toe. He notes that Shin Kang-hoo is only level 20, which is far below the recommended level. Shin Kang-hoo just listens silently as the guard continues. The guard asks if he will be okay. Secretly, Shin Kang-hoo knows that to steal opportunities from these elites, he must level up. Che Guan-han's arrogant face flashes in his mind. The constellation of the evil war spirit, which leans heavily toward absolute evil, looms large. It specializes in swordsmanship and space-rending techniques. At level 25, Shin Kang-hoo makes his decision and places his hand on his system screen. If things stay like this, he will not only lose his chance but end up being hunted down. His absolute minimum goal right now must be level 50. He presses the screen. If he wants to climb that fast, he has to endure whatever comes next. He looks up with a reassuring smile at the two guards. He reassures them that he will be fine, then steps inside. Inside, the dungeon is raging with sandstorms. Shin Kang-hoo struggles to take a step forward, muttering that the visibility is absolute garbage. He carefully looks back at his own footprints, realizing he needs to track them closely or risk getting completely lost in the storm. Suddenly, his eyes widen. His foot stops just inches away from plunging straight into a deep, dark abyss. He freezes, looking ahead. He almost fell. Wondering if the path ahead was destroyed, Shin Kang-hoo turns around only to realize he is no longer alone. Dozens of glowing red eyes stare back at him. A horde of claw lizards swarms the ground, but Shin Kang-hoo actually smiles at his first targets. He draws his weapon, thinking that if things go smoothly, he will hit his leveling target way faster than planned. The claw lizards screech and leap forward to seize the initiative. Meanwhile, Cha So-hee is meticulously reviewing Shin Kang-hoo's file. Her subordinate reports that despite trying to simulate how he escaped their pursuit, they came up short. Only then does she look up. She asks the standing officer for the final result. The man speculates that Shin Kang-hoo must have used some form of magic. He believes the escapee got incredibly lucky to trick a level 100 hunter. The man breaks into a cold sweat remembering it. What makes absolutely no sense is how Shin Kang-hoo predicted every single strike. That level of foresight is impossible for his low rank. It is definitely not the ability of a level 10 novice. Cha So-hee traces her finger over a symbol drawn in red ink. She closes the file and calmly thanks him before handing it back. She admits that she actually met this escaped prisoner recently. The officer gasps in absolute shock at her confession, but her very next words make the color completely drain from his face. She estimates he is at least level 100. She then sets the file ablaze, reducing all their hard work to ashes. The officer has no idea what his real level is. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, Shin Kang-hoo is busy testing his skills. He swings his sword as the pack of claw lizards rushes him. A single slash sends one monster flying flat on its back. Looking at the shallow wound, Shin Kang-hoo notes that while he targeted the soft underbelly, the damage is still pretty underwhelming. At this rate, defeating the entire swarm will take forever. With a subtle flick of his finger, a razor-sharp wire suddenly tightens. The sword lodged in the lizard's stomach is yanked backward, and Shin Kang-hoo spins it in a wide arc to slice through them. Assessing the pack, he notices only two remain unscathed. With a swift movement, he unleashes another strike aimed directly at them. As they tumble to the ground, wounded Shin Kang-hoo smirks and arrogantly curls his finger, beckoning the survivors to bring it on. The growling monsters slowly creep forward before suddenly picking up speed. But Shin Kang-hoo is already busy calculating his next move. When hunting, dealing direct damage is key. If you do not land a hit, the system won't credit you with the kill. He knows this rule all too well. To claim the experience points, he has to be the one who drew first blood. He eyes the approaching swarm. If even a scratch counts, then a simple trap is all he really needs to set up. Pivoting on his heel, he runs at full speed. The angered lizards tail him closely, completely unaware of his plan. With a short, precise leap, he clears the deep abyss. The wounded, mindless lizards blindly jump right after him. Landing safely on the other side, he turns back to watch the foolish creatures plunge straight into the bottomless pit. They crash into the rocky floor below and die instantly. Right on cue, the system panel pops up to calculate his experience. System notifications flood his screen as a literal rain of lizards falls to their doom. The kill alerts beep continuously. It is an incredibly satisfying sound to hear. To wrap up his quick strategy, the final level up notification finally appears. He has successfully reached level 27 in record time. Meanwhile, over at the prison cells, Cha So-hee starts investigating. She stares closely at a bizarre symbol drawn inside the cell, matching the exact one from Shin Kang-hoo's secret report. She wonders why he went through the trouble of performing a blood ritual and if he actually summoned a constellation. Just as she gets lost in her thoughts, her phone rings. She answers respectfully to her master, who has some news. Is your investigation almost done? So he turns to leave Shin Kang-hoo's cell. I'm still looking into it. That escaped prisoner is no ordinary convict. The other person replies indifferently, I think so too. Walking down the long corridor, she suggests, I need one more person. Her master asks what for, looking confused. So he gets irritated just remembering the scene where she personally burned that man to death. The captain was being vague about the fugitive, so I got annoyed and killed him. Sir. Over here, the sandstorm continues to howl through the rocky crevices. Shin Kang-hoo closely watches the lizards sprawled on the ground, wiping his sweat to look at his prize, the stone he just harvested. His eyes turn sharp as he recalls his previous brutal struggles. He tosses the stone up. Cha So-hee probably knows he is an escaped prisoner by now. He cannot let himself get caught easily. Just as he tells himself this, a new creature wrapped in blazing red fire suddenly appears right behind him. The fiery red creature aggressively charges forward, but Shin Kang-hoo smiles, pleased with its timely arrival. He is waiting to grab his very first skill right here. He confronts the beast, completely unaware that someone is quietly observing his movements from afar. The stalker notches an arrow to his bow, but Shin Kang-hoo quickly sends his fiery opponent splashing into a sizzling puddle. He stands there watching the defeated heap sizzle in the water, waiting in silence for the system to finally alert him. You've stolen a skill from the fire elemental. Shin Kang-hoo smiles. You can upgrade skills based on constellation power. Now he can infuse elemental fire into all weapons. Meanwhile, the stalker still doesn't dare to make a reckless move. He just watches silently from above. The stalker stares in shock, and honestly, who wouldn't be impressed by this speed? He recalls the fight from earlier. His hunting skills are highly refined too. One thrust of the sword and the boss is wounded. But the boss was driven absolutely mad by Shin Kang-hoo. It blindly chased after him, trying to keep up with his swift steps. First, lure the fire giant to the oasis. Next, let it hit an illusion instead of him. Using illusion magic to deceive it worked like a charm. The beast lost its footing and plunged straight into the oasis pool. The observer watches, completely stunned by this. He is definitely no low-level player. No wonder the captain is so interested in him. He recalls the mission Yi Jin assigned him. She wanted him to keep tabs on Shin Kang-hoo. He looks at the worn-out photo of Shin Kang-hoo, picking it up to examine it. Back then, Yi Jin remarked that his evaluation was highly impressive, but his low level still made her a bit worried. Looking at him, she instructed him to step in if he gets into trouble. Yi Jin smiled, leaving him with one final piece of advice. When the time comes, do not forget to pitch the major benefits of joining our squad. He looks down at the guy who effortlessly defeated a mid-tier boss, thinking he will bring massive benefits to Blue Eyes if they help him level up. The spy stands up watching Shin Kang-hoo head deeper into the desert wasteland. Better tail him for just a little bit longer. His sword flies forward once more, but this time it gets deflected by a shield. The boss retracts its defensive shield. Just as Shin Kang-hoo catches his blade, gripping the hilt, he notes that their defensive barrier is actually pretty sturdy. The monsters step forward, a muscular mid-tier fullback boss, a mid-tier center back, and they even wear full heavy helmets. Then there is the mid-tier midfielder. All three stand in a solid row. Are they trying to prove some grand point? Staring at them, he chuckles, teaming up to protect one another. This display instantly reminds him of Ye Jin's previous offer. Their brief conversation from that day flashes back in his mind. I will contact you after dealing with the monsters. As he turned to leave, she stopped him. Wait a minute, Ye Jin said, looking at him. Taking on quests is great, but have you considered working with us full-time? Dungeons are no joke when you are trying to clear them completely alone. Back then, he only tilted his head in silence. After a long pause, Shin Kang-hoo smirked with a very knowing look. I will have to politely decline, he replied. I prefer keeping things to myself. Now back to the dungeon battle. Shin Kang-hoo leaps. Activating a short jump, he shoots like an arrow toward the three bosses standing in their tight formation. He glides right past the midfielder, giving it no time to react. Without hesitation, he slams his blade into its shield. Metal clangs against metal, but it barely leaves a scratch. Before the midfielder can even swing back, he is already moving. His next target is the center back right in the middle. Moving instantly, a thick black smoke begins to billow around them. The sudden darkness catches the monsters off guard. That dark smog quickly spreads, completely enveloping all three of their defensive shields. Blinded, the eyes of all three beasts are completely overwhelmed by his smoky shroud. Causing absolute chaos, he backs away. Keeping his distance, he prepares for another quick dash. His eyes lock onto the three targets frozen by his blinding skill. Nice. He lightly bounces on his toes, his mind rapidly running the numbers while the bosses stumble around in total darkness. This is the perfect distance. While the three panicked mid-tier bosses struggle to see, Shin Kang-hoo grips his hilt and prepares. He reaches out to activate his capture skill. The midfielder is the first to feel his power turning its head in complete confusion. While it searches for him, Shin Kang-hoo shatters its shield and blitzes forward. The capture skill leaves the beast spinning wildly. It spins around in utter confusion, chasing his movements, but Shin Kang-hoo swiftly slides right under its massive underbelly. His goal is simple: separate them all and target the other two panicking bosses. As they scramble, Shin Kang-hoo coldly mutters that he hates working in a team. Hearing his voice, the defender freezes. The beast frantically charges toward the sound of his voice. That is what happens when you rely on others. Shin Kang-hoo moves like a ghost, flashing to a completely different angle with instant teleportation. The defender finally senses him. It knows his general direction, but cannot see him anywhere. Left completely vulnerable, the giant beast just stands there dazed. That supposedly impenetrable shield is shattered once again by Shin Kang-hoo's relentless force. He smiles with dark amusement, jumping forward. He plunges his sword deep into the beast, asking if it has finished its final words. The defender collapses backward. The strike knocks it flat, dragging the fullback down too. Right on cue, the system chimes to register his clean kill. He defeated an intermediate boss. In this massive, desolate chamber, only Shin Kang-hoo and the furious midfielder boss remain. As the monster charges in a blind rage, Shin Kang-hoo does not even flinch. The beast's eyes burn red with fury. It unleashes an earth-shaking roar to intimidate him, but it does absolutely nothing. Shin Kang-hoo's expression remains completely cold. The beast swings a massive fist, but he simply dips his shoulder. A fraction of a second later, the midfielder gasps. His target vanishes, reappearing right behind it. Teleportation. It quickly spins to redirect its massive fist. The massive fist tears through the air toward him, but a shield wraps around his body, and the punch passes straight through. Just an illusion magic trick. Shin Kang-hoo mocks the foolish beast as his real self strikes hard from the right side. No blocking this. The monster's body trembles violently with a painful roar before collapsing right in front of him. It bleeds out heavily right at his feet. Once again, the system chimes to confirm another boss has fallen. The experience points flood and pushing his level up to 29. Shin Kang-hoo steps on the corpse to pull his blade. He wipes his sword clean and looks at the system window. He has unlocked the defender fullback and midfielder skills. Combining these three unlocks a brand new ability, the Guardian Shield. He silently reads through the details on screen. This deployable shield remains active until it is completely shattered. His eyes remain glued to the notification panel. He pops some green soleum into his mouth to replenish his energy. It is quite interesting how it evolves once fully leveled. The three dead bosses dissolve into thin air. Up above, the hidden observer watches in silence, completely stunned by this display. The observer can only watch, thinking that this guy is far stronger than he originally anticipated. His potential is insane. After watching a bit longer, the stalker stands up. Maybe Shin Kang-hoo does not need a party after all, but it is still too early. The observer tracks Shin Kang-hoo as the warrior ventures deeper into the scorching desert. The ultimate test is still ahead of him. The truth will reveal itself when he faces the main boss. Deep in the dungeon, the weather turns chaotic as lightning strikes. A deep crimson sky and crackling thunder signal a massive spike in difficulty. The area boss has finally emerged, waiting for him. The boss grins as it waits for Shin Kang-hoo to approach. Meanwhile, the observer continues to follow silently, trying to keep composure. He keeps a close eye on the battle ahead. Shin Kang-hoo, on the other hand, seems entirely relaxed, facing the massive threat. The boss lets out a wicked grin at the sight of its challenger. Shin Kang-hoo just stares right back, completely unfazed. He boldly points right at the monster's face, declaring it was his target from the very beginning. Then the beast attacks. It launches high into the air and rains down a barrage of magic spheres, roaring violently as it attacks with relentless fury. Spheres tear through the wind toward him, but Shin Kang-hoo remains exceptionally calm, smoothly dodging through the chaotic rain of magic. Dark fireballs explode as Shin Kang-hoo chains multiple quick jumps. The boss realizes the hunter is rapidly closing in. A wave of energy erupts around its body to push him back. Immediately after, the monster retreats back up into the sky. Shin Kang-hoo does not lose a single second, accelerating right behind it with defensive magic and another quick short jump. The boss summons a massive rain of magic arrows. Clenching a small talisman in his mouth, Shin Kang-hoo carefully calculates his next move. Finding the perfect angle to strike is incredibly tough. He drops to the ground, weaving through the incoming barrage with perfect agility. The boss is spamming his skills continuously from the front. Looking up, Shin Kang-hoo spots a small magic orb hovering behind the beast. Its defensive magic must be weak from the rear. Realizing this, Shin Kang-hoo decides to risk it all and charge straight ahead. Close combat is the ultimate counter to a mage. He can afford to take a few hits if it gets him close enough. He grinds his teeth knowing he is bound to suffer the bleed effect and the enemy's signature skill. Meanwhile, with a slow, calm snap of Elisa's fingers, a bloody vision flashes in Shin Kang-hoo's mind, sure to wipe him out instantly. Realizing this, he sprints across the dusty ground quickly, switching his battle strategy. He needs a way to close the distance, figuring the opponent has already exhausted his entire arsenal. Shin Kang-hoo watches the incoming arrows, barreling toward him knowing he has only shown the guy his short-range blink skill so far. Smiling at Elisa's twisted face, he lets out a mocking laugh. The enemy has no clue about his other abilities. Meanwhile, behind a nearby boulder, a masked man hides and closely observes the fierce battle. It seems neither side can land a decisive finishing blow. The Watcher never expected the assassin to take this long, searching for his opponent's weakness, but what happens next completely shocks him. Elisa lets out a feral roar, unleashing two massive blasts of destructive energy, glaring in pure fury at Shin Kang-hoo. Yet the assassin only smirks with absolute contempt, asking if the beast is finally starting to get annoyed. He watches the dark fireballs rain down like a meteor shower, calmly declaring that he is about to show him a real surprise. With that, Shin Kang-hoo effortlessly dodges the barrage of attacks and charges straight toward Elisa, ready to close the gap. He wears a confident smirk, completely sure of his victory, as he unleashes a binding spell to lock his enemy in place. He celebrates internally since the beast is finally caught in his range. Instantly, Shin Kang-hoo teleports right in front of Elisa, mocking him with a smug greeting. But Elisa instantly begins casting magic, forcing the assassin to sigh at his stubbornness. He is still trying to cast even in this extreme danger. Suddenly, a massive earth-shattering explosion erupts with immense force, blasting dust and debris everywhere. While Elisa blindly fires magic forward, Shin Kang-hoo has already slipped behind him using instant teleportation. Whispering that the beast is dead, he strikes. Elisa quickly notices his presence, letting out a wild, victorious laugh, as his magic orb curves right behind the assassin. The sphere swells rapidly, packing a terrifying amount of volatile energy. But Shin Kang-hoo raises his hand with a mockery of a smile, muttering that the monster was far too careless. As the magical blast rains down, he deploys a solid protective shield. Grabbing his dagger with a tight grip, he imbues it with fire element and slashes down, delivering a devastating fatal blow straight to Elisa's neck. Whispering for it to burn, a sudden, fierce blaze ignites completely, swallowing Elisa's massive body. In a mere flash, the monster is reduced to ashes. Shin Kang-hoo grins, noting that fire infusion is pretty decent. Meanwhile, the masked observer peeks out in disbelief. To think he took down Elisa at that level, all by himself. The report to the leader has already been sent. Right then, a system notification pops up showing he has stolen a skill from the bloodburst target. Shin Kang-hoo reads the prompt with satisfaction, noting that his main objective for coming here has officially been fulfilled. He glances down at the ashes and smirks, noting that the masked spy has left. Suddenly, more system alerts flood in. His level has surged all the way to level 32, unlocking a fundamental assassin skill called acceleration. Seeing this, he nods, quite pleased with his steady leveling progress. Next, another message from the Quick Strike Master Nebula appears. The Constellation praises his clever tactics, gifting him a minor buff that increases his experience gain by 1.3%. Chewing on a small twig, Shin Kang-hoo is pleasantly surprised by the generous scale of these unexpected Constellation sponsorships. The system responds, stating that the Constellation remains highly eager to bestow even more rewards upon its favored host. Suddenly, a warm glow flashes beneath his feet as a small, mysterious item materializes and drops onto the dusty ground. Looking down at it, he smiles, realizing how incredibly useful it will be. Meanwhile, inside a rundown building, a clear voice speaks through a phone. So he respectfully reports to her boss that she has located Shin Kang-hoo's hideout. Leading her teammates in front of his apartment, she casually mentions that the door is locked, but she can easily burn it down to ashes. With firm determination, she plans to break in and search for any potential evidence left behind. Unbeknownst to them, a curly-haired man hides behind a wooden door, silently monitoring their actions while quickly typing on his phone. He sends a warning that Eclipse has found his place and is actively searching for any traces of Shin Kang-hoo. Peering through the peephole, the man keeps his eyes on So-hee, wondering what the person on her line is saying. On the other end, Dong-hun chuckles as he listens. Hearing the name of Shin Kang-hoo, his voice drops with deep interest, declaring that this only makes him want the assassin more. Hearing this, So-hee stands stunned. Dong-hun explains that the target never hesitates to step into danger, being both incredibly cautious yet daring. Looking around the messy room, she giggles, agreeing that she knew her boss would love him, but she suddenly freezes at his next words. His cautious nature is a useful trait that she lacks. Kang Dong-hun continues to explain to Cha So-hee that the man would be a tough competitor, vying for her top spot if he ever came to work for them. Hearing this, she unconsciously grips her phone tighter. Then his voice softens as he asks if she found any clues. Cha So-hee looks down at the stack of documents that was just placed in front of her and quickly replies. Glancing through the pages, she smiles mysteriously, noting that the owner of the house is a hunter. Meanwhile, Han So-yeon hides in a nearby building frantically trying to make a call. With no answer, she has no choice but to quickly text the warning. Not long after, Cha So-hee leads her group out of the apartment sounding pleased as she tells him they can celebrate since they have found a clue. At the same time, Shin Kang-hoo calmly steps out of the dimensional gate, silently calculating his gains. Behind him, Elisa follows as he thinks about the stolen blood skill being his main prize, though the other drops are also quite impressive. He recalls the 2 items he just obtained, planning how to use them. Selling the green magic stone will fetch a hefty 50 million won. Shin Kang-hoo also looks over the skill book among his rewards, not to mention the ring that upgrades his bleed effect. On top of that, he secured a skill book. It is not for his own class, though, but he knows a way to make it work. An item that lets anyone learn a skill is extremely valuable. At this thought, he pauses briefly but quickly shrugs it off and strides away. Once he is far enough from the dungeon, his phone finally regains a signal. Powering it on, he is stunned by a sudden flood of notifications and messages from Han So-yeon. She warns him that she tried to call, but since he did not answer, she is texting to say Eclipse has come to investigate him and she believes they are actively pursuing him. Reading this, Shin Kang-hoo merely smiles. It is lucky that he got a warning. Remembering Cha So-hee, he nods and acknowledges that she moves quite fast. Still, a shadow settles in his chest. Thinking about Han So-yeon and her organization, he wonders if this is the sheer information power of their guild. It is exactly what he expects from a satellite group of the Changwoo Guild. He pockets his phone with a sigh. If Eclipse is tracking him, they will soon target Yejin. Instantly, her image flashes through his mind, but to her, he is just a business associate. She has no real reason to protect him, especially since he turned down her invitation. At the same time, the Blue Pupil Guild is already in conflict with Eclipse, which means they have no reason to cooperate and hand over his personal info. Meanwhile, Shin Kang-hoo silently boards the subway, but a lingering restlessness remains as if his plan to pursue Jung Tae has hit a wall. Frowning, he realizes he will need some assistance for this next phase and decides to meet a certain contact first. Meanwhile, Kang Dong-hun stands outside a tall building staring up at the apartment on the highest floor. He sighs repeatedly and scratches his head, doubting if he can track down Jung Tae like this. His superior's warning rings in his ears. The organization previously told him they understand his deep passion, given that this involves his old hometown friend. The director spins a cigarette in his hand and sighs firmly, telling him to drop it since the case is entirely out of their jurisdiction. Kang Dong-hun frowns, looking between the tracker in his hand and the apartment. The final address. Stepping quietly, Kang Dong-hun heads up the stairs. He knocks on the door and politely asks if anyone is home. A blonde youth quickly opens it. Asking who is there, Kang Dong-hun lowers his voice to inquire about Jung Tae. The youth frowns, asking who that even is. The blonde irritably snaps that he lives alone, but right at that moment, Kang Dong-hun's eyes land on a handgun sitting on the table. Narrowing his eyes, he demands to know if the kid is a hunter. The youth freezes for a second before looking back at the weapon, asking if he means the gun. He casually explains he keeps it for safety since the world is dangerous. Kang Dong-hun's deep voice then cuts through the silence as he mutters a polite apology. Looking down at his watch, Kang Dong-hun sighs in sheer disappointment. It seems the target is not here either. Behind his back, the apartment door slowly begins to creak open again. The blonde slips out with his handgun, raised, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he aims the weapon straight at Kang Dong-hun's head. In that split second, Kang Dong-hun spins around to face him, while drawing his sword. With absolute precision, he unleashes a lightning-fast slash at the threat behind him, his sharp blade easily slicing the gun and the kid's fingers right off. As the youth screams in agony, Kang Dong-hun glares coldly, muttering that the kid must be a sniper before slowly pushing past him into the house. Kang Dong-hun drops a quick cold warning. You really should have used a silencer. Then he unleashes a brutal kick. The strike slams hard into the blonde kid's back, sending him crashing face first onto the floor with a scream. Suddenly, twin razor-sharp blades slice downward and impale the cold ground, pinning the petrified kid right where he lies. Kang Dong-hun pins him down, demanding to know everything he has on Heo Jung Tae in a low, threatening growl. Trapped with absolutely nowhere to run, the kid frantically pleads his case, claiming he only saw the target once. The target apparently threatened to destroy anyone looking for him, which only makes Kang Dong-hun's blood boil even more right now. The kid stammers that the target is hiding deep backed by someone incredibly dangerous, though he has no idea who that backer is. A dangerous backer, Kang Dong-hun's eyes narrow in deep suspicion. Meanwhile, the bright blue sky outside remains completely indifferent. Standing outside the main gates, Kang Dong-hun tries to figure out why the entire Jiang Sifuan case got shut down. Heavy synchronized footsteps suddenly echo nearby. He freezes. A squad of armed security agents is heading straight his way. Tracking their movements, he mutters in utter disbelief. What is the Soon National Security Agency doing here right now? Ducking behind a concrete wall, Kang Dong-hun warns himself that he cannot get caught yet. He needs his safe hideout. Just as he prepares to make a run for it, one of the officers shouts out asking if this is the way. Panic sets in as he wonders what to do. But then right on cue, Shin Kang-hoo steps into view. Instantly drawing the patrol's eyes, Shin Kang-hoo smoothly steps in to ask if they are with the National Security Agency. He politely claims he has questions, leaving the guards flustered as they try to explain they are busy. Cutting them off completely, Shin Kang-hoo keeps pushing, claiming a rogue hunter just robbed him on the main road nearby. Using the distraction, Kang Dong-hun slips out of his hiding spot, quietly making a break for the nearest alley. Ducking into the shadows of a nearby alley, Kang Dong-hun peeks back and breathes a quiet sigh. That was too close. Watching him escape safely, Shin Kang-hoo smirks. Later back at the hideout, Kang Dong-hun reaches for a book on his shelf. He stands quietly before the crowded shelves, his eyes drifting down to a dusty frame holding old photos from his past. Staring at the picture of himself and his old buddy laughing with arms over shoulders, bittersweet memories flood his mind. He remembers his friend congratulating him on making it to Soon, asking if the rumors were true. The guy was ecstatic, hyping up the agency's power and asking if he would work with the Chonghua Guild. Back then, Kang Dong-hun just laughed heartily at his friend's excitement, playfully telling him to stop exaggerating so much. His friend had just grinned, pointing to himself and promising to hold down the fort so Kang Dong-hun could go ahead. He told him to chase his dreams in Sun while he handled things here, and those words still echo clearly in Kang Dong-hun's mind. They swore to protect justice in their own ways. Suddenly, a shadow steps inside the room, snapping him to reality. Kang Dong-hun recognizes Shin Kang-hoo, demanding to know how the guy from earlier even managed to track him here. Shin Kang-hoo steps forward, calmly listing off the man's secret identity and background as if it were common knowledge. Mentioning Kang Dong-hun's level of 362, he asks if he works for the state, sparking immediate caution. Kang Dong-hun immediately reaches for his blade, demanding to know if his entire background was dug up by an agency spy. Shin Kang-ho calmly denies it but points out he knows exactly why Kang Dong-hun is hunting Heo Jung-tae down. He extends a hand, proposing a formal partnership. Meanwhile, Ye-jin sits opposite a young man sighing in disappointment. She giggles softly, teasing him about how unfortunate it is that he has no interest in her guild. Still, she admits he is an exceptional mercenary, promising to personally introduce him to Jiang Sifuan soon. Suddenly, a massive crash completely derails their talk as angry, shouting echoes from the hallway outside. A guard's voice demands to know how someone dared to return, making Ye-jin scowl in deep irritation. Right on cue, Cha So-hee barges past the security guards, slamming the door open while brandishing a document. She sneers that she finally tracked her down, leaving the other man shaken while Ye-jin slowly stands up. Demanding to know how she dared break in, Ye-jin glares with eyes like ice, telling her to leave immediately. Smirking, Cha So-hee waves the files tauntingly, claiming she did not come here today to start a fight. Sliding Shin Kang-hoo's profile over, she asks in a low murmur if Ye-jin has ever seen this person before. Ye-jin snatches the paperwork, her face paling. Back at the hideout, Kang Dong-hun grips his hilt, asking about his identity. Shin Kang-hoo confidently denies it, repeating that he simply knows exactly why Kang Dong-hun is hunting down Heo Jung-tae in this city. An offer. How about we work together? Kang Dong-hun frowns deeply in suspicion. What do I even gain? Kang-hoo bluntly points out the reality. Do you really think catching Heo Jung-tae is going to be that simple? Of the current situation, for an ordinary person, catching him is already hard. For you, it is even harder because you work at the Seung-lang Association. Kang-hoo actively points out that even finding information about your friend there is nearly impossible, right? In fact, Kang Dong-hun was already told that he couldn't find any leads because Zhang Lian's files were strictly off-limits to him. A cold sweat breaks on his neck. I heard it was because that data was beyond my clearance. Kang-hoo suddenly shifts the topic. Then why is it such a coincidence that they showed up right there? Kang Dong-hun gets more and more confused, asking what he means. Kang-hoo firmly states his point. Heo Jung-tae has serious backing. Kang-hoo concludes that this is an incredibly powerful figure whom even the Seung-lang Association fears. That explains why Jung-tae acts so untouchable. Some people would not talk, not even with a blade to their throat. His secret backer is a terrifying monster, though I do not know their identity yet. The puzzle pieces slowly connect. After all, that gang incident is way beyond your clearance. Kang Dong-hun breaks out in another cold sweat. Is that really true? He is desperate for answers, demanding to know the truth. Kang-hoo drops a bomb. The backer is a highly influential member of the Chunghwa Association. Kang Dong-hun feels the clues in his mind tangling into a chaotic mess. He brushes it off. Pure nonsense. Kang-hoo remains completely unfazed. Believe it or not, it is up to you. I do not care. But watch what happens next. His words freeze him, yet one absolute truth remains unchanged. Both of them want to take down Heo Jung-tae. Kang-hoo offers a crucial lead. Tomorrow at 6 p.m. you can catch him, if you head down to the Central Plaza. Anticipating suspicion, Kang-hoo quickly reassures him that this is no trap. If you still doubt it, feel free to investigate. But in return, if my intel is correct, I need your help with a certain job. Meanwhile, a haughty So-hee is demanding answers. You have met this person before, correct? Yijin stares intently at the file in front of her. Is this Shin Kang-hoo? So his real name is Shin Kang-hoo. She notes to herself that if they send hunting dog, Cheon-sik must be quite interested in him. Yijin outwardly claims she has no idea who he is. So he shrieks in frustration, telling her to quit playing dumb. She points out that an eyewitness confirmed the introduction. Yijin plays along, admitting that someone did suggest the match, but they parted ways due to bad terms. Yijin glares back, her voice dripping with venom. She warns her to get lost before things get violent. So, he bites her lip, trying to suppress her growing rage. She warns her to watch her back if she is lying. With that, So-hee kicks the door open and storms out. Yejin immediately orders her scouts to tail So-hee and monitor her every move, flashing a very calculating smile. If she lets Shin Kang-hoo know about that crazy psychopath, it might actually improve his relationship with Lin. Deep inside a nearby dark alley, a secret tip is delivered. Apparently, someone is hunting for Heo Jung-tae. Jung-tae sneers in amusement at those clueless fools. He casually steps into the light right under their noses, yet he has absolutely no idea that he is already being hunted. Kang-hoo suddenly appears, catching him returning at 3 in the morning. He glares like a bloodthirsty predator, noting that the target is much later than expected. His system screen flickers to life, displaying a buff that boosts combat power against hunters serving rival associations. Kang-hoo locks his sights onto Heo Jung-tae. Terrified, the target stumbles back and frantically tries to deny his identity. You got the wrong guy. Jung-tae quietly activates his vision skill, leaping backward to create a safe distance while kicking off the ground to instantly blur into an afterimage, fleeing the danger zone. Kang-hoo does not even bother to move. Surprised that his opponent somehow evaded his vision skill directly, he notes the man has incredibly high magic resistance. Jung-tae frowns in deep anxiety, wondering if this is the dangerous bastard who has been searching for him. Kang-hoo leisurely turns around. Jung-tae summons several throwing daggers, realizing his hidden hideout has been completely exposed. He launches a swift attack, determined to kill him. Meanwhile, another poor informant screams as his shoulder suddenly explodes. The victim begs, swearing he knows nothing about Shin Kang-hoo. Unmoved, So he ruthlessly burns him alive right there. She stares down with cold, bug-like eyes. Kang-hoo had promised to contact her once his urgent business was finished. Instead, she was completely stood up. Not only did he ignore her, but he also vanished entirely for days. She realized he recognized her from the very start and purposefully hid. The memory burns fresh in her mind. On top of that, she had received a phone call. If he came here to work for me, he would be a worthy opponent for you. The more so he thought about it, the more furious she became. She mumbled like she had lost her mind, fuming over him trying to steal her master's love. So-hee's eyes flared with absolute hatred. Since he was her sworn enemy, she quickly composed herself and shook off the lingering doubt. That is right, a rare mistake is no big deal. So-hee was brimming with confidence, believing her beloved master would easily forgive her, even if she ended up completely destroying Shin Kang-hoo by mistake. Meanwhile, not far away, the assassin Jung-tae was already aiming directly for his life. But the thrown weapons were instantly deflected by a powerful defensive barrier. Jung-tae frowned in deep caution. Was that some kind of shield? Shocked, the assassin moved quickly. Staying true to his killer instincts, he pulled out 4 more hidden weapons, aiming all of them directly. They flew straight toward Shin Kang-hoo with absolute precision, but with a sharp gleam in his blue eyes, he effortlessly dodged every single projectile. Jung-tae grit his teeth in frustration, realizing his opponent's vision was insane. He was keeping his distance, maybe observing every move while dodging. Was he really just studying him while easily dodging, swiftly changing positions? A calmer Jung-tae decided to switch his tactics to direct close-quarters combat. But right after Jung-tae's body suffered a massive shock, leaving him completely stunned and unable to understand what just happened. What on earth is this? He thought in panic, desperately scrambling to dodge. How is any of this even possible? Shin Kang-hoo gripped his dagger tightly and thrust forward effortlessly, landing a fatal strike before calmly explaining how he did it. I marked my mana in all the places I thought you might hide, he revealed. The glowing traces lit up, exposing Jung Tae's position. Wherever there was a mana disturbance, Jung Tae was there. The assassin thought he was completely hidden, but Shin Kang-hoo tracked his every single move. No matter how the killer tried to reposition, Shin Kang-hoo anticipated it. He could clearly see his entire escape path, never losing sight of him. With his gaze locked, Jung Tae writhed in agonizing pain from his wounds. He desperately scrambled to crawl away, cursing that he had to retreat. But escape was completely futile. Shin Kang-hoo calmly snapped his fingers, and the wounds suddenly flared up as he activated a cruel skill, causing his target even more excruciating pain. With his blood ignited, Jung Tae rolled on the ground, screaming and shouting furious threats. He threatened to tear Shin Kang-hoo to shreds, screaming if he had any idea who was backing him. But Shin Kang-hoo remained completely unfazed. He calmly dropped a name. Of course, Che Guan-hung from the Zhang-hoa Guild. Now it was Jung Tae's turn to gasp in utter shock. How did he know that Shin Kang-hoo dismissed the question, telling him to shut up while binding him tightly? Later that evening, Kang Dong-hun arrived. He reached the designated spot, filled with doubts. The night before, Shin Kang-hoo had asked why his HSA comrade was nearly crossing paths with him. Kang Dong-hun had been pretty confused, asking what he meant by that. But Shin Kang-hoo immediately pointed directly to some rather undeniable clues. He noted that hunters handle lots of gigs through their app, but Kang Dong-hun wore that watch too often for a mere keepsake. This led Shin Kang-hoo to one very simple conclusion: it meant his deceased friend's Hunter account was actually still active and fully usable. He argued that to shut that account down, the Hunter Association would have to officially declare his friend killed in action. But Jung Tae's powerful backers would never want that. Shin Kang-hoo guessed they wanted to sweep this whole mess under the rug quietly. Analyzing further under heavy pressure from their backers, the branches in Seonggun and Jangdong chose to cover up the active account. They chose secrecy over standard procedures. Connecting the dots one by one, Shin Kang-hoo laid out his brilliant reasoning to the young hunter. Only a few select people could actually log into that private account, access the investigation files, and track them down to the villa. Finally, he laid out his key condition: if he kept his promise, Kang Dong-hun would have to cooperate by using that very account. Now Kang Dong-hun was walking down the street alone. If what Shin Kang-hoo said was true, the fault lay with Zhang-hoa and the association. Tensely wondering what he should do, he was startled as Shin Kang-hoo suddenly called out from the side, telling him that he was late. Shin Kang-hoo calmly stated he had been waiting for a while. Kang Dong-hun immediately demanded to know where Jung Tae was, and Shin Kang-hoo reached behind him. "Do not worry," he said, dragging the bound killer forward. Kang Dong-hun gasped in complete surprise, realizing the target had been using stealth magic. So that was why finding him was so incredibly difficult. But Shin Kang-hoo had planned everything ahead, choosing a busy, crowded time on purpose. If he arrested Jung Tae right now in public, even his powerful backers wouldn't be able to interfere or cover it up. But if you want to settle your personal grudge against Jung Tae, first I won't stop you, Shin Kang-hoo added, giving him the choice. Kang Dong-hun broke out in a cold sweat under the sudden pressure of the choice. A short while later, a blonde-haired hunter arrived. And right here, watch how this blonde-haired hunter pushes through the crowd, looking totally out of breath, yet incredibly excited. He eagerly asked if Shin Kang-hoo was the one who reported Jung Tae. In response, Shin Kang-hoo simply held the target up by his messy hair. Confirming with a nod, the blonde guy was absolutely thrilled. Since Jung Tae was notorious for stealth, he wondered how this was done. He quickly pulled out a device, asking Shin Kang-hoo to send over his hunter registration number so they could process the reward immediately. With a few quick taps, Shin Kang-hoo completed the transfer and handed it back. The blonde guy happily left, thanking him for the cooperation. A brief update. We have sent you 300 million won and the dungeon lease. Late at night, Kang Dong-hun is casually enjoying the cool air when Shin Kang-hoo approaches him. "It is surprising that you refuse revenge," he says. He lets out a sigh of relief. If it were him, he would not want that to happen anyway. Kang Dong-hun looks up at the sky. Why, both of us just wanted somewhere to trust in a harsh world like this. He begins to open up his heart. We wanted the NSA and the Zhonghua Guild to be that place. Kang Dong-hun's eyes flash with determination as he says, "So I want them to pay for their mistakes." And that is why he declares so firmly, if what you said is indeed the absolute truth, then I cannot just let the Zhonghua Guild and the NSA get away with it. Shin Kang-hoo quietly thinks to himself that he will still follow the path from the book. He remembers that detail clearly, just like Kang Dong-hun, who led the rebellion against Ye. Shin Kang-hoo knows one thing for sure in the novel: he is a villain and an enemy of the Zhonghua Guild. Feeling relieved, he recalls how Guan-heng captured Hyo Jung-tae in that specific incident in the original novel, but since they left no trace, this time they should be fine. Kang Dong-hun waves his left hand, saying he is surprised. He raises his watch to eye level. "You actually did this for a reward." Shin Kang-hoo calmly confirms that he is not the type to do volunteer work. He smiles internally, knowing that cutting off Che Guanheng's limbs is a great reward. Meanwhile, the news reaches Guanheung. Was Heo Jung-tae caught with both of his hands tied up like that? The blonde assistant hurriedly reports that he is dying, so they rushed him to the hospital. Guanheng impatiently throws his paperwork aside. Fine. I have no use for him anyway. Guanheng's eyes gleam with bloodlust. Just tell me which bastard did this. He quickly opens up his device, confirming that he has already retrieved the target hunter registration number of the culprit. But the blonde assistant suddenly pales. Please look at this, he says. Guanheng frowns deeply, asking what is wrong. The data is completely gone. The assistant frantically explains that another police officer account deleted all of the information. He tries to justify it, saying it was a dead officer's account and must be some glitch. Guanheng slams his fist down on the table, unleashing a terrifying aura. How do you expect me to believe such utter garbage? He roars. No one dares to look up. What on earth is the Soon police doing? He demands, while his subordinate trembles. They went to Gangjae-dong themselves but found no suspicious suspects and had to withdraw. Guanheng prepares to strike him. What absolute nonsense, he yells. But suddenly a voice stops him, telling Che Guanheng to calm down. A giant magic circle appears out of nowhere. Jiang Si-hwan steps out of it like an angel, offering a very warm and gentle smile. He asks what is going on. Elsewhere, Kang Dong-hun frowns slightly, casually mentioning that he was actually quite surprised. Scoffing slightly, he notes with contempt that he never expected a reward to be what Shin Kang-hoo actually wanted. Meanwhile, Shin Kang-hoo narrows his eyes and smirks, declaring he is not the type to do charity. A sudden burst of energy flashes in his hand as he thinks to himself that taking Heo Jung-tae's stamina recovery item is absolutely mandatory. It is an absolute necessity. Kang Dong-hun raises an eyebrow, reminding him that he is still helping with the revenge plan. Shin Kang-hoo stands with crossed arms and an icy glare. There is no better ally than the enemy of your enemy. Kang Dong-hun asks what he means. Shin Kang-hoo looks at him slowly but firmly, explaining that he needs a powerful weapon to strike at Jung-gwa. Helping Kang Dong-hun get revenge while gaining an ally is a pretty smart move for him. Kang Dong-hun chuckles with pure amusement, unable to hide his excitement. Taking on the Jung-gwa guild makes him sound like the main character of some fantasy novel. Shin Kang-hoo stays silent, merely narrowing his eyes as he questions being a protagonist. Thinking of Jiang Si-hwan's brilliant aura, he scoffs, knowing he is definitely not the hero of this story. He is the villain Shin Kang-hoo, existing only as a shadow to make Jiang Si-hwan shine brighter. Thinking of this, Shin Kang-hoo stops, his lips pursed tightly. Across from him, Kang Dong-hun nods and announces that he is heading back to Soon. With that, Kang Dong-hun turns to leave, leaving Shin Kang-hoo standing alone watching his back. He sighs quietly to himself, reflecting on everything he has experienced since being reincarnated as the villain Shin Kang-hoo, but he quickly shakes it off, his head comforting himself with some optimism. This is exactly the kind of character development he would write in a novel. Meanwhile, total chaos erupts over at Guanheng's place as his furious voice echoes through the room. What on earth is wrong with the Soon police? He roars, gritting his teeth in absolute rage. That area was specifically cleared of security cameras just to hide Heo Jung-tae. Guanhyun growls in sheer frustration and rage, wondering which bastard pulled this off. Just then, Jiang Si-hwan appears to everyone's absolute shock, gently telling him to calm. Jiang Si-hwan scoffs at Che Guanheng. He slowly smirks and teases his ally, noticing that Che Guanheng's mood is pretty terrible. The soldiers see the officer as a savior, excitedly calling Jiang Si-hwan, but he just ignores them. He only gives them a cold glance. Get lost, he whispers, instantly freezing the hypnotized soldiers. Their pupils dilate, their minds completely controlled. The blonde one grins and quickly obeys alongside his partner. Han So-yeon, Jiang Si-hwan, and Che Guanheng enter a clean office. A heavy silence falls over them for a while. Jiang Si-hwan finally breaks the silence, raising his eyebrows and coldly asking what is going on. Che Guanheng frowns in irritation. The spy he sent to gather info has run into serious trouble. He suspects someone deliberately interfered. As Che Guanheng speaks, his anger boils over. He curses the culprit, but Jiang Si-hwan taps his chair, letting out a sigh. Jiang Si-hwan warns him. Che Guanheng squints, asking what he means, only to receive a dark reply. Jiang Si-hwan coldly tells him to keep calm. Che Guanheng pales at this sudden chilling aura. It does not matter what insects buzz around. Jiang Si-hwan flashes an icy smile, declaring their goal. All enemies in their path will turn to dust. Meanwhile, at the cable car station, Shin Kang-hoo gently touches his stone statue before standing tall and letting out a sigh. This is the spot. Shin Kang-hoo recalls the novel, knowing this hidden dungeon was meant for someone else. Specifically, the protagonist Jang Si-hwan was supposed to get it, but Shin Kang-hoo has other plans. He takes a deep breath and steps inside. This time, he will claim the prize. Moving cautiously over the cold ground, Shin Kang-hoo suddenly reaches out, conjuring a sharp sword. He grips his blade, calmly waiting. His opponent, the mid-level boss, Chendong, silently watches him. Shin Kang-hoo analyzes the beast. It is highly dangerous, especially when relying on stealth. Instantly, both crouch low, locking eyes as they prepare to clash. The beast's three eyes glow with bloodlust. Chendong clenches its fists, activating its shadow ability. A massive shadow duplicate appears. The giant clone leans forward with freezing, soulless eyes. Staring straight at its prey, the giant clone suddenly leaps forward, moving incredibly fast. The clone rushes in like lightning, but Shin Kang-hoo stands his ground, carefully calculating. He waits for the perfect moment while more clones charge in a mad frenzy. The real Chendong joins the attack with twin blades. Finally, Shin Kang-hoo narrows his eyes. He pulls his sword back, channeling energy before hurling it forward. The weapon flies like a lightning bolt piercing through the thick crowd of clones. Infused with raw magic, the blade tears a straight path through the enemy lines. After flying a massive distance, the sword powerfully embeds itself deep into the ground. Yet the remaining duplicates and the real Chendong keep charging. Without a single hesitation, Shin Kang-hoo conjures another sword, kicking off the ground to meet them head-on. He agilely dodges the phantom clones, aiming directly for the real boss. He swings his blade with force, but the monster's eyes flash, activating its swap skill. His blade cuts empty air. Chendong has successfully teleported, leaving Shin Kang-hoo extremely tense and shocked. His pupils shrink as he curses. Right behind him, the real Chendong launches forward like a bullet with clenched fists. The beast throws a powerful punch, but Shin Kang-hoo is ready, activating his illusion magic. Reacting instantly, he reaches out to recall his sword from the distant ground. Chendong spins around in confusion, searching for him, but Shin Kang-hoo has vanished. Suddenly, Shin Kang-hoo extends his finger, telekinetically steering the flying sword to point straight down. The blade flickers in the air, plunging into Chendong's head and piercing it brutally. Shin Kang-hoo stands behind the boss, watching it writhe in absolute agony before going limp. The monster collapses face first. Shin Kang-hoo stares at the corpse, his face full of disbelief. It is over. Recalling his calculated throw, he can barely believe the boss fell so easily. He never thought he would use an illusion to hide nearby, let alone his lips curled into a slight smirk as his mind raced. He predicted he would trace his attack and strike at the exact right moment. Shin Kang-hoo slowly walked toward the corpse of Chendong, watching his body slowly dissolve. Right at that moment, a stream of system notifications popped up. You have defeated a mid-tier boss and acquired a skill from the target. Shadow Step Mastery has reached level max. Clone count increased to 5, allowing you to instantly teleport to any designated shadow without casting. The skill triggers immediately. If a shadow clone moves beyond a 100-meter radius or takes physical damage, it vanishes instantly. The clone, reflecting your mindless ego, remains passive whenever summoned. He raised an eyebrow in admiration, thinking this skill is actually pretty broken. Behind him, the mechanical system voice kept ringing. More shadow clones, instant casting with no chant. Shin Kang-hoo nodded in pure satisfaction. Sweet. He smirked, eyes flashing with excitement as he whispered, I will make better use of it than you. Another notification popped up showing a massive level spike to level 33. Shin Kang-hoo sheathed his sword, tilting his head with a sigh. The first step was completed quite smoothly. Meanwhile, over on Che Guanheng's side, he smirked and offered a quick warning. Don't be complacent, nothing is absolute. Jang Si-hwan, sitting nearby, remained calm, curiously asking what he meant as his eyes flashed. With a strange killer intent, calling out Che Guanheng in a low voice, Jang Si-hwan stood up, an overwhelming aura emphasizing the entire world revolves with me at the very center. Saying this, he smirked lazily, declaring in a firm voice, I am perfect, I am justice, and I am the way. Back to whose side? While he was checking notifications, another object gradually formed, a faint, blurry figure. But Shin Kang-hoo quickly realized it was the main boss, and he immediately took a defensive stance, gripping his sword tightly. Honestly, this feels straight out of a novel. Meanwhile, over with Che Guanheng. After hearing Jang Si-hwan's highly arrogant declaration, he frowned and questioned him. Are you saying that you are the protagonist? He smiled, eyes like a venomous snake, as he confirmed. Exactly, I am the protagonist. Back to Shin Kang-hoo's area, his eyes serious as he prepared to battle another self. Opposite him, the main boss had transformed into Shin Kang-hoo's exact image. He sighed softly. Facing the boss, Shin Kang-hoo bent his knees, his sword ready to leap into battle. Immediately after he leaped forward, activating his short jump skill, Shin Kang-hoo felt no hesitation before the opponent, who looked just like him, slashing directly at the main boss, who easily tilted his head back. to dodge. Pivoting on his heel to change direction, his eyes remained calm, his hand swinging the sword without a tremble. Right after the main boss drew a similar sword to block his attack, Shin Kang-hoo slightly trembled during the clash, with him asking himself internally a direct confrontation. Various plans quickly crossed his mind as he analyzed the situation. With a clear head, he realized that if he used illusion magic, he would be located by magic detection skills. He pursed his lips, another possibility crossing his mind. Since both possessed visual theft, they already knew each other's weaknesses. Shin Kang-hoo still maintained his offensive stance, his cold eyes calculating further. If short jump combined with grasp, it would be extremely difficult to evade. Ultimately, every usable skill required precise calculation. Right now, the main boss suddenly flicked his hand, knocking Shin Kang-hoo's hand back. Shin Kang-hoo retreated in surprise, narrowing his eyes as he watched him while making quick calculations. Immediately, after catching the main boss completely off guard, he skillfully used instant teleportation. Exploiting his opening, Shin Kang-hoo quickly gripped his sword and rushed forward, executing a series of graceful slashes to activate Bloody Stab. But those attacks were immediately blocked by the main boss's defensive line. Shin Kang-hoo had anticipated this outcome, however, as he smirked coldly, watching him use a defensive shield. His hand quietly channeled heavy power into his short sword, activating fire transmission, thinking calmly that his reaction was quite good. The tip of Shin Kang-hoo's blade instantly flared with an eerie orange-red flame. He smirked and muttered, "Let's see how long you can last." Then Shin Kang-hoo gripped his dagger tightly as his various clones emerged. The clones of Shin Kang-hoo surrounded the main boss because he had activated Shadow Steps. He gritted his teeth in irritation and deep shock, seemingly unprepared for this move. Taking advantage of the boss's distraction, Shin Kang-hoo immediately leaped forward, swinging his blade at him. But the main boss smiled calmly, his eyes flashing with triumph as if he had anticipated this. He quickly swung his sword at Shin Kang-hoo, but he quickly used Shift to teleport behind the main boss's back. Outsmarted, the main boss's face twisted with pure rage. Meanwhile, Shin Kang-hoo slightly relaxed his hand, controlling his burning weapon. The main boss also raised his hand, channeling his power to create a defensive shield. The two of them faced each other directly, fire versus ice, as he used Bloody Stab again. But Shin Kang-hoo's attack was so intense that it cracked the main boss's shield. Right after the barrier shattered completely right before his shocked eyes. Heo Jung-tae never saw this coming. He clenches his teeth, desperately holding on, determined to fight to the bitter end. He stomps his foot, throwing his entire weight forward in a mad dash. Chilling bloodlust flashes in his eyes as he thrusts his dagger straight ahead. A direct strike, but the blade only pierces another clone. Kang-hoo just smiles, slowly fading away as Heo Jung-tae freezes in shock. Heo Jung-tae's brows knit tight in sheer frustration. He whips around, sensing the real threat, and leaps backward to launch an instant counterattack. He conjures a defensive shield just in the nick of time. But under Kang-hoo's relentless pressure, the barrier immediately shatters into pieces. Kang-hoo's power is overwhelming. Desperate, the boss grits his teeth and risks everything, unleashing a barrage of wild, frantic thrusts with his sword. But Kang-hoo easily leaps over the blade, leaving the attack to pierce empty air. The boss's face twists as if he just swallowed poison. In sheer panic, he looks back to find Kang-hoo right behind him. He spins around desperately, raising his sword to swing again. Instead of slashing, he throws a throwing knife straight at Kang-hoo. It flies fast but only pierces another phantom clone, leaving him completely pale. His pupils dilate as dread sinks in. He looks back with trembling hands, trying to summon another barrier for one last stand. Kang-hoo stands a short distance away, dagger in hand, watching his target struggle. A cold, sadistic thrill flashes in his eyes. He laughs aloud, mocking him to keep trying. The next second, like a shot arrow, he charges forward to shatter his opponent's fragile defense. The barrier crumbles instantly. Backed into a corner, Heo Jung-tae glares wide-eyed at the swarm of clones surrounding him. His mind races as he desperately reaches out to mold his remaining mana, quickly conjuring yet another shield to protect himself. But this new barrier is faint and flickering, leaving Heo Jung-tae groaning in pure exhaustion. Kang-hoo sees right through him with a mocking smirk. It seems he has hit his limit. Swapping places like a gust of wind, Kang-hoo closes the distance and exposes his fatal weakness. He mocks him for running completely out of mana. Watching his target turn pale, Kang-hoo grins, knowing he cannot copy his mana sensitivity. Without a moment of hesitation, Kang-hoo activates his bloody strike, ruthlessly driving his blade straight into Heo Jung-tae's body. The boss takes the full force of the attack. Staggering backward, fresh blood begins to drip slowly onto the forest floor. Clinging to his pride, Heo Jung-tae grimaces as blood streams down his chin. Gasping for air, he refuses to give up. Gritting his teeth until his jaw aches, he suddenly spins around and leaps away, trying to escape into the trees. Kang-hoo does not even chase him. He simply stands there, casually raises two fingers and snaps them with a loud ring. Mid-air, Heo Jung-tae's blood erupts. The blood-burned skill tears his body apart, leaving him frozen in place, trembling and covered in wounds. His painful screams echo through the quiet woods, slowly dying down as his body begins to turn to dust. As the boss fades into nothingness, Kang-hoo quietly reflects on the battle, feeling rather pleased with the outcome. Hands on his hips, he stares at the floating system screen, noting how incredibly useful mana sensitivity turned out to be. A system alert pings, confirming he has acquired a one-time skill enhancement. Kang-hoo lazily bites on a leaf, examining the reward. He taps the screen, muttering that this hidden dungeon was exactly what he needed. His finger moves to select his chosen upgrade. He confirms the selection with a quiet whisper. Instantly, the chosen skill slot on the screen begins to glow with an intense light. The screen flickers as the word Ultimate flashes across the display. Kang-hoo watches the transformation with a satisfied grin. He nods in satisfaction, thrilled to finally possess his very first ultimate skill. He then looks up at the brightening sky. Around him, the entire barrier of the hidden dungeon starts to glow slowly, dissolving away. Kang-hoo watches the exit materialize. He smirks, highly pleased with himself, knowing this successful raid has successfully snatched a massive opportunity right out of Jang Si-won's hands. This raid was an absolute win. He glances down at the Crimson Stone and the skill book now resting in his hands. He never expected to acquire both a red stone and a skill book. Red stones are notoriously rare upgrade materials. Normally, these stones are used to upgrade legendary items and high-tier skills, but Kang-hoo quickly pockets it with a smug smile. Jang Si-won would have been incredibly envious of this loot, but now it belongs to him. He then examines the skill book. Deciding to learn the skill right away, he notes with relief that the book is exclusively designed for the assassin class. As Kang-hoo opens the glowing cover, a stream of magical energy rises from the pages and flows into him. A system notification pops up, explaining that attacking targets from behind will now deal an extra 33% damage. With the skill fully integrated, he clenches his fist, eager to test its devastating effects in his upcoming battles. Tucking the book away, he turns to leave. It is time to move on and complete the rest of Heo Jung-tae's tasks. Near the station, Yi-jin sits with her legs crossed on a bench. She waves and notes she has never seen him outside. Kang-hoo sits down opposite her in silence, offering no reply. Yi-jin simply shrugs and pulls out her phone to show him. She has a quick question before they start, holding out her screen to show him a transaction transfer interface. With flushed cheeks, she asks in pure excitement why he deposited 100 million won into her account. Kang-hoo suddenly remembers her look. Remembering So-hee's style, he warns her that So-hee's father must have looked for him. She is extremely impatient, so if his information leaks, she will show up in Gwangmyeong immediately. But for now, she is still completely quiet. Yi-jin sits there resting her chin. Resting her chin on her hands, her eyes twinkle as she drops a hint. Word is she is hunting him and other related hunters. With that, she raises her hands and shrugs with a promise. Keeping her client's personal details secure is actually a piece of cake. With that assurance, he shifts the conversation to another pressing matter. And without a single moment of hesitation, he decides to drop a massive bombshell. With a mysterious look on his face, he reveals that he has successfully captured the tribute pig. Yi-jin is completely stunned and asks for clarification. Clenching his fist on the table, his expression turns dead serious as he explains. He had his reasons for keeping his identity hidden, but at this rate, even if he finishes the mission, Lin cannot receive the reward money to transfer over to him. Kang-hoo lets out a heavy sigh, helplessly muttering that it is simply the price he has to pay. But she is focused on something else entirely, wondering how on earth he caught the tribute pig, without leaving a single trace behind. Intrigued, Yi-jin rests her chin in her hands again, her eyes curving with deep curiosity. He keeps surprising her. Just how deep is his true power? She shifts her posture, tilting her head with a playful grin, to ask what she should call him from now on. He narrows his eyes warily, asking what she means by that. Yi-jin doesn't beat around the bush, admitting she accidentally found out his real name. Kang-hoo rolls his eyes, knowing exactly how it happened. It must have leaked from the bar. Staring back at her with a flat, even tone, he suggests they stick to his alias, to keep things safe and secure. Yi-jin nods in agreement, smiling brightly as she pulls out a brand new mission file. Calling him Shin Kang-hoo, she lowers her voice to explain that the client themselves will personally guide him to the location, because they want to witness his actual combat abilities firsthand. Kang-hoo heads to the meeting spot and spots Sang-mi waving warmly. She introduces herself as Yoon Sang-mi, glad to meet Shin Kang-hoo. Shoving his hands into his pockets, he tilts his head politely to return the greeting. Right then, a massive bus slowly rolls up. With a quick glance, Kang-hoo recognizes it instantly. It is a specialized safety bus used for transporting heavily armed hunters, fully protected with direct magical defensive ammunition. Operating it costs a pretty penny, but the passenger's safety is guaranteed. He boards the vehicle along with the others. Leaning back in his seat, he peacefully closes his eyes, hoping to catch some solid rest until they arrive in Ulsan. But before long, the quiet cabin is disrupted by loud whispers. They chatter about hunting styles, ignoring the peaceful ride. They brag about finishing hunts in a single run. The obnoxious noise eventually forces Kang-hoo to open his eyes in irritation. Glaring at the noisy crowd, he wonders why they are so loud. Shouldn't bodyguards be highly alert even around other passengers? Annoyance is written all over his face. He crosses his arms tightly, complaining about just wanting some quiet rest. But suddenly, Kang-hoo sits up straight. His hand slowly begins to manifest a sleek, deadly short sword. Gripping the hilt tightly, his icy eyes focus on a reflection moving closer on the polished blade. He glances backward, sharply. A pink-haired hunter with a pretty cold, expressionless face is slowly approaching his seat with heavy, steady footsteps. The assassin stands directly behind him, aiming the barrel of a strange firearm right at the back of Kang-hoo's head. Without a moment of hesitation, the attacker pulls the trigger, releasing a blinding electric blast that startles the front passengers. But as the bright flash fades, the shooter widens his eyes in pure shock. He is looking at something completely unbelievable. Kang-hoo has vanished entirely. Using a seamless teleportation skill, he silently wraps around to get directly behind his target. With zero hesitation, Kang-hoo drives his blade deep into the attacker's back. A sudden system notification pops up in front of him. An attack from behind triggers a backstab bonus dealing 33% extra damage. He yanks his bloody sword out. Splattering blood everywhere, this backstab buff is pretty handy, he thinks. The other hunters are left completely speechless. A blonde hunter instantly draws his gun, charging forward with tightly gritted teeth while shouting in absolute rage. Kang-hoo's cold eyes lock onto them, carefully analyzing the situation as he realizes they have him outnumbered. Suddenly, his attention is drawn to a glowing red constellation floating above a quiet man sitting nearby. The notification reveals the details. Neutral constellation musical genius. Listening to music increases his recovery speed by 5 times. Now that is a pretty tempting constellation to steal. He thinks his quick recovery is exactly what he needs in battle. Meanwhile, Sang-mi gets into a defensive stance, carefully watching her surroundings while placing her hand on her sword hilt. Standing right beside her, he speaks up in a calm, steady voice as the tension in the air reaches its peak. He tells her to stay back so they do not drag each other down. Yoon Sang-mi's eyes light up with pure interest. Not a bad idea, she says excitedly, since it lets her watch his skills in action. Meanwhile, Shin Kang-hoo stands his ground. He does not move an inch, even as the armed assassins close in on him. Then he quietly triggers his skill. Chaos Sight strikes, throwing the killers into a screaming panic. One yells about his eyes as Shin Kang-hoo moves in fast. He activates Shadow Step to wipe out the remaining targets. Nearby, a blonde assassin swings his gun around wildly in anger. "Do you think this is a joke?" the blonde guy screams. Amidst the absolute chaos of the collapsing killers, the guy stutters out that he finally found him. But Shin Kang-hoo was already moving, eyes cold as ice. He drives his short sword straight through the assassin's chest, keeping his eyes locked onto his next target. He triggers his swap skill. His body vanishes into thin air, leaving the blonde hunter shooting at empty space. He glides past a long-haired hunter like a ghost. A clean slash to the gut leaves the man bleeding and screaming. He does not hesitate for a single second. He swaps places again, instantly grabbing another enemy in his grip. He delivers a brutal slash, forcing the enemy back. The self-proclaimed music genius grits his teeth in sheer rage. "This bastard has no fear," he hisses. He raises his gun and fires a shot directly at Shin Kang-hoo. Shin Kang-hoo swaps out of the way, easily grips his blade tighter, and teleports right next to the music genius. He blindsides the music genius from the flank. With thick killing intent flashing in his eyes, he locks onto his target. He plants his heel, launches himself forward, and aims a lethal slash. Then he seamlessly executes a short dash. The quick leap cuts deep into the music genius, drawing a horrific scream. Landing on bent knees, Shin Kang-hoo prepares his next move. He activates his speed boost to confront the remaining hunters head-on. Meanwhile, the music genius wipes blood from his mouth. Impressive but not enough, the genius sneers, promising to pay him back tenfold for this slash. Shin Kang-hoo smiles, eyes flashing with absolute excitement as he asks if that was really not enough. He pulls up his system menu. He clicks the skill option, maxing it out instantly. His cold eyes narrow as a smirk creeps onto his face. He snaps his fingers mockingly. Now watch the hunters suddenly scream in agony as blood erupts from their bodies. He just unleashed blood burn. A heavy wave of devastating energy sweeps through the vehicle, crushing everyone inside. The burning energy leaves the killers unable to stand. They shriek as their bones fracture and their bodies break down. They are barely recognizable as human anymore. The blonde assassin collapses his head, hitting the floor hard as he dies. The entire vehicle is now a bloody battlefield. Bodies lie scattered everywhere, while the music genius drops to one knee. He props his gun on the floor. Shin Kang-hoo keeps his eyes locked onto the survivors, focusing entirely on their leader. Classical music still plays in the genius's ears. Covered in sweat and blood, he pants heavily as Shin Kang-hoo approaches him. Shin Kang-hoo stares down at him with a cold, smug look. "You really like music, do you not?" he asks mockingly. The music genius tightens his grip on his gun as the soft melody continues. He suddenly grins with desperate madness. He aims his weapon straight at Shin Kang-hoo's face, yelling at him to die. Then he lunges forward with everything he has, but he leaps straight into the path of Shin Kang-hoo's raised blade. Shin Kang-hoo doesn't hesitate for a single second. He seizes the opening, driving his sword clean through the guy's throat in a single devastating thrust. The music genius shakes in absolute agony and shock. Yet Shin Kang-hoo's expression remains completely indifferent as he watches him die. He slowly slides his blade out, leaving the tip dripping with fresh blood. Meanwhile, Yoon Sang-mi has already subdued the driver. She glances back at the bloody aftermath, a satisfied smirk spreading across her face as she appreciates his work. She gives him a quick thumbs up, happily announcing in a sweet voice that he has officially met the conditions. A system alert pops up. He has successfully eliminated the target and severed his contract with the Constellation of Music. He stands quietly over the fresh corpse, deep in thought as yet another system notification flashes in front of him. It states that the Constellation of Music is neutral, granting 5 times faster recovery when listening to classical pieces. Shin Kang-hoo smirks at this, noting that he should probably start listening to classical music in his spare time now. He crouches beside the body and begins looting the dead man for items. Suddenly, another alert pops up. The system taunts the space robber for having such useless subordinates. Meanwhile, Shin Kang-hoo quickly loots a glowing gauntlet. The item radiates a powerful energy. He is absolutely thrilled to find a stamina-boosting item that fits his level. Right after Shin Kang-hoo uncovers a pair of durable energy-infused boots, bringing another satisfied grin to his face. It even boosted his agility. Definitely time for a boot upgrade. Kang-hoo then eyed the pile of loot left by those dead assassins, immediately planning to sell all the leftovers. He turned sharply to look at Sang-mi, his expression quite cold and demanding as he asked why she wasn't giving him a compliment. She glared right back, pouting and claiming she had also helped him out quite a bit. But a second later, Sang-mi flashed a bright smile, giving him a thumbs up as she officially teamed up with him as the guild master of Taewagang. Hearing that name, Kang-hoo's eyes went wide, as his mind began to race quietly, repeating the name, Taewagang. He searched through his memories and let out a sigh. Since the factions in Ulsan only appeared in side stories, he had only noted down their names and survival status. Taewagang was one of those survivors, and to his surprise, Sang-mi was the guild master. Now she stood there, clutching a lollipop, and suddenly dropped a massive bombshell. The bounty is 2.5 billion won. She held out her candy, licking her lips as she made the demand, bring back the left arm of Gong Tae-soo, the tyrant of Ulsan. He stroked his chin, his calculating gaze as he demanded another condition. She raised her eyebrows in disbelief, but he just narrowed his eyes and calmly delivered a total game changer. "I will help Taewagang rule over all of Ulsan." Smiling, he extended his hand to propose his trade. In return, she had to set up a meeting with the guild master of the Abyss. Sang-mi nearly choked on her lollipop, her eyes widening in pure shock. Among the factions linked to the Jongwa Guild, the Abyss was a highly organized military force with top-tier coordination. But according to the novel, the Abyss would eventually collapse due to internal conflicts. Kang-hoo pursed his lips, a sharp glint in his eyes. He had always planned to get his foot in their door. To destroy the Jongwa Guild, a powerful force like them was essential. He honestly could not believe his luck that this opportunity had come so early. Watching Sang-mi contemplate, he carefully calculated his next move. With Taewagang under his thumb, using them as a bridge to approach the Abyss would be a breeze. After a moment of silence, she finally grinned and nodded. "That is quite an interesting deal. We can talk details it once you complete your mission." With the deal locked down, the two of them headed deeper into the ruins, where a rough crowd of muscled brutes glared at them with hostile, greedy eyes. Stopping before a pile of rubble, Sang-mi pointed and excitedly introduced it as Gong Tae-soo's favorite hunting ground. The place she pointed to was an ancient, crumbling ruin. A sinister purple barrier pulsed across the entrance. Kang-hoo glanced back at the thugs, following them, pointing out with a smirk that they clearly were not here to clear out a dungeon. "Are they all after Gong Tae-soo as well?" Sang-mi snapped her fingers, grinning as she asked if he knew about the wildfire tactic. He narrowed his eyes at the term, his mind sifting through old memories. He quickly realized it was a brutal code word used when dozens of mercenary groups teamed up to bring down a single powerhouse. But the end of that road was always a bloodbath. He could already picture the carnage inside, knowing the masterminds would gladly throw these disposable pawns into the meat grinder. He coldly noted that they would use the casualties to secure an easy path to victory. If he were not here to intervene, that would definitely happen. Recalling the plot, a smirk played on his lips. Although Gong Tae-soo survived the raid in the original story, Kang-hoo knew all his constellation traits and battle patterns. Armed with that knowledge, he could easily rewrite the script. Sang-mi then broke his train of thought, pointing to the dungeon to warn him that Gong Tae-soo had 100 bounty hunters after him. But Kang-hoo barely listened, scanning the area as the tension in the air slowly began to build. He thought back to the insane arrogance of the Red Blood leader Gong Tae-soo. The man was an absolute menace, a thorn in the side of nearly everyone in Ulsan. Criminal organizations, military forces, even his own business partners, he wiped them all out. He was an absolute madman, earning him the dreaded title of the Butcher of Ulsan. Sang-mi let out a heavy sigh, her voice dripping with fatigue, as she complained. Because he was an outlaw, hits were constantly put out on him, but thanks to his level 200 gear, absolutely no one had managed to put him down. Just then a booming voice echoed through the ruins announcing that Gong Tae-soo had arrived. In the distance, the butcher swaggered forward under a heavy escort of his thugs. The glowing red gem on his gauntlet gleamed coldly under the sun. His thugs shoved their way through the crowd aggressively, waving their arms to clear a path to get out of the way. Pulling back into a quiet corner, Sang-mi nudged Kang-hoo, whispering to ask if he had noticed the target's left hand. She raised her eyebrows, passing along a critical piece of intelligence without hesitation. Gong Tae-soo relies on his left hand for 99% of his spellcasting, making it more precious than his actual life. She glanced around at the other hunters, whispering that his left arm was the main target for everyone in the area, and they were all just waiting for the perfect moment to rip it off. Kang-hoo looked away, keeping a deadpan face as he listened. As soon as he steps out of the dungeon and pauses, Yoon Sang-mi clenches her fists and excitedly declares, "The real fun is officially starting now." Once she finishes, Shin Kang-hoo suddenly turns and walks away without a single word. With her hand on her hip, she raises an eyebrow and asks why he is not staying. He replies that Taewai Gang is waiting nearby. He waves back with a smirk, telling her to go ahead because he has somewhere else to go first. Then Shin Kang-hoo heads straight into an item shop. He spots a dazzling ring inside a display case and casually asks how much it costs. The clerk respectfully replies that it costs 500 million. Hearing this, Shin Kang-hoo immediately opens up his massive inventory list. Looking at the endless list of items, he confidently tells the clerk to name a price because he is selling everything. After selling off a whole pile, Shin Kang-hoo finally gets his hands on the ring. Looking at the glowing item in his hand, his lips curl into a satisfied smile. Damage reduction and stamina boost, a tier 4 item like this is pretty rare. He quickly slips the ring into his pocket and strides out of the shop. As he walks, he looks over his shoulder, searching left for a useful clue, then turning right with a sigh of regret when he still finds absolutely nothing. With nothing in sight, he quietly recalls the moment Gong Tae-soo approached him earlier, deeply analyzing the situation. Gong Tae-soo did not have a sponsoring constellation, yet his subordinates did. After putting on such a big show, he must be plotting something. With hands on his hips, Shin Kang-hoo looks around and wonders where the real guy is hiding. He will definitely double-check everything before launching his master plan. Is he in another shop? Right then, a shadowed figure with long hair walks right past him. Shin Kang-hoo's instincts immediately flare up, prompting him to spin around and stare. A red constellation symbol glows right above the stranger alongside an active system notification. Neutral constellation, Sacred Bow. It boosts the accuracy of magic and archery attacks by 5 times. Reading this, Shin Kang-hoo smirks, fully understanding the situation. His eyes gleam with pure excitement. He has finally found his target. He watches the beautiful long-haired figure walk by, his sharp eyes instantly recognizing the imposter posing as Gong Tae-soo. Without stopping, Gong Tae-soo walks quickly toward the hunter's area. He carefully ducks into a corner, lips curving up as he scans the area. Seeing nothing unusual, Gong Tae-soo moves forward. Meanwhile, Shin Kang-hoo trails closely behind. He ducks behind a wall, his eyes gleaming with a keen observation. High-tier gear alone is not enough for a perfect disguise. Shin Kang-hoo silently watches him walk toward a crowded bus stop, thinking that if he had not seen the constellation name, he would have walked right past him. He keeps his eyes on the crowd and Gong Tae-soo boarding the bus, noting that everyone around him is contracted to a constellation. He kept a pretty tight guard. Once the bus finally rolls away, Shin Kang-hoo quietly steps out from the shadows. Crouching low, his boots surge with raw energy as he silently wishes he could just end this right now. But he has to stick to the plan. With a quick leap, he launches himself high into the air, his silhouette moving gracefully across the rooftops. Keeping his eyes locked on the moving bus, he sighs at the annoying detour. Following them directly would look way too suspicious. Taking a detour is exhausting, but he has to run. He glares down at his prey below, urging himself to move faster. Keeping his gaze glued to the vehicle, he vows to expose this entire scheme. The bus drives for a while, finally arriving as the evening light begins to fade. Still heavily disguised under the fading sunset, Gong Tae-soo raises an eyebrow and lets out a highly excited, sinister laugh. Folding his arms, he loudly declares that he cannot wait to see the look on those foolish mercenaries' faces. His henchmen eagerly agree, laughing that those absolute idiots would never guess they are actually the ones being hunted. One of them cheers excitedly, shouting that with their leader personally taking action, those fools do not stand a chance. But as those words fade, Gong Tae-soo's expression suddenly twists in surprise as if he just sensed a presence nearby. A sudden murderous intent flares in his eyes. He draws his weapon and instantly bolts, leaving his subordinates utterly confused. Using his skills, he leaps to another spot but finds only empty ruins. His eyes quickly regain their usual calm, and he carefully scans the surrounding area once more. Seeing absolutely nothing out of the ordinary, he wonders if his instincts were just playing tricks on him. Meanwhile, Shin Kang-hoo holds his breath behind a wall, deeply impressed by how Gong Tae-soo easily survived those deadly encounters in the original timeline. His men catch up quickly, speaking in hushed voices, asking what is wrong. Gong Tae-soo simply shrugs and casually answers that he just thought a mouse ran by. Listening silently, Shin Kang-hoo smirks after his narrow escape. The guy is way too predictable. Keeping up will be easy. As night falls, Yoon Sang-mi remains at the meeting spot waiting for Shin Kang-hoo. Seeing that he is late, she couldn't help but purse her lips in doubt. Seon-woo was way too late. Where on earth had he gone? Right then, one of Sang-mi's subordinates hesitantly spoke up. "Boss, I'm really concerned about that guy," he warned. "What if he's actually a spy sent by the Zhonghua Guild?" The subordinate's mind flashed back to a past tragedy. Lowering his voice in deep concern, he reminded her that the White Rose Guild was wiped out in the exact same way, stalked and then completely assassinated. He quickly suggested reaching out to Abyss for help, but before he could even finish his sentence, Sang-mi shook her head with a confident smile. "Don't worry," she reassured him, "I've already confirmed everything with Abyss." Right then, a certain figure popped into her mind, Guildmaster Lin of the Blue Eye Guild. Her reputation and influence among the mercenary community were incredibly high, almost legendary. Instead of signing an exclusive contract with a single guild, maintaining strict neutrality among all the major powerhouses proved their absolute strength. They held real power. Since Blue Eye had recommended him, Sang-mi smiled fondly, recalling how Shin Kang-hoo handled things in the past. The guy definitely had raw talent, making the extra weight completely worth it. But a moment later, the phone in her pocket began to vibrate. Sang-mi pulled it out to check, and her pupils instantly dilated in sheer shock. It was an encrypted message, and as she kept reading, her eyes widened, completely stripping away her usual calm composure. Noticing her sudden shift, the subordinate asked if something urgent had happened. She didn't answer. She just spun around and barked out orders to gather everyone right away. Pointing urgently in one direction, she snapped at them to move. Her team quickly cleared out, leaving the other groups guarding the dungeon entrance. A moment later, steady, slow footsteps echoed through the silence. The remaining hunters whipped their heads around to look. Gong Tae-soo and his subordinates were walking right toward them. Suddenly, someone in the crowd roared out the news, "Gong Tae-soo is here." All eyes locked onto Gong Tae-soo as the shouts echoed that he had finally emerged. Instantly, the hostile hunters drew their weapons with cold sneers. They charged forward to capture him. On the defensive side, Gong Tae-soo's loyal men quickly spread their arms, screaming to protect their leader. But the attacking hunters didn't falter, swarming forward like a relentless horde. Gong Tae-soo's men weren't about to just stand there either. One of them conjured a massive wooden club, gripping the spiked handle tight before swinging it with a furious roar to take this. The assassin facing him directly narrowed his eyes, glanced sideways, and without a second thought grabbed the person standing next to him. The ruthless hunter lifted the poor guy up, using him as a meat shield to block the devastating blow. Gong Tae-soo's subordinate missed his target completely, gritting his teeth in absolute fury. Meanwhile, the wicked assassin burst into sadistic laughter, roaring to taste some fireworks. In a flash, he gripped the back of his hostage's collar, completely throwing him off balance before throwing him forward. He shoved the guy aside and lunged forward with his sword. Gong Tae-soo's ally recoiled in shock, hissing in pure rage at the madman. "Who cares about others as long as I survive?" The psycho laughed, his eyes wild as he swung his blade in a crazed arc. But the moment those words left his mouth, boom, his hair burst into wild flames. A deafening explosion rocked the battlefield, forcing the shocked subordinate to scramble back. He fell hard, staring at the freshly charred remains. The arrogant killer was turned to ash. Gong Tae-soo, currently disguised as a girl in the corner, cheered in pure excitement at the fireworks. On the battlefield, a sword-wielding hunter stuttered in confusion, demanding to know where that crazy person had even come from. Another laughed, declaring that the real show was starting. But as he turned his head, his face went completely pale with shock. Gong Tae-soo's men had somehow closed the distance unnoticed, swinging their heavy clubs. One of them casually rested his weapon on his shoulder. "Hey there, hunters," he smirked. The swordsmen panicked instantly, recognizing them as the dreaded Crimson Blood members. They coldly asked if the hunters were ready for a fireworks show. Gritting his teeth, the swordsman realized their true intentions. This whole trap was set from the start. Before he could act, he froze in place, his eyes wide. Countless beams of destructive energy suddenly rained down from above, targeting the helpless hunters below. The energy beams detonated in a blinding flash, unleashing agonizing screams. Clutching his chest, the swordsman collapsed to the ground. He gasped in pain, staring at the raging flames around him with deep confusion. Where on earth were these attacks coming from? Right then, from the shadows of a nearby ruined building, a mysterious light flashed. It was Gong Tae-soo, launching a barrage of hidden strikes. He burst into a long, thrilled laugh, boasting that he could land every single hit, even with both of his eyes closed. Watching closely from a safe distance, Shin Kang-hoo smirked. A mage contracted with the sacred bow would obviously play dirty like this. Gong Tae-soo kept spamming explosive spells from above, laughing hysterically. Meanwhile, a system notification flashed right before Shin Kang-hoo's eyes. The blessing of the sacred bow increases magical and archery accuracy by a staggering 5 times. He extended his hand, unleashing a relentless rain of fire arrows. Gong Tae-soo raised his arms high, admiring the absolute chaos he created. He called it a beautiful sight. Shin Kang-hoo tracked his movements closely, waiting for the perfect moment as the crazy archer prepared another spell. This was the chance. Shin Kang-hoo instantly lunged forward, reaching his hand out toward the distracted target. A massive hand carrying raw power reaches out. It lunges upward, squeezing Gong Tae-soo's body in a crushing grip. His subordinates gasp in shock as their leader is pinned down. At that exact moment, Shin Kang-hoo lunges forward, activating his skill. Gong Tae-soo glares at him, demanding to know who the hell he is. But Shin Kang-hoo only responds with a cold smirk. His sharp gaze locks onto his target. In a split second, Shin Kang-hoo's blade flashes right across Gong Tae-soo's face. The boss gasps in sheer shock. Before he can even process the attack, the blade sweeps upward again, targeting his vitals. But right before the lethal strike connects, Gong Tae-soo suddenly vanishes into thin air, narrowly escaping the deadly situation. Shin Kang-hoo is caught off guard. Short-range teleportation. His sharp instincts tell him the target cannot have gone very far. He quickly spins around, deducing the most logical hiding spot. Sure enough, he spots Gong Tae-soo right where he expected. His gut feeling was spot on. Pressing forward with absolute determination, Shin Kang-hoo immediately lunges toward his opponent once again. Closing the distance with a quick leap, he unleashes his devastating ultimate move, the blood heart-piercing strike. The target writhes in agonizing pain under Shin Kang-hoo's icy glare. Shaking from the sting, Gong Tae-soo struggles to speak. He curses under his breath. Gathering every ounce of strength left, he thrusts his palm right towards Shin Kang-hoo's face. Instantly, an earth-shattering explosion erupts, turning the entire area into a sea of raging flames. Inside the building, the fire burns furiously as intense heat radiates in all directions. Through the thick smoke, Gong Tae-soo's shadow flickers. Shin Kang-hoo watches quietly, realizing the guy's fire magic is actually a lot stronger than he initially anticipated. Amidst the smoke, the boss grits his teeth in agonizing pain while Shin Kang-hoo calmly steps forward with an absolutely overwhelming aura. Gong Tae-soo loses his mind, staring at his blood-drenched arm and screaming curses. But Shin Kang-hoo remains completely unfazed. He simply offers his condolences in advance. With a smug grin, he snaps his fingers, knowing he has won. In an instant, Gong Tae-soo's arm is violently torn apart by the lingering impact right before his terrified eyes. A horrifying shriek of pure agony rips from his throat. And just like that, completely broken and exhausted, he collapses to the ground, clutching his completely ruined arm. Trembling all over, he growls that he will destroy him. Driven by pure rage, he screams that he will tear him limb from limb. But before the words fully leave his mouth, Shin Kang-hoo vanishes without a single trace. Looking around frantically, the boss screams, demanding to know where he ran off to. He prepares to cast his magic, but suddenly freezes. His eyes go wide as he spots something on the ground. It is his own severed arm lying on the cold dirt. Before he can even process the shock, a surge of energy instantly snatches the severed arm away. Now Shin Kang-hoo holds the bleeding limb firmly in his hand, completely in control. Gong Tae-soo screams in absolute horror, demanding to know what is happening as he desperately tries to chase him down. The boss curses desperately. Meanwhile, Shin Kang-hoo spins around, holding the arm, looking incredibly amused by the whole situation. Gong Tae-soo screams that he will tear him apart, raising his voice as he frantically searches the area once more. He demands for him to show his face. Though he looks completely pathetic, he keeps shouting at the top of his lungs. Suddenly, he spots several figures hiding in the shadows ahead. Without thinking twice, he gathers all his strength, yelling that hiding there won't save them. He demands they come out, but then his eyes suddenly widen in sheer horror. Right in front of him lies a horrifying scene of countless dead bodies scattered all over the cold floor. From the middle of the carnage, Sang-mi slowly steps forward with a smug, victorious look on her face. This is where Shin Kang-hoo's master plan finally comes to light. The Gong Tae-soo in the dungeon was a total fake. The goal was to lure the mercenaries into one spot to wipe them out while the real boss hid safely. Knowing this, Shin Kang-hoo told Sang-mi and the others to head quietly toward the building that was about to blow up. He assured her they would find a completely crazed, one-armed version of Gong Tae-soo waiting for them over there. Sang-mi smiles, wondering how he could have predicted all of this. With a swift, effortless slash of her sword, she releases a massive wave of energy, blowing everyone away. The powerful wind sends the enemies spinning through the air. A devastating tornado of pure energy sweeps across the area. With zero strength left to fight, Gong Tae-soo is utterly defeated, collapsing onto the cold stone floor. Meanwhile, his double is still fighting hard in a brutal, chaotic battle nearby. Suddenly, the fake boss panics, wondering what is going wrong as he looks over at the silent, ruined building. He wonders why their leader stopped providing backup, but before he can figure it out, a blade suddenly pierces straight through his chest. The surrounding fighters immediately cheer, celebrating that they have finally taken the decoy down. They thought they finally caught Gong Tae-soo, but their joy was quickly crushed as the fake body began to transform. Now, the person lying on the ground is just a nobody. Someone gasped in shock. Was it just a body double? In an instant, the group stood frozen in absolute disbelief. Right behind them, Sang-mi charged in, ready to clear out the chaos. With pure manic excitement, her face flushed with absolute thrill as she screamed out, "Surround them, do not let them escape." Without hesitation, she bounded forward with terrifying speed. Watching from the sidelines, a nearby fighter clicked his tongue in deep frustration, channeling all his anger into the hilt of his sword. Others scowled and raised their weapons high, following right behind Sang-mi as she led the charge with a fiery momentum. Now that the dust has finally settled on the chaotic battlefield, a teammate nearby grumbled the casualties were massive and they almost walked straight into a deadly trap. Just then, Sang-mi's phone buzzed with a new text message. Her companion continued to ramble in curiosity, wondering how the boss even knew where Gong Tae-soo was hiding. On her screen, a simple message flashed: "Remember to keep your promise." Shin Kang-hoo's voice echoed in her mind, reminding her of his request to meet the leader of the Abyss. Sang-mi quickly typed a reply while wrapping up the loose ends, promising she would contact the Abyss the moment she finished. Then she let out a small sigh of regret, realizing he had already left without even saying goodbye. Meanwhile, behind a glass window, Shin Kang-hoo's calm voice echoed out as he greeted Shin Kang-hoo. Yi-jin took the severed arm of Tae-soo, praising Shin Kang-hoo for handling the job so cleanly. She happily added that seeing him again in the city made her day. He then asked about Cha So-hee, prompting Yi-jin to quickly explain that she was in hiding under a cover of fake rumors. Suddenly, a calm, mysterious smile played on her lips as she excitedly asked if he had checked the news yet. Ignoring Shin Kang-hoo's annoyed scowl, she playfully announced that he was officially a viral sensation. Social media was currently exploding with rumors about his identity, as Yi-jin teased that he was famous even though absolutely nobody knew his real name. Seeing this, he frowned, realizing the story was starting to drift from the original novel. Minor characters like Tae-soo were easy to ignore, but he had to tread carefully with anything involving the actual protagonist. Yi-jin, the officer, was staring at him as she suddenly smiled and asked if he would keep working with the Blue Eye Guild. He returned her grin and smoothly replied that of course he would, at least until a better offer came along. Hearing his playful response, Yi-jin burst into laughter. She praised his sense of humor before quickly shifting to a serious tone, suggesting they discuss their next mission. At this moment, she calmly explained that their target was Cho Gyu-bin, a notorious serial killer and a living nightmare for children. Suddenly, her voice turned tense as she revealed he was last spotted on the 0th floor. She then handed over a thick folder of intel, noting it would be highly useful. Looking at it, Shin Kang-hoo smiled, realizing he would have to head there much sooner than planned. But first, he needed to make a few quick preparations. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious office, a powerful voice muttered that whoever this mystery guy was, he was certainly making a grand impression. Watching the news reports about Shin Kang-hoo on the television screen, the guild leader softly remarked how interesting it was. Suddenly, his phone buzzed to life. An agent from the Zonghua Guild strategic team answered, and the leader immediately ordered them to investigate everything surrounding the death of Tae-soo. Driven by excitement, he emphasized that they must identify the player who took the target's left arm. Meanwhile, inside the skyscraper office of the elite Gwangan Guild, the sun beamed through the windows, as a very annoyed voice grumbled that they did not know each other at all. This belonged to the dungeon manager, Han Sung-wook, who flatly refused to issue dungeon passes to outsiders regardless of who sent the young man. Besides, they had never even met. Cutting straight to the chase, Shin Kang-hoo offered a cool 1 billion won for a single, entry into the 8 Demons dungeon. Hearing such an insane offer, Sung-wook immediately began to reconsider his strict stance, proving that money can buy anything. He instantly bowed with deep respect and politely guided Shin Kang-hoo right this way. Shin Kang-hoo could only chuckle at how fast the man folded. Meanwhile, Sung-wook was secretly gloating to himself, thinking that the cheap 8 Demons dungeon was just worthless leftover stock anyway. He politely escorted him, suggesting they step over to the table to finalize the details. Shin Kang-hoo saw right through the manager's greedy scheme, but he did not mind, because the rewards waiting inside were worth far more than 1 billion won. Han So-yeon Shin Kang-hoo was easily tearing through hordes of demons, ending their lives with a cold stare and flawless fluid punches. He sent one monster after another to the afterlife, with brutal efficiency. Suddenly, the system chime echoed in his mind, announcing he had leveled up to level 37. Grinning, Shin Kang-hoo decided to dump all his newly acquired points straight into his stamina. Nearby, a row of torches suddenly flared. The flame blazes up fiercely, packed with an incredibly powerful energy. Suddenly, from the heart of the fire, a river of lava begins to take shape. In the blink of an eye, a savage wolf emerges. This is the final boss, Batman growling with a menacing warning, "Do not even bother trying. It is useless, just go back." Batman glares down at Shin Kang-hoo, raising his voice to mock the pathetic human. But even when facing that massive pressure, Shin Kang-hoo charges forward without a single moment of hesitation. Seeing this, the beast unleashes its power, mocking him for having such reckless courage. Instantly, the ground turns into a raging inferno as Batman roars that he's going to burn him to absolute ashes. Giant claws continuously spray endless streams of fire. Right behind them, a massive wave of lava surges forward, ready to swallow everything in its path. Shin Kang-hoo moves fast, accelerating with pure determination, burning in his eyes as if his soul has completely separated from his physical body. It is his signature skill, Shadow Step. Seeing him charge forward without showing even a hint of fear, Batman cannot help but drool. To the monster, this is just a tasty meal. With a deep inhale, it fills its massive lungs with air, preparing to strike. Batman unleashes a terrifying torrent of red flames directly at Shin Kang-hoo, completely engulfing him in the scorching heat. The fierce fire burns intensely. Shin Kang-hoo's body seems to dissolve into nothingness, his spiritual energy slowly blending into the flowing sea of flames. He is drawn into the monster's mouth. Satisfied with the catch, Batman licks his lips with a long tongue, looking incredibly pleased. What a delicious snack, he thinks. But suddenly, Shin Kang-hoo's voice echoes with a smirk, "Just as I thought, you always eat what you burn." Having planned this exact move, he charges right back at the beast, promising to feed him a very special treat this time. In his mind, he smiles. He has been saving this exact move for this moment ever since he took down that boss, Elisa. After taking the monster's spellbook, he has been waiting for this chance. Now he is finally ready to put it to the test. Back in reality, Shin Kang-hoo charges ahead at an insane speed. He accelerates rapidly, a clever smile playing at the corner of his lips. He executes the exact same skill from earlier, but this time it is a highly upgraded version of his Shadow Step. Meanwhile, Batman sniffs the air quickly, sizing up his opponent's strength before getting excited about yet another incoming meal. The monster inhales deeply once more and breathes out another devastating blast of raging fire, expecting an easy victory. At that exact second, Shin Kang-hoo holds up a magic book, keeping his clones right in front of him as shields. With his clones taking the lead, the real Shin Kang-hoo prepares his ultimate strike, throwing the magic book straight toward them. It flies right into the monster's raging flames. Shin Kang-hoo smiles to himself. There is no way he would feed this beast a normal meal. While the monster continues its attack, Shin Kang-hoo mocks him silently, telling the beast to taste this and wake up. Facing the wave of fire, one of his clones quickly switches directions, forming a tight pincer attack alongside the real body. Now watch, this is where the trap snaps shut. Shin Kang-hoo smirks, completely confident in his victory. Batman remains completely blind to the trap, focusing entirely on his own flames. He sucks the fire back into his body, totally satisfied. Once again, he licks his lips, but his expression changes as he realizes the taste is incredibly strange. He glares at Shin Kang-hoo. He growls, asking the human how he plans to survive now. But suddenly, a strange book manifests right above the monster's head. It is the execution skill. Seeing this, Batman panics as his massive body begins to break down into glowing particles of mana. Suddenly, a massive wall of bright red system alerts pops up right in front of him, stating that he cannot use skills without a weapon. In an instant, dozens of these warnings surround Batman. He stands frozen, dazed by the illusions, while Shin Kang-hoo sets up his next move. The monster screams in absolute fury, demanding to know what kind of cheap trick the human has just pulled on him. Shin Kang-hoo just chuckles, replying that there is no point in explaining, it is simply his skill at work. Right above Batman's head, a massive, terrifying vortex of fire begins to spin, leaving the monster utterly shocked. He cannot believe a final boss got tricked so easily. Fueled by pure rage, Batman launches a barrage of fiery projectiles. The fire rain pours down on the lowly human. Yet facing this terrifying attack, Shin Kang-hoo's expression does not even change. A massive explosion erupts right in front of them, making it look as though Shin Kang-hoo has been utterly defeated. Batman smiles with smug satisfaction, but as the smoke clears, there is nothing left but dust, leaving him completely stunned. Where did he go? The beast growls in shock. But right at that very second, Shin Kang-hoo appears directly behind him. Using his transposition skill, he unleashes a sudden burst of power, summoning a wave of energy to bind Batman tightly. The monster groans in pain instinctively, turning his head to look at Shin Kang-hoo, who calmly tells him that he will not end this quickly. Glaring with raw fury, Batman activates his ultimate skill, Blessing of Fire, unleashing a volcanic burst of heat and energy. The red flames erupt like an active volcano as Batman roars that he is going to burn him to death. But suddenly, his eyes widen in pure shock. Right before him, Shin Kang-hoo has already conjured a massive barrier to block the heat. Facing that scorching attack, he mutters that this shield will only hold for a few more seconds. But suddenly, his defensive barrier breaks. Shin Kang-hoo lets out a knowing smile because that is all the time he needs. Meanwhile, Batman charges again, fueled by the gift of fire. His power rises with absolute intensity, but a sudden agonizing shriek cuts through the air. The giant beast is caught completely off guard. Shin Kang-hoo drives his blade straight into Batman. As the barrier drops, the massive creature recoils and Shin Kang-hoo's eyes sharpen with absolute focus. Using his dripping blood spear technique, he repeatedly darts across the battlefield, keeping Batman from getting his footing. Batman roars out for him to stop running, unleashed a massive torrent of molten lava to engulf the hunter. As the burning heat closes in, Shin Kang-hoo calmly whispers that he is not running. In an instant, the trap is sprung. His burning blood tears Batman apart, shredding the boss into pieces. By now, the monster looks absolutely pathetic. With its limbs severed, the legendary boss finally collapses onto the frozen ground, defeated. Then the system notification chimes in. You have slain the final boss, leveled up to 391, and successfully stolen a skill from your target. Staring at the prompt, Shin Kang-hoo watches the corpse disintegrate. He raises an eyebrow and speaks in a remarkably calm voice. This is exactly what he needed. His mind races as he contemplates this unique ability to extract skills from defeated monsters. Even if the level difference is massive, watching Batman turn to ash assures him that he is on the right track. There will not be any penalties holding him back. Just then, another system prompt flashes before his eyes. He got the Grand Decapitation skill, realizing this incredible exploit lets him acquire original unmodified abilities from his prey. It is basically a glorious system exploit, but having all these crucial skills will make his journey incredibly easy from here. Feeling satisfied, a smirk spreads across Shin Kang-hoo's face. He excitedly remarks that incredible power is finally within his grasp. He can finally access the zero-level floor. Later in the fading twilight of Soon Station, he blends into the bustling crowd. He realizes his route must cross through Soon. But looking up at Jang Si-hwan's face on a giant screen, he grimaces. Honestly, this is pretty annoying. On the broadcast, a news anchor announces a historic merger happening right now. The leaders of the Zhonghua Guild and Fortuna have officially signed an alliance, causing the crowd to murmur in excitement. That American guild Fortuna is incredibly famous, people whisper. The chatter only grows louder as everyone looks on. They are truly going global. Watching from the shadows of the crowd, Shin Kang-hoo mocks their touching moment of friendship. It is easy to celebrate when you do not know the truth. This entire alliance is being orchestrated by the 13 Stars. The 13 Stars are a group of 13 legendary hunters. In the original novel, they are universally worshipped as humanity's greatest heroes. Jang Si-hwan and his closest allies are key members of this group. But his expression quickly darkens as reality sets in. In truth, these highly praised champions are the exact ones who will bring about the absolute destruction of the world. Their terrifying global influence spans across the entire planet. With a simple thought, they can easily manipulate public perception. Once they unite, the masses will start to surrender to them. They will bow down and worship them as the ultimate heroes. Shin Kang-hoo lets out a heavy, exhausted sigh. After all, he is the author who actually wrote this tragic novel. This cruel reality is his own creation. Suddenly, a smooth voice breaks his train of thought, calling Sinchian Station boring. He reflexively turns around to see Yu Jung-hwa, who continues complaining about the high prices and endless bureaucracy. She laments how you need connections just to get anything done. Suddenly, a subtle manipulative aura begins to drift from her. She asks for his opinion, but Shin Kang-hoo instantly tenses up as she approaches, warily eyeing her suspicious energy. His instincts scream danger. Before he can react, her spiritual energy begins to seep directly into his mind. Strange deceptive illusions flash before his eyes, showing an incredibly sweet and gentle side of Jung-hwa. He immediately recognizes this as a mind control spell. Suddenly, painful memories of being bullied as a child assault his brain. He sees cold, lonely nights followed by a shocking vision of a bloody corpse, but Shin Kang-hoo quickly snaps back to reality. He effortlessly shatters her magic. Jung-hwa gasps in disbelief, completely shocked that her mind-reading trick has failed. She smiles weakly, wondering if his level is far higher than hers. Shin Kang-hoo glares at her, his voice cold. He tells her to stop wasting her time, warning that his mind is not something she can freely access. Looking at her constellation, he already knows exactly who she is. A bright status screen materializes right above her head. It reveals her affiliation with the bewitching Fox Evil constellation, allowing him to bypass her mental shields and see her status. She is indeed one of the 13 stars, but as he identifies her, her status screen suddenly glitched and changed. Hidden under a neutral constellation, no other information about her backing is displayed except for her two main representative stars. Suddenly, an unreadable gleam flashed in Shin Kang-hoo's eyes as he watched the scene play out. How interesting, he thought to himself. He was excited. It was a world he couldn't fully read yet. Even without a counter skill, there was still a way. A way to temporarily block out mental type abilities. Taking his time, Shin Kang-hoo carefully analyzed her previous move. The secret behind this attack lay in instantly triggering beautiful memories, catching people off guard and making them lower their mental defenses. Right now, his face showed deep caution. By forcing himself to recall other painful memories instead, he could temporarily block out the mental impact. Suddenly, Yu Jung-hwa spoke up in a gentle voice, saying she thought only the officer in Korea could pull that off. She found him quite interesting. Excitedly, she added that she only handed out her guild card to those who could block her skill at least once. With a cheerful smile, Yu Jung-hwa extended a very subtle invitation, telling him that if working locally got too boring or if he ever needed help, he should find her. Staring at the card, Shin Kang-hoo thought Jidu is a top 5 guild in China. He wore a knowing smile, realizing these people were definitely not easy to deal with before cheerfully replying that he would accept it. Just like that, Yu Jung-hwa turned around and left with a brief goodbye. Once she was completely out of sight, Shin Kang-hoo began planning his next move, knowing he would need strong allies to face the 13 stars. Deep in this chilling, desolate wilderness, Shin Kang-hoo stepped forward with absolute confidence, standing right in the middle of the endless forest. He spoke aloud, stating he had finally arrived. This place was the Void. Shin Kang-hoo suddenly pulled out a map and wondered if they should go treasure hunting before completing the mission. Right then, a terrifying wave of killing intent suddenly surged behind his back, manifesting as a creepy female shadow. A dark blue aura of pure malice wrapped around Shin Kang-hoo. Innate magic sensitivity, he thought to himself. Although his ability to sense and absorb mana was incredible, using too much beyond his limits would completely overload his body. Shin Kang-hoo knew that if he pushed past his threshold, he would face extreme pain and severe side effects, drastically reducing his physical stamina. If that happened in the heat of battle, death would be the only thing waiting for him. He reminded himself that the priority now was to suppress this overload. His upcoming battles were going to be far more intense and difficult. He might need some rage potions as a precaution. According to the original novel, this frenzy medicine came from a rare plant that Shin Kang-hoo used, which was many times stronger than regular medicine. Consuming it would temporarily shut down his innate mana sensitivity for 30 minutes, keeping him safe from overload. Even with the side effects, it remained incredibly useful during tough fights. Gathering it was a nightmare, not just because of the deadly terrain, but due to the raging monsters guarding the area. Looking at his map, Shin Kang-hoo muttered that there were 6 different locations which he had marked using his usual numbers. Rolling up the map, he happily remarked how great it felt to finally reach level 40. Right now, his face was filled with excitement as he prepared to unlock a brand new skill while battling those hideous plant beasts. In the blink of an eye, Shin Kang-hoo ripped one of their heads clean off. Immediately, a system notification popped up. You have defeated a normal monster. As time passed, fatigue began to set in. Surveying the battlefield, Shin Kang-hoo muttered, there are way too many beasts. Zone 0 was a highly dangerous territory crawling with powerful mutant monsters. Moving quickly, Shin Kang-hoo rushed ahead, navigating through swarms of other mutated creatures where a single slip meant death. As he sprinted past a lifeless corpse slumped against the rocky edge, Shin Kang-hoo stopped in his tracks, feeling highly suspicious. Something was incredibly wrong. Even if the local environment slowed down decay, his instincts whispered that the body shouldn't look this well preserved. Shin Kang-hoo immediately activated his innate power to find some real answers. Using mana perception, through his enhanced vision, a hidden beast came into view. No wonder he detected traces of magic radiating from a dead body. Glancing at the pristine gun held in the corpse's hand, Shin Kang-hoo immediately saw through the clever trick. It was a dark trap designed to lure unsuspecting hunters with high-value loot. Touching it would instantly latch a tracking parasite onto him, acting just like Yi Jin's infamous tailing frogs. He sneered at the thought of them trying to use bait. Suddenly, painful memories of his past flashed before his eyes. Back then, he went by the name Shin Kang-hoo, struggling alone in a living hell while facing cruel taunts. From people telling others to keep an eye on Shin Kang-hoo to see if anyone was secretly helping him. The constant mocking and contempt never stopped, with enemies marking him as their next easy target. Returning to reality, Shin Kang-hoo closed his eyes for a brief emotional second before instantly regaining his focus and walking past the body. While searching further, he spotted one of the rare frenzy herbs. Looking at his prize, Shin Kang-hoo calmly muttered, "My first flower is right here," he thinks. Suddenly, a beast begins to rise as he prepares to grab it quickly. Immediately, Shin Kang-hoo digs his foot into the ground to gather momentum. Then he leaps into the air as high as he can to pluck the medicinal herb. Suddenly, dark energy erupts from the dry branches, revealing a pair of eyes filled with pure malice. As those hostile eyes snap wide open, Shin Kang-hoo tightly grasps the medicinal herb, expecting that it would be a smooth and easy harvest. But the stubborn roots quickly hold it back. Driven by sheer determination, he pulls back with force to claim the herb anyway. Now, holding his prize, he notices the withered roots digging deep into the barren cliffside, rapidly spreading across the entire rocky ledge. Right before Shin Kang-hoo's eyes, a massive tree demon slowly emerges, its towering and terrifying form casting a dark presence over the cliff. The beast's roots wriggle through every rock crevice, before suddenly lunging forward in a coordinated strike to crush him. He delivers a swift kick to parry the roots, instantly using them as a springboard to leap even higher into the air. The tree demon immediately extends a dry, massive branch, launching a deadly swipe that he casually and smoothly dodges in midair. Slipping behind the monster using instant movement, Shin Kang-hoo positions himself perfectly. His sharp sword blade gleams with bright, sparking flames. Unleashing his flame strike skill, he drives the burning sword straight into the most vulnerable weak point of the giant tree monster. Flames rapidly engulf the creature's entire body, burning it to ashes. Just then, the familiar ringing of the system echoes around him, alerting him that backstabbing an enemy deals 33% bonus damage. He secured a clean kill, but his eyes show a trace of surprise. The defeated tree demon, still fully engulfed in roaring flames, slowly tumbles over the cliff, presenting a truly terrifying sight as it falls. Shin Kang-hoo looks down from above without showing a single trace of emotion, quietly watching the burning corpse begin to disintegrate. As the remains fade, a system notification pops up to confirm that he has successfully eliminated a common tier monster. The system alerts continue to stream in. He has officially reached level 40, unlocking a new basic assassin skill called Dodge. Finally, level 40, Shin Kang-hoo mutters with relief. The system interface flashes again, powered by his mysterious celestial constellation. His basic dodge skill immediately evolves into ultimate dodge. Seeing this, he smiles and remarks that the system always surprises him. Suddenly, he shifts his gaze toward a nearby dark shadow, thinking that his brand new skill deserves a proper test run. An uninvited guest makes the perfect target, he thinks. Without hesitation, he vaults toward the suspicious shadow with immense blazing momentum. In the blink of an eye, Shin Kang-hoo corners the lurking figure, his sharp, menacing eyes gleaming with an absolute and terrifying intensity. He demands to know why they are following him. Slowly, a pale face emerges from the darkness. Is Jeong Yuri. She gasps in disbelief, wondering how he detected her. Shin Kang-hoo frowns slightly, instantly recognizing the young woman before him. Jeong Yuri stands frozen in complete shock. In that brief moment, his memories of the original story flash through his mind. Jeong Yuri is the daughter of a highly successful businessman known back then as a very diligent model student. Though famous for her ties to Student Council Vice President Chae Guan-hun, he heartlessly abandoned her when her family business went bankrupt. With their wealth entirely gone, he even organized groups to cruelly ostracize and bully her to the absolute brink. Shin Kang-hoo realizes this is exactly why she became an antagonist in the novel, fueled by her deep hatred for Chae Guan-hun. He recalls that as the author, he never fully detailed her backstory. Breaking the silence, she speaks up softly. Apologizing if her trailing made him uncomfortable, Jeong Yuri then smiles warmly and begins to praise his incredible combat skills. She notes that despite only just arriving at the starting point, he easily managed to evade the corrupt dark forces with such ease. She continues, speaking amazed by how he defeated that crazed tree monster. Suddenly, Shin Kang-hoo tightens his grip on his sword. He charges forward with vicious, lethal intent. Jeong Yuri raises her arms in a desperate defense, completely unable to fight back. While trembling in terror, a wave of confusion washes over her as she realizes he is actually shielding her from behind. Leaning close to her, Shin Kang-hoo whispers that there was a bug. His sudden protective proximity makes her heart flutter slightly. She whispers her gratitude. Standing back up, he coldly instructs her to stop following him around from now on. With those words, Shin Kang-hoo leaps down the steep cliff, leaving her completely stranded as he walks away without even looking back. Watching him disappear, she regretfully mutters that she really wanted to speak with him just a little bit longer. Now beneath the fading sunset, Shin Kang-hoo catches his breath next to the disintegrating corpse of another monster. Sheathing his blood-stained blade, he sighs heavily at the system interface, complaining about how exhausting this hunt is. Scrolling through his notifications, he notes that he has done this 5 times, successfully clearing 6 different regions. Taking a brief moment to rest, he decides it is finally time to focus on his main quest. Just then, Shin Kang-hoo suddenly senses several demonic creatures creeping up behind him, their terrifying winged silhouettes casting long shadows. Seeing the feathers, he immediately recognizes it as an angel-type monster, but he keeps his cool, calmly walking away. Speeding up, he wonders if there is a territory nearby before stopping right in front of a mangled corpse. Lost in thought, his eyes flash as he spots the beast inside, realizing the puppet tied to this corpse is not that dangerous. He suddenly searches around for something as his inner voice continues the real threat. Here is the bastard pulling the strings from the shadows. Shin Kang-hoo understands this threat perfectly. The dark force is a collective of ghosts, pitch black and moving in absolute silence through the night. They are nearly impossible to spot in the dark, and even if you do attack them, normal methods will not work. Regular weapons cannot touch them. Anyone haunted by these spirits will slowly lose their senses one by one, driving them mad. Their minds shatter entirely. Eventually, they descend into complete madness, losing all control until they end up taking their own lives. Knowing this, Shin Kang-hoo resolves not to fall into their trap so easily. He immediately gets ready to analyze the situation. He instantly activates his skill to investigate. The moment his shadow clone touches the corpse, the hidden beast shows itself. Following his plan, he quickly snatches the weapon from the corpse's hands. Just as the monster tries to invade him, Shin Kang-hoo pulls off a precise swap skill, determined to turn this stolen weapon back against his ghostly enemies. Now holding the sharp sword, he remarks that he needs a decent weapon to fight back against them. The cornered monster lets out a piercing, terrified shriek. Anticipating their next move, Shin Kang-hoo instantly bolts away. Running far away, he pops a magical leaf into his mouth and whispers that it has officially begun. Thick dark energy surges right behind him as a terrifying, vengeful spirit suddenly erupts from the shadows. Swallowing the medicine, he mutters that they are right on his tail, though he knew they would show up. Summoning every ounce of strength into his legs, Shin Kang-hoo dashes ahead, leaping right off the edge of the cliff. He aims for the other side, but the vengeful spirit blocks his path, lunging to grab him mid-air. He activates his speed-boosting skill, pushing his body to the absolute limit while the relentless spirit stays close. As he struggles to breathe, the leaf suddenly slips from his mouth, leaving him completely exposed. The spirit is inches away from grabbing him. Facing this sudden crisis, even Shin Kang-hoo cannot hide his shock. He instantly triggers his swap skill, leaving the monster grabbing empty air while he teleports high above. Looking down, Shin Kang-hoo mocks the spirit, calling it an idiot and pointing out where he actually is. Outraged, the spirit turns to find itself facing 2 angel monsters radiating pure, terrifying killing intent. The angels lock their sinister, evil eyes right onto him, causing the vengeful spirit to tremble in absolute terror. In an instant, these angel monsters spread their massive wings, completely dominating the battlefield with overwhelming pressure. Watching from above, Shin Kang-hoo notes that only 2 things can destroy the dark faction, his voice echoing softly. The first is a force born from the deepest night, a shadow power similar to theirs like yin energy. The other is the exact opposite, blinding solar energy. Shrugging off the chaos, Shin Kang-hoo coldly turns away. He murmurs that because their territory was invaded by an outsider, these monsters will relentlessly attack every single intruder. They will fight until everyone is dead. Looking down at the sword in his hand, he smiles, claiming the weapon. Returning to the lifeless corpse, he picks up a name card from the pocket and examines it closely. He has never seen this name before, but despite the man being dead, Shin Kang-hoo decides to do something. He resolves to return the body to the family, gently closing the dead man's eyes with a solemn promise. Turning away with absolute determination, he prepares to deal with the target specified by his client first. As Shin Kang-hoo walks away, a suspicious shadow flits behind a boulder, secretly keeping close tabs on him. It is Vi, tailing him with an amused look on her face as past instructions flash back into memory. The target is Cho Gyubin, a notorious killer, who specifically targets minors, a truly despicable monster. This information was provided by Yi Jin, containing crucial details that Shin Kang-hoo received with calm composure. He remarked that this file was very different from usual, and she confirmed it came directly from the client. The file was meticulously compiled by a victim's grieving father, making the weight of this mission feel incredibly heavy. Back in reality, dawn breaks over North Korea. Yi Jin's parting warning from days ago echoes in his mind. She had warned him that this mission is not a simple assassination, urging him to follow instructions carefully. Yi Jin warns him, "This gig is no simple hit. Follow the plan." Remembering those words about the client's request, Shin Kang-hoo fell silent, his eyes flashing with a sharp, probing light. He focused his energy to scan the area ahead, instantly mapping out the entire battlefield into a clear mana grid. Tracking the mana flow, Shin Kang-hoo whispered to himself that he found his target. Nearby, a twisted laugh echoed through the air. It was Cho Gyubin wearing a sickening grin after claiming another victim, boasting that this was exactly how things should be. He knew the starting zone would be a gold mine. Right then, his system alerted him of his title as a crazed killer. Under the evil nebula, killing humans granted extra experience points. Cho Gyubin laughed, realizing he only needed one more target to level up. But his excitement cut short. His eyes narrowed instantly as a sudden surge of danger locked onto him from behind. A heavy wave of energy gripped his hand. Cho Gyubin forcefully shattered the restraint and instantly threw himself back into a defensive stance. Activating his frost armor, Cho Gyubin glared at the arriving challenger and demanded to know who he was dealing with. Shin Kang-hoo calmly told him he had no need to know his cold indifference, only fueling the killer's rising anger. Cho Gyubin roared in fury instantly, conjuring sharp thorn-like ice needles while coating his legs in a heavy layer of frost. His system flashed with the details of his Ice Mage class under a neutral constellation, boosting all frost-related attributes. Facing this pure maniac, Shin Kang-hoo only frowned slightly, his expression staying completely calm as he prepared for the clash. Cho Gyubin mocked that if his opponent refused to speak, he would gladly rip his mouth open to make him talk. But Shin Kang-hoo did not wait, charging straight ahead with absolute speed, completely unfazed by the killer's promises to tear him apart. Cho Gyubin smirked at his confidence as Shin Kang-hoo began weaving through the sharp rain of falling ice spikes with ease. The killer taunted him to see how long he could dance around right as Shin Kang-hoo activated his haste skill. Instantly, Shin Kang-hoo analyzed the situation, realizing this guy was an ice mage with a pretty formidable level of nebula power. He was highly leveled with magic resistance that put previous opponents to absolute shame, meaning direct spell casting was out of the question. Traditional skills like Sight Steel would not work here, meaning he had to focus entirely on breaking that dense frost armor. He needed a way to shatter that frozen barrier, closing the distance rapidly to catch the killer off guard. Cho Gyubin's eyes narrowed as the speed caught him off guard, but his shock quickly twisted back into a confident smirk. Sensing something off, Shin Kang-hoo realized the attack was a decoy, but he had already committed to his forward lunge. Suddenly, a sharp spike of frozen blood erupted from the ground, catching him completely off guard as he cursed under his breath. The guy could literally freeze his own blood to attack while maintaining crazy agility. Shin Kang-hoo instantly activated his absolute dodge. He knew he could not dodge the massive blood blast, normally forcing him to trigger his defensive barrier skill instead. Activating the shield, Shin Kang-hoo's eyes flared with shock, while Cho Gyubin stood frozen at the sheer speed of his reaction. Smiling, Shin Kang-hoo realized he came out completely unscathed, a far better result than the heavy damage he had expected. The system screen flashed, showing his absolute dodge had reached max mastery, allowing instant movement in all 4 directions. The skill boosted his agility, allowing him to teleport up to 5 meters instantly to slip past any incoming lethal blow. While active, his shield further amplified his passive evasion rate, rendering the enemy's precise counterattacks completely useless. What was once just a basic assassin evasion skill had now been completely upgraded to absolute dodge through his nebula power. That was his first time testing the newly upgraded skill, and the passive defensive bonuses were turning out incredibly useful. Cho Gyubin scowled in frustration as his near-perfect strike missed by a hair, cursing his terrible luck under his breath. Gripping his frost weapon tightly, the killer released a wave of pure, chilling bloodlust that made the surrounding air freeze. He growled that he almost ended Shin Kang-hoo in a single heartbeat, claiming playing around with him was getting pretty boring. He promised to end him quickly and strip his corpse of all loot, but Shin Kang-hoo remained completely unfazed by the threat. With a cold expression, Shin Kang-hoo demanded to know why he would brutally murder innocent children who had no way to defend themselves. Cho Gyubin stared blankly before sighing in annoyance, demanding to know who exactly had hired him to do this job. But Shin Kang-hoo stood firm, demanding an answer first, prompting Cho Gyubin to burst into a wave of twisted, psychotic laughter. The killer grinned wildly, explaining with absolute madness that he targeted them simply because they were so young. Pure excitement filled Cho Gyubin's voice as he boasted about how incredibly fun it was to play with his innocent victims. He laughed about how ignorant and helpless they were, his sick words only making Shin Kang-hoo's expression grow increasingly dark. He asked if Shin Kang-hoo knew the best part, which was pretending to be their friend before brutally stabbing them in the back. Hiding nearby, Jiang Yuri listened to the horrific confession, trembling as Cho Gyubin described the sheer beauty of their final moments of absolute despair. Seeing their reactions gets me so worked up. Only an idiot wouldn't trick people, right? Every single word of his feels like it is dragging her right back to that nightmare, surviving under the terrifying gaze of Che Guan-hyun. It was brutal. Back then, she had to grit her teeth through constant humiliation and contempt. Playing with you was so fun. Back to reality. Cho Gyubin is drowning in his own maniacal cruelty, treating everyone like toys. In a flash, he summons a dense wall of sharp, thick ice all around them. Behind this frozen barricade, Cho Gyubin wears a face of absolute twisted ecstasy. That is when Shin Kang-hoo speaks up, his voice low. I get it now. Channeling the victim's rage, he stands completely firm. He vows to show this psycho exactly what it feels like to be toyed with. Instantly, dozens of clones of Shin Kang-hoo materialize. It is illusion magic in an instant, and the clones charge out in every direction to surround Cho Ju-bin from all sides. Cho Ju-bin scowls in frustration, swearing under his breath, wondering which one of these clones is actually the real deal, glaring at Kang-hoo standing right in the center. Cho Ju-bin guesses it is him, but analyzing the other clones, his thoughts shift. No way. The real one must be hiding, waiting for an opening. While Cho Ju-bin panics and scans the area, two clones strike first. Cho Ju-bin refuses to back down, bracing himself to unleash a lethal counter. But Shin Kang-hoo's cold, unforgiving voice rings out, closing in. It is not going to work. Before Cho Ju-bin can even register the threat, several clones have already slipped right behind him. Now he is completely cornered with absolutely no way out. Trapped inside this eerie illusion, Cho Ju-bin can only ask himself which one is the real one. Chapter 31. Shin Kang-hoo swings his blade with pure, suffocating bloodlust. Every single clone moves in unison, charging forward together. Surrounded on all sides, Cho Ju-bin screams that only kids choose and prepares to unleash his own magic. Frost condenses on his fingertips, forming razor-sharp icy blades. An explosive burst of ice magic freezes the entire battlefield instantly. He vows to wipe them all out. The clones of Shin Kang-hoo are immediately swallowed by the bitter, freezing cold. They get trapped in the jagged ice blocks, shattering into nothingness. But seeing this, Cho Ju-bin looks absolutely horrified. All three were illusions. So where is the real one? Suddenly, Shin Kang-hoo blurs forward from the front, moving like lightning. His expression is dead, cold eyes locked onto his target. With one swift motion, Cho Ju-bin's freezing aura is shattered. Shin Kang-hoo unleashes a devastating, piercing thrust. Boosting his speed, he tears through the wind right at Cho Ju-bin, issuing a challenge. Let us see who strikes faster. A flawless fusion of ice and fire elements cloaks his arm, a freezing yet burning aura. It is the signal for a lethal finishing blow. You are too slow, Shin Kang-hoo mutters as he gathers his blazing power. He drives his elemental spear straight through Cho Ju-bin's body, telling him to feel a fraction of his victim's pain. Cho Ju-bin takes the full impact, coughing up blood, eyes rolling back. But Shin Kang-hoo does not stop repeatedly stabbing with his blade. How does it feel to be deceived, to be stabbed? Now Cho Ju-bin is in a pathetic state, groaning in sheer agony. It hurts so much he cannot even focus enough to cast magic. While Cho Ju-bin writhes in agony, Shin Kang-hoo grabs his weapon. He grips the blade embedded in his enemy and spins with incredible speed, leaving behind after images while delivering a cold curse. Just die. The bastard can teleport. Absolute terror fills Cho Ju-bin's eyes as he realizes what he is dealing with. A dark crimson aura wraps around the blade as a surge of bloodlust rises within Shin Kang-hoo. Suddenly, the system alerts. Consuming 25% of stamina and mana, the skill activates. He moves so fast he becomes a literal blur. Before Cho Ju-bin can recover, Shin Kang-hoo raises his blood blade high, ready to deliver the ultimate finishing blow. Facing this imminent doom, the villain is terrified. The system interface flashes again, warning to watch his back. Attacking a target from behind grants an extra 33% damage. Right on cue, Shin Kang-hoo unleashes his ultimate strike. Crimson light explodes, completely shattering Cho Ju-bin's ice defenses with a decapitation strike. A freezing mist fills the entire room. Cho Ju-bin gasps weakly, his breath slowly fading. Shin Kang-hoo pulls out his phone as his system interface pops up again. The decapitation strike is a fatal skill that consumes 25% of the user's stamina and mana to execute. Opponents whose level is below 33% of the user die instantly. It costs mana, but it is incredibly powerful. And honestly, it fits his playstyle perfectly. Suddenly, Cho Ju-bin lets out a painful groan and collapses onto the ground. The agonizing pain makes his eyes roll back, leaving only the whites showing as his consciousness begins to slip away. In utter shock, Cho Ju-bin wonders what his opponent is doing. Meanwhile, a voice speaks from the other end of the line. Yes, it is me, Shin. Kang-hoo answers calmly. Thank you for your patience. The caller listens as he continues speaking. The revenge for your daughter starts right now. Under the dim sunset over the building, Shin Kang-hoo's silhouette stands out. As Shin Kang-hoo's image appears on screen, a mysterious voice speaks. This is the security footage from Soon Station. The call continues as the train speeds north. Seeing this, Cha So-hee quietly deduces his plan, thinking he must be heading toward the start. He must be heading to the starting point. She calmly replies, saying he will probably take care of personal business there and then return. He will head back to Ji-seong, she says, ordering them to report everything. They quickly agree before hanging up the call. Once the call ends, Cha So-hee immediately explodes in rage. She curses Shin Kang-hoo, that absolute bastard, gritting her teeth in anger. She swears to make him regret looking down on her. Meanwhile, a trembling voice can be heard on the other side. It is Jubin stammering apologies. His blood-soaked body is a gruesome sight and his voice carries nothing but pure, helpless despair. He keeps begging for forgiveness, his entire frame shaking violently as he cries out, begging the man on the screen. On the other side of the monitor, an old man stares blankly and softly tells him to stop, his tone growing gentle. He seems satisfied, murmuring that this is enough and his daughter can finally rest in peace. He collapses, weeping softly. He tearfully thanks Shin Kang-hoo with a voice of deep gratitude, grateful for the help with something even the law could not resolve. Shin Kang-hoo humbly replies that he was simply doing his job, yet a sudden warmth of sympathy colors his next words. He offers his condolences, hoping the man's daughter can truly rest in peace now. Only then does he turn back. Gyubin screams at Shin Kang-hoo, raging that it is over and he has done everything he was ordered to do, calling him a bastard. Instantly, Shin Kang-hoo unleashes his skill. The blood sword slashes down with lethal force, dealing Gyubin a fatal blow. Blood paints the battlefield red. Shin Kang-hoo's eyes burn with sheer hatred as he spits out his final venomous words. He tells him to die already. Immediately, the system alerts him that the target is dead, stealing Gyubin's contract. He has seized the Ice Witch contract. Notification screens flash by labeling the victim as a spatial raider and garbage. The final panel shows the spatial raider, a piece of garbage star, has been sent to our custody. They decide he needs a thorough lesson. Shin Kang-hoo simply shrugs and tells them they can do whatever they want with him. With that, he walks away, casually looting Gyubin's corpse. He estimates selling this gear should easily net over $1 billion. Suddenly, his phone buzzes loudly. It is Yejin calling to congratulate him, praising him for a job well done. She informs him that the client sent a generous bonus, meaning she is transferring 2.5 billion won directly to his account. Shin Kang-hoo accepts but makes a quick request, asking her to send a team to retrieve a body and verify its identity. Hearing this, Yejin happily agrees to his request, assuring him it is no problem before saying her friendly goodbyes. Suddenly, Shin Kang-hoo turns around with an icy glare, coldly reminding the person behind him that he warned them just yesterday. With a look of pure annoyance, he tells her to stop following him. Just then, Jeong Yu-ri slowly steps out of hiding. She musters up her courage to face him. Hesitating for a moment, Jeong Yu-ri finally speaks up about a secret. She knows of a hidden dungeon but cannot clear it because the boss is simply too powerful for her. She asks for his help, scratching her cheek in embarrassment as she explains the dungeon is impossible to beat alone. The mid-tier boss is the real problem. She asks him to join her, and soon they arrive at a decaying ancient dungeon. Shin Kang-hoo studies the ruined structure silently, noting that it looks ready to collapse on them at any moment. Still, such ruins are common, but they only fuel his curiosity since many hidden dungeons remain completely unexplored. Standing beside him, Jeong Yu-ri admits she did not actually expect him to show up, speaking with a gentle tone. She smiles warmly and thanks him. Shin Kang-hoo calmly replies that it benefits him too, as every dungeon has its perks. Excited, Jeong Yu-ri heads inside, cheering that they can finally take down the boss. He follows her, planning his moves. He watches her closely, realizing this is a perfect chance to gauge Jeong Yu-ri's true combat abilities in action. If she proves capable, she could become a valuable asset in his fight against the powerful Chunghwa Guild. And check this out, a smirk plays on Shin Kang-hoo's lips as excitement builds for his very first team battle. Jeong Yu-ri points to a stone tablet carved with strange, unreadable characters, prompting her to look to him for help. She is missing too many letters to translate, but Shin Kang-hoo instantly recognizes the script as ancient Latin. He reads the text aloud, warning that invaders who tread into the deepest depths with bloody feet will be buried forever. Staring into the dark corridor, Shin Kang-hoo suggests they proceed to see what kind of extraordinary danger awaits them. With that, he descends the stone steps, and they make their way down into the dark, quiet space. Suddenly, Shin Kang-hoo turns to ask her about the mid-tier boss she mentioned, wondering what kind of monster it is. Jeong Yu-ri thinks back and explains that the boss is a dangerous monster that fires relentless, high-powered long-range attacks. Jeong Yu-ri was pretty close to getting in range. In their previous battle, she had cast her portal magic with absolute determination. She fought fiercely, but the outcome fell short. She went for a quick finishing blow, only for it to be instantly blocked. A skill called self-defense neutralized her opening attack entirely. After that, she could not find a single opening to strike back. Shin Kang-hoo listens with genuine sympathy, knowing how brutal that must have been. Right then, the very first wave of monsters finally arrives. The sudden appearance makes Shin Kang-hoo narrow his eyes in warning. They let out chilling, guttural growls before both beasts charge at once. Armed and aggressive, they rush forward. Shin Kang-hoo immediately summons his dagger, telling Jeong Yu-ri he will take the lead and strike first. Guarding the rear, Jeong Yu-ri gets the message instantly. One demon lunges ahead, throwing a heavy swing, but Shin Kang-hoo quickly slips away. He teleports behind the beast, his blade erupting with sacred fire, a searing light ready to reduce the target to ashes. He forcefully drives the burning tip deep into the monster's back. Right then, a system notification flashes on his screen. Backstabbing the enemy deals an extra 33% damage. While Shin Kang-hoo finishes his target, the other beast prepares a sneak attack. The remaining monster thrusts its spear straight at Jeong Yuri's chest. Standing calm, she raises her hand to gather her magical energy. A spatial portal tears open, swallowing the spear whole. A split second later, the exit portal manifests right in front of the creature. It sends the weapon straight through its owner, ending the fight instantly. Witnessing this, Shin Kang-hoo is left thoroughly surprised by her timing. Her reaction speed and high-level mastery are truly impressive. He quietly estimates her current level must be somewhere in the mid-200s. He compliments her without hesitation, telling her she did great. Jeong Yuri blushes shyly, offering her thanks as they keep moving forward. They dive deeper into the dungeon, clearing any remaining threats with ease. Jeong Yuri feels extremely hyped by how smoothly everything is going. They are finally making real progress. But as they venture further into the depths, a hidden presence watches them from the dark. A pair of glowing, murderous eyes locks onto the intruders. Oblivious to the danger, Jeong Yuri looks at Shin Kang-hoo with an excited smile. She admits she has never seen someone combine such powerful skills before. She starts recapping his combat style with absolute enthusiasm. She mentions his specialized binding tricks, his blood-siphoning techniques, and how he uses abilities that seem totally non-assassin. Those skills are typically reserved for advanced mages, things a regular assassin-class hunter should never be able to pull off. She practically bounces with joy. At this rate, she believes they will completely clear this dungeon in no time at all. Shin Kang-hoo remains calm, realizing she does not even find his build suspicious. He is quite glad her mind is so simple. Checking his status menu, he feels pretty satisfied with his progress. He is thrilled about finally closing in on level 50, yet a slight disappointment lingers. From 50 to level 100, he will not unlock any new class skills. Suddenly, a freezing chill runs down his spine, forcing him to turn around. Just as he suspected, a lethal slash approaches. A razor-sharp sword's strike cuts the air. Luckily, their reflexes save them. He looks up to see the stone wall sliced in half. Sensing the danger, Shin Kang-hoo asks if this is the mid-boss. Jeong Yuri nods with a frown, confirming his suspicions. A giant, intimidating creature stands before them. Its massive blade points to the ground, reflecting the eerie glow of nearby torches. The mid-boss Sportula speaks with a deep, booming voice, demanding to know if they entered this dungeon just to slay him. Shin Kang-hoo maintains a serious expression, analyzing the boss. It relies on continuous heavy-hitting attacks and possesses solid defensive techniques. It also uses a self-defense barrier. Formulating a solid counter-strategy, he asks if she can warp him right above its head. Jeong Yuri is completely startled, asking with concern if he will be all right. He keeps his tone cold and direct. Shin Kang-hoo coldly instructs her to focus on landing her portals with perfect precision. She frowns, taking his words seriously. Honestly, you have to respect her blind faith here. He slowly lowers his center of gravity, preparing to launch forward. Taking short, rapid leaps, he surges ahead. Sportula reacts instantly, bringing down a massive, devastating sword strike to crush him. Right before impact, Jeong Yuri activates her spatial magic. Shin Kang-hoo utilizes the opportunity to sprint directly into the open portal. The boss's heavy slash hits nothing but empty air. He reappears on the other side, completely throwing off the giant's sense of direction. Shin Kang-hoo accelerates to stay out of range. Furious, Sportula unleashes another violent attack, but he quickly vanishes into another gate. Both of the monster's heavy attacks completely miss their mark. Jeong Yuri maintains absolute concentration to place her portals flawlessly. It would be nearly impossible to get close otherwise. He emerges from yet another angle, catching the beast completely off guard. But every time Sportula attempts a strike, Shin Kang-hoo simply disappears, rendering the monster's devastating skills completely useless. Sportula roars in sheer frustration. Jeong Yuri immediately spots a critical opening, and his familiar dagger flies straight toward the beast's neck. He perfectly timed his assault to dismantle Sportula's defensive barrier. By the time the creature realizes what's happening, it is too late. With cold determination in his eyes and a firm grip on his weapon, he shatters its magical defense shield completely. Sportula panics after losing his most precious treasure, desperately throwing out endless wild attacks. But Jeong Yuri remains completely calm, unshakable under pressure. She perfectly channels her mana. A portal snaps open on the ground, and Shin Kang-hoo lunges straight up from the void dagger clenched in his fist. He praises her, saying her timing was absolutely flawless. Instantly, he unleashes a devastating fatal strike aiming directly at Sportula. With a quick leap, Shin Kang-hoo retreats and locks his gaze on the target, waiting for the dust to settle. Jeong Yuri smiles, full of absolute confidence. She tells him he did an amazing job. Stunned by the sudden strike, Sportula whips his head around in rage, gathering every ounce of his strength. The beast swings a deadly blade, but Shin Kang-hoo is already gone, slipping through another dimensional rift. He is safely teleported, landing right behind Jeong Yuri. The sudden shift catches Shin Kang-hoo off guard. He takes in their surroundings, silently tracking the flow of the battle. He assumed she would drop him behind the enemy. Suddenly, crackling arcs of violent lightning erupt from her hands surrounding Sportula. High-voltage electricity locks the beast in place. With fierce determination burning in her eyes, Jeong Yuri declares that she is fighting right alongside him. She immediately unleashes a brutal paralyzing shockwave, sending crackling high-voltage bolts crashing straight into Sportula's chest. Taking the attack head-on, Sportula freezes instantly. Letting out a groan cry of pain, his strength fails and the massive boss collapses to the ground. As the monster dies, the system flashes with a notification. Having stolen the target's skill, Shin Kang-hoo stands in silence, deeply processing the victory. He wonders what is really going on inside her head, but deciding to trust her, he figures she just wanted to coordinate their attacks. A small satisfied smile tugs at his lips as he praises her performance. With the fight over, the duo teleports deeper into the dungeon. They arrive in the central chamber, finding a strange figure kneeling with folded hands. Yet Shin Kang-hoo is still completely lost in his own thoughts. Jeong Yuri's growth is outpacing his wildest expectations. At this rate, she will be an incredibly valuable asset when they eventually face the Chungkwai Guild. A look of genuine appreciation crosses his face as he looks at Jeong Yuri. Suddenly, she freezes in her tracks, her voice cutting through the silence. She urges him to look over there. Shin Kang-hoo summons his dagger in a flash, dropping into a battle stance as he eyes the mysterious stranger. The pale-skinned figure remains completely still, seemingly locked in deep prayer. Shin Kang-hoo edges forward step by step, wondering if this is the boss. He climbs the stone steps, noting the boss appears humanoid. But then a thick, dark crimson liquid begins pouring from the creature's eyes. His pale skin cracks open, warping the surrounding space as a massive wave of dark, unstable mana erupts from his body. Shaken by the terrifying shockwave, Jeong Yuri gasps in absolute panic. Reacting instantly, Shin Kang-hoo hurls his dagger straight at the morphing creature. The blade slices clean through the monster in a fraction of a second. Right away, system alert confirms the boss has been defeated. Its body crumbles into dust. But the follow-up message makes his heart drop in absolute horror, showing he failed to extract any skills. The entire room begins to violently shake and tear apart. He instantly realizes what is happening. This is a trap to restructure the maze. He yells for her to use every scrap of spatial magic to escape. Covered in sweat, Jeong Yuri nods quickly, pushing her mana to the limit. She blocks out the noise completely, focusing on her casting. In a flash, Jeong Yuri vanishes into her portal, leaving the collapsing room behind. Shin Kang-hoo's face hardens as the walls crumble. With the dungeon rapidly decaying, he activates his short leap to make a desperate run for it. Sprinting through the collapsing corridors, he pushes his body past its limits. He has to get out of this death trap right now. The reality of the trap hits him. This decoy boss was designed specifically to execute any greedy hunters who dared to step inside. He pulls out a rare high-grade elixir. It is a waste of a precious item, but saving his own life comes first. Gulping down the liquid, he knows hesitation means certain death. The moment the elixir hits his throat, a massive surge of pure power erupts. The energy races through his veins, giving him a massive speed boost. Smirking in satisfaction, Shin Kang-hoo charges forward like a bullet. The effect is even better than he anticipated. Spurred by the overwhelming rush, he starts chaining his short-range teleportation skills together. Every jump is seamless. The exhaustion and pain vanish completely, replaced by a roaring fire of raw energy surging through his muscles. Confidence surges in his chest. He can actually make it out of this crumbling hellhole alive if he keeps up this pace. Huge boulders rain down from the ceiling as the ground splits apart. Jeong Yuri is running on pure survival instinct, trying to outrun the collapse. Drenched in sweat and gasping for air, terror grips her. She realizes she burned far too much mana during their earlier fight. Her reserve is completely empty. In her panic, her legs tangle up and she takes a brutal tumble, crashing onto the stone floor. Groaning in pain, she looks up only to see Shin Kang-hoo sprint right past her. Desperate, she reaches a trembling hand toward his retreating back. She begs him to wait. Dark memories of being left behind flood her mind, driving her deep into a pit of absolute despair. She shuts her eyes, bracing for the worst. Suddenly, Shin Kang-hoo slides to a halt and reaches down, asking what she is doing. He asks if her leg is hurt. Jeong Yuri stares in total shock, but before she can answer, a massive boulder plunges straight toward them. She screams a warning, terrified. But the giant rock merely slams into a solid barrier of magic that Shin Kang-hoo automatically raised around them. The debris shatters harmlessly. Stuttering in absolute shock, she asks how he did that. Without wasting time on explanations, he hoists her onto his back. Shin Kang-hoo stands up and tells her to get ready. For their final burst of speed, he yells to hold on tight. He dashes forward at the speed of light, safely escaping the dungeon. Shin Kang-hoo drops to one knee, completely exhausted. He sighs in relief, saying they made it out alive. He feels incredibly satisfied with the skill he got from that mid-tier boss. It works like a charm. The system announces a Stage 1 automatic defense passive skill, now upgraded to maximum mastery. The passive skill blocks a single incoming attack. With a cooldown of just 1 hour, Shin Kang-hoo is thrilled with its overall effectiveness. Now that it is maxed out, the cooldown is much shorter, making it perfect for the future. Meanwhile, the dungeon behind them collapses. It crumbles into a pile of rubble. Suddenly, a blue screen announces that he has acquired a reinforcement skill, making him chuckle. He considers it a fair reward for risking his life. Beside him, Jeong Yu-ri softly speaks. She thanks him with a gentle smile, admitting that she would have never made it out of there if she were alone. Jeong Yu-ri hangs her head in distress. Completely paralyzed, the terrifying situation triggered painful memories of her dark past. Shin Kang-hoo asks about her past with curiosity. Her face turns somber as she begins to tell her tragic story. She admits that she was once used as a scout for the Trung Kwa Guild. Let's see what happened in Chapter 34. Jeong Yu-ri curls up slightly, looking back on her days as a mercenary guide. She carefully starts to recount the details. It all started when a high-ranking executive from the Trung Kwa Guild, Che Guan-hung, approached her with supreme confidence. He offered her a sweet deal, promising that they always prioritize the safety of their guild members above all else. His seemingly sincere promise won Jeong Yu-ri over completely. Since they were the top guild in the country, she trusted them. She gladly joined his squad. Things went smoothly until a sudden disaster struck during one of their high-stakes dungeon raids. A critical injury during the raid completely paralyzed her, leaving her unable to move or fight back. Her mood drops as she recalls how the doctors said she would not be stepping back into dungeons anytime soon. She still vividly remembers Che Guan-heng's freezing gaze when he ruthlessly decided to abandon her. He simply told his men to move out. He turned his back on her, shocking everyone by saying they shouldn't waste their precious time on useless baggage. Devastated, she angrily confronted him, asking if all his promises about protecting his members were just cheap lies. Che Guan-heng merely laughed and scoffed, instantly crushing whatever hope she had left with his cold, heartless reply. He showed his true colors, telling her that safety only matters when she actually has value, mocking her for being an idiot. With a mocking sneer, Che Guan-heng delivered one final devastating blow to crush the last remnants of her spirit. He called her a decent toy, leaving Shin Kang-hoo utterly disgusted and unable to believe what he was hearing. Leaving an injured teammate behind in a dangerous dungeon is basically attempted murder. Shin Kang-hoo scowls at the thought. Jeong Yu-ri forces a sad, resigned smile, admitting that escaping from that hell alive was a complete miracle for her. If she had not contracted with a space-manipulating constellation back then, she would have died in that dark dungeon. Trying to sound cheerful, she says it was pure luck, but Shin Kang-hoo easily sees right through her fragile smile. He gently tells her that he does not believe it was just luck, catching Jeong Yu-ri completely off guard. According to him, powerful constellations do not just form contracts with hunters who have no drive or purpose in life. His words are like a beacon of hope, warming Jeong Yu-ri's cold heart. Her constellation must have seen her burning resolve. They saw her true potential to achieve greatness. Tears well up in her eyes, deeply moved by his sudden kindness. She asks if he is praising her, but Shin Kang-hoo simply shrugs it off in his mind, knowing he just spoke the truth. Pouring her heart out makes her feel lighter. Even though her trust was brutally betrayed in the past, she remains resolved. She explains that her determination is the sole reason she decided to return to the starting line of her journey. Sighing softly, she notes that the hardships here are not manufactured by people, though this path can get incredibly lonely. Looking at Shin Kang-hoo with deep, undeniable trust, she admits she has always searched for someone she could truly rely on. He smiles gently at her words, but suddenly flinches as he realizes their hands are touching, causing a wave of embarrassment. Flustered, he quickly shifts and places a hand on her shoulder, but his face suddenly pales as his vision goes dark. He collapses backward, sending Jeong Yu-ri into a panic as she desperately asks if he's going to be okay. Panting heavily, he tells her not to worry, explaining it is just the severe backlash of overusing his special skill. All he needs is some solid rest. Jeong Yu-ri gently wipes the sweat from his forehead with a bright, grateful smile. Seeing her warm gratitude puts his mind at ease. Once he finally recovers his strength, Shin Kang-hoo heads out alone too. At Ingshan Station, Shin Kang-hoo thinks back to their earlier conversation. If Jeong Yu-ri stays at the starting point, she will only get stronger. So Shin Kang-hoo said his goodbyes, explaining that he had to finish the mercenary work he was hired for first. He usually works alone, but told her to just text him. Hearing that, Jeong Yu-ri pouted, reminding him she still had plenty of tasks left. She still has things to take care of here, but they will meet again. While waiting, he pulls out his phone to look around. There is still time before his train, so he opens Hunter Jam, an incredibly popular social network app designed exclusively for hunters. Hunters use it constantly to promote themselves or swap valuable information. Immediately, he looks up a specific target. He searches for details on Che Guan-heng of the Zhongguang Guild, the biggest powerhouse in the country, reading about their core dungeon strategy. They preach safety and teamwork, which Shin Kang-hoo easily dismisses as total garbage. But then an interesting post catches his eye. Seeing this post, the first thought that crosses Shin Kang-hoo's mind is that they have officially gained the upper hand over Eun-san now. He quietly celebrates, glad they handled the loose ends properly. Suddenly, Yoon Sang-mi's parting words begin to echo in his mind. Once everything settles down, she promised to contact Abyss. Shin Kang-hoo smiles, realizing he will be meeting the Abyss Guild leader very soon. If Yoon Sang-mi keeps her word, that meeting is guaranteed. But suddenly, a strange message pops up from the Void Thief. The constellation starts with a compliment, calling him pretty impressive before expressing regret that they could not steal the star. Then the Void Thief sends another message, probing further by asking if he can ask him a serious question. He asks what the true purpose of contracting with the constellation is. Shin Kang-hoo immediately replies that it is a mutually beneficial deal. He does his part, and the constellation does theirs. Simple as that. This bold response actually amuses the Void Thief. Although slightly annoyed, the cosmic being finds this cheeky hunter incredibly interesting, noting he is definitely not ordinary. Switching topics, the thief mentions that summoning a constellation back at level 10 was already a sign of great things to come. With a firm declaration, the Void Thief promises to test him soon, presenting an offer that is actually quite hard to refuse. If Shin Kang-hoo passes this test, their fates will align, unlocking even more unique and powerful abilities for him. Shin Kang-hoo is genuinely intrigued, replying that he would highly welcome such a power-up. Still, a curious question crosses his mind. He asks if other constellations ever complain about these human contracts. Confused, the Void Thief asks him to clarify. Shin Kang-hoo ponders. This system binds godlike constellations to the fates of ordinary humans to control the world. It suddenly reminds him of his own novel, where he wrote this exact system to mock certain characters. He mocked Jang Si-won's subordinates back then. Now the Void Thief gives him an honest, surprising answer. To them, this arrangement is natural, so there are no complaints. The battle of the contractors is simply their battle. It is a proxy war for the constellations. Shocked by this revelation, Shin Kang-hoo can barely believe what he is hearing. The Void Thief explains that constellations are not actually the world's administrators, but merely its high-ranking subordinates. Shin Kang-hoo immediately pushes for answers, asking who stands above them, but the thief refuses to utter a single word about it. He claims he cannot share that. Shin Kang-hoo can only chuckle helplessly, realizing this information goes far beyond his original novel. Countless questions flood his mind with no answers in sight. Even as the author, he does not know everything here. The world has evolved past his writing, perhaps reflecting elements of his own subconscious mind that he never fully realized. Suddenly, the Void Thief interrupts his deep thoughts, offering one final piece of information he is allowed to share. He confesses he has no desire to fade away like ordinary constellations, openly showing his massive burning ambition. Meeting Shin Kang-hoo has only made him much greedier, even leading him to consider sharing his own cosmic destiny with a human. Hearing this, Shin Kang-hoo confidently promises that in the future he will show the constellation things beyond his wildest dreams. The Void Thief highly anticipates this, promising to wait for that day. Right after their talk, Shin Kang-hoo receives an alert. Lin sends an urgent report stating that Cha So-hee has been spotted in Gwangju, causing Shin Kang-hoo to quickly adapt his strategy. She is moving faster than expected, so he shifts targets to confront her directly right after clearing one more dungeon. Leaving the train station, he heads straight for the express bus terminal, choosing Gwangju over the sole route to stay hidden. Wearing a scheming smile, he sets off toward a dungeon located near Gwangju Station Exit 35, arriving shortly after. Standing near the Gwangju terminal, he checks his phone, knowing the exact reason he planned this detour so carefully. This location allows him to use the secret code he acquired from Hansa, keeping everything running strictly according to plan. Since he deleted his official hunter logs, they cannot track him, but he still prepares for any sudden worst-case scenario. If he gets spotted here, he will be forced into an immediate deadly fight with her before he is fully ready. While he is deep in thought, a sudden blood-curdling shriek grabs his attention. Just a short distance away, a young girl is screaming for help while being cornered by armed thugs. She desperately begs for rescue, but the bald leader just mocks her. Mockingly asking who bumped into whom first, he tells her to take it, but she stubbornly refuses to submit. They are members of the Hadong Guild. The name instantly clicks for Shin Kang-hoo as he starts piecing the details together. In the novel, this group serves Jang Si-won before the Chinese military completely wipes them out. Shin Kang-hoo knows their dirty methods well. They hold some local power, but they are just absolute trash. Suddenly, as the girl struggles and screams for them to stay back, a strange glint of light catches his eye. The system identifies a neutral constellation called the Master of Deception, and Shin Kang-hoo finds himself deeply intrigued. That constellation is actually incredibly useful. The Space Raider chimes in with some crucial intel on the entity. Despite the cheap name, it is a high-tier constellation. Surprisingly, paired with a low-life, Shin Kang-hoo decides to intervene. There is absolutely no reason to pass up this opportunity. Grinning with excitement, he prepares to step in. Time to see how this constellation really works. Approaching the hostile gang, Shin Kang-hoo immediately activates his illusion skill. 3 identical copies of him suddenly manifest, leaving the thugs completely panicked as they look on. Infuriated, the leader demands to know what this crazy bastard is doing, but Shin Kang-hoo gives them no time. Charging forward like a bullet, he leaves the screaming gang leader scrambling as he tries to fight back. Dodging the blow effortlessly, Shin Kang-hoo slips past. Meanwhile, So-hee and her forces complain about the long wait. Wondering if he took a different route, her phone suddenly rings with a superior's call asking for an update. They ask if she has captured Seon Shin Kang-hoo yet. Annoyed, she snaps that she has not, prompting him to laugh. Laughing at her struggle, the superior demands to meet him. Nearby, a shadowy spy quietly watches the scene unfold. While So-hee talks on the move, the caller orders her to make sure he is brought back alive. She reluctantly agrees, promising to bring him in. But suddenly a strange sound echoes from right behind her. Instantly on guard, she warns the intruder that they are about to get thrashed. A shadowy figure looms. So-hee draws her blade and lunges like lightning, hungry for her prey as she charges the suspect. She throws her dagger straight at him. Meanwhile, the thugs are still struggling against Shin Kang-hoo back at the alley. Anticipating every move, Shin Kang-hoo easily waits for the perfect opening to strike a decisive final blow. With a single blow, he completely takes down their leader. Instantly, the system registers the kill and triggers an alert. A system packed with the dead leader's constellation is sealed, leaving all of the onlookers completely speechless. The saved girl is stunned by Shin Kang-hoo's terrifying strength. With their boss down, the remaining thugs panic in absolute chaos. Screaming in rage, the thugs rush forward to avenge their leader, fully intent on tearing him apart. They have no idea how horrific their end will be. With a single casual wave of his hand, Shin Kang-hoo wipes them out. Within seconds, the entire fight is over. He smiles, declaring they are not even worth his precious time. The system reveals that the Master of Deception grants a rare item for every 100 levels achieved. Highly satisfied, he looks forward to reaching level 100 as the girl nervously approaches to offer her thanks. She introduces herself as Jin Hyo-jung. Blushing deeply, she suddenly shoves her smartphone directly into his hands. With sparkling eyes, she begs for his phone number, desperately wanting to find a way to repay him. Shin Kang-hoo types a number into her phone. Jin Hyo-jung happily waves goodbye, thanking him and promising they will meet again. He watches her leave in silence. Suddenly, a notification buzzes on his screen indicating a change. It instructs him to enter the dungeon at Gwangju Songjiang Station. Excited, Shin Kang-hoo realizes the gateway is finally open. Meanwhile, So-hee eliminates her stalker, wondering if he was a hired mercenary or just some civilian. Disappointed by the lack of clues, she worries she killed the wrong person. Nearby, another spy secretly gathers intel. The spy slips away to send a frantic text warning, but she easily spots him before he can finish. Spotting the rat easily, she unleashes her power before he can even react, incinerating him on the spot. A fresh notification alerts her to Seon Shin Kang-hoo's exact location, prompting a wicked smile on her face. Hearing that he is in Gwangju makes her incredibly pleased. Searching the ashes of the spy, she uncovers a secret. Muttering that she should have never trusted that girl, Lin So-hee quickly burns the mysterious object with furious rage. Following him is playing dirty, stop running Shin Kang-hoo. In Chapter 36, Shin Kang-hoo looks at his hands, making a firm choice. With resolve amidst the chaos of battle, he mutters that if he sells it, he will get about 800 million. His hands are exhausted, and Shin Kang-hoo sighs, complaining that looting is so tiring. He stares down at his phone, whispering that his bank balance is huge. The screen displays 4,950,000,000 won, just as Shin Kang-hoo expected. It is nearly 5 billion. Cho Gyubin's quest alone paid 2.5 billion. Smirking with pure joy, he realizes that with this, he can easily purchase a third-grade weapon. Suddenly, an incoming text message disrupts his mood, making Shin Kang-hoo scowl in annoyance. Warning him to be careful, the message says Cha So-hee shook her tail and is heading to Gwangju, tracking his location. His face tenses up as his mind races. He knows Cha So-hee is level 250, backed by an incredibly powerful constellation. Her nickname, the Hound, is no joke. Shin Kang-hoo realizes that compared to her, his current level 49 is way too low. He needs to double his current level before even thinking of fighting her. Decisively, he slips his phone back into his coat. For now, he must clear the required dungeon. With a confident look and a devious smirk, Shin Kang-hoo mutters, "Let's go." The scene at the ruined Gwangju rest stop is devastating. Kang Dong-hun's exhausted subordinate weakly complies as Cha So-hee stands tall, her sharp gaze sweeping the area. A voice crackles through her earpiece, reporting they have cleared out the entire Hadong Guild. They secured the toll gate, the bus stop, and even Gwangju Songjiang Station. She replies with a cold nod, stating that they succeeded. So he orders them to wait right there, muttering something dark under her breath. Shin Kang-hoo, meanwhile, speaks with quiet, firm confidence. She hopes he likes the trap she set for him. Suddenly, her sharp gaze locks onto a flash of steel. The tense encounter between Cha So-hee and Shin Kang-hoo finally unfolds. Shin Kang-hoo speaks mockingly, noting it has been quite a while since they met. A hand gripping a razor-sharp dagger slips into the dark forest. A fierce clash erupts as Sagana confronts the fully revealed Shin Kang-hoo. Facing the main boss, Sagana, Shin Kang-hoo aims his dagger, keeping his composure despite the annoyance. He prepares his shadow illusion technique. With 3 illusory phantoms active, Sagana spins his sword, slamming a devastating blow into the ground that violently shatters the battlefield. The massive shockwave whips up a blinding gale. Shin Kang-hoo's Wind Thunder Orb is instantly destroyed, leaving him sweating in disbelief. Since Sagana is too far to target with gaze, theft and hidden weapons are useless here. Shin Kang-hoo feels the heat. A direct confrontation might trigger his automatic defense, but the enemy could still dodge. He decisively raises his dagger anyway. Visualizing a brutal shadow ops melee, Shin Kang-hoo lunges forward at full force. Sagana is caught off guard as chaos breaks out. The intense fiery skirmish begins in earnest. Just as Sagana tries to flee, Shin Kang-hoo reaches out with everything he has. He declares that this escape was his target all along, activating his capture skill despite how tricky the enemy's abilities are. With fierce determination, he points out the enemy's skill is useless out of range. Instantly, he unleashes Blood Forest Spear. Sagana is heavily wounded as Shin Kang-hoo's powerful vortex forces him to his knees. The hunter swiftly calls out for a swap. Though badly battered, Sagana refuses to yield. He drags himself up, desperately swinging his sword, his eyes burning with pure rage. Glaring at Shin Kang-hoo, he channels his remaining power to flee at maximum speed, stubbornly fighting back with zero fear. Shin Kang-hoo raises his dagger, questioning if the boss truly believes that barrier will keep him safe. He commands his storm. Summoning the Wind Thunder Orb with a mocking glare, he vows to obliterate the boss right inside that shield. A terrifying finale begins. He yells out his blood-burn skill, shield raised to protect himself. A system notification pops up for him to read. He defeated the main boss, successfully acquiring the Wind Thunder Orb skill. Another notification flashes announcing his level up. He is now level 51, unlocking the basic assassin skill, Stealth. The screen updates detailing his max proficiency. Stealth consumes 0.1 mana per second to conceal his body. However, activating any other skill automatically cancels it. Shin Kang-hoo notes that even at max level, skills cannot be cast concurrently. He silently ponders this annoying limitation. It is too bad, since combining them would be incredibly broken. Suddenly, the system displays the title Space Raider. The system urges that he is ready, anticipating his next battle. Shin Kang-hoo heads deeper, mentioning his plans to visit the shop. He intends to prepare before facing her. Vanishing completely, Shin Kang-hoo lurks in the shadows, smirking as he speaks. Not bad, he murmurs, greeting her after so long. Cha So-hee sighs, surprised to see him instead of hiding like a rat. Shin Kang-hoo retorts that he cannot let a hound chase him forever, adding that he brought a brand new weapon just for her. Asking what she thinks, he mentions his new weapon to catch her. Cha So-hee confidently reacts to his use of the word dog. She asks him to clarify if he truly has no intention of becoming Eclipse's dog. Shin Kang-hoo stares right back, confidently replying. He asks if there is any point in confirming what she already knows. Cha So-hee's expression shifts as she quietly thanks him. So-hee flatly rejects the offer, her voice cold and sharp. I have always wanted to destroy you, she sneers, revealing her true form with a cruel laugh. Hiding is completely useless, she mocks. This ancient constellation magic allows the user to see the unseen, exposing anyone trying to hide. Under this magic, stealth users only show up as faint shadows. You coward, she taunts. Meanwhile, in Chapter 37, Han So-yeon and Ye Jin arrive at the Gwangju checkpoint. Han So-yeon is visibly anxious, worrying if Kang-hoo will be okay. Ye Jin tells him not to worry, pointing out that Kang-hoo has easily completed much harder missions before. She confidently adds that he should trust her judgment since she was the one who hired him. Han So-yeon looks at her, feeling a bit hesitant and cautious. You seem to understand him much better than I do, Han So-yeon says hesitantly. Suddenly, an urgent voice calls out from nearby, telling everyone to hurry up. Many workers have already been hurt on the job. As they ride in the car, Han So-yeon is consumed by anxiety, silently admitting how deeply worried he actually is. Kang-hoo hates getting unsolicited help unless he specifically asks for it beforehand. Ye Jin looks over with a confident laugh, agreeing that such an attitude sounds exactly like him. That definitely sounds like him, she says. But with a sly smile, she silently resolves to keep this incredibly talented employee by her side for as long as possible. Han So-yeon suddenly turns to Ye Jin with a pleading look, calling her name as their car speeds recklessly down the street. Han So-yeon gasps in sheer terror, pointing ahead. Down the road, Kang Dong-hun's arrogant thugs are already waiting for them. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, Ye Jin prepares to charge. It looks like we have arrived at the right place, she says. Showing absolutely no fear, Yijin drives straight toward the hostile crowd blocking their path. Who would have thought we would get such a warm welcome, she mocks. Meanwhile, a system screen pops up detailing a constellation skill that exposes hidden targets. This unique power grants the user vision beyond the mortal realm, automatically marking any stealthy targets with faint ghostly silhouettes. Marked by these faint shadows, Kang-hoo stands exposed. So he laughs maniacally, calling him a mere brat while Kang-hoo glares back with absolute resolve. He finds this constellation skill incredibly annoying. So he smiles mockingly, confident that his illusion magic and sneaky stealth skills are now completely useless against her. She believes even his newest stealth tricks will fail. Raising her hands, she unleashes her full elemental power in a violent, blinding flash of light. Fire is her absolute specialty, rendering his illusion magic utterly useless. Kang-hoo steps forward, watching the burning debris suddenly erupt into a terrifying vortex. The roaring flames twist into a massive, frightening storm. Damn it, Kang-hoo thinks, realizing that a single direct hit from that vortex would have finished him. Not even his defensive ice barriers could have saved him. Fortunately, his thermal blacksmith skill boosts his fire resistance by 500%. So he bites her lip in pure rage. She unleashes a violent orange firestorm, screaming at him to die. In this fiery clash, Kang-hoo activates his protective barrier and charges straight ahead. Holding a jade-green flower, he charges forward. This is going to be tough, Kang-hoo realizes, quickly reassessing his opponent's incredible destructive power. He feels incredibly lucky that he upgraded his protective shield earlier. Maxing out his fire absorption skill gives him the ultimate defense against her flames. With his ultimate shield active and his health drain weapon newly upgraded, he has become vastly stronger. This only drives So-hee into a screaming wild rage. How long do you plan on running? She screams, unleashing another devastating firestorm. Suddenly, a strange blue smoke begins to swirl around Kang-hoo's feet. Realizing his opponent is a high-level mage, Kang-hoo swings his arm with fierce determination, ready to bring the fight directly to her. Thanks to his newly boosted shield and health drain weapon, his offensive power is off the charts. So-hee flinches in sudden terror as he closes the distance. Close quarters combat is his best option here. Cornered, So-hee refuses to back down, staring at him defiantly as Kang-hoo prepares a devastating physical strike. His powerful strike easily overwhelms his targets. Nearby, Kang Dong-hun's thugs collapse in absolute agony, leaving the entire battlefield in complete and utter chaos. Han So-young calls out in a panic as Ye-jin approaches. She quickly reassures him that the remaining thugs are dealt with, immediately asking about Kang-hoo's current location. Is he still fighting inside? Han So-young asks anxiously. Ye-jin shakes her head, admitting she cannot find him anywhere and urging them to move quickly. She suspects he might have headed toward the train station. Back at the scene, So-hee stands confident, channeling a massive amount of fiery energy. With a violent wave of her hand, a massive orange vortex consumes the area, taking the form of a terrifying roaring fire dragon. She confidently raises her hand, unleashing the fire dragon in an earth-shattering explosion that incinerates everything in its path. The landscape is reduced to scorched earth. She laughs mockingly, asking if he finally realizes that any resistance is completely futile. This is the end of the line for you, she sneers. Kang-hoo realizes that close-quarters combat is getting too risky, so he warily advances. Suddenly, So-hee steps on a hidden trap. Did your hand slip because you were too scared? She mocks, completely unaware of what lies beneath her feet. She fires a massive counterattack, screaming that this is how you actually aim. Confronted by the sudden blast, Kang-hoo's face turns slightly pale. A blinding beam of elemental energy surges from her hands, heading directly for him. So he watches with intense anger, wondering what trick he is playing. What kind of trick is he trying to pull? She wonders in a rage. Suddenly, his wind thunder orb magic erupts, tearing the surrounding environment apart. Sparks of blue and black lightning shatter her attack into pieces. Looking at her stunned face, Kang-hoo smiles, suggesting that he should be the one teaching her. I think I should be the one teaching you how to aim, he says with a satisfied smirk. Meanwhile, in Chapter 38, Jin Hyo-jung watches from above. She gasps softly, her eyes glinting with a dark, cruel curiosity. This is getting very interesting, she thinks, glad she decided to stay out of it. She is relieved she did not interfere earlier, shocked that he managed to push So-hee this far. Tilting her head, she is thoroughly intrigued by his power. Having secretly followed Kang-hoo before, she remembers the terrifying ease with which he handled high-level monsters, completely dominating every single fight. After conquering the Sejina Labyrinth, he uses the exact skill of the Queen Insect to deal with the monsters. On the other side, the controller whispers something into her earpiece. Jin Hyo-jung chuckles and replies, yes, while Shin Kang-hoo and So-hee are locked in a fierce battle, she quietly stands in a corner, drawing zero attention, murmuring that she is watching him. Amidst the howling wind, Shin Kang-hoo stands completely firm, with a serious face. Meanwhile, So-hee gets pushed back by this terrifying force, barely able to open her eyes. Seizing the moment Shin Kang-hoo buffs his hand and charges, he thrusts his hand forward, unleashing a massive projection of power that tightly grabs So-hee. Caught in his grip, her eyes widen in sheer shock. Unable to believe it, she looks up at Shin Kang-hoo as he pulls out his dagger. Speeding up, he unleashes a rapid flurry of slashes her body cannot withstand, leaving her blood-soaked. She quickly draws a hidden dagger from her waist to parry the incoming strikes of Shin Kang-hoo. Then with her other hand, she summons fire, her lips curling into a cold sneer. "Did you think taking me down would be that easy, Shin Kang-hoo?" she screams. "Do not get cocky." But Shin Kang-hoo swiftly spins to dodge, slipping right behind her. He easily escapes the blaze, ducking low as he replies that he is absolutely not. Suddenly, his weapon vanishes and he snaps his fingers with a sharp click. "Not a chance." Stunned, she gasps out in confusion. Right then, the old wounds all over her body violently erupt with blood. Blood-burned, Shin Kang-hoo grips his dagger and charges once more. Up above, Jin Hyo-jung calmly continues to watch the entire spectacle unfold. Her handler asks how things are going. She chuckles in amusement, warning her mentor not to be shocked because So-hee is completely finished. Kang Dong-hun pauses in silence before letting out a low, grim chuckle, realizing their precious So-hee might not be so special to him anymore. Meanwhile, So-hee grits her teeth, desperately trying to endure her heavily battered body. Her eyes tremble with a sudden realization. Is she really about to lose? As Shin Kang-hoo rushes toward her, she refuses to back down, her hand igniting with another flame. In the past, she used this exact fire to terrorize others. A victim once screamed, asking why that crazy bitch was doing this. Her eyes were cold and filled with pure hatred, telling him to shut up and promising he would never play with fire again. The guy was confused by her words until he finally recalled burning down a house with his friends in his youth. Terrified, the man pointed and realized she was that little girl from the house, screaming that killing him would not bring her parents back. But So-hee did not let him finish, instantly engulfing him in a scorching blaze. He screamed in pure agony as the flames consumed him. Just as she coldly turned to leave, a sudden projectile came flying. Her sharp reflexes saved her from a lethal throwing axe. A group of armed thugs casually strolled up, mockingly praising her for putting on a pretty decent show. They sneered, threatening to beat her half to death as a warning to anyone who dared cross their gang. The thugs immediately charged to capture her, but So-hee quickly unleashed a massive wave of fire, engulfing them in a burning inferno. Suddenly, a blade pierced her from behind. She gasped in horror, staring down at the dagger buried in her stomach. The thug laughed insanely as he ripped the blade out, mocking her stubbornness and yelling to strip her of any valuable gear. So-hee gritted her teeth in rage, refusing to let these absolute scumbags break her. Just as hope seemed lost, a man stepped forward. A man stepped up, muttering about his territory getting awfully noisy lately. The thugs turned around in complete confusion, asking who he was. Without letting them speak, he lunged forward, delivering a devastating punch that sent the gang flying right out of the alleyway. Kang Dong-hun clicked his tongue in anger, declaring this place is Eclipse territory. So he stood dazed amidst the sudden destruction. Only then did Kang Dong-hun notice her. He looked down at the pile of beaten thugs and asked if this was her work. She nodded in surprise, prompting him to chuckle and say she actually seemed worth raising. He spoke with real interest, telling her to follow him. That small smile became deeply etched in her heart, marking the beginning of her brutal training days. He gave her a home. In return, she would eliminate anyone he ordered. For a long time, she was truly happy with that life. But Kang Dong-hun had warned her that vigilance was not her strong suit, pointing out a potential new recruit. He praised Shin Kang-hoo, saying he had the potential to rival her and openly wished to recruit him. This blatant favoritism drove her absolutely insane. She cursed him inwardly, wondering who this newly arrived bastard was to just show up and steal everything she had. Rage and hatred boiled in her eyes as she screamed, unleashing an incredibly intense roaring explosion of fire. Warning him not to mess with her, the sudden blast forced Shin Kang-hoo to jump back. Sneering, she asked if he was scared, and lunged. Her blazing hand reached out to burn Shin Kang-hoo, but fortunately he managed to quickly conjure a shield, auto-blocking her attack. Gritting her teeth, she roared in frustration, demanding to know exactly how many skills he possessed. Shin Kang-hoo simply stepped back and snapped his fingers once more. Smiling slyly, he muttered that it was a trade secret, but nothing happened, so he looked around in sheer confusion, and even Shin Kang-hoo stood there dazed. What gives? She let out a so he smirks, realizing her prediction was spot on. That skill makes wounds explode, doesn't it? She raises her scarred hand, telling him to forget about it. She has already burned all her wounds closed, so they won't open. Then so he conjures a giant fire vortex. Her useless skill is garbage now. Kang-hoo clicks his tongue in annoyance at the incoming attack. Evading the storm of fire rain is exhausting. It's a crisis. He leaps frantically to avoid the endless falling embers until one flame flies right toward Kang-hoo. Activating his ultimate evasion skill, he calmly reminds himself that So-hee specializes in controlling fire. She laughs like a maniac watching him struggle to dodge her relentless attacks. Meanwhile, Kang-hoo notices the fire-covered ground beneath him. She must be planning to use the burning ground as a trap. He quickly activates his protective armor, knowing that if she keeps up this intense pressure, his defenses will shatter. Looking toward the exit of the warehouse, he realizes he needs to take the fight outside. With that, he spins around and triggers a short leap skill which allows Kang-hoo to launch himself past the circle of melting walls. But So-hee cuts him off. Flying right in front of his face, she suddenly thrusts her blade before Kang-hoo can even react. He has no time to counter and is forced to defend. Meanwhile, Kang Dong-hun's minions are getting absolutely pummeled to the ground as Han So-yeon looks up, urging Yi-jin to check out the sky. Yi-jin looks up in shock beyond the massive crowd. The horizon is glowing a fierce, crimson red. Yi-jin anxiously declares they need to hurry. Behind them, the enemy thugs scream out to block them at all costs. With a single powerful swing, Han So-yeon punches the air, sending the surrounding crowd flying back. One of the thugs is suddenly pinned down by an invisible force. Yi-jin coldly apologizes, telling them that they are in a bit of a rush. Her voice is completely frozen, as she warns them to get lost if they value their lives. Inside her green circle, nearby enemies are instantly shredded and bleed out. As she pulls back her hands, the energy flares toward the sky, where the crimson light intensifies. Yi-jin calls out Kang-hoo's name in worry. Meanwhile, Kang-hoo uses his blade to block So-hee's strike. She chuckles, pressing down with immense force while he struggles to push back. The intense heat of her flames actually begins to melt his blade, but Kang-hoo suddenly realizes this might play to his advantage. He suddenly leaps backward and slips behind So-hee, realizing that a rapid teleport like this will let him strike right at her blind spot. But So-hee just chuckles and spins around, reminding him she can easily block a predictable attack. Her blade swings forward like a flash. It stabs deep into Kang-hoo's chest, spilling fresh blood. Gritting his teeth, he endures the pain while So-hee laughs maniacally with pure malice. Just as she celebrates, an unexpected force blocks her. Seizing the moment she is distracted, Kang-hoo drives his blade forward and swings his arm. He executes a grand decapitation strike instantly, blowing the blade out of So-hee's hand while leaving her severely wounded and bleeding profusely. Watching from afar, Jin Hyo-jung lets out a bored yawn. Is it over already? But watch closely because an unexpected guest just arrived. Han So-yeon arrives in a rush, completely unaware of Jin Hyo-jung lurking in the shadows. Meanwhile, Kang-hoo jumps back to put some distance between them. Having escaped the danger zone, Kang-hoo carefully evaluates his opponent, noting how incredibly fast she is at making tactical decisions. So he grits her teeth in fury. One of her arms is completely severed. She sacrificed it to save her own life, but that won't stop her. She quickly molds a hand of pure fire as a replacement, screaming that she will incinerate him as her flames explode outward. Kang-hoo barely manages to block the blast with his protective armor. To make matters worse, his frenzy medicine is quickly wearing off. So he throws a massive fireball with her remaining hand, mocking his barrier and promising to shatter it completely with just a few more hits. Before she can, a sudden gust of wind magic blocks the attack, leaving Kang-hoo stunned. Han So-yeon rushes over with panic in her eyes. Calling out his name, she helps him up. So he grits her teeth, cursing at this absolute mad dog who keeps interfering. She demands to know how many times they plan to stand in her way, looking up at Yi-jin and muttering how much she hates her. Yi-jin calmly looks down from above before leaping straight into the battlefield, ready to stand her ground and join the fight. She shields Han So-yeon and Kang-hoo. So he chuckles mockingly, telling Yi-jin that she clearly does not understand the danger she is in. Scoffing, So he raises her flaming hand and charges forward, letting her explosive fires erupt as she tells them they can talk all they want. Yi-jin quickly casts a defensive barrier to block the raging flames, but in an instant she realizes the space in front of her is empty, so he has completely vanished. Han So-yeon warily scans the area, wondering where she could have gone, while Kang-hoo speaks up in a weak voice. He whispers that they do not need to panic. Yi-jin turns to him in worry, asking what he means as Kang-hoo reflects on the fight. During the battle, he was deeply concerned about So-hee's final nebula skill. When he had analyzed her stats earlier, the system window clearly showed her highest attribute was wisdom. The system had classified her as a master of worldly wisdom capable of copying a slightly flawed version of her opponent's skills. This worldly wisdom allowed her to replicate almost any ability she saw. Kang-hoo had spent the entire fight wondering exactly which of his skills she had copied. He immediately triggers his mana tracing technique to follow the residual energy. Piece by piece, he realizes she had quietly duplicated one of his own personal skills. He was done fighting. Gasping for breath, Shin Kang-hoo muttered that Cha So-hee had already escaped. Panicked, Yi-jin shouted that they must find her. They had to run after her immediately. Suddenly, Shin Kang-hoo's vision went completely pitch black and he collapsed. Han So-yeon quickly rushed over to catch him. She asked if he was all right and begged him to wake up. Yi-jin gently checked his pulse and sighed in relief, confirming he was still breathing. They needed to get him to a hospital right away. Meanwhile, So-hee was running for her life, gritting her teeth in absolute rage at Lee Yi-jin. How did that clever girl dare to stand in her way? Cooling down, So-hee replayed the fight. Who on earth was Shin Kang-hoo anyway? She could barely believe what had just happened. The sheer number of skills he had was utterly ridiculous, and he even used boss monster skills. Specifically, he used the skills of a dungeon boss. So he suddenly noticed something strange. Could he actually have the power to copy monster skills? At that moment, Hyo-jung was hiding in a corner, watching everything. She quietly tailed So-hee, knowing she had to report this to her master. Suddenly, Hyo-jung lunged out in a surprise attack, forcing So-hee to halt. Though she dodged the fatal blow, her neck was sliced open. And here is where things take a dark turn. Blood oozed from the wound. Stunned, So-hee stared as Hyo-jung laughed like a maniac. Clutching her neck, So-hee gasped in disbelief, asking if she had gone mad. Hyo-jung did not answer, slowly stepping closer with a grin. Jin Hyo-jung giggled. She told So-hee she was simply trying to make her realize how pathetic her current situation had truly become. Hyo-jung then spoke through her earpiece, asking her master what to do with So-hee. Meanwhile, Kang Dong-hun put out his cigarette and gave orders. He told her to eliminate So-hee. He chuckled sinisterly, remarking that a hunting dog that can no longer hunt is completely useless. Hyo-jung relayed the message, telling So-hee that her master had abandoned her. So-hee froze in shock, barely able to process the news. She started to ask what that meant, but Hyo-jung was already lunging forward. As night fell over the hospital, Shin Kang-hoo finally opened his eyes. Covered in bandages, he sat up and looked around. Beside him, Han So-yeon was fast asleep, still having tear stains on her face. He watched her quietly. Finally, it was all over. Shin Kang-hoo put on his clothes and walked out, tapping on his earpiece to start music. Those healing tracks brought him a deep sense of peace, and Shin Kang-hoo thoroughly enjoyed this quiet moment of respite. But get this, a sudden text message cut off his peace. He stared at his screen in confusion at what Jong Yuri sent. It was a picture of a rose with a text saying, "Tada." Shin Kang-hoo was surprised. Did she just stumble upon it? That was incredibly lucky. Then she sent another message saying she got him. Confused, Shin Kang-hoo pocketed his phone, wondering what she was even talking about. He walked on. He reached a corner in the hallway and ran straight into Yi-jin. Cursing his luck, Shin Kang-hoo felt awkward. Yi-jin gave a faint smile. So she had guessed right. She knew he would sneak out, calling him Shin Kang-hoo. She asked in concern why he did not rest longer before leaving. His body was still recovering after all. Shin Kang-hoo took off his earpiece, suddenly asking if the Blue Bronze Guild was doing all right. Yi-jin was taken aback, asking what he meant. Shin Kang-hoo warned her that Eclipse might target her after everything that had happened. Hearing this, Yi-jin laughed and told him not to worry. Smiling confidently, she said, although Eclipse was massive, the Blue Bronze Guild was also tough. Shin Kang-hoo nodded, glad to hear that. He thanked her for her help and asked her to pass his gratitude to Han So-yeon too. Yi-jin sighed with a gentle smile, saying that if Han So-yeon knew, she would want to hear it directly from him. But Shin Kang-hoo declined. He insisted this was for the best, adding that it was safer for Han So-yeon too. A flash of sadness crossed his eyes. In the novel, Han So-yeon was a supporting character for Shin Kang-hoo. He remembered her tragic end, knowing the risks if they stayed close. If they remained friendly, the tragedy in the novel would definitely repeat itself. Shin Kang-hoo quietly brushed past Yi-jin, bidding her farewell. At that moment, Yi-jin spoke up, saying that if he truly had his reasons, she would not force him to stay. Instead, she asked if he could spare her a bit of his time. Yi-jin smiled softly, mentioning she had something to say. She wanted to discuss it in private elsewhere. Meanwhile, Jong Yuri stared at her phone in utter confusion, wondering why he had not replied yet. Chapter 41. Shin Kang-hoo turned back and agreed to go. Yi-jin then brought up the corpse he had asked her to handle earlier. She explained that they had already taken care of it. However, identifying someone based on just a hunter's license was incredibly difficult. She noted they likely forged a completely new identity. Yi-jin tilted her head, asking if he was fine with it taking some time. Shin Kang-hoo nodded, telling her to just do whatever she was comfortable with. Yi-jin then mentioned another concerning matter regarding Eclipse. She recalled how pathetic So-hee had looked when she fled. Even though she was in such a terrible state, Eclipse did absolutely nothing. They made no moves even when Yi-jin drove with Han So-yeon and crashed right into their subordinates, wiping out their local forces. No matter how many men they defeated in this area, Eclipse remained completely silent. It was extremely bizarre. Shin Kang-hoo lowered his head in deep thought, suggesting they were trying to cover up this entire incident. Yi-jin nodded in agreement. She explained that after deploying so many men to capture you and even mobilizing a high-ranking executive member, they still failed. Because of this failure, if this news leaked out, their proud reputation would be ruined. Shin Kang-hoo then asked about Cha So-hee. How exactly Dae-hyun waves it off. There are no witnesses left. That is Kang Dong-hun. Shin Kang-hoo keeps quiet, mind racing. Cha So-hee already fled. No threat there. But suddenly Shin Kang-hoo collapses. Darkness takes him. But first, a glowing system screen flashes praising the Void Raider. That battle was seriously impressive. Worth proven. To advance, the system says just call. Shin Kang-hoo secretly thanks Cha So-hee. Small world. Her interference handed him a golden opportunity. I am off, then he says. Yi-jin warns him to be careful. Tails are expected. Don't worry, he smirks. He promises to vanish where nobody can ever find him. Meanwhile, the officer scrolls the news. Gwangju was hit by Dae-jun. He is surprised. Did they really just strike an unrelated guild? This is going to get messy. Why strike his watch zone, he sighs. Seriously, the twists just keep coming lately. It triggers bad memories. Just like when Song Tae-hwa took out Gong Tae-soo, he sees Unsen. Yet despite deploying an entire squad, they found absolutely nothing. No clue who took Gong Tae-soo's arm. Not enough intel. The officer taps his desk. Picking up the phone, Chang Si-kwon delivers an order. Find out why they struck. He demands the camera footage from Gwangju, specifically the apartment where Shin Kang-hoo lived. Shin Kang-hoo smiles into the empty room, calling to begin. The interface flickers to life. The system issues a warning. Dying during this trial means permanent death in reality. Do you understand, Void Raider? Shin Kang-hoo pauses. Then he lets out a cold smirk. He knows how this world operates. Passing a trial depends entirely on the nebulas. Players face different combat scenarios. It all depends on whatever the nebulas cook up. Some fight vicious beasts, many lose their lives. But one thing is always guaranteed. Difficulty is off the charts. One clean hit to the heart means instant death. Some nebulas even use trials to execute their own contractors and void contracts. Shin Kang-hoo knows most players would grind and boost their stats before attempting this. He remembers feeling powerless against Cha So-hee. But during that clash, something clicked. He needs to get stronger fast. Standing tall, he realizes there is no time. I need this power right now. The system goes silent. Its worry was pointless. Shin Kang-hoo's body pixelates as the request is accepted. Blinding light envelops him entirely. He vanishes, teleporting into a dark arena. Countless nebulas are watching from the stands. More spectators than expected. Looks like his big debut is going to get bloody. The system welcomes all the watching nebulas to the Void Raider's trial. Every eye locks onto the candidate. If he manages to survive, massive rewards await. Wild and warrior-type nebulas watch closely. Success means unlocking incredible new powers. But if he falls short during the battle, it is over. Death waits. Even the ominous nebulas of the Apocalypse watch. The system calls for active support. They can sponsor the match with nebula energy. Right then, a blue sphere ascends. If he fails, the energy gets fully refunded. His opponent is an extra-dimensional hunter, giving the contractor the ultimate choice. But is it actually a safe choice? He watches coldly. The entire goal is to earn the respect of the nebulas. They would lose interest if he picked a safe fight. Shin Kang-hoo selects his target. The entire stadium gasps. Even the system is stunned. He chose the wilderness beast. He picked an opponent he stands zero chance of defeating. The system locks it in. Having gathered the nebula force, the sphere of cosmic justice above grows larger by the second, and a man appears. He chuckles softly, noting that there are quite a lot of them. The officer smiles with amusement at this ridiculous match. Another dimension. Interesting. Shin Kang-hoo stares back with a defiant smirk, summoning a dagger as Chapter 42 begins. Holding a flower, he smiles at the pure and abundant mana in this environment, far richer than in the real world. Si-won looks him over dryly, asking if he is some kind of junkie. Shin Kang-hoo just bites the flower. He eats it to prove him wrong. Power floods him instantly. Stunned, Si-hwan demands to know his level. Shin Kang-hoo casually answers 47, making Si-hwan frown in displeasure that a low-level 47 would dare face a level 800 powerhouse. Si-hwan scoffs, calling it a reckless move, guessing Shin Kang-hoo only chose him to draw the attention of the constellations. To him, this kid is practically begging for death. He glances back at the now empty stands. He wonders aloud if the constellations would be sad to leave so soon, then smiles and raises 2 fingers. He offers to hold back, declaring he will only use 2 constellations where no one can see them, making Shin Kang-hoo smirk, just as predicted. There is no way a show-off like Jang Si-hwan would ever pass up this kind of spotlight. While the arrogant hunter basks in his own ego, Shin Kang-hoo calculates his moves, eyeing the plus 30 stat above Si-hwan. Normally, high-tier constellations aiming for the main spot avoid forming contracts when they see that specific number. The watching constellations begin to gossip among themselves, wondering if this crazy mathematician will really limit himself to 2 stars. Still, it is a perfect chance to test his limits. Shin Kang-hoo plans to turn Si-hwan's own strength against him in this fight. With so many constellations watching, at least one will surely take the bait. He smiles with absolute burning confidence. But things will not go as smoothly as he hopes. Some time ago, a secretary entered guild leader Jang Si-hwan's office. Handing over the requested documents, she listens as Si-hwan asks if the report is about the recent solar eclipse incident. She bows, clarifying it is actually about the Abyss. Si-hwan's eyes turn thoughtful as he stares at a printed image of the Abyss Lord. The Lord had raised questions for the Chinese guild, insisting the truth will be revealed. They are a highly unpredictable group. Furious, Si-hwan rips the report apart, muttering about their obsession with the truth before cold-bloodedly burning the papers to ashes. Disgraceful. He tosses the burning ashes aside, knowing the media only believes what they want to hear anyway. He demands that their target's movements be closely monitored, and the secretary reassures him that everything has been taken care of. Si-hwan decides to authorize the Blackbone Squad, bringing up files on Lee Hun-sok, the captain of the Abyss team. Below his name is Baek Dong-che, the captain's only blood relative. The sent image confirms the two are currently standing together. With everything proceeding on schedule, Sang-mi makes a call to Captain Lee Hun-sok. The man answers on the other end. Sang-mi greets him warmly, noting it has been a while. Hun-sok mentions he heard about the kid and how Gong Tae-soo used his power. Sang-mi laughs, playing it down as simply taking care of a few small punks, but her thoughts immediately drift back to Shin Kang-hoo. Actually, it was someone else who took care of Gong Tae-soo. She smiles, asking if the captain has a moment to talk. She wants to discuss the incident, but Hun-sok apologizes, admitting he does not have the time right now. Frustratedly clutching his head, he complains that he cannot reach Dong-che and worries if the boy has sneaked into another dungeon. Sang-mi chuckles, teasing that the boy is just ignoring him like usual. Hun-sok sighs, adding that Do-sok has already gone to check. It should be resolved soon. But wait, he suddenly remembers something and warmly invites her to meet up. Since she won the match, he wants to discuss their next moves together. Hearing this, Sang-mi smiles brightly in agreement. Back in the arena, the fight is intense. Shin Kang-hoo's barrier is already cracking under the sheer force of the blasts. He activates his automatic defense skill, but deep down he knows his shield will not hold much longer against this force. Across from him, Si-hwan remains completely unbothered, telling him not to be scared since that was only a warning shot. Shin Kang-hoo smirks, realizing the guy's casting speed is just as insanely fast as described in the original novel. Drawing his dagger, he ducks low, knowing it will be dangerous to rely solely on physical evasion in this situation. He summons a protective shield, which Si-hwan finds utterly hilarious, mockingly asking how long that flimsy barrier will last. The arrogant man advises him to run away right now if he wants to survive. Meanwhile, a dark purple fireball forms in his palm. Smiling mockingly as Shin Kang-hoo tries to evade, Si-hwan waves his hand instantly, summoning sharp stone spikes raining down from above. Dodging the falling wind arrows, Shin Kang-hoo continues running while trying to analyze the familiar attack patterns of his opponents. He recognizes these moves from previous battles, but the guild leader's spells are on a completely different level. One single mistake means instant defeat. He knows taking even one direct hit will leave him in a highly critical condition. Suddenly, halting his steps, Shin Kang-hoo activates his quick evasion skill to cleanly dodge the oncoming obstacles. He spins away as the attack flies in. A black magic strike right at the start. Suddenly, a system window pops up right above the officer's head. It reads Black Star Seeker, a title that stabilizes dark power, protecting both body and soul from total ruin. Kang-hoo watches closely. He chose that power for his first constellation. Now the officer shoutouts to the watching spectators, seeking approval. Talk about lucky, right? He flashes a fake gentle smile, thinking to himself that at least this little bug is fast. The officer reassures his audience. No need to worry about a quick ending, he reassures them. But up in the stands, a spectator cannot help but scoff. A spectator mutters that a corrupt cleaner sweeping up trash is going to be far more annoying. Han So-yeon, the rest of the crowd joins in. Others agree, whispering about the wild strategy. Is he deliberately dragging this out? The god of war seems absolutely ruthless. Suddenly, the orb in midair blazes with light space snatch, but the attack is far from over, and everyone knows it. Kang-hoo activates his acceleration skill, charging straight at the officer. His hand is already crackling with enhanced power. Thanks for babbling, he thinks. He used the distraction to close the gap and prep his real strike. By the time the officer senses the trap, it is almost too late. Still, the threat barely phases him. The officer simply uses his vanishing skill to slip away, leaving Kang-hoo to grit his teeth in frustration. Damn it, he growls. He neutralized that strike with a vanishing skill. The officer just smiles, praising him for having such an unexpected move. But before the officer can finish boasting, Kang-hoo leaps forward again. He knows he has to adjust his rhythm on the fly. Hovering in midair, Kang-hoo summons illusion clones to surround the officer. Every single copy draws a blade, pointing them straight at his target. The officer chuckles, amused. With a swift flick of spatial manipulation, he shatters the clones, leaving the real Kang-hoo lunging into empty space. Missing his mark, his momentum carries him downward. He crashes hard against the arena wall, struggling to recover his balance. His blade scrapes violently against the stone with a deafening screech. Grimacing, he looks back up at the officer to see what happened. There it is, a second constellation active above the enemy's head. The system panel reveals the details of a skill called Space Guide. It allows the user to open portals and step into different dimensions. Right now, Kang-hoo's dagger is still jammed deep into the wall. Using the stuck hilt as a springboard, he launches himself back up. Short jump activated. He smirks, wondering how the officer will handle this. He grips his weapon tightly, initiating Shadow Step for another relentless charge. He blurs across the field, spawning several clones simultaneously. The officer watches the incoming horde with absolute indifference. He scoffs at the effort, muttering that all these clones are just a desperate struggle. With a keen eye, he spots the real Kang-hoo instantly and targets him directly. Let's start with the real one. First, he sneers. Purple fire ignites. But Kang-hoo has already triggered his second skill, Swap. The officer realizes his mistake too late, looking back in panic. Kang-hoo is already lunging from behind with his blade raised. Desperate, the officer thrusts his hand out, summoning a bolt of red lightning to block. The blade clashes violently against the red energy. Utilizing space control, the officer conjures another crackling bolt directly behind his opponent for a sneak attack. Sensing the danger just in time, Kang-hoo spins around to deflect the strike. Meanwhile, in a completely different part of the city, a hand gently drops onto Dong Che's shoulder, making him gasp and whirl around in shock. This is Park Dong-che, cousin of Lee Hyun-sok. He looks up with deep anxiety. Standing right there is Moon Yu-sok, the vice captain of the Abyss Warlord group. Dong-che stares in absolute surprise. He asks what Yu-sok is doing here, but the vice captain quickly presses a finger to his lips, urging him to listen very closely. The Jeonghwa Guild is actively targeting you, Yu-sok warns him in a hushed tone. Hearing this, Dong-che's mind immediately goes into a frantic spin. Neither of them realizes that someone is lurking just behind the wall, eagerly eavesdropping. Yu-sok grabs Dong-che's wrist and starts to run. There is no time to explain, just follow me, he urges. Dong-che nods and keeps pace as they sprint down the narrow corridor. Yu-sok casts a worried glance over his shoulder. Behind them, the hidden spy realizes they are escaping and curses under his breath. His partner notices the sudden movement and asks what is wrong before they both rush to give chase. The target is on the move. Back at the arena, a massive shield shoves Kang-hoo backward. He quickly twists his body, leaping down to the floor to regain his footing. Suddenly, a noxious green poison gas bubbles up from the ground as the officer glows with a matching sinister aura. Know your place, he growls. He is absolutely furious now. How dare you target my back, the officer sneers. Kang-hoo presses his hand against the floor, gathering his strength. He leaps away to escape the spreading poison zone. Relying on his quick reflexes, Kang-hoo activates his swap skill to instantly flash out of range. He evades the strike perfectly, but the officer remains completely relaxed. It is useless, the enemy whispers, raising his hand to cast again. A swirling vortex of purple spatial energy expands across the arena. Kang-hoo feels a surge of panic as dodging becomes incredibly difficult. With both spatial and black magic acting together, he struggles to slip through the glowing dimensional portals opening all around him. As portals ignite around the arena, a sudden bolt of purple lightning grazes past Kang-hoo's cheek. He narrowly dodges it, pushing forward. He manages to leap aside just in time, accelerating to escape the crossfire. But lightning bolts are now raining down from every single direction. Damn it, Kang-hoo curses silently, his eyes barely tracking the speed of the attacks. The officer smiles warmly, clearly enjoying this lethal game. Without warning, a devastating blow connects squarely with Shin Kang-hoo, making him cough up blood. Instantly, Officer Jang conjures a massive explosion that completely swallows the arena. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Yu-sok and Dong-che are desperately trying to lose their tail. Yu-sok urges his friend to keep pushing, shouting that they just need to escape this place, but his footsteps suddenly come to a grinding halt. Looking ahead in sheer panic, Yu-sok realizes a gang of thugs has been called in to ambush them. He whips his head back, only to find another group sealing their retreat. They are totally trapped. One thug presses a blade against Dong-che's neck, ordering them to shut up. He commands Yu-sok to stand perfectly still unless he wants to see his friend die. Yu-sok grits his teeth in rage, cursing the bastard, but another thug takes the opening to strike him from behind. Dong-che screams out in panic, but the attacker just lowers his weapon. He cannot believe it was that easy, telling the others to leave Yu-sok on the dirt and head inside. Yu-sok groans in pain, desperately reaching out. He collapses, screaming Dong-che's name. His desperate cry echoes down the street, catching the attention of the two hunters who were tailing them. They rush toward the noise and find Yu-sok on the ground quickly, helping him up and asking if he is okay. He hangs his head, apologizing. His voice is thick with guilt as he admits that Dong Che was taken. The two hunters gasp in shock while Yu Suk holds his head in agony. He curses his own carelessness. The two hunters quickly stand asking which way the thugs went so they can continue the search. Yu Suk points down the street guessing they turned left. The duo immediately bolts, telling him to leave the rest to them, leaving Yu Suk alone in the dark alley. Once they are out of sight, a sinister manic smirk creeps onto his face. He whispers that he is counting on them. Meanwhile, Officer Jang's devastating strike has blanketed the entire arena in thick smoke. Wearing a deceptive friendly smile, he looks up toward the VIP seats. Addressing the constellations in the sky, he asks if they enjoyed his little show, adding that although it was brief, it was a pleasure meeting them. But his victory speech is cut short. High above the support orb is still hovering and active. Officer Jang freezes, realizing the buff is still going. Looking down at the smoking crater, he cannot believe his eyes. Out from the dense toxic smog, Shin Kang-hoo walks out completely unscathed. He sarcastically thanks Officer Jang, holding up his phone to show a recovery song on loop. He explains that thanks to all that trash talking, giving him time to heal, he is fully recovered now. Though internally, Shin Kang-hoo admits that was a dangerously close call. Officer Jang's polite facade completely crumbles. He growls that he cannot believe the boy dared to listen to music in the middle of a fight. Shin Kang-hoo casually slips his phone back into his pocket, telling him to stop staring before summoning his blades and declaring his attacks are useless now. Chapter 44. Officer Jang clicks his tongue in pure fury, calling it utter nonsense. He channels a massive crimson aura, eager to see how long the kid can keep talking big. Power surges into his hands as he charges up the dark attack. Shin Kang-hoo watches closely, analyzing the threat. He knows that taking a direct hit from that monster spell means instant death. He closes his eyes, trying to find his inner calm. But if he cannot get past this wall, stopping Officer Jang will be impossible. Amusingly, the officer completely misinterprets this quiet focus as sheer terror. Believing his opponent has given up and closed his eyes to wait for death, the villain happily unleashes his ultimate lightning strike, Black Thunder. As the lightning crackles inches from his face, Shin Kang-hoo's eyes remain shut. This allows him to feel the exact trajectory of the incoming attack. At the absolute last millisecond, he activates his ultimate evasion skill, executing a flawless dodge to slip right past the deadly blast. Against all odds, Shin Kang-hoo slips through the devastation completely unharmed. Officer Jang stares down in absolute shock, unable to believe his own eyes. He gasps, wondering how on earth this is possible, while Shin Kang-hoo turns back with a smirk. Meanwhile, someone rushes into the Abyss Guild office. They deliver the shocking news that Dong Che has been kidnapped. Lee Hee-han-sik, the formidable leader of the Abyss Guild, leaps to his feet in worry. Yu-sik bows his head deeply, apologizing and taking the blame. Hee-han-sik rubs his temples, desperately trying to keep his composure in this crisis. He tells Yu-suk to save his apologies because it is not his fault, gesturing for him to take a seat and explain everything. Hee-han-sik's voice drops to a chilling whisper as he asks who they are. Yu-suk replies that they did not seem like elite hunters. He guesses they are likely after a ransom and will probably try to make contact using Dong Che's phone. Hee-han-sik listens quietly. He rubs his chin, trying to figure out if this is just a standard kidnapping or a trap laid out by the rival Fusion Guild. Both are highly likely. Yu-suk gasps in surprise, his eyes falling on a newspaper article about the Fusion Guild and how they have been targeting them. They have been searching for them relentlessly. Hee-han-sik points out that if their cover was blown, it makes perfect sense for them to target Dong Che. Crossing his arms, he decides they need a quiet investigation first. He orders to call in everyone who knows about their connection to Dong Che. He warns to keep it quiet so the Fusion Guild does not tail them. Yu-suk nods, promising to handle it and make his move immediately. Hee-han-sik thanks him but suddenly calls him back, remembering that Sang-mi is arriving soon and suggesting they head out together. Yu-suk pauses a dark thought, crossing his mind about how perfect it would be to eliminate Yoon Sang-mi alongside the others. He turns back with a polite, agreeable smile, accepting the task. Meanwhile, back in the arena, Officer Jang sneers with supreme contempt. He scoffs that he does not care how the brat managed to dodge, summoning a swarm of glowing crimson spheres into the air. He is completely confident in himself, leisurely looking at Kang-hoo, who has his eyes closed. Either way, thinks you are going to die. Kang-hoo knows he cannot dodge this with just his bare eyes. Right then, Sequan fires a barrage of energy spheres down on him. Instead, he has to sense the raw mana within the attack. Closing his eyes, Kang-hoo calmly focuses on the space around him. Normally, doing this would be completely impossible, but he remembers sensing the space clearly when he first arrived here. The purity of mana in this place is far denser than usual, meaning he can actually pull off this seemingly impossible feat. Right then, the energy spheres rain down on Kang-hoo. He simply pivots his foot, and despite having his eyes closed, he easily dodges every single incoming strike. Sequan can only stare in absolute disbelief as his attacks miss completely. Kang-hoo smiles and whispers that he is starting to feel grateful for his mana hypersensitivity. Up in the stands, the observers gasp in admiration at the wild strategist. One spectator comments that this human is definitely worth keeping an eye on. They are highly curious to see how this battle ends. Sequan glares up at the glowing blue sphere in anger. "How dare a low-tier bug like you stand against me," he rages. Immediately, Sequan unleashes a massive burst of power. The strike completely destroys the arena floor. But as the smoke and dust clear, there is absolutely no one left standing on the ground. Sequan stares at the shattered earth, unable to believe that his opponent has vanished. Panic starts to creep into his eyes. Right at that moment, Kang-hoo materializes behind him, swinging a dark-shrouded fist aimed directly at the back of his head. Sequan whips around in a panic, cursing under his breath as a heavily reinforced dagger drives straight toward his throat. A decapitating strike is imminent. Meanwhile, Dong-che is tied up and thrown into a room as a cloaked guard tells him to behave. The man warns that if Dong-che tries anything funny, he will slice off his fingers. He then slams the door shut. Dong-che stares at his bound hands in total disbelief, desperately wondering what is going on and why this is happening. Yusek claimed the Chinese guild was hunting them, but these guards do not look like they belong to that guild at all. Outside, heavily armed guards keep watch. Their leader makes a quick call reporting that they have successfully captured Park Dong-che. He asks his boss to come and inspect the captive. The man on the other end notes that it was far too easy. Tae-soo gives a cold, indifferent reply, saying he will arrive in 2 days. Back on the battlefield, the dark blade is stopped inches away from Sequan's throat. Suddenly, glowing chains materialize out of thin air, binding Kang-hoo's arms tightly. Kang-hoo smiles, mocking Sequan for abandoning his handicap. Right then, a system notification pops up to block his attack. It states that the opponent's attack has been entirely blocked because their level is lower than 1/3 of Sequan's own level. Kang-hoo reminds Sequan that he had to rely on his third constellation. He smiles confidently, claiming victory for himself. Sequan's expression twists in deep frustration. His hands clench tightly as he is forced to face the harsh reality of the match. He shoves Kang-hoo's hand away. Kang-hoo just smiles mockingly, asking Sequan if he plans to go back on his word. Up on the high balcony, the constellations begin discussing the match. The fallen prophet is deeply impressed. He points out that Kang-hoo could still use a skill that should have been blocked. Other constellations join the conversation. The martial god of assassination asks if that was a monster skill. What is more shocking is how masterfully he used it. He is eager to find out just how powerful this hunter really is. All of this attention pleases Kang-hoo immensely. On the other hand, Sequan is absolutely furious. He cannot believe he was unable to read the moves of an assassin who is not even level 50. Gnashing his teeth, he demands to know what kind of trick Kang-hoo used. Kang-hoo simply smiles, saying there was no trick, only standard stealth. Sequan chuckles, telling him not to play dumb. That skill should only be available to assassins who are above level 50. He recalls asking Kang-hoo his level before. Back then, Kang-hoo replied that he was level 47. Now he smirks and asks if Sequan actually believed that. The constellations are amazed by the wild strategist once again. He has been hiding his level since the very beginning. Nobody could have guessed. They praise him as a true tactician who knows both himself and his opponent perfectly. The god of war notes that no clever warrior reveals their true strength to an enemy. Sequan clenches his fist in fury. Suddenly, Sequan flies up into the air. Kang-hoo watches as Sequan summons a massive swirling vortex of burning red fire. Glaring down with icy eyes, Sequan admits he underestimated his opponent and promises to show him his true devastating power. Meanwhile, in another location, Sang-mi hums happily to herself. She looks out the window, excited to finally meet her team again. Fulfilling her old promise is finally possible. She quickly types out a text on her phone and sends it to Kang-hoo. She asks if he still remembers her promise, attaching a cute sticker to the message as she hits send. "If nothing changes, I will head to Hongchen in 2 days to meet you." Kang-hoo bows his head, cursing under his breath about the lunatic. Looking at the massive growing red fireball, he wonders if the crazy bastard is actually going to use that move here. Meanwhile, the constellations marvel at the spectacular sight, like the Lady of Light and the Great Dictator. Even though his level is incredibly high, they are shocked. They never expected him to possess such a rare and powerful skill. Che Guan speaks in a chilling voice. He should have used it earlier. He sneers, promising to turn Kang-hoo into nothing but dust before directly hurling the massive fireball straight down toward the arena. The searing light from the fireball rushes toward Kang-hoo. A massive explosion goes off completely, wiping out the stage and creating total chaos. Everything in the arena instantly dissolves into digital pixels. Che Guan clicks his tongue in annoyance, muttering that things have turned out quite bad. Kang-hoo stands completely unharmed below, smiling. This is a blatant violation of the rules. Meanwhile, Che Guan complains loudly about this sudden interference. He demands to know how a constellation could interfere while the test was still ongoing. Suddenly, the system interface pops up, catching him off guard. The Dimension Stealer cannot believe a mere human has the audacity to address it in such a manner, especially within its own territory. It declares that the Dimension Stealer's contractor has actually passed the test long ago. Hearing this, Chae-guan is completely stunned. The system offers no further explanation, simply stating that the intruder has already fulfilled his role in this trial and must now leave. A massive dimensional rift tears open right behind Chae-guan, forcefully dragging him inside as the Dimension Stealer makes him vanish. He screams out in sheer frustration, calling the entire situation utterly ridiculous, but the portal snaps shut instantly, cutting off all sound. The system then assures Kang-hoo that his memory has been wiped and he has been sent back, so there is no need to worry. He does not need to worry about any revenge. Kang-hoo lets out a sigh of relief and smiles, realizing the intruder's arrival was fully expected. That glowing blue light showing up was completely expected from the start and natural part of his overall strategy. Kang-hoo silently reflects on the trial. He recalls the entire battle during the evaluation. Even though he deliberately made himself look like he was struggling hard to survive against his opponent, he had faced Chae-guan's arrogant, relaxed smirk while still managing to secure sponsorships. Throughout it all, that mysterious blue light had watched. It had been watching his every move. This meant he had actually passed the test early on without even needing to finish the fight. Kang-hoo smirks, asking if he can claim his reward now, and the system is remarkably quick to give him a positive response. It agrees, turning its gaze toward the spectator stands. It addresses the constellations, stating it understands they all desire this talented young man. The blue orb guiding the arena glows brightly. Just looking at the crowd of powerful constellations gathered here makes it obvious. They all nod in agreement. A constellation known as the God of War praises the fight, calling it a brilliant strategic masterpiece. He thinks the boy would make a perfect contractor. Another quickly retorts, threatening to kick his ass if he keeps talking like that. The rest of the constellations join the bickering. Even the mighty Apocalypse and Darkness admits to being highly intrigued by this kid. He promises to keep a close eye on him. Suddenly, countless system notifications and blessings begin to shower over Kang-hoo. The powerful entity vows to remember him. Kang-hoo finds this incredibly interesting as the trial has successfully put him on everyone's radar. The system chimed in, claiming that the other entities are paying a bit too much attention to its newly chosen contractor. However, since it is in a good mood, it will allow them to observe him for just a little while longer. Simultaneously, the system interface begins converting the constellation's vast residual power directly into experience points for him. It happily congratulates him on passing the contractor trial. Right after the entire arena dissolves into digital pixels and fades away. It notes that once he returns to his original dimension, he will find himself equipped with a brand new ability. The sweet fruit of his achievement awaits. In the blink of an eye, Kang-hoo finds himself standing back in his familiar old room. A notification alerts him that he has leveled up continuously, reaching level 101. He smiles, feeling his effort fully repaid. Suddenly, 3 mysterious cards materialize right in front of him, each containing a brand new skill waiting for him to unlock. The system screen flashes. He has successfully acquired the basic skill of the assassin class known as Soul Brand. Due to his constellation's power, this skill is upgraded to Enhanced Soul Brand, allowing him to mark up to 5 items. These marked items can be freely recalled within a 100-meter radius. Kang-hoo thinks back to his fierce battle with So-hee. He mutters to himself that this is incredible, remembering how annoying it was to manually control his weapons while fighting her. With a satisfied smile, he begins planning to mark all his vital weapons. His hand moves smoothly across his attribute window. He notices a brand new trait registered under the neutral constellation, the Dimension Stealer, an entity specializing in theft and proficiency. First, skill proficiency is permanently maximized. Second, it allows him to completely copy and convert other people's unique skills into his own. And third, upon eliminating another hunter, he can directly seize and usurp their active contract with their respective constellation. He thinks to himself that this is extremely powerful, though he decides to keep it as a trump card for now. Suddenly, the screen begins to flash. The system screen pops up, catching Shin Kang-hoo completely off guard. 3 glowing cards appear at once, signaling his reach to level 100. The system awards the Master of Deception tier, offering him a choice between 3 rare cards. He suddenly remembers this feature. Shin Kang-hoo feels a bit uneasy, recalling that he previously mixed in some useless items that might make this selection quite difficult. Regret washes over him, but he taps the middle button on the floating screen anyway, deciding to pick the center card. The card instantly glows bright, and Shin Kang-hoo stares in amazement at the screen, displaying the legendary Master of Deception title. The system congratulates him on landing an incredible item, explaining it allows a one-time copy of any active hunter skill. He can copy any skill with 100% mastery. Shin Kang-hoo smiles, thinking about how incredibly broken this could be. He immediately thinks of copying Jang Si-hwan-hwan's signature move, that insane ability that summons a massive swirling fire vortex. But after a quick thought, he realizes an assassin-class skill would be even better, specifically, a rare exclusive technique. One particular target comes to mind, a massive raw powerhouse of a hunter who would fit this role perfectly. The only catch is the guy has a terrible reputation and is currently in China. Right then his phone starts buzzing. A familiar voice laughs on the other end, expressing relief that he actually picked up and asking how he is holding up. Shin Kang-hoo reassures her that he is perfectly fine. Yi-jin checks her reports, noting that the dreaded eclipse situation seems to have settled. With a soft smile, she asks if he might be free to take on a quick low-key side quest for her. Shin Kang-hoo asks what the job is, and Ye-jin explains it is a simple mining gig at a newly discovered crystal deposit. The location near Hongcheon instantly triggers Shin Kang-hoo's memory of the original storyline. These natural crystals are highly valuable. Much like mana stones, harvesting them requires infusing raw mana, making them a crucial ingredient for crafting high-tier gear. Since natural veins are incredibly rare, the payout for this job is bound to be absolutely massive. He can't help but smirk. Accepting the offer without hesitation, he promises to set out the very next day to the designated mining site. Arriving at the busy excavation zone near the cleared Hongcheon dungeon, Shin Kang-hoo blends in with the other hardworking miners. Holding a standard hammer, he secretly channels his mana deep into the ground to survey the entire layout of the cave. Once he clears this ore, his next step is meeting up with Yoon Sang-mi to finally get closer to the abyss. She had actually messaged him earlier, asking if he remembered their promise and inviting him to meet in 2 days. She managed to secure a rare opportunity, but accessing their meeting place requires a reliable middleman due to extreme security. Shin Kang-hoo knows he has to play his cards right to get past their defense grids, so he prepares his next move carefully. Placing his palm against the rocky floor, he sends a massive pulse of mana radiating outward to locate every single crystal vein. Pinpointing the exact location, he swings his hammer down with immense force, channeling his lethal blood-drenched spear technique. After a brief moment of intense digging, he steps back and admires a massive pile of freshly harvested crystal ore. The nearby miners stare with their jaws dropped, utterly shocked that he cleared the entire vein in mere seconds. His incredible mana sensitivity proves he is no ordinary worker. He is definitely a top-tier hunter. But then trouble arrives. A hostile group of thugs walks in and their leader kicks a miner to the dirt, demanding to know what is taking so long. He stomps on the poor worker, barking about missing their quotas and asking if they think the Hurricane Gang is a joke. The thug freezes when he spots Shin Kang-hoo's massive pile of crystals, immediately demanding to know who the hell he is. He accuses Shin Kang-hoo of stealing their precious haul and draws his sword, greed flashing in his eyes. He orders his lackeys to surround him, realizing stealing the loot is way easier than actually doing any of the work. Shin Kang-hoo sneers, absolutely despising these parasites. He quietly summons a blade into his palm, ready to teach them a lesson. But before he can make a move, a sudden gunshot echoes through the cavern, a bullet tearing straight toward the leader. Shin Kang-hoo blinks in surprise as thick smoke fills the area, sending the surrounding miners scrambling and coughing in absolute chaos. Out of nowhere, a glowing arrow cuts through the haze, taking direct aim at the gang leader, who is now furious. Deflecting the shot, he screams in rage at the two mysterious newcomers, demanding to know who they think they are. One of the figures wearing a demonic mask steps forward, casually turning the insult right back on the angry thug. Shin Kang-hoo immediately recognizes the demonic mask. Beside him, Se-dong raises her weapon, ready to unleash another devastating volley of fire. Her next shot explodes, scattering the thugs as their leader screams at them to flank the intruders and cut them down. The lackeys charge straight towards Se-dong, but before they can reach her, a throwing knife suddenly embeds itself in a throat. Se-dong gasps in pure shock, realizing that Shin Kang-hoo was the one who threw the blade to save her life. The blade flies right back into Gang-hoo's hand. Triggering his blink skill, he darts forward like lightning and completely wipes out the mob surrounding Se-dong's vehicle. Se-hyuk turns his head, his face showing pure shock. Completely enraged, the thug leader marches forward, screaming that he is going to rip this sword-wielding bastard apart. Se-dong cries out for him to be careful, but Gang-hoo just offers a smug, effortless grin as his system screen suddenly flickers to life. The notification says he recovered his marked item. Ducking low, he lets the thug charge right into his blade, leaving the man shivering in shock. Gang-hoo chuckles to himself, talk about a handy skill. With the remaining trash easily taken care of, he activates his soul imprint. Se-dong watches Gang-hoo in absolute disbelief, amazed he cleared them in such record time. Right then, Se-hyuk summons a massive wave of searing fire, burning the remaining bodies to ashes. He walks over with an easy smile, admitting the rumors of Gang-hoo's monstrous power are definitely true. Pulling down his mask, he greets him politely. He says he never expected to meet him here, calling him Jung Sung-woo before correcting himself to Shin Kang-hoo. The rescued man bows, deeply thanking them for the save before looking up with a grin to ask if this is the legendary troll Se-hyuk. Se-hyuk nods warmly indeed, so he can rest easy now. He is the highly respected leader of the legendary troll squad. Gang-hoo recognizes the name. This guy is famous for rescuing kidnapped hunters and absolutely obliterating their captors without sparing a single second for excuses. No mercy, no debates. The rescued hunters in the cave are overwhelmed with gratitude, bowing and offering endless thanks. As they bid farewell, Gang-hoo looks down at the defeated thugs. It makes perfect sense why Si-hyuk earned his chilling nickname, the Silent Judgment. Their emblem is a moon pierced by 3 swords. Gang-hoo quietly reflects on his novel's original plot. To hype up Eclipse, he originally wrote Si-hyuk to die at Lee Kang-dong-hun's hands. He turns to the leader, asking how he knows his real name. Si-hyuk blinks as it hits him. Oh right, he forgot to explain. He quickly fills him in on how he got the intel. He has a mole planted deep inside Eclipse, who tipped him off. Chuckling warmly, he praises Gang-hoo's insane moves against their targets. So word of his exploits has already reached Eclipse. Gang-hoo makes a mental note of this, then softly issues a quick warning. He tells them to use his alias, Jung Sung-woo, instead of his real name. He then suggests exchanging contact information with the duo. The two exchange startled glances before eagerly agreeing in unison, calling it an absolute honor. The girl then steps forward to introduce herself. Her name is Ban Se-dong. Passing his phone over, Gang-hoo recalls her brilliant support skills from the pages of his novel. He had written her in as Se-hyuk's close relative. As Se-hyuk grabs the phone to save his number, he adds a serious warning. His spy confirmed that Eclipse is still actively hunting him. Handing the phone back, he urges him to watch his back. The next day, Gang-hoo arrives early in Hongcheon. Checking market prices on his phone, he figures this next gig is well worth his time. Yijin is absolutely thrilled to receive the meteorite stone, promising an extra 5 billion won bonus for his outstanding work. Gang-hoo nods but knows there's still one major piece left on the board. Just on cue, Sang-mi finally makes her appearance. With a bright smile, she walks up to ask how he has been doing lately. Gang-hoo turns his attention to her, thinking about Lee Kang-dong-hun's abyss. Together they make their way north of the safe zone to the Yongwol Abyss region. Leaving him outside, Sang-mi asks the guards to inform the captain that they brought a guest. Gang-hoo studies the heavy security. It is just as tight as he described in his manuscript. Right on time, Captain Hee-han-suk steps out of the facility. Sang-mi greets him warmly. Hee-han-suk smiles back, noting it has been a while before his cold gaze shifts onto Gang-hoo. The captain frowns, demanding to know who this stranger is. Sang-mi quickly chimes in, introducing him as her special guest. He introduces himself as Jung Sung-woo. Hee-han-suk remains expressionless, offering a chilly greeting and telling him to wait outside. 2 armed guards flank the doorway. Left completely alone in the interrogation room, Gang-hoo quietly scans his surroundings. This is basically confinement. Even for security reasons, isn't this excessive? He did arrive here with Sang-mi after all. But things get interesting here. He lets out a quiet chuckle as everything clicks, remembering Dong Che's tragic fate in his story. There is only one logical explanation for Hee-han-suk to be this paranoid right now. It means he arrived at the perfect moment. He can use this crisis to win Lee Kang-dong-hun's trust and save the Abyss. Nearby, Sang-mi slams the table, gasping that Dong Che was kidnapped. Hee-han-suk nods grimly. He apologizes for treating her guest like a prisoner, but explains they are dealing with an extreme emergency. With no other choice, they had to be safe. Sang-mi slumps back into her chair, muttering that she knew something felt incredibly off. She asks what will happen to her guest's request, emphasizing he is the powerful hunter who helped her reclaim Un-san. She vouches for his insane skill. Hee-han-suk hesitates, wondering if they should really trust a critical mission to a total outsider. Remembering Yijin, she assures him that they have a trustworthy broker. She asks if he wants to meet him face to face. She adds that the guest requested this meeting himself. Intrigued, Hee-han-suk finally enters the room and addresses Gang-hoo first. He says he heard Gang-hoo wanted to see him. Gang-hoo looks up coldly, saying they should get straight to the point, the support of the Abyss. Hoon-suk is completely stunned by this proposal. Shin Kang-hoo does not actually want to join. Our help, he sets his newspaper down on the table, noting that the general public does not view the Abyss in a very good light. Plus, clashing with the Cheongwang Guild for ages makes this the absolute worst place to look for an alliance. Shin Kang-hoo narrows his eyes. He analyzes that while Cheongwang pressures the Abyss, the fact that they survived proves they are strong. He points out that this strength is exactly why he chose them. The Abyss is powerful, but highly underrated. Since other players actively avoid this place, he can secure far better treatment here than he ever would at those other giant guilds. He carefully calculated this excuse. Hoon-suk has no reason to suspect him now, especially with their immense regional assets. They command a massive amount of dungeons and wealth, and their absolute leader Lee Hoon-suk is a legendary high-ranking player with intense power. Shin Kang-hoo plays it cool. Claiming he wanted to enlist directly would only raise red flags and compromise his safety. Keeping a proper distance is by far the smartest move, laying down the perfect groundwork to build a business relationship on trust. Shin Kang-hoo adds that he has no intention of being a free rider. If Hoon-suk helps, he will repay him. Hoon-suk is deeply impressed. Shin Kang-hoo seems completely free of bias and he appreciates that the boy does not use cheap lies. But he notes that the Abyss is a collective group. As their leader, he cannot easily trust an outsider. Hearing this, Shin Kang-ho remains completely silent. Meanwhile, in another location, Dong Che is currently surrounded by a group of hostile thugs. The kidnappers click their tongues in pure annoyance, demanding to know why they must babysit such a useless kid. One guard replies that the boy has a highly influential uncle, and the boss promised to raise their ransom cut later on. They whisper among themselves. The payout is already huge. If the boss raises it, can the uncle even afford it? The thug in the back grins slyly, whispering that the wealthy Chongwang Guild is actually the one backing this entire operation. They burst into loud laughter. If that is true, they struck gold because those snobs care immensely about their reputation. Threats will easily work on them. They drag Dong Che down the hall, violently throwing him into a pitch-black holding cell. Get inside, you piece of garbage. But suddenly, a terrifying primal growl echoes from the darkness behind them. The thugs freeze in sheer terror, wondering if that savage beast has been delivered. He hurriedly tries to lock the door. He warns Dong Che to stay put if he wants to live, then slams the heavy metal door shut. A total maniac is going to watch you now. Outside, heavy booming footsteps draw closer and the dread is absolutely palpable. A towering feral brute with a shaved head approaches. Left alone, Dong Che wonders who leaked his classified information. He always kept his distance from his uncle to prevent this exact nightmare, and now he can only blame himself bitterly. Chung Wang definitely kidnapped him to blackmail his uncle. Because of him, the entire Abyss could be put in grave danger. Dong Che looks at his bound hands in despair, wondering why he has to be so weak. Suddenly, a faint light glows. He prays for help. Just one person is all he needs right now. The magical glow reflects in his eyes. Meanwhile, Shin Kang-hoo is speeding toward the outskirts. On the phone, Jin explains that she has a highly profitable new request. He must locate and rescue the kidnapped victim for a massive payout. She has already sent him the target details. Shin Kang-hoo thanks for promising to touch base once it is done. His mind immediately drifts back to Dong Che's profile photo. Hoon-suk had been completely unyielding, stating that as the leader, he could not easily hand his trust to an outsider. But Shin Kang-hoo merely smiles and watches closely because saving Hoon-suk's only living relative is about to change the entire game. In Chapter 48, Shin Kang-hoo narrows his cold eyes and stares straight ahead, carefully mapping out his next calculated move. Once this rescue succeeds, Hoon-suk will be forced to cooperate, allowing Shin Kang-hoo to successfully prevent a massive and bloody Abyss civil war. The sky slowly turns a deep burning orange. Shin Kang-hoo's sleek car finally pulls up to his dark destination. He has reached the lawless Gimtrol zone. Opening his palm, he decides it is finally time to summon his secret weapon. A small, deep crimson sphere hovers in his hand, spinning gently. It contains the raw power from his trial. Night falls over the heavily guarded compound. A security guard calls out, announcing it is finally time for the shift change. The supervisor steps up to take over. The glass doors slide open and he peers suspiciously into the shadows. He warns his men to stay highly alert since their business partners are arriving soon. Hidden nearby, Shin Kang-hoo watches their every move. They are moving Dong Che tonight. Shin Kang-hoo calmly analyzes the situation, recalling the exact plot from the original story. In that version, Chang Sik-won arranged the kidnap to teach Hoon-suk a lesson while falsely framing the Cheongwang Guild for the crime. Since Dong Che was taken to fabricate a rumor, Shin Kang-hoo begins mapping out a highly meticulous counterplan of his own. The exact details of the kidnapping plan weren't explicitly written, but Tae-seok had been secretly sent to take him. Lost in thought, he suddenly spotted a car rushing over. This guy was likely the one in charge of the operation. A low-level guard quickly ran over to welcome him. Tae-seok proudly stepped out of the driver's seat as the guard bowed respectfully, saying they had been waiting for him. Shin Kang-hoo watched them from inside, his mind working fast. This was the absolute perfect moment, and Shin Kang-hoo agilely slipped past the guards on duty. He got through with ease, mostly because he was currently invisible and needed to hurry. A moment later, he was already at the fire escape, quietly stepping down even though some guy was standing on the landing scrolling on his phone. Even while invisible, he still walked cautiously around the guards stationed here. Having assessed the situation, Shin Kang-hoo walked more confidently down the corridor, wondering if the target was elsewhere. He wanted to start from the lowest floor. With his sharp instincts, he whipped his head toward a massive thug hiding nearby. Meanwhile, in the office, Chun-ho wore a mocking smirk. He wondered what brought such a big shot to a humble place like this, acting incredibly welcoming, greeting the leader of the Blackbone Guild. The man sitting right across from Chun-ho was none other than Tae-seok, exchanging pleasantries. Unlike the cold Tae-seok, Chun-ho was far more talkative, noting that since the job was harder than usual, some extra expenses had come up. Tae-seok frowned in annoyance, questioning if the support he sent hadn't made things easy enough. to kidnap him. Chun-ho kept smiling, rubbing his fingers together in a silent hint that grand plans always required serious cash. Since Tae-seok ran the Zhonghua Association, which always handled massive operations, he surely understood how things worked. Tae-seok was all too familiar with such shameless greed, bluntly asking how much he wanted. Chun-ho laughed heartily, praising his understanding. Chun-ho held up 2 fingers, asking for double the original amount. Tae-seok's brow furrowed deeper, coldly thinking the man was completely crossing the line. He rubbed his chin, calculating the pros and cons at lightning speed, realizing that most of the Abyss's money would end up with the Zhonghua Association. After a brief moment of calculation, Tae-seok agreed but demanded to inspect the hostage first. Getting the green light, Chun-ho excitedly stood up, assuring him there was nothing to worry about. With sky-high confidence, Chun-ho led the way. Walking behind him, Tae-seok remarked that they seemed awfully confident in their security. Chun-ho eagerly took the chance to brag, claiming it was an incredibly expensive operation where even high-ranking hunters could be hired. He claimed to be a responsible professional who absolutely had to keep the hostage secure, bringing up a specific name. Asking if Tae-seok knew about Bichumi, while nearby that very beast was already relentlessly attacking Shin Kang-hoo. Shin Kang-hoo agilely dodged every single heavy strike rained down on him. The Russian giant was easily twice his size, and it didn't take Shin Kang-hoo long to recognize him as a Russian hunter weapon heavily enhanced with experimental drugs. Shin Kang-hoo quickly pieced the situation together. The beast had lost his mind during training, becoming a mindless slaughter tool, loyal only to his master. He was likely the reason the area was totally empty, growling and drooling endlessly. At this moment, Shin Kang-hoo calmly analyzed how the brute could track his scent, knowing his senses were heavily drug-enhanced. There was no more time to think as Bichumi lunged at him once more with monstrous drug-enhanced speed. The brute's tracking was monstrous, smashing his massive hands together, but Shin Kang-hoo effortlessly slipped away yet again. Despite the close call, Shin Kang-hoo remained calm, his mind instantly pinpointing the hostage's location. Without hesitation, he dashed straight toward the locked door, certain the target was inside. But Bichumi wasn't entirely brainless either, rushing over to block the path. Shin Kang-hoo instantly drove his blood-drip spear straight into the brute's wrist, causing Bichumi to shriek in fury. Shin Kang-hoo coldly muttered that getting in wouldn't be easy while back inside, where things were much quieter. Chun-ho's boasts piqued Tae-seok's interest. Bichumi was notoriously difficult to tame, wondering if they had struggled. Chun-ho merely shrugged, claiming even high-ranking hunters would take time to defeat such a weapon. Chuckling confidently, Chun-ho boasted that he had even cast reinforcement magic on the door, making the security absolutely flawless. But they both froze upon hearing loud crashes outside, shattering Chun-ho's smug confidence. In an instant, outside, despite his bleeding arm, Bichumi was still aggressively raising his giant fists to strike, but he missed yet again. With a quick dodge, Shin Kang-hoo glanced at the elevator display showing it moving down from the 3rd floor. Recognizing that the Blackbone Guild was moving, he faced a critical split-second choice. Should he eliminate this beast first or just focus on breaching the door? Ideas raced through his head before he made his decision. Activating an instantaneous movement skill, he vanished, leaving the dazed giant behind as Bichumi spun around, realizing Shin Kang-hoo was closing in on the door and immediately dashed to cut him off. He smirks. Shin Kang-hoo instantly activates his acceleration skill, successfully smashing down the door to charge straight inside. Bichumi can hardly believe his eyes. Just then, the elevator doors slide open as Chun-ho rushes out and freezes at the ruins. Before him, Bichumi stands frozen right in front of the destroyed door. What in the world? Chun-ho grinds out through gritted teeth. Who else was here? He remembers frantically stopping Tae-seok from coming along just minutes ago, insisting he would go check the situation first. Chun-ho steps closer to Bichumi, cursing his terrible luck. Why now? Getting past this guy would not have been an issue. Meanwhile, at a completely different location, Shin Kang-hoo is facing off against 2 of those identical Bichumi clones. Right behind those 2 clones is Dong Jie, bound and captured. His words echo that he prepared 2 more. Welcome to Chapter 49. Dong Jie watches in panic as Shin Kang-hoo draws closer. Who is he? Dong Jie has absolutely no idea who this guy is. Is he an ally? Shin Kang-hoo recalls their phone call in the car, remembering that the target carries a very special item. He pulls a phone showing a barcode from his pocket. Just show this barcode and he will immediately recognize you. Dong Jie scans the barcode with his eyes and the results pop up instantly. There is absolutely no doubt about it, this is the rescuer he needs. Suddenly, one Bichumi aggressively charges straight at Shin Kang-hoo, but he reacts fast enough to dodge the swinging axe. Facing both Bichumis alone is tough, especially since the previous fight drained his stamina. He is completely spent. Running low on mana, he must use his remaining skills with absolute precision. Just then, The monster swings its axe again. Shin Kang-hoo focuses entirely on evasion rather than clashing. Cursing under his breath, he notes, "There are two of them. What a pain." Watching from a corner, Dong Jae is shocked to see him only dodging. He is not trying to fight them. Instead, he is aiming straight for his position. Shin Kang-hoo refuses to waste another second, activating his acceleration. Seeing this, Dong Jae immediately points both hands toward him. He activates his buff skill, and Shin Kang-hoo instantly feels the boost. "Not bad, kid, you are pretty fast." With this help, he dodges another lethal swing and surges forward even faster. In a flash, Shin Kang-hoo finally reaches Dong Jae's side. "Nice job," he says. Seeing the monster charge their way, he smirks. Everything is ready. Suddenly, their bodies are enveloped in a bright red light. Shin Kang-hoo looks incredibly confident. "Wish us luck," he thinks, right before the axes swing. Shin Kang-hoo and Dong Jae completely vanish in a flash of teleportation. Just then, Chun-ho and his Bachumi clone arrive, rushing to the scene. Panting heavily, Chun-ho stares at the absolute wreckage in complete confusion and horror. "What on earth just happened?" he screams, clutching his head. "Where's the hostage? Talk about a complete disaster." Outside, near their car, the escape is a total success. Slipping away after being captured by the Blackbone squad was a great move. Dong Jae sighs in relief while Shin Kang-hoo looks at him and calculates his next move. Dong Jae is a skilled healer, and keeping him close will make everything so much easier. Shin Kang-hoo pulls up his system screen, realizing that since he unlocked his fourth skill, teleportation, escaping is easy as long as he keeps Dong Jae close. The spatial robber skill allows him to teleport to the nearest safe location, regardless of distance, once a day for up to 2 people. Dong Jae finally catches his breath, looking up to thank Shin Kang-hoo. "I survived entirely because of you," he says. But Shin Kang-hoo stops him. "No thanks needed yet." He tells a very confused Dong Jae that he actually needs his help. Back inside the base, T-Sok walks into the wreckage. "Are my eyes playing tricks on me?" he asks coldly. "I do not see the hostage anywhere." Chun-ho stands completely frozen, unable to come up with any explanation. Tae-sok bluntly states that he will not pay up. Chun-ho gnashes his teeth, trembling in sheer anger. "Are you out of your mind?" he screams, knowing how much effort they put into this deal. He refuses to lose that cash. He orders his men to seize Tae-sok, but Tae-sok calmly summons a massive blade. With a single effortless swing, the charging Bachumi falls dead. Chun-ho watches in absolute shock. He downed him in one shot. Trembling, he asks if Tae-sok is crazy, but Tae-sok just presses his sharp blade against Chun-ho's neck. I should be the one saying that. Tae-sok snaps. "If you want to live, shut up and start moving." Tae-sok is completely furious, demanding they bring the target back at all costs. No longer arrogant, Chun-ho quickly runs off, promising to turn the entire country upside down to find him. Left alone, Tae-sok wonders how on earth they knew to sneak in. Frowning, he recalls picking an independent group to avoid leaks, even showing up in person to oversee it. Tae-sok suspiciously pulls out his phone, wondering if he is being tracked. Meanwhile, at a completely different location, Yusok is commanding his subordinates. A scout reports having no clues, so Yusok orders them to report immediately. "Report back to me immediately." Waiting, Dusok feels his phone vibrate. A strange warning text says he might be followed right now. "Turn off your phone as soon as you read this," the text says. He reads on. The location and time have changed due to a snag. He must bring Lee Hun-sok to the marked coordinates. Do-sok lets out a dark, mysterious smile. There is not much time left. Deep inside the Abyss Special Security Office, a devastated Hun-sok buries his face in his hands. He hired outsiders and keeps searching. They are looking everywhere with Do-sok and Sang-mi, but no one has reached out. He constantly blames himself for failing the boy. At the very least, he wanted to keep him safe, but now he cannot do anything. Hun-sok is drowning in pure agony. Suddenly, the desk phone vibrates, cutting off his chaotic thoughts. He hastily grabs it, hearing Do-sok on the other end of the line. Do-sok answers and gets straight to the point. He warns that a dangerous organization called the Blackbone Unit has captured Dong Chi. They want ransom as planned, but the absolute condition is that Hun-sok goes completely alone. The captain stands up in utter shock. There is still a chance to save his boy. He agrees instantly, demanding to know where to go. Meanwhile, at a quiet, deserted warehouse, with no guards anywhere in sight, Do-sok slowly walks up, muttering about hearing there was trouble. He steps closer to the tied-up Dong Che. The boy is still kneeling on the ground with his hands tied. Recognizing the man approaching him, Dong Che's face fills with absolute terror. Dong Che stammers, asking if it is really him. Do-sok smiles, coldly patting his shoulder and apologizing for having such a foolish uncle. Dong Che remains in complete disbelief. Just then, Do-sok hears footsteps, turning to see Shin Kang-hoo calmly walking up to them. Shin Kang-hoo praises him for capturing the kid so late, but Do-sok quickly realizes this is not the man he met before. Do-suk sneers, asking if Shin Tae-seo is skipping tonight's meeting. Just then, in Chapter 50, Sang-mi appears on the balcony above looking highly displeased. She coldly remarks that she hoped this was just a simple misunderstanding. Do-suk senses a trap, realizing everything is going wrong. Behind him, Dong-chae stands up on his own, slipping from the loose ropes. He tells Do-suk that the Jeonghwa leader is busy. In fact, that guild leader is probably scouring all of Gimcheon right now. With that, Dong-chae runs straight over to Shin Kang-hoo's side. Do-suk is hit with sudden realization. Shaken, he pulls his phone from his pocket to examine the strange message he received. Shin Kang-hoo flashes his own screen, revealing they sent it. He nonchalantly explains he wanted the traitor to turn off his phone. It was a simple setup to keep him isolated, and he fell for it. Grinding his teeth, Do-suk screams at Dong-chae. He demands to know how Dong-chae could doubt the man who raised him, but the boy ignores his dramatic outrage completely. Turning to Shin Kang-hoo, Dong-chae explains that very few people actually knew about his relationship with his uncle in the first place. He recalls how Shin Kang-hoo warned him about a potential mole. At that moment, all the puzzle pieces clicked together for the young man. He suspected his uncle immediately, knowing his weak kidnappers could never defeat such a powerful rancor in a fair fight. Sang-mi drops down beside them as everything plays out according to Shin Kang-hoo's calculations. Handing Dong-chae over early would have ruined their trap. Handing him to Captain Hun-suk right away would have cost them the chance to bait Moon Do-suk. Shin Kang-hoo knows this was necessary. Even if it was a bit painful, it was the only way. Shin Kang-hoo steps forward, finally exposing the vice captain's true colors. He holds up his phone, showing they have a full recording. Captain Lee Hun-suk is not going to let this betrayal slide. The traitor's face twists with raw, explosive rage. Meanwhile, in a dark alley across the city, an informant hands over a drive. Saigwon takes the card, questioning what is on it. The informant explains it is CCTV footage from Gwangju Songjung Station. Since almost all the cameras were destroyed, this is the only surviving copy. Saigwon smirks, promising to look into it immediately. He slots the card into his computer. The footage of the previous battle plays out, causing his eyes to narrow closely. He spots someone from the Cheon-shik faction. But when Shin Kang-hoo's face appears on screen, Saigwon pauses, rubbing his chin in deep thought. The boy looks strangely familiar to him. Back at the warehouse, Sang-mi demands to know why a trusted vice captain would do this. She asks how he could be unsatisfied with his current rank. Do-suk cusses, calling the entire Abyss Guild a complete waste. His ambition is far grander. He rants that they waste great dungeons, legendary weapons, and pure power on a useless petty rivalry. He loses his temper, screaming about their pathetic obsession with opposing the Jeonghwa Guild. To the public, they look like a crime syndicate. He turns and points his finger directly at Dong-chae, demanding to know if the kid finally understands what he means. The boy stammers, completely lost, but Sang-mi sharply cuts him off. She tells him to stop, seeing that words are entirely useless here. Shin Kang-hoo silently agrees that listening to this traitor's excuses is a complete waste of time. The man sold out his guild for greed. He sold out the Abyss to the Jeonghwa Guild. Do-suk suddenly draws his weapon, aiming it directly at the three of them. He threatens to eliminate them all and cover up his crime. In response, Sang-mi quietly reaches back, gripping the hilt of her sword. She calmly asks if he is serious. Shin Kang-hoo summons his deadly dagger. The greedy traitor still refuses to see reality. Firing Lee like crazy, Dai Do-shik falls. Suddenly, another figure flashes past, followed by a massive explosion rocking the entire area. The three of them stand frozen, untouched by bullets and yet to clash. Suddenly, a long, blood-soaked sword appears. Hyun-suk has run his blade right through his body. Damn it. The elder's gaze is filled with nothing but coldness. Do-shik is quickly brought down, leaving the warehouse in a heavy silence. Hyun-suk coldly stares at the corpse on the floor, slowly sliding his blade back into its sheath. Dong-tae calls out to his uncle as the man approaches. Glad everyone is safe, Hyun-suk suggests, heading back to headquarters for today. Dong-tae smiles in relief, realizing there is no other option, while Gang-woo quietly smiles to himself as things get a lot simpler. Sang-mi gives him a thumbs up, praising the captain, who then turns to ask him if he would join them. Sunju smiles sincerely, saying he wants to thank him for saving Dong-tae. Honestly, deep down, Gang-woo wants to go anyway, having plenty of things to discuss with Lee Hyun-suk. He happily accepts. Sure, he says. Hyun-suk turns to lead the way, offering to drive, while Sang-mi eagerly follows behind. But she still remembers to turn back and tell him she will look around first, urging him to get some well-deserved rest. Once they leave, Dong-tae finally lets out a heavy sigh. He sadly asks Sunju if he is a bad person, prompting Gang-woo to ask what he means by that. Dong-tae's eyes grow sad as he admits he knows his uncle was wrong, but those words still haunt him. He is deeply conflicted, admitting he cannot live like that and hates carrying this heavy wave of negativity. He suddenly cuts and calling out Do-shik. Gang Woo's response is completely unexpected, admitting he feels the exact same, leaving Dong Tae utterly stunned. Casual as always, Gang Woo walks ahead, advising him that he never plans to risk his life saving the world, so he should just live however he wants. It is solid advice, and Dong Tae's eyes well up with tears at the next words. You do not need to reject what your family gives you. Meanwhile, in an office far away, Si-gwon is on the phone hearing that back Dong Tae suddenly vanished. Even Moon Do-shik, the man they paid off, has gone completely radio silent. Tae-shik uncomfortably answers that he has no explanation. Si-gwon coldly declares that choosing such a client was a mistake from the very start. He will not be using them again. It is time to clear the trash. Over at Chunho's hideout, Si-gwon has sent cleaners, with Tae-shik leading the charge. Reporting it is done with only one survivor, they find Chunho crawling terrified among the bodies, begging them to stay away. But Tae-shik steps forward, stomping down hard. Raising his signature heavy blade, he ruthlessly prepares to strike down, piercing right through Chunho's body. The man's agonizing scream echoes through the entire basement. With the deed done, he orders them to burn everything to ashes. Tae-shik even reminds them to spin the press release nicely. Back in Si-gwon's office, the boss wants to destroy all of Vimtron, but they will have other chances. Glancing over at his computer screen, he decides to focus on a different target instead. Security camera footage of Gang Woo pops up, showing that totally unexpectedly, they found their answer in the most unlikely place. A sinister plot begins to brew. They sent Cha-hee right. Better investigate that first. Chapter 51. Night falls over the northern province, where heavily guarded shelters loom in the dark, belonging to the Abyss. Dong Tae lies in bed, stretching his arms out with a happy grin. Finally, he can actually rest. Sang-mi sits at the nearby desk, catching his attention. She praises his acting skills, asking when he managed to plan out this whole scheme. Closing his eyes, Dong Tae points a finger up, giving all the credit to his buddy Gang Woo. Recalling his secret phone call with Gang Woo, he explains that since he had Do-shik's number, Gang Woo had told him to send his secret, completely untraceable text message. Still lying in bed, Dong Tae turns to look at her, saying that since he made it back safely, he has a lot to discuss with his uncle tomorrow. After all, they haven't seen each other in a long time. Placing a hand on her lap, Sang-mi agrees, standing up as she wonders if this was truly all Gang Woo's doing. Announcing she is heading to sleep, she waves a cheerful goodbye, telling him to get some rest. Later on, Gang Woo sits face-to-face with Hyun-suk, who bows his head in deep gratitude for saving his nephew, Dong Tae. Restful with hands on his knees, Gang Woo looks up, replying that he was simply doing his job like always. Hyun-suk recalls the good times he shared with Do-shik, muttering that the bastard betrayed him. Bowing his head, Hyun-suk lets out a bitter smile, admitting he thought he could trust a loyal, long-time subordinate. But things went completely sideways. If not for Gang Woo, a major disaster would have struck. Looking up, he admits it feels highly embarrassing, but asks if he can change his answer to the proposal Gang Woo made earlier. The young man only replies that of course he can, silently celebrating how smoothly everything is playing out. Hyun-suk continues, mentioning he has one thing he needs to confirm. Taken aback, Gang Woo looks up, wondering what it is, as the elder locks eyes with him, asking. He asks if Shin Kang-hoo went to the Abyss Guild alone, entirely for his own benefit. This question makes Shin Kang-hoo's eyes widen with worry. What do you mean by that? Hyun-suk reaches out to explain, noting how Shin Kang-hoo's help in hunting the traitor seemed a bit illogical. It felt like he sacrificed himself for the Abyss Guild. Sweat drips down Shin Kang-hoo's neck. He knows this won't be an easy pass. He finally speaks up, admitting that he honestly does not want the Abyss Guild to suffer any kind of loss. He frames his motive as simply being a rival of the Jungguan Guild. Hearing this, Hyun-suk looks quite surprised. Hyun-suk frowns, wondering what he means. Shin Kang-hoo looks up, clarifying he is not sacrificing himself for them. He suggests they keep their distance. Hyun-suk looks down, appearing pretty disappointed, as he says he finally gets it now. That explanation seems more than enough. Hyun-suk reaches into his pocket and pulls out a device to help them cooperate. He hands over a pre-configured phone linked to their system, telling Shin Kang-hoo to reach out whenever he needs support. The phone will let him set up direct meetings. Shin Kang-hoo accepts the device with a quiet thank you and pockets it. Hyun-suk lets out a sigh of relief, admitting he is glad Shin Kang-hoo is also highly alert against the Jungguan Guild. He warns him that lately Jang Shi-kwan and Tae Kwan-hung have been making some major moves behind the scenes. They seem to have quietly built a network of key figures. Hyun-suk looks up with a very grim expression. He advises keeping a safe distance since their motives are highly suspicious, though their ultimate goal remains unclear. Shin Kang-hoo smiles subtly, realizing Hyun-suk already knows about the 13 stars. He really is an incredible player. He is a real master player. Hyun-suk stands up, noting that since it is pretty late, Shin Kang-hoo should stay over tonight. Shin Kang-hoo stands up too, accepting the offer politely. As they walk out, a small smile creeps onto the old man's face. Hyung-suk is pleased, thinking he just prevented a massive disaster that was bound to crush the entire Abyss Guild. Shin Kang-hoo's eyes turn razor-sharp thinking of Shi Quan. Meanwhile, over at Dong Tae's house, the young man is looking pretty annoyed. He complains about keeping in touch, while Hyung-suk just stands awkwardly behind him, having a pretty hard time replying. He questions why his guest cannot just live here since he is already in town. Dong Tae just crosses his arms and sighs. A neutral player benefits from having more connections. Yoon Sang-mi stands right next to Shin Kang-hoo watching this loud argument unfold. She admits she thought their relationship had improved by now. Shin Kang-hoo just watches them totally quiet. He realizes old habits die hard. In the original novel, this kid was incredibly hype while watching a tablet screen. Back then, Park Dong-tae was completely fascinated by Shin Kang-hoo's impressive skills and everything he was capable of doing. That was even before he got tied up and forced to kneel. Jungwon Guild kept them from ever teaming up. Now Dong-tae awkwardly rubs his head, apologizing to Shin Kang-hoo for letting him see such an embarrassing side. Shin Kang-hoo tells him to speak casually and comfortably, but his next words catch the kid completely off guard. He notes they will be seeing each other much more often now, making Dong-tae blush furiously. Dong-tae is an incredibly talented neutral asset, and he possesses many other highly useful qualities too. Becoming close friends with this guy is definitely a smart move, so he decides to make a connection. Yoon Sang-mi watches with a pretty confused look as Shin Kang-hoo hands over his phone asking for his contact number. Dong-tae nervously takes the device to swap numbers. Shin Kang-hoo then bids goodbye to Hyung-suk, but Yoon Sang-mi looks annoyed. She complains about him leaving so fast, suggesting that they at least grab a bite to eat first. Hyung-suk invites him to visit any time. The two men shake hands warmly as a sign of mutual respect. Shin Kang-hoo promises to look forward to their next meeting. But as he walks away, his phone suddenly vibrates. He answers quickly. Yi-jin is on the other line, sounding quite relieved that he picked up immediately. She shares some big news. She has successfully identified the dead body Shin Kang-hoo asked her to check out. The investigator tracking Cha So-hee reported that she was recently sent to capture a dangerous prisoner who escaped from the facility. That target was an escaped convict from the Jungmyeong Correctional Facility. Shi Quan reviews the file with a dark look. He wonders why they would mobilize such a huge force just to hunt down a single runaway prisoner. His assistant says they are looking into it. Then he reveals a piece of information that makes Shi Quan perk up. It turns out an investigator named Jin Hee-dong has excluded their team from the chase entirely, making it highly suspicious. It seems Hee-dong is currently managing the Gwangju region and is also actively hunting down Cha So-hee. Shi Quan stares closely at So-hee's file, wondering if she was abandoned simply because she failed to complete her mission. Will they be able to pull off this mission? Back during Pride's clash with Gwang-hoo Jegel, So-hee's father chased after a target. He even clashed directly with that target. She definitely holds some crucial information. With a sigh, he drops the paper onto the table. He tells his subordinate to find her but orders a check on her debt account first, asking if there is any other intel. The subordinate hesitates before continuing, mentioning a rumor that the leader of Namdong actually backed that very target. The news catches him completely off guard as he thinks of Jin. He wonders if she is actually close to the target. A memory flashes of her happily talking on the phone, mentioning a specific hunter she wanted to introduce to him. Now Gwang-hoo's lingering shadow makes him suspect they might be the exact same person, a thought that keeps him on edge. Stroking his chin, he considers asking her directly but knows she might refuse to speak due to her strict customer confidentiality. She is fiercely protective of client privacy. He quickly flashes a smirk, realizing it is not yet time to cut ties. Their public image is spotless, making them an excellent supplier of top-tier hunters. The officer beams with pure pride. Meanwhile, a group of black-clad agents appears standing in absolute silence and perfect formation right inside the VIP market. Gwang-hoo waits with two agents as an assistant bows, explaining that Cha So-hee and Kang Bok-ja will arrive as soon as her contract is signed. Gwang-hoo turns to look in deep thought, never expecting the guardian of that legendary corpse to be none other than Kang Bok-ja. She is the absolute ruler of this VIP market, a billionaire tycoon who moves massive sums of money like it is nothing. Recalling Kwon-tae standing with his terrifying power alongside an officer with frozen hands, Gwang-hoo gets lost in thought. In the original novel, this VIP market existed for a single purpose: to act as a stepping stone for the protagonist's growth. So Kang Bok-ja is basically just a minor NPC mentioned in the story. Suddenly, a woman appears right before his eyes. He rests his chin in his hand, amazed at how deeply interconnected everything behind the scenes truly is. A familiar voice suddenly snaps him out of his thoughts, expressing surprise at running into him in a place like this. Friendly Ju-hee leans in and asks what he is doing in Busan, while Seo-jun recalls his desperate battle against So-hee. His spear shattered during that fight, and now he needs a replacement. though wasting 5 million gold feels incredibly painful. Deep in thought, he decides to return to the market once this is over, barely noticing the girl standing near him. Joo-hee pops her head up with a bright smile, asking again what brought him all the way to Busan. Sitting together, she mentions that she never expected to see him here, giving him a cute, playful glare. She pouts, demanding to know why he never replied to her text after she waited so long for his message. Remembering her text about finding her grandfather, his eyes widen. Did she actually expect him to text her back? She pulls out a withered rose, happily explaining that she was glad to run into him because she wanted to give him this. Seo-jun takes the withered flower, making her beam as glowing solemn leaves suddenly materialize right in her open palm. She proudly presents them, mentioning her grandfather grew them himself, leaving him utterly stunned that someone actually cultivated solemn. He envisions a mysterious old man cultivating flowers on sheer cliffs because only one legendary person grows solemn at home. This is the very source of the Solasium he bought after visiting Dr. Ka. Seo-jun stares at the leaves in disbelief. It turns out Dr. Ka is actually Joo-hee's grandfather. She softly adds that she wanted to help express her deep gratitude. They lock eyes as Joo-hee smiles warmly, explaining that leaving her dark starting point and finding family was all thanks to him. Seo-jun is completely taken aback, quickly protesting that he did absolutely nothing, but she just gently closes her eyes with a soft smile. She looks down, replying that he taught her how to trust people again, recalling when she was abandoned before Dr. Ka saved her. If she had never met him, she would have never opened her heart to the kind grandfather who took her in. Looking up with soft, vulnerable eyes, she mentions the old man once had a grandchild around her age, smiling as she rests her hands. Sharing the same name, the grandfather felt as though his late grandchild had returned, making Seo-jun realize how they truly connected. It makes sense how she became his adopted family. He suddenly recalls the dark image of Kwante unleashing his dangerous power. In the original novel, an isolated Joo-hee spent her entire tragic life seeking bloody vengeance against the massive Chunwoo Guild. But now this version of Joo-hee has found a real family. This unexpected shift brings a gentle smile to Seo-jun's face. He realizes his own unconscious actions changed her fate, and seeing her happy makes him feel that it is not bad. Maintaining his usual stoic face, he asks what brought her to the market, and Joo-hee eagerly perks up to explain. She wanted to visit her grandmother. Even though they are separated, she is still family, so she wanted to drop by. Seo-jun freezes in complete shock, realizing her grandmother is none other than the legendary shop owner herself. She laughs in delight. Turns out she is actually the owner of this entire market. Gang-woo furrows his brows in shock, wondering what he had unconsciously done. Could this be how all these strange pieces connect? Suddenly, a voice from behind prompts them to turn around. Bakwa greets them with a soft smile. "I am Kang Bakwa," she says, noting they had reached out. Placing her hand on the coffin where Min-chun rests, she thanks them for recovering his body. The two stand there watching her. Kneeling down, she explains that since the boy has no family, she will personally arrange his funeral. Gang-woo looks at her with sympathy. It turns out she is not his actual family. Smiling with a soft sigh, she explains that he was just a worker she cared about. She recalls their happy moments together, remembering how passionately the young boy dreamed of becoming a great hunter. One day, he got accepted into the Chunghwa Guild and was absolutely thrilled. Bakwa casts her eyes down in deep sorrow. She remembers him waving goodbye to go independent. Although she felt lonely, she still congratulated him on joining the world's strongest guild. She wonders how the poor kid managed to survive all on his own at a dangerous place like the starting point. Yuji looks deeply saddened while Gang-woo's face turns grim. He silently curses, realizing that Chunghwa Guild is behind this once again. They likely silence the boy to cover up their tracks. A surge of dark power gathers in his hand as he continues to piece it together. That explains why the boy's identification data was locked. Gang-woo quietly steps forward and presents the young hunter's remaining belongings. The old woman slowly stands up to look. Holding a dagger, she forces a bitter smile, recognizing it as the congratulatory gift she once gave him. She turns and points politely, asking a female staff member nearby to bring a certain item over. Yuji gasps in shock as the blade in Gang-woo's hand starts glowing with a mysterious purple light. Bakwa kindly asks if he likes it. He stares at the weapon, hiding his excitement. How could he not? The second he grabs it, system notifications instantly flash before his eyes. It is a Tier 2 Faith's Anchor weapon boasting 350 strength, 150 durability, and 100 resistance. His awakened gluttony can absorb stats from broken weapons with 5 uses left. Gang-woo smirks at his incredible luck. Customizing a weapon with stats this high would usually cost at least 50 billion won. Gang-woo grips the dagger tightly. He asks if he can truly keep it. Bakwa smiles, telling him to accept it for bringing her beloved boy back home. Her eyes soften with sorrow. She explains it was meant to be a welcome-back gift, but she is glad it found a worthy owner. Gang-woo bows respectfully, expressing his deepest gratitude as he accepts the weapon. Yuji watches, her heart aching for the grieving woman. She tells Bakwa that this must be incredibly painful. The old woman turns to her, realizing she must be Jung Yuji. She recalls happier days with her own family under the warm sun, mentioning that Yuji shares a name with her late granddaughter. Losing that sweet child broke them. She and her husband went through such dark times, constantly grieving her, that they eventually parted ways. Bakwa gestures softly, admitting that while she has managed to endure, the pain was almost too heavy to bear. Gently resting her hand on Yuji's, she shares that she finally feels a sense of peace and relief after so long. Gangwoo discreetly looks away as Bakwa gazes warmly at Yuji, inviting her to visit whenever she has some free time. Yuji happily promises that she will definitely visit. Later, as they walk down the stairs, she suddenly breaks the silence. She insists the Chunghwa Guild is absolutely behind the murder. Her face flushes red with pure indignation. She passionately wishes that they will pay dearly for their crimes. Gangwoo looks at her, slightly taken aback by her intensity. Even with everything changed, her fiery hatred for that guild hasn't faded one bit. He glances at her, suggesting they part ways. She nods with a small, understanding smile. Gangwoo remembers Dr. K, who might actually have some crucial leads on mana sensitivity. He keeps thinking about the doctor. Yuji blinks in surprise as Gangwoo suddenly hesitates, looking slightly awkward. Covering his mouth, he awkwardly asks if they can actually travel together. His sudden request catches her completely off guard. Meaning his gaze makes her flush with embarrassment, but she quickly beams with pure joy, asking if he is serious. Meanwhile, in a desolate forest cabin, So-hee grits her teeth in fury, wondering how long this painful injury will take to heal. Fuming, she wraps bandages around her hand. It is all because of that annoying Ji-yoon relentlessly hunting her down. Her eyes burn with deep resentment. She remembers Hyodong's mocking words that her boss had completely abandoned her. The broad back of a mysterious man floats in her mind. She thought it was a lie, but she still cannot reach him. With a trembling body, she clutches her chest as her inner power flares up like a wild, raging fire. Gritting her teeth, she denies it, insisting she only did what was best for her master. Suddenly, her dark eyes start shifting. A strange blue aura flickers in her gaze, making her jump. She instantly grabs her weapon and screams at them to get lost. She hurls it forward with savage force, charging ahead in absolute rage, screaming to know how much longer they plan to follow her. How much longer? Jin Hyo-jung stands right next to the dagger embedded in the wall, her hands crackling with raw, dangerous energy. Sharp red claws suddenly sprout from her fingers. She was planning to send her off gently, but she immediately charges forward. She strikes with those lethal claws, unleashing a torrent of flames to trap So-hee. But since she refuses to play along, so be it. Elsewhere, Jeong Yuri and Kang-hoo arrive at a secluded house. Pointing toward the building, she turns to him, announcing they have finally arrived. She finds it fascinating that such a place exists at the very starting point, but Kang-hoo looks in the opposite direction instead. He mutters that this must be the place where Dr. Ka grows solemn. Jeong Yuri sighs in disappointment while he smirks. He knows this is the result of his subconscious actions, but he really could not have predicted this outcome. Now he is incredibly eager to see how the rest of this strange scenario will unfold. Suddenly, a voice from behind makes them turn. An older man mentions he has heard quite a lot about him from Jeong Yuri. Kang-hoo turns and locks eyes with Dr. Ka. The legendary doctor welcomes them with a warm smile and invites them inside. Chapter 53. Walking inside, Kang-hoo is in disbelief that the legendary Dr. Ka is actually standing right here. A little later, they gather in the living room. Kang-hoo glances at the doctor, feeling incredibly lucky. Thanks to Jeong Yuri, he is face to face with an absolute legend. Dr. Ca smiles warmly and begins to speak. He expresses his deep gratitude, thanking Kang-hoo for helping both Jeong Yuri and his wife. His next words, however, are shocking. He mentions a young man he met recently who was involved in an accident. Kang-hoo quickly sits up straight. He calmly asks if Min-chun actually visited this place. Dr. K slowly lowers his head and nods. He recalls how Min-chun excitedly brought him a report hoping to trade rare herbs on behalf of his guild. But the request included rare herbs he refused to handle, so he turned the young man away. This makes him stroke his chin in deep thought, recalling how Min-chun was suddenly recruited by the Zhenghua Guild. He thinks of the sinister figures behind the boy. Did they simply exploit him before casting him aside like trash? Reaching out, he asks if the doctor can reveal the exact herbs they requested. The older man turns to him. Before sharing anything, the doctor wants to know the real reason Kang-hoo sought him out. Grabbing his own wrist, he explains. He knows Dr. Ca has vast medical knowledge. The doctor looks down at his clenched hand as he speaks. He asks if the legendary doctor could examine his current physical condition. Dr. Ca sits closer and reaches out. He takes Kang-hoo's hand to check his pulse, but the moment he scans his body, he shudders in horror. Meanwhile, at a desolate abandoned building, a massive explosion erupts, sending a woman flying backward through the air. It is So-hee landing heavily but safely. She grits her teeth and glares at the flames, searching for her foe. Before she can locate her, Jin Hyo-jung cackles and charges right at her from behind, declaring she cannot die so easily. She rushes forward with supreme confidence while So-hee whips around her, jaw clenched as her rival smirks with malice. With a wicked grin, she reaches out her hand, mockingly asking if So-hee intends to struggle to the bitter end. She unleashes her power, screaming how pathetic it is, but So-hee roars back, summoning her own flames. She vows to fight as long as it takes. Suddenly, massive fire dragons erupt from her hands, shocking her opponent. She promises to burn her to absolute ashes. The sight of the massive fire dragons leaves Jin Hyo-jung completely stunned. The raging inferno sweeps Jin Hyo-jung off her feet, sending her crashing back. She digs her boots into the dirt to halt her slide. Shielding her face, Jin Hyo-jung's initial panic quickly fades into a smug, mocking grin as she questions the threat. Her body absorbs the flames, fueling her dark hunger. She taunts So-hee, claiming it won't be that easy. So-hee grits her teeth in frustration. Her prior injuries have weakened her flames, making Jin Hyo-jung's defense impenetrable. They stand locked in a tense standoff. Spreading her arms wide amid the swirling embers, Jin Hyo-jung dares her to try. She mockingly wonders if So-hee plans to steal another skill and run. How long does she think she can survive? Doing so will only ruin her body further. She spins around, playfully daring So-hee to give it everything. Walking along the crumbling wall, Jin Hyo-jung laughs. The hunt would be terribly boring if her prey broke this easily. Left alone in the rubble, So-hee curses the psycho under her breath. Suddenly, a strange presence makes her spin around. Back in the quiet living room, Dr. Ca is still thoroughly examining Kang-hoo's hand. He looks up with deep concern. He gently notes how much pain the young man has endured, surprised by the severe side effects of his mana. The doctor mentions he once studied a patient with a hypersensitive reaction to buff skills, but this is entirely different. Having never encountered this disease before, Shin Kang-hoo squeezes his own hand in frustration while the doctor closes his eyes and shakes, his head warning it can't be cured immediately. Deep down, the doctor knows this won't be an easy fix as the scene flashes to Shin Kang-hoo sitting quietly while Sigwon flies on his raw power. The side effects of mana sensitivity are a brutal limit designed to protect the protagonist from total system overload. Shin Kang-hoo bows his head and asks if he can buy some mad solasium instead. Dr. Carr easily agrees to the deal, sitting there with a knowing look and smiling. He warns that because of the massive risks, they should only be used in the most dangerous emergencies, since they are incredibly rare and hard to obtain. Shin Kang-hoo looks down at the doctor and quietly thanks him for this. A bit later, Joo-hee happily serves up food in her apron. She sits down eagerly, urging Shin Kang-hoo to taste it while he stares at the massive bowl of noodles, suddenly feeling self-conscious. Joo-hee watches anxiously as he picks up his fork to take a bite. It is actually delicious, bringing a massive wave of relief and joy to Joo-hee. The two of them turned to look when Dr. Carr chimed in, mentioning he had a useful piece of information. The old man looks up warmly, suggesting he check out the unlimited dungeon. Shin Kang-hoo turns to him in absolute shock, wondering if it already exists in this world. Joo-hee leans forward, asking if he is really going and if she can tag along. But Dr. Carr gently shuts her down. This reminds him of the black-clad spies lurking around the unlimited mana dungeon, located inside a club run by a dangerous syndicate called Eclipse. These guys are bad news, and accessing it requires a massive deposit of mana as an entrance fee, which they channel into an ominous blue glow to power up their operations. Joo-hee slumps in disappointment while secretly remembering how she only briefly wrote about this place in her novel, never imagining it would actually exist in reality. To make matters worse, it is entirely controlled by the Eclipse Syndicate. Yet Shin Kang-hoo is secretly thrilled, refusing to let such a golden opportunity slip away like this. High-risk dungeons with entry limits usually offer the most insanely valuable loot, and he wants a piece of that action. This particular dungeon is incredibly special, heavily restricting the total number of entries allowed. No matter what, a massive game-changing event is bound to go down there. While Shin Kang-hoo eats, Dr. Carr stands up to leave, waving as he heads out to inspect the stockpile of mad solasium. Joo-hee watches him go in surprise, with wide eyes. Setting his fork down, Shin Kang-hoo speaks with a sudden heavy gravity that startles her completely. He looks right at Joo-hee and warns that the Junghwa Union is likely behind the sudden death of Sung Min-jun, and the revelation completely stuns her. She frowns, demanding to know if that is actually true, while he keeps his eyes locked on his bowl. Her grandfather holds the key to unlocking this whole mystery, leaving her completely breathless. She remembers Dr. Carr mentioning how the Junghwa Union used Min-jun to secretly smuggle very specific types of restricted herbs. Tracking his journey from the moment of recruitment to his tragic end will finally bring the truth to light. If Shin Kang-hoo can pinpoint exactly what those restricted herbs were, he might uncover what truly killed Sung Min-jun. Since Joo-hee lives here, she has the absolute best opportunity to investigate and dig up the crucial evidence they need to crack this open. She listens in stunned silence, her mind flashing to the bleak image of Min-jun in his coffin. Shin Kang-hoo assures her he won't force her hand but admits he desperately needs her help to resolve this. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a mysterious hand reaches out offering an invitation card to a startled Cha So-hee. Tae-suk smirks asking if she is indeed Cha So-hee of Eclipse before inviting her to join the Jeonghwa Union. Chapter 54. That evening inside a brightly lit house, Dr. Carr hands 2 pills over to Shin Kang-hoo explaining, they are crafted from mad solasium. The side effects are severe, so they must be kept for absolute emergencies. Only. He offers them free of charge this time as a token of gratitude, leaving Shin Kang-hoo deeply appreciative. As he bids farewell, Shin Kang-hoo waves goodbye, heading out into the night and promising to meet up again soon. Joo-hee waves back with a smile, telling him to stay safe. Once they are finally alone, Dr. Carr decides to inspect the plantation before bed, advising Joo-hee to head home since the hour has grown quite late. She quickly agrees, yawning as she leaves. Standing alone in the quiet, Dr. Carr suddenly speaks to the shadows, asking how Shin Kang-hoo seems. A hidden figure emerges from the dark, replying that he looks promising but has a long road ahead. Dr. Carr chuckles, teasing that everyone probably looks like an amateur to someone of his stature. He stands there praising the shadow figure, a legendary assassin revered far and wide, widely known as the Master. He grits his teeth in anger over his title, Master of 1,000 Skills, muttering that he never wanted that name. He can't help but think of Gang-hoo finding him pretty interesting before pointing out a glaring issue with the boy's bizarre medical condition. Knowing the boy dared to use his granddaughter right under his own roof, the old man bursts out laughing. If he had talked to my daughter like that, I would have ended him on the spot, Dr. calmly explains. But since the kid actually helped Jong-yu, Dr. Ka will watch him closely to see if he is someone they can trust with information on the Jeonghwa Association, leading to the next day at a loud club. Gang-hoo scans the venue Dr. K mentioned, but he doesn't sense anything special about the place at all. This floor is just a regular club, but then Jin Hyo-jung spots Gang-hoo gasping as she walks over and brushes back her hair, asking if he's the one who helped her at Wazer, noting their reunion, as he glances back with a frown. She keeps rambling on, mentioning she's a regular here and offering to answer any questions he has, and soon, Gang-hoo recalls the Hadong Guild victims in Gwangju, easily figuring out from her high nebula count that she's at least level 200, meaning there's no way she's a helpless victim, making him stare at her in deep suspicion. He didn't get involved because she seems so sketchy, but now he realizes she might actually be of some use. So he asks her directly if the rumors about a special dungeon in this area are actually true. She ponders his question, noting it's valuable intel since this particular dungeon has never been cleared before, which is why the rumors haven't spread much, leading Jin Hyo-jung to confirm that he's incredibly well informed. She bluntly explains that the entrance is inside the parking garage, heavily guarded to keep out ordinary hunters, and protected by a barrier, which makes Gang-hoo grimace as he realizes dealing with a barrier is a massive pain. Suddenly, Jin Hyo-jung pulls out her phone, smiling as she mentions she still hasn't repaid him for his help back then. She asks for his number, teasing that the last one he gave didn't even exist, but right then, he holds his hand out, telling her she can repay him right now by helping him get into that guarded parking lot. She instantly agrees to help him, confident she can pull it off, leaving Gang-hoo pretty satisfied with her cooperation. He has no idea what her angle is, but since she's willing, he might as well use her to get inside. He notes that her nebula seems incredibly useful, just as the system updates to reveal her class as Release Master. She can bypass obstacles using mana, and next, she grabs his arm, whispering that to move around freely around the club. This is the absolute best way, and when she asks if he agrees, Gang-hoo quietly nods along. He agrees she's right, but suddenly spots a highly suspicious-looking guy nearby, which strikes him as incredibly odd. It's strange, but suddenly she pulls him back, whispering that holding arms isn't the way, but rather this way. With that, she presses her lips against his, and Gang-hoo doesn't push her away, knowing he has to play along. He calculates his next move, and right after she winks to signal one of Kang Dong-hun's henchmen nearby. The henchman smiles, tapping his earpiece in understanding, while Jin Hyo-jung reaches out to touch a nearby door, making him realize that she's being surprisingly cooperative as she casually mentions the door is now unlocked and waves him forward. She wishes him luck inside the dungeon, leaving Gang-hoo feeling a bit strange, wondering what her actual play is. As she sighs in relief, watching him go, Kang Dong-hun suddenly approaches and praises her for a job well done. Hearing him, Jin Hyo-jung acknowledges his presence while Kang Dong-hun is thrilled to finally trap Shin Kang-hoo, sneering that Gang-hoo was so incredibly focused on the barrier that he completely missed some vital information. Kang Dong-hun is highly satisfied knowing that no hunter has ever been able to supply the required mana until now. He notes with anticipation that this parking garage only connects the dungeon entrance to the upper floor, meaning if Gang-hoo fails to enter, he will be trapped right as a sudden bright light flashes before his eyes. Gang-hoo is caught completely off guard in a sudden ambush while the enemy smiles in satisfaction at the successful surprise strike. leaving him trapped like a rat, forcing a cornered Kang-hoo to raise his defenses against Kang Dong-hun. Damn it, he hasn't even gathered enough mana yet, anxiously wondering if he should retreat as Kang Dong-hun charges forward, treating his defenses like paper, forcing Kang-hoo to pull out a pill to block the fully charged strike. He pops the pill into his mouth, refusing to give up, and prepares to absorb the massive impact. He struggles to withstand the devastating blow just as the system updates to show his mana has exceeded limits. A massive explosion rips through the air as the red dungeon begins to open up. Kang Dong-hun pulls back his hands, instantly on high alert. He glares straight ahead, absolutely furious to see that his target has already slipped away, muttering a quiet curse under his breath. Meanwhile, Shin Kang-hoo narrowly escapes the blast, sliding down against a wall to catch his breath. He is finally inside, though his mana is totally drained. Just as he realizes how much energy that took, a pack of grotesque monsters starts crawling straight toward him. They pick up speed, their hideous faces twisted in rage. Meanwhile, outside in Chapter 55, Jin Hyo-jung watches in sheer panic. She gasps, asking what in the world is happening as she nervously steps closer to Kang Dong-hun. No one expected Shin Kang-hoo to actually dare enter a mana-restoring dungeon. Kang Dong-hun stands there completely stunned by the audacity. She frantically asks how much they need to bring, but Kang Dong-hun just glares back in pure rage. Inside, Shin Kang-hoo wastes no time summoning his ice shield to shred the oncoming beasts into absolute mush. He easily executes the skill calmly, reflecting on the Ice Witch constellation he acquired after taking down Chogyuban. It is a massive buff that infuses his attacks with pure frost damage. Looking at his system screen, he sees that elemental weapons make quick work of slime demons who shrug off basic physical strikes. Shin Kang-hoo looks up with a smirk, whispering that they are down to the very last one. The mid-tier boss, the Slime King, roars in pure anger and lunges forward with everything it has. Shin Kang-hoo leaps into the air, driving forward to meet the giant beast head-on. His ice shield slams forward, and with one swift clean cut, the Slime King is completely obliterated. Bending down, he scoops up the red crystal as his system alert confirms his valuable new loot. A mid-tier boss drop like this is a sweet reward, far better than he actually expected. But the rewards do not stop there. A system prompt reveals he has just absorbed a skill from Guipi. He chuckles, thinking this new ability might actually be pretty useful. The screen explains that he can summon a physical immune mid-tier slime for 30 seconds. Honestly, he hates the embarrassing skill name, but a power-up is a power-up. Continuing deeper into the cave, he suddenly stops, and guys, you are not ready for the stunning view ahead. It reminds him of his talk with Dr. Ka when he agreed to inspect the infinite red dungeon. The doctor had asked him to carefully examine any unusual plant life growing inside the dungeon. The list includes rare specimens like 100-year ginseng and spirit roots, all incredibly valuable medicinal herbs. Dr. K explained how foreign hunters discovered similar rare flora in another low-energy infinite dungeon years ago. Because the entry barrier was so low, they slipped in easily and made some groundbreaking discoveries. One of those hunters happened to be a botanist who stumbled upon these mystical plants. When Shin Kang-hoo asked if all rare herbs originated from dungeons, Dr. Ka confirmed his theory. The unique concentrated energy of these endless dungeons creates the perfect breeding ground for miraculous plant life. He warned Shin Kang-hoo that while environments can vary wildly, it was always worth keeping an eye out. There were no guarantees, but Dr. Ka wanted him to check, just in case. Looking at the list, Shin Kang-hoo saw no reason to turn down an easy side quest, so he agreed to handle it. Back in the present, he gently plucks one of the glowing herbs. He smiles, realizing the doctor's wild theory was spot on. The cavern is packed with valuable growth. Now he just needs to find the other specimens. Suddenly, a low growl echoes through the quiet cavern. Shin Kang-hoo flinches. A massive guardian beast, a giant shell turtle, protects the precious 100-year ginseng. The ground begins to tremble violently as even more giant turtles emerge from the shadows. Each massive beast seems to be carrying or protecting different kinds of legendary medicinal herbs on their backs. Realizing the monsters are basically a delivery service, Shin Kang-hoo smirks and draws his blade. Meanwhile, in a quiet room, Dr. calmly pours a fresh cup of tea. He remembers the desperate plea to let someone enter the dungeon alone to retrieve those life-saving herbs. But Dr. K simply sighs, putting his cup down, knowing his failing body is already beyond saving. He quietly notes that even if there were a cure, the harsh entry conditions make it a suicide mission. Only that specific person, the one with a uniquely disease-free body, can enter that place. Dr. Chad directly points out this critical issue. Even so, giving up right after becoming his sworn brother is out of the question. He reassures him, saying he is fine and to focus entirely on himself. He then explains that the reason he sent Shin Kang-hoo to that dungeon is not just for his health. He guesses if it has something to do with the bioherb. Hearing this, Dr. Cha prepares to confirm. He confirms the truth. Yes, that specific herb is the exact item the Cheonggwa Association wants to trade. Meanwhile, Seona, hiding behind the wall, hears everything. She sees with anger at the Cheonggwa Association. Meanwhile, Kang-hoo has finished off most of the beasts, checking them off his list. He has gathered almost everything, but a few items are still missing. Lost in thought, he mutters that they might appear once the dungeon is cleared, unaware of a sudden threat rushing toward him. Sensing the danger at the very last second, Kang-hoo barely dodges the strike. He immediately prepares to retaliate. Reposition with a leap, frustrated by the lack of rest. Impressed, the monster praises him for dodging the strike so well. And get this, the creature standing before him is Tonic, the ultimate dungeon boss. Right then, Kang-hoo notices something. The herbs growing on Tonic's back. They are all here. The boss rages, demanding to know why he trespassed on its territory and tried to steal its food. Tonic growls that it will not let this slide, but the human hunter, Kang-hoo, remains completely unfazed. In fact, he is quite thrilled, realizing this fight will save him a lot of time. Meanwhile, back with the doctor, his companion wonders why he is searching for the herb if he already rejected the Changhua Association. Dr. Che sits casually, delivering his calm answer and explaining the deeper strategy behind his grand plan. He has no intention of negotiating with them, and his move is not just because the bio-herb is in that dungeon. Rather, if Shin Kang-hoo can successfully retrieve it, Dr. Cha's ultimate goal is actually to uncover something far bigger. Investigate the Changhua Association's true motives. Back in the dungeon, Tonic unleashes a strike, screaming for him to become nutrients for the soil. Getting serious, the assassin quickly dodges every incoming threat and prepares to accelerate. He charges straight at the boss, closing the distance in a flash. Fearless Kang-hoo demands that it hand over the goods. Tonic grinds its teeth in absolute fury. However, a sudden bizarre movement from the boss catches Kang-hoo off guard. Reacting quickly, Kang-hoo steps on Tonic's massive body to leap upward, instantly landing right behind the enraged beast. It swings around with a desperate counterattack, but Kang-hoo looks at the incoming tentacles without showing a single hint of fear. He calmly triggers his extreme evasion skill, dodging with ease. Tonic frowns, taunting him to attack with everything. It claims its heavy armor is completely impenetrable. Meanwhile, Kang-hoo realizes his mad Solarchium buff is about to run out. Once the timer hits 0, the side effects will crush him. Tonic readies its ultimate attack, growling to end him. Unwilling to let the battle drag on, Kang-hoo prepares his finishing blow. Meanwhile, Dr. Cha continues his explanation to him. To uncover what the Changhua Association plans to do with the medicine, he points out that others will soon interfere. They are not alone. His companion wonders if the secret remains safe, carefully asking if anyone else knows. Stroking his beard, Dr. Cha reveals he hired a double agent to play along. Once they outlive their usefulness, the mastermind simply discards them. His companion agrees the herb is vital. Still eavesdropping, Siona listens in complete silence. She hears them talk but stays silent. The companion then mentions the masterminds behind the scenes, Jang Si-won and Choi Guan-hyun. Learning this shocking truth, she sees with rage, having always suspected those bastards were actually working together. Suddenly, the elderly companion breaks into a violent coughing fit, covering his mouth in deep pain. It completely stained with blood. Dr. Cha asks with deep concern if he is all right, but the old man waves him off. He blames the sudden fever spike on their highly stimulating conversation. Moments later, he pulls out a special medicine. Dr. Cha regrets exhausting his patient with heavy politics right now, considering he traveled such a long distance. Swallowing the pill, the old man notes that even with the kid's rumored talent, this task remains highly difficult. Dr. Cha chuckles in response. He understands that the real challenge is much greater than just finding the herb. The true test lies in surviving the massive encirclement of Eclipse and successfully escaping. Meanwhile, Kang Dong-hun stands by, the barrier grumbling that there is no sign of the entrance opening. Behind him, Jin Hyo-jung speaks up with hesitation. He carefully points out they have used almost all their resources, carrying only the absolute bare minimum they could find. Jin Hyo-jung hesitates, but his superior quickly rejects getting more supplies, claiming they do not need any. He casually asks if this means they are finally giving up on hunting Shin Kang-hoo, waiting for the answer. No, he suddenly ordered with pure bloodlust, changing his entire plan to gather everyone right there. Meanwhile, Chan-hoo was still fighting seriously, rushing toward the tonic monster to deploy his shadow step. Caught off guard, the beast cursed out. That bastard Chan-hoo who ran around the tonic and triggered a swap. The monster growled in pure rage, vowing to crush him. Instead, the tonic monster's legs shattered into pieces, its body rolling away. But as it launched a crushing roll attack, Chan-hoo quickly realized that one touch from this thing would be fatal. Suddenly, the tonic monster leaped up, hovering in midair. It lunged straight at him with a roaring command to die, but Chan-hoo stood his ground, gripping his weapons tight. He slammed his daggers into the ground to shatter the momentum, completely catching the tonic off guard. Next, he unleashed Wind Thunder, orb making the beast howl in pain. Without letting up, he channeled his energy to leap, combining a short jump with a soul mark. Tightening his grip, he unleashed his decapitation strike, aiming straight for the tonic monster right in front of him. His slash carried an absolutely devastating pressure. The monster finally collapsed, howling in agony as its entire body began to mutate. Chan-hoo quickly absorbed all of its escaping energy. Right on cue, the system updated, confirming he had acquired a new skill. He snatched it from the Wild World Stone Golem, smiling as the rich rewards turned out exactly as he had hoped. The notification screen detailed the Wild World Frenzy skill, boosting his endurance by 20%. This would help him withstand those side effects. He was incredibly satisfied with this haul, especially with the high-level loot the system began displaying on his screen. He successfully acquired 2 Scarlet Stone Golems, a rare bio-herb, and even a highly coveted 1,000-year-old ginseng. After surviving such an intense ordeal, Chan-hoo had to admit that the Infinite Crimson Magic Dungeon was totally worth the risk. Suddenly, he sensed something off and raised his head, looking around in confusion as the dungeon itself began to dissolve. The boss was dead. Chan-hoo chuckled, wondering how exactly Kang Dong-hun was planning to welcome him outside. Speaking of Kang Dong-hun, he was waiting outside with his cigarette in his mouth, while his elite snipers locked their sights on the exit. The entire Eclipse squad kept their weapons trained on the door, knowing that once the gate collapsed, Chan-hoo would be forced out. Kang Dong-hun barked out an order for everyone to get ready to fire the absolute second their target showed his face. The snipers responded in unison. Watching this, Jin Hyo-jung smiled, thinking that their guild master always secured his prey no matter what. A second later, the gate burst open in a flash of blinding light and Chan-hoo calmly stepped out into the open. He walked out right into a sea of red laser sights, completely unbothered. Talk about keeping your cool under pressure. Kang Dong-hun welcomed him back before instantly ordering his men to open fire, sending a relentless storm of bullets raining down on him. Yet Chan-hoo remained perfectly calm, summoning his defender with a quick shout of Kite Chapter 57. A massive explosion shook the area. His summon Mai blocked every single projectile, letting out a low grunt as the bullets bounced harmlessly off its tough body. The system detailed the skill, explaining that calling out Kite summons a mid-tier hybrid capable of blocking all physical attacks for 30 seconds. Chan-hoo smiled to himself, realizing this defensive summon would definitely come in handy for plenty of tight spots down the line. As Mai stood firm, the snipers panicked, realizing normal ammunition was useless and immediately calling to load their specialized mana rounds. The rest of the squad quickly locked in their mana ammunition, a terrifying sight that made poor Mai let out a worried cry. Suddenly, Kang Dong-hun pushed past them, telling everyone to back off. Burning with rage, he decided to handle this threat personally. He wound up a devastating punch, unleashing a shocking wave of pressure that sent a shiver of fear through the defensive summon. But while Mai trembled, Chan-hoo remained dead calm, preparing to launch his own counterattack with a smooth, decisive motion. Kang Dong-hun gasped in shock, but before he could react, a massive torrent of water erupted from nowhere, causing a colossal explosion. Once the chaos settled and the steam cleared, Chan-hoo was already gone. Watching the empty space, Kang Dong-hun couldn't help but chuckle. Kang Dong-hun chuckled, finally realizing why Chan-hee was so obsessed with the kid. He really was a tempting piece of bait. Meanwhile, Jin Hyo-jung nervously asked what their next move should be. Kang Dong-hun didn't answer right away, just wearing a twisted grin. He quietly vowed to drag that brat back by his neck and force him to become a permanent asset of Bechumi's. Elsewhere, a sudden flash of teleportation light caught Jong Yuri completely off guard. Stepping out of the glow was none other than Chan-hoo. She rushed over to support him as he stumbled exhausted. Gritting his teeth, Chan-hoo realized the severe backlash was finally kicking in. If he hadn't boosted his endurance earlier, he probably would have collapsed right there. Jong Yuri quickly caught him, asking if he was hurt. He waved his hand to ease her worries, raspy but determined, explaining he successfully secured the herb her grandfather needed. He urged her to make the call, but she got incredibly serious, telling him they needed to talk in her room first. Once they were upstairs, he curiously brought up the name Biollante, and Jong Yuri quickly confirmed she had overheard the conversation. Kang-hoo focuses on analyzing the herbs, trying to figure out why the doctor had specifically singled out Biollante. Suddenly, Dr. Ka opens the door, noting that since Kang-hoo understood so quickly, no further explanation is needed. Entering the room, the doctor frankly brings up the time Kang-hoo asked his granddaughter to spy. Kang-hoo turns to him surprised. Dr. Ka casually replies, asking why he would not know what goes on under his own roof. Hearing this, Jung Do-di feels incredibly embarrassed by her grandfather's smile. She awkwardly apologizes, and Kang-hoo, standing right beside her, also speaks up, also apologizes for causing any trouble. The doctor just smiles warmly and waves it off, saying everything is perfectly fine. Then Dr. Ka mentions how he was just testing him, knowing Kang-hoo had hidden some secrets about the Zhonghua Guild. Ultimately, Dr. Ka brings him great news, saying he passed the test before walking over to pick up the herb, after clearing a dungeon in just one day and bringing back the Biollante. Then, with a serious look, the doctor promises to investigate what the Zhonghua Guild plans to do with the herb. Kang-hoo smiles and asks him to share any updates. Before Kang-hoo leaves, Do-dee announces that she will temporarily stay behind with her grandfather to help out with his work. With absolute determination, she declares her desire to uncover the Jeonghwa Guild's plans. Kang-hoo stares at her deep in thought. He assumed Jung Do-dee's skills would keep her completely hidden. How did Dr. Ka know? Meanwhile, he continues to observe Ma. While calculating, the suspicious guest from earlier lingers in his mind as a possible spy. Still, Kang-hoo has not detected anything unusual. Feeling his intense gaze, she curiously asks if there is something on her face, but he quickly waves it off. Saying it is nothing, Kang-hoo wonders if he is just being overly sensitive. He bids her goodbye, telling her to head inside. Smiling, Do-dee waves, telling him to call if anything happens and to answer her texts. Han So-yeon enough, Kang-hoo is driving away. Meanwhile, in an undisclosed location, a mysterious man chuckles, recalling how he thought Kang-hoo only had a little potential. He laughs, noting the kid is surprisingly nimble. Excitement washes over him as he anticipates teaching the rookie a harsh lesson. He thinks teaching him a lesson will be quite fun. Meanwhile, Kang-hoo considers having their extra help. Investigating the connection between the Jeonghwa Guild and Biollante won't take long. He is now one step closer to utterly destroying Jang Si-hwan. Looking out the car window with sheer satisfaction, Kang-hoo pulls out his phone to check the next big opportunity. He realizes the exclusive red dungeon only allows 100 raiders to enter, sparking a massive race to secure slots. Conquering Judgment Hell with the Jeonghwa Guild is a shortcut to becoming a hero. Judgment Hell, the name triggers crucial memories. According to the novel, this dungeon was where Jang Si-hwan secured a massive opportunity to skyrocket his power. A smirk spreads across Kang-hoo's face. He resolves to steal it first. Meanwhile, the scene transitions to Jang Si-hwan. In a high-rise office, the guild leader warmly welcomes his guest, thanking her for traveling so far to meet him. He reveals her identity, Cha So-hee, a former spy from Eclipse. So-hee gets straight to the point, bypassing any pleasantries. Sik-won smiles, expressing that he really likes her direct working style before sliding a tablet across the desk. Tapping the screen, Sik-won mentions hearing that she's been tracking a certain target, then states his ultimate goal. He demands complete information on this man, promising an incredibly lucrative reward in exchange for her elite suit services. Sik-won claims they always deal fairly, but So-hee remains completely relentless. With a dark, sinister look, she makes her demand. She wants absolute revenge. Sik-won narrows his eyes in agreement. Chapter 58. He welcomes her to the Jeonghwa Guild. He passes the tablet back to Cha So-hee, asking if they should dive deeper into discussing their primary target. So-hee gets serious, admitting that she initially wrote this man off as just another average low-level hunter. However, his growth in strength has completely shattered all expectations. Oddly enough, despite being classified as a stealth assassin, he utilizes magic. He wields high-level spells typically reserved for mages. It raises the question of whether he is acquiring these from skill books. Sik-won checks his phone confidently, asserting that his power is far too extraordinary to come from simple skill books. He speculates that these must be unique abilities normally locked to boss monsters, or perhaps something even more terrifying. So-hee laughs, finding it hard to believe such a ridiculous concept. Sik-won just lets out a subtle smirk, claiming he fully understands. He then taps his screen to dispatch a file. Elsewhere, Guan-hung immediately receives the message. He stares in cold silence before tucking his phone away. If the target proves useless, he will personally eliminate him. Back in the office, Sik-won continues negotiating with So-hee, offering her her very first mission as a guild executive. He outlines the primary objectives, demanding absolutely flawless results when her team raids the treacherous Judgment Hell dungeon. He instructs her to review the roster of external hunters he provided. She looks at the list in heavy silence. Later, So-hee snaps awake, her eyes widening in surprise. Her gaze locks onto a photograph of Shin Kang-hoo, and a sinister smile begins to spread across her lips. It is a creepy look as she promises not to disappoint him. Meanwhile, at the entrance to Judgment Hell in the suburbs of Obe, Shin Kang-hoo looks around and assesses the dungeon. He quietly notes how relieved he is to have made it all the way here without running into any issues. Shin Kang-hoo can easily see that Judgment Hell is a massive raid dungeon which the Jeonghwa Guild operates in collaboration with external hunters. But what truly captures his interest is a hidden reward that Jang Si-hwan stumbled upon in the original novel. Inside this very dungeon, Shin Kang-hoo remembers exactly how it all went down in the story when the original Shin Kang-hoo discovered the secret and attacked Jang Si-hwan. He lost that fight and barely escaped, but things will be different this time around. If he can steal that reward first, he can strip Jang Si-hwan of his greatest source of power. And watch, this changes everything. "Oh my, we meet again," she says. It is none other than Jin Hyo-jung. They say running into each other like this must be destiny. Shin Kang-hoo recalls their past encounter and calmly thanks her for guiding him back when they first met. She smiles, claiming she only wanted to repay him for saving her life during the chaotic incident back in Gwangju. Playing the fragile victim, she asks if he will protect her once more. Shin Kang-hoo silently observes her acting and pauses before giving a quick nod. He agrees that it is no problem, which immediately makes her beam with joy. She thanks him but secretly plots his demise. She only needs his body to produce bumethamine, so she just has to wait for the right moment to kill him. Shin Kang-hoo cuts her thoughts short, urging her to move, and she smiles as they proceed. But as they approach the entrance, Shin Kang-hoo suddenly lets go of her hand, declaring he will take the lead. Just then, a large hunter steps in to block his path, complaining that Shin Kang-hoo just wants to lead so he can hog all the dungeon rewards for himself. A female hunter nearby chimed in, telling him that as an assassin, he should just focus on dealing damage instead of causing trouble. Shin Kang-hoo simply sighs at their ignorance, choosing to stay silent. So young enough, the entire vanguard group steps inside the dangerous dungeon. The arrogant male hunter scoffs, claiming that according to the Zhanghua Guild, this place is nothing more than a simple ant nest. The female hunter agrees, mocking the guild for being too slow to even arrive before their vanguard team. The muscular hunter laughs, realizing they can snatch everything first, and immediately charges ahead without a second thought. His female teammate is right on his heels, determined not to lose out on the spoils, leaving Shin Kang-hoo behind. Shin Kang-hoo mutters that they are complete fools. Just as he says this, massive razor-sharp blades swing out from the shadows. The female hunter senses the danger too late. Within seconds, a horrific bloodbath unfolds while Shin Kang-hoo and Jin Hyo-jung watch silently. One hunter is engulfed in roaring flames, while another is mercilessly impaled by a storm of flying swords. Yet another is crushed beneath a giant hammer. Countless vanguard members are caught completely off guard and fall into deep abysses. Some are torn apart by vicious monsters as utter chaos consumes the room, leaving only a tiny handful of survivors. In the end, only 4 people remain, including a terrified young man who cannot believe they were wiped out so quickly. He trembles, asking what those traps even were, while another survivor points out how different this is from the guild's information. It is clear to them now that the Zhanghua Guild set them up to die, but Shin Kang-hoo remains entirely unfazed. He knows exactly what is happening. The vanguard was always meant to be sacrificial lambs. Suddenly, a faint cry for help echoes. Shin Kang-hoo realizes that navigating these deadly traps without casualties is impossible. The guild essentially hired these people to die for them. Armed with this knowledge, he steps forward. This was exactly why he wanted to lead, but the greedy fools rushed ahead anyway. He soon reaches a massive door and pushes it open, revealing an incredibly vast hidden chamber stretching out before them. One of the surviving young men recoils in terror, declaring that it is far too dangerous to go any further. His companion agrees too, terrified of what unknown horrors might be waiting for them inside that dark, expansive space. But Shin Kang-hoo feels no fear. He knows this is the exact shortcut to the center that Jang Si-hwan used in the novel. As Shin Kang-hoo prepares to suggest they move together, Jin Hyo-jung suddenly speaks up, announcing that the two of them will go another way. She nonchalantly advises the others to head back to safety and wait for backup since the second team will arrive shortly. Relieved, the young men quickly agree to her suggestion and take off in the opposite direction without hesitation. Once they are gone, Jin Hyo-jung turns to Shin Kang-hoo with a smile, noting that they are finally alone. He gives a quiet nod. As they step deeper into the chamber, she remarks on the gruesome scenery, prompting Shin Kang-hoo to ask why she did not leave. She smiles sweetly, reminding him of his promise to protect her before slowly reaching out her hand toward him. She whispers that she is still terrified and begs him to stay close, offering to do absolutely anything he wants. Anything he wants. He carefully asks her again, is it really anything? Hyo-jung immediately confirms this, with Kang-hoo giving him a gentle look as she reassures him. But in that exact instant, razor-sharp claws erupt from Hyo-jung's fingers and right. After crimson blood splatters across the floor, she gasps in shock as Kang-hoo preemptively stabs her. Pulling his dagger back, he calmly says, please pass my regards to Kang Dong-hun. Clutching her bleeding wound, Hyo-jung demands to know how. She was exposed only for Kang-hoo to bluntly mock her. Her strategy back at the club was just too clumsy. He reminds her of the past, who wouldn't be suspicious when she kissed him out of nowhere. That move only turned his doubts into absolute certainty. He had already figured it out the moment she emerged from the infinite dungeon. Naturally, at this moment, Kang-hoo can't help but chuckle. Did she really think playing the seductress would work on him? She is officially disqualified as an assassin. With her plan ruined, she gritted her teeth in pure rage. Team 59's Hyo-jung refuses to back down and lunges forward. Kang-hoo executes a quick step back as she unleashes a strike, screaming at him to shut up. Suddenly, toxic fluid splatters all over the floor. Keeping his guard up, he watches Hyo-jung closely as his system displays info on the beast of the fallen nebula. This sinister entity has a dark alignment able to shift shapes and secrete corrosive acid. She snarls in pure fury that she was only playing around with this pathetic bastard before charging straight at him, promising to tear his limbs apart. Kang-hoo recognizes the power as her nebula ability. Remaining completely unbothered, he snaps his fingers and decides he will take it. She sneers right back, executing a series of flawless rapid leaps. Kang-hoo stands his ground, remaining completely unfazed. He calmly sets up his defense. Unloading her attack, she laughs mockingly, asking if he is done, claiming she already researched his constellation. Hyo-young swings her claws again, shouting that she has seen through all of his cheap tricks. Hearing this, he chuckles. He asks if she really saw everything. Before she can react, Kang-hoo unleashes a lethal counter. Instantly, her claws are severed, clattering onto the cold floor. His blade rests right against Hyo-young's throat as he completely dominates the fight. He remarks she likely hasn't seen this one yet. Shock washes over her as she realizes this bastard was hiding multiple skills. His movements are completely different from before. Just how many levels did he gain? Kang-hoo looks down at her with pure disdain. He expected much more from an Eclipse assassin, but she does not even compare to Cha So-hee. Infuriated, Hyo-young lashes out. She activates a speed boost, but Kang-hoo pulls off a perfect evasion. Cursing him in frustration, she swings wildly, and then he is surprised to find her completely gone from his line of sight. Did she run? Suddenly, a faint rustle stirs behind his back. She attempts a stealthy ambush from his blind spot, her face twisted in rage as she raises her claws for a lethal strike. With her eyes locked on his back, she thinks she has him. But Kang-hoo is calmly tracking her every move, whispering that he sees everything. He whips around, slashing her shoulder open. Caught completely off guard, Hyo-young stumbles backward, letting out a sharp cry of intense pain. She cannot wrap her head around how he detected her, while her active stealth skill was supposed to be flawless. Seeing Kang-hoo closing the distance, she curses under her breath. Realizing she is completely outmatched, she has no choice but to retreat and flee the battlefield. Naturally, he has no intention of letting her walk away, so he prepares to capture her. But she manages to slip through his fingers, forcing him to halt. He has to admit her escape skill is actually quite impressive. Muttering to himself, he shrugs it off. Securing Jang Si-won's opportunity is far more urgent. Besides, he already knows this zone inside out. The Hell of Judgment is designed to relentlessly test challengers through brutal repeating trials. He silently assesses his surroundings. He surveys his current surroundings, recalling a crucial detail from the original novel. Jang Si-hwan had discovered that only a single challenger could claim the ultimate reward here. What catches his attention is that after enduring endless grueling trials, after all that, the original protagonist proved he alone was worthy. In the original timeline, Si-hwan claimed that brilliant light, but things are different now. Now Kang-hoo is here to usurp that destiny. He wears a satisfied smirk, knowing he doesn't need to struggle because he has a backdoor. Suddenly, a swarm of dark projectiles materializes around him. Instantly on high alert, he scans the area for threats. The lethal energy fades and light floods back into the chamber. Right then, the system alerts him of a newly unlocked hidden skill. Dark Moon's Creed has been acquired and the Dark Power stat is now fully active. He looks at the notification, highly pleased. But the notifications do not stop there. The Dark Moon's Creed unleashes destructive dark power, a stat that scales up his attributes, proportionally to the amount of energy infused. This is a separate, highly volatile source of raw destruction. Overusing it threatens to fracture the user's sanity. It can only be replenished by harvesting the lives of monsters or humans. He realizes that out of all 77 hidden skills, the Dark Moon's Creed is top tier due to its terrifying synergy with dark power. Once fully charged, its explosive power literally doubles. Suddenly, a flood of shared memories flashes in both his and Jang Si-hwan's minds. To overcome the side effects of the dark power in the novel, he used Hyok Wol-shin as a skill. It is a powerful technique that works wonders if you can withstand it. Right now, he stares down at his palm with a smirk, knowing it is finally his own. Shin Kang-hoo speaks up in pure excitement, muttering that this won't be the last humiliation his enemies will have to face from him. After dealing with Officer Trang, he activates his teleportation magic to head elsewhere. Shin Kang-hoo quickly slips into a dark freezing area. Waiting for him is the mid-boss Judge Eru. The beast suddenly unleashes a blinding white glare that, forcing Shin Kang-hoo to squint. He quickly reminds himself that this mental attack is completely unavoidable, so he must power through it and get out of there. Right then, someone suddenly grabs Shin Kang-hoo's ankle. Feeling the chilling touch, he looks down only to see a vengeful spirit of a young man confronting him, asking why he was the only one who survived all this. Other ghosts crawl forward with furious growls, screaming that with his immense strength he could have saved them all instead of leaving them behind like a coward. Annoyed, he shoves the angry spirits away, realizing this mental illusion is far more troublesome than expected. He glances over at the mid-boss, Judge Aru, standing in the distance. He cannot use the crest yet. Activating it in a rush will only shatter his unstable mind even further. Meanwhile, the monster glares down with terrifying bloodshot eyes. Another ghost clings tightly to Shin Kang-hoo, crying that it is for letting their world collapse due to his weakness. He coldly flings the spirit off, reminding himself that this is just a memory from the novel, and nothing but a cheap illusion. Yet countless angry screams keep echoing around him, accusing him of their deaths. Trapped in this dangerous hallucination, Shin Kang-hoo pulls out his blade and slashes through the ghosts. He forces himself to stay completely calm, muttering that they are nothing to him. Suddenly, a hand grips his shoulder, whispering that it is actually the truth, and he is just evading his responsibilities. Shin Kang-hoo snaps his head back in pure shock, instantly recognizing that the person standing there is indeed Min Chun, who died not too long ago. Min Chun glares at him, demanding to know why Shin Kang-hoo abandoned him to die twice. The ghost keeps pressing, asking if his life meant nothing to him either. Shocked and angry, Shin Kang-hoo cannot help but curse under his breath. As chapter 60 begins, suddenly, Min Chun shoves Shin Kang-hoo backward. Caught off guard, the young man crashes straight down onto the floor, while his old friend furiously screams that he is no different from the rest of those cowards. Before Shin Kang-hoo can even process this, the rest of the horde swarm him. Sensing extreme danger, Shin Kang-hoo desperately yells back, "No, wait," while the spirits drown him out, calling him a hypocritical piece of trash. In absolute agony, Shin Kang-hoo screams out, then the scene suddenly shifts to someone clacking away on a keyboard. A message on the screen reads, "This is how the world ends." Suddenly, another version of Shin Kang-hoo spins around, with a smug, despicable grin. He sits there leisurely, mocking himself for just sitting at a desk while watching everyone else die, leaving Shin Kang-hoo frozen in pure disbelief. His duplicate smiles coldly and asks if he finally recognizes him, claiming to be the real Shin Kang-hoo. The copy continues to mock him, pointing out how he claims to speak the truth while writing such trashy stories, proving he is nothing but a pathetic failure who cannot change a thing, only forcing unwanted endings onto everyone else. As he continues to babble, playing the villain's advocate, the double points out his deep flaws, claiming he is only making everything worse. Then the double suddenly stands up, confessing that even he deeply regrets writing such a tragic, horrible ending for this story. He slowly reaches a hand out toward the real Shin Kang-hoo, urging him to finally face reality and return to the person he used to be. The duplicate continues to babble, claiming that he has been running away from the truth for far too long. But Shin Kang-hoo slowly lifts his head coldly, declaring that this world is also his reality. He slowly draws out his weapon, swearing that until he completely rewrites the final chapter of this novel, nothing is truly over. A brutal, bloody clash erupts inside the dim room as he shatters the illusion and returns to face the mid-boss Judge Aru. The system interface flashes, updating the info on his skill, bloodthirsty, gluttony, and his neutral nebula alignment, warning that losing stamina increases vulnerability to mental attacks. Shin Kang-hoo smirks, realize he can finally use the nebula energy he collected earlier. He slowly rises to his feet, whispering that he is going to wrap this up in a single strike. Sensing his intent, the mid-boss glares at him in sheer rage, and the colossal judge unleash another blinding flash. Shin Kang-hoo instantly notices that the monster's attack pattern has changed, though he knows it is still limited to mental assaults. Suddenly, a strange, overwhelming sensation washes over him as he is dragged into an entirely different spatial dimension. Entirely. Gripping his weapon tightly, he hears a voice asking if he is desperate, forcing him to stab his own thigh to stay awake. Fresh blood splatters all across the dark space, but he suddenly freezes as he realizes something has gone horribly wrong. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he wonders why his bloodthirsty gluttony skill isn't activating at all. In the next instant, he finds himself standing face to face with the furious mid-boss Judge Aru as the system warning alerts him that, "Without my blood, you have no hope of surviving. Bloodthirsty gluttony, once this battle is over, you must set me free from the dimensional robber. Free me, bloodthirsty gluttony, or I will cut off your power." Notifications continue to flood in, declaring that he cannot stand being under another nebula. Watching this unfold, Shin Kang-hoo wonders if the entity is actually trying to escape being a subordinate of the dimensional robber. Countless system messages appear, calling the robber absolute trash who would dare to use the contractor's life as a hostage. The voice asks if he forgot that nebulas fight each other, not just hunters. Gritting his teeth, Shin Kang-hoo finally loses his patience and gives in, agreeing to free the spirit after the showdown. With no other choice left, he realizes he has to focus and take down mid-boss Aloe first. The system screen flashes with a message praising the contractor's quick thinking as Shin Kang-hoo steps back into the dark dungeon. Staring ahead into the gloom, he complains about how frustrating these back-to-back experiences have been before slowly rising to prepare for battle. He coldly asks mid-boss Judge Aloe if he is finally done with his desperate struggling. Drawing his weapon, Shin Kang-hoo tells the beast to drop dead instantly, driving his blade straight into its glowing eye. Meanwhile, a computer screen displays support requests for Hell's Judgment as a subordinate briefs the officer on the situation. This list shows requests from the Vanguard unit. Che Guanheng curiously asks what they should do, but the officer calmly replies that they must respect the sacrifices of those men. The officer then stares deeply into the blood-drenched dungeon before unleashing a pack of hounds to sniff out the scent of fresh blood nearby, gathered specifically to track down survivors. A soldier reports that they smell blood coming from this direction, meaning someone must still be alive inside. Che Guanheng grows extremely excited, urging them forward, while Cha So-hee stares at her phone, scheming against Shin Kang-hoo and Jin Hee-don. She hopes they do not die before she can steal them from the Trung Qua Guild. Suddenly, Cha So-hee taps her screen, inputting a string of numbers with a sinister grin, muttering that she will personally put an end to both of them. Back in the dungeon, Shin Kang-hoo has completely obliterated Judge Aloe. The system updates, confirming his death energy is now fully charged. His dark power is at 73 out of 100. Seeing this, he notes that such a strong boss yields plenty of energy. He can finally activate his dark skill, but he knows he must deal with the harsh side effects first. As Shin Kang-hoo sighs, the system alerts him that the Nebula Wild Strategist is amazed by his abilities and sponsors a small buff. This grant increases his experience gain by 0.2%. Meanwhile, the Nebula Father of Music offers condolences for his tough choices. Among the flood of messages, a skill from the Psychologist Path boosts his mental attack resistance by 50%. Suddenly, a piece of parchment appears in his hand, and the system confirms he has collected a distorted contract. The bloodthirsty gluttony interface pops up again, reminding the contractor to keep his promise alongside warnings from the other side, stating that the dimensional robber has no business agreeing to such nonsense. They urge the contractor to just ignore the beast. Yet a promise made to a nebula is absolute. Suddenly, the entire dungeon begins to tremble violently, putting Shin Kang-hoo on high alert. Could the main boss be showing up already? He needs to hurry. The system screen flashes another message from bloodthirsty gluttony, warning the contractor not to back out. He reassures the entity that he will keep his word, so there is no need to worry. Unfolding the newly acquired distorted contract, Shin Kang-hoo quickly signs his name in the corner, declaring that his only goal is to free the spirit from the dimensional robber. In Chapter 61, the heavy dungeon doors begin to crack. Unable to withstand the force, the doors shatter into a million pieces, with the officer standing as the one who broke them. Scanning the chaotic ruins before him, the officer assumes this is the final zone, and Che Guanheng immediately notices a problem. With absolutely nothing in sight, Che Guanheng questions if they are even on the right path. Right then, the hounds pick up a scent. They start howling frantically, leaving the surrounding soldiers deeply confused by the beast's sudden and bizarre reaction. The officer remains silent, staring straight into the chaotic abyss ahead, keeping his guard up as he surveys the area. Grip tightening on his sword, he is actually thrilled rather than worried, declaring that they have finally reached their destination. Right in front of them stands the main boss, Eros. Ordering his troops to brace for impact, a strange red ribbon suddenly wraps around the officer's body as he hovers in mid-air, commanding Che Guanheng to lead the charge while advising the rest to provide backing in the upcoming clash. The soldiers salute in unison, confirming they understand their orders. Eager for the fight, the officer cannot wait another second. He conjures a massive fireball while preparing a fire chain, grinning as he wonders how much stronger this beast will make him. But just then, Che Guanheng senses something is off. He turns around vigilantly to check their rear. Meanwhile, Jin Hee-don is currently hiding in a nearby corner. Deep in the cave, Jin Hyo-jung is barely clinging to life. She recalls the chaos from earlier, thankful she shielded her body before getting buried deep underground. Trembling, Jin Hyo-jung pulls a small mirror from her pocket, staring at her pathetic reflection. Disgusted by her reflection, she hurls the mirror away. Rage completely consumes her as she snarls Shin Kang-hoo's name with absolute hatred. She vows never to forgive him. If she wants him dead, she realizes her master must handle this monster personally. She needs to report Shin Kang-hoo's combat patterns to her master. Pulling out her phone, Jin Hyo-jung decides to focus on surviving first. But right then, a sudden light flashes at the cave entrance, startling her. Jin Hyo-jung's heart skips a beat. Thinking a rescue team has arrived, she calls out for help. But a second later, she freezes as a chilling voice echoes. "Found you. It is Cha So-hee." She sneers that a venomous snake like Jin Hyo-jung deserves to die in a dark cave. Terrified, Jin Hyo-jung shrinks back in fear. So he slowly steps deeper into the cave, a cruel, mocking smile plastered across her face. She promises to burn her alive. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Jang Si-won's subordinates are locked in a fierce, brutal battle. They launch relentless attacks on the main boss, Eros. Surrounded and battered from all sides, the monster roars in pure fury. Eros unleashes a devastating, highly dangerous counterattack. Remaining completely calm, Guan Heong easily leaps aside to dodge the deadly blow. Keeping his eyes locked onto the giant beast, Guan Heong immediately launches his counterattack, swinging his blade with blinding speed. He lands multiple heavy slashes, leaving deep wounds across Eros's massive body. Seeing this perfect opening, Jiang Siwan immediately steps up. Knowing his moment has arrived, Siwan strikes with immense dark force, making the giant boss scream in agony. Then he looks back. Confused, he demands to know why their damage output is so low, asking where on earth Cha has gone. Guan Heong reports that she fled the very second the fight started, offering to go drag her back, but Siwan stops him immediately. No need, she cannot have gone far, Siwan says. He raises his hand to cast a spell, aiming to finish Eros first. He plans to personally make up for the missing damage. The pressure radiating from his preparing spell is absolutely immense. Seeing the raw danger, Guan Heong shouts for everyone to back away, warning they might get sucked into the devastating blast zone. The guild members watch in sheer terror as Siwan condenses a truly massive, terrifying amount of dark energy into his strike. They worry about the severe backlash, but Guan Heong reassures them that their leader will be completely fine. His absolute trust stems from Siwan's unique nature. Meanwhile, a system alert pops up regarding the Seeker of Darkness constellation. It completely neutralizes the backlash. Watch closely here because Shin Kang-hoo realizes Siwan is burning through serious power. Shin Kang-hoo smirks as he writes down his own name alongside the Devourer of Blood, muttering to go ahead and use all they want. The system begins updating. He activates a forced contract distortion, allowing him to swap his constellation with someone else's. The target constellation will lose a portion of its original abilities, stepping directly into the exact slot of the swapped deity. Range is limited to targets within line of sight with restricted uses. The swapped constellation is stripped of major abilities, taking over the exact spot of the previous deity. Suddenly, the system screen flashes a furious warning from the Devourer of Blood. The Devourer demands to know what the hell he is doing. Shin Kang-hoo calmly responds that he is just keeping his promise. He promised to free the deity, but he never said it would be for free. Behind that calm smile, Shin Kang-hoo is calculating. He went through all the trouble of hunting Eros, specifically because it drops the item needed to suppress this constellation's heavy influence. Warnings immediately flood his screen, calling him a lunatic, a fool, and a master scammer embarking on a losing gamble. The Ice Witch expresses her pure satisfaction, mocking his greed, while other cosmic entities chime in with their own commentary. The Void Robber claims they saw this scheme coming from the start, knowing he would never just submit to those empty threats. Reading through the chaotic system messages, Shin Kang-hoo ignores their complaints. The Devourer is furious, but the system keeps processing the swap. The other constellations consume their own divine energy to grant him a buff, boosting his power by 5%. More system pop-ups appear. The Devourer mockingly offers to lend him power, claiming he cannot block mental attacks on his own. It warns him to stop doing foolish things that only weaken their shared abilities, but Shin Kang-hoo merely chuckles. He flatly states he does not need them. Right on cue, the system shows a massive resistance boost. His mental defense has increased by 50%. He finishes writing on the contract, muttering that he has something far better. Thanks to hunting Eros, the names of Jiang Siwan and Shin Kang-hoo burn brightly onto the paper. As it catches fire, the system announces his contract with the Devourer of Blood is officially severed. The furious deity curses him in vain. At that exact moment, drops of blood splash onto the ground. Stunned Siwan quickly covers his mouth as alerts multiply. His contract with the Seeker of Darkness is terminated and the Devourer of Blood is successfully transferred over. Your contract has become your main nebula. You sign a pact with the Seeker, the Inner Void. When Kang-hoo unleashes his martial arts, the system quickly updates your previous contract details. Meanwhile, he only sees his screen displaying the BOS, Neutral Bloodthirsty Nebula. When your health drops to 10% or lower, your overall immunity to mental attacks will surge. Immunity will increase. Siwan cannot believe his eyes as he is suddenly bombarded with notifications of failed skill activations and failed elemental conversions. Siwan begins to panic, realizing that he has completely lost control of his own dark energy. The subordinates below murmur that something is seriously wrong. Quan Hun yells out in pure panic, asking what is going on. Trang Siwan. Right now, Siwan is completely losing control of himself, putting him in an incredibly dangerous situation. The main boss, Aot, slowly opens its giant mouth, preparing to swallow Siwan whole. He stands there utterly shocked by this turn, shocked by this horrific sight. Now Siwan is in extreme danger. In Chapter 62, Hyodong is also in a perilous situation, gritting her teeth at this horrible beast. She gathers her strength to leap off the ground and runs away, and realizes something about that Zhonghua guild uniform. So he stands there, refusing to stop as she unleashes another devastating attack. She turns around to find that danger is still hot on her heels. The attack makes Hyodong scream in pain, and she realizes something terrible. She has no mana left to block it. So he approaches with thick killing intent, telling her to keep running. She excitedly mutters that she wants to enjoy this hunt, while Hyodong slowly drags her heavily injured body outside. Her entire body is covered in bloody wounds. Hyodong mumbles in disbelief, asking if she finally escaped before finding a new determination. If she reports what she saw to her master, she will get a massive reward. But then Hyodong suddenly senses something is wrong as a fierce battle is raging right in front of her. Hyodong is absolutely terrified and screams at that exact moment, so he chases her out of the cave, rushing forward to ambush Hyodong from behind. Quickly, so he takes the upper hand, mocking that a prey like her should never let her guard down during a hunt. Caught off guard, she grits her teeth. So he sneers, promising to send Kang Dong-hoon to join her soon, so she should go ahead and wait on the other side. Then she unleashes a skill to burn Hyodong alive, engulfing her in flames. Once Hyodong is reduced to ashes, so he stands there in complete silence, holding the remaining ash of her former target in her hand. Next, so he coldly brushes the ashes away. Meanwhile, Kang Chang-hoo witnesses the whole scene and quietly evaluates the horrific but beautiful sight. Countless system screens float before his eyes, displaying notifications that the contracted nebulas are expressing their deep amazement at his incredibly bold strategy. They even consume their own celestial power to grant him a special reward, a 5% experience boost. He silently reflects on the novel about a villain becoming a savior, viewing it as basically a cheap piece of literature. Kang Kang-hoo recalls a specific detail from the story about how the protagonist, Saekwon, grew stronger through the sacrifices of others rather than his own hard work. Suddenly, the system updates with new data. The Seeker of the Inner Void Nebula wishes to meet him, making him chuckle at the system's desperation. Losing a prized possession to someone else is always a brutal experience, and Kang Kang-hoo suspects his rival must be completely devastated right now. Han So-yeon, after Kwon Hung, walks over, calling out to Si-kwon, who demands to know what is going on. Si-kwon snaps that he lost his Seeker of the Inner Void Nebula. Kwon Hung stammers in disbelief, asking how that is possible. Frowning, Si-kwon explains that the thief took his nebula and left him a completely useless one instead. The system screen warns of an extremely bloodthirsty and violent contract. He mutters that he has no idea how it happened, but it is definitely that traitor's fault. He knew something was off the moment she abandoned them during the battle. Si-kwon slowly pushes himself back up, reminding everyone that they still need to secure their dungeon rewards first. He tells Kwon Hung to forget the loss for now and focus on the harvest. Meanwhile, system screens float around Kang Kang-hoo. The notification suggests that if the dimensional robber had defeated his rival, he could have monopolized all of the rewards. But Kang Chang-hoo just smiles, saying he does not need them. Suddenly, his eyes widen as a new notification pops up. The system alerts him that he has leveled up. Kang Kang-hoo stares at it, grumbling that he only received experience. New alerts flood his vision, praising his knowledge. But as the contractor, his mind is already made up. Having witnessed everything he wanted, he decides it is time for them to head back to the dungeon entrance. Shortly after, news of a massive disaster floods the media. Out of 120 Zhonghua Guild members, only 20 survived. The guild promises full responsibility and maximum compensation as their leaders weep openly at the public memorial service. Amidst the mourning for those lost in Judgment Hell, many still wonder if entering that dungeon was the right choice. Jiang Si-hwan, the leader of the Zhonghua Guild, holds an emergency press conference this afternoon. He steps up to the mic with a grave look. He reports that the Judgment Hell dungeon is exactly what the name implies. Traps were littered everywhere, making it nearly impossible to make progress. Every grueling detail is shared to honor the fallen hunters, painting a picture of a desperate struggle where they almost failed to reach the boss room. Clenching his fist in frustration, Jiang Si-hwan firmly claims that the defensive boss used a self-destruction move with enough raw power to completely vaporize the entire dungeon. He puts on a flawless show of deep regret and grief for the cameras. He claims both Guan-hyun and himself wanted to save everyone but fell short. Standing next to him, Guan-hyun quickly backs him up. According to him, without Jiang Si-hwan, everyone would have died, and their survival is nothing short of a miracle. The public eats it up, praising him for risking his own life to rescue dozens. They hail Jiang Si-hwan as a true hero. Watching the broadcast, Kang-woo scoffs at the guy's smooth tongue. In reality, Jiang Si-hwan was the monster who slaughtered everyone in there. But Jiang Si-hwan keeps his speech rolling, paying tribute to the brave hunters who challenged the dungeon for their own honor. He solemnly declares that he will not let their ultimate sacrifices go to waste and makes a shocking announcement on the spot. Jiang Si-hwan then turns his gaze towards some newly arrived figures, leaving the reporters and broadcast staff completely stunned. It turns out they are representatives from the top guild in the United States, Fortuna, who previously signed a mutual agreement, and right beside them is Du Zhonghua, a core executive representing China's strongest powerhouse, the Cheondo Guild. The crowd erupts as the vice leader of the massive Chun-Tu Guild steps forward. Jiang Si-wan stays perfectly calm amidst the cheering. He reveals that the Zhonghua Guild is partnering with foreign organizations to conquer Judgment Hell and share the spoils with the deceased. Actually, he promises to share them with all citizens of Seoul, outlining his master plan for this new global coalition. They plan to target high-difficulty global dungeons next, but Kang-woo has heard enough and shuts off the broadcast. It seems the members of the Red Star have wrapped up their recruitment and are seizing this perfect opportunity. Even while focusing on his own defenses, Kang-woo knows better than to underestimate Jiang Si-hwan, who is a dangerous opponent. Meanwhile, Dong-hun silently analyzes the broadcast from his office. Suddenly, a voice from the doorway calls out for him. Dong-hun tells them to enter, and his subordinate walks in with a bag, explaining he recovered something from the survivors. Dong-hun eagerly asks if he secured the item, and the lackey reports that getting it required some heavy bribery. He opens the bag and admits that without her custom pin, he never would have recognized her. Dong-hun reaches out to grab the brooch. His lackey curiously asks if they should send the body to the morgue. Dong-hun looks over the item and flatly rejects the idea, deciding that there is absolutely no need to do so. He instructs him to send the heavily burned corpse straight to the crematorium, and his subordinate quickly obeys. Dong-hun plugs the accessory into a data port. A bright light flashes as the hidden camera files begin to boot up. He wants to see if Gu Do-yeong fulfilled her duties before she died. Suddenly, Kang-woo's face and voice fill the screen. Kang-woo's recorded voice echoes, mockingly thanking her and stating that her beauty means nothing when she lacks an assassin's skills. Suddenly, her voice snaps back at him to shut up. Dong-hun is stunned as he watches the chaotic footage unfold on the monitor. The recording captures the brutal scene in detail, and Dong-hun spots Jiang Si-hwan right in the middle of it. He watches the guild leader's dark reactions on that fateful day. Suddenly, the feed cuts off and the screen goes black. Dong-hun bursts into a sinister laugh, realizing that the dungeon boss did not massacre those hunters, but Jiang Si-hwan did. Dong-hun is absolutely thrilled. This blackmail material is worth a massive fortune. He places a call to Jiang Si-hwan. Dong-hun demands that the head of the Zhonghua Guild transfer 10 billion won to his account every single month. He warns over the phone that if he does not comply, this video will be leaked to the media immediately. Jiang Si-hwan calmly addresses him as the vice leader of the Eclipse Guild, asking if 10 billion won is a bit much. For hush money, especially when dealing with the true owner of Eclipse, the man on the other end panics and screams. He frantically tries to explain that he never gave such an order and that he has zero involvement with Eclipse's operations. The guild was just meant to harvest mana stones, and he pleads for some time to personally take care of Dong-hun. Jiang Si-hwan cuts him off with a bone-chilling tone, offering absolutely no room for negotiations or second chances. He strictly warns that if a dog bites its master, it belongs in the slaughterhouse rather than receiving mercy. Jiang Si-hwan commands him to dismantle the Eclipse Guild and pull out of the business completely, and the man immediately complies. With a quiet beep, Jiang Si-hwan terminates the call, leaning back in his chair to contemplate his next move. With so many disasters crashing down all at once, Si-hwan has to remind himself of the harsh reality. He has officially lost the pure Black Truth Hunter. The system screen flashes with a blunt notification. Blood Eater, I decline your request to terminate this contract. It goes on to state that by galactic law, it cannot disclose any details regarding its previous host. Si-hwan can already easily predict the situation. He guesses that his recent sudden outburst was actually part of a calculated trap. Right after that incident, Kang Dong-hun immediately blackmailed him. He blackmailed him, acting as if he had been waiting for this exact moment. He knew they would approach her, so he planted her as a mole to spy. The more he thinks, the more furious he gets. They had targeted the pure Black Truth Hunter from the very beginning. Just then, Che Guan-hung enters the room. Che Guan-hang enters to check on his condition, but Si-hwan cuts straight to the chase, demanding to know if he brought the requested items. The man quickly confirms and hands it over, explaining that this Biolenti medicine is designed to temporarily stabilize the side effects of his dark powers. But Si-hwan is far from pleased with the delivery, demanding to know why there is so little of the medicine. He knows this drug has been in production for a while. Che Guan-hen quickly explains that the raw materials are incredibly rare and hard to acquire. He goes on to say that even the stubborn old master completely refused to trade those specific herbs or deal with them. They ended up wasting valuable time on a useless bastard who clearly knew the old man. Hearing this, Che Guan-heung cautiously reminds him about the seal. Since this batch of medicine is not fully refined, its effects will not last very long and he will build a tolerance. But Si-hwan remains stubborn, declaring that the moment he shows weakness, he is dead. With absolute resolve, he declares that the world revolves around him anyway and he can easily conquer a minor side effect like this. He slams the medicine bottle onto the table. Now watch, he orders Che Guan-hung to announce his participation in tomorrow's cooperative dungeon raid. He must participate in the raid with Shintu tomorrow. In critical times like this, he must make sure everyone believes he is in peak physical condition. Next, he asks about the eclipse. Che Guan-hong reports that Shintu's S-class is currently hunting down Che, expecting to bring her back within days. Out of sheer frustration, Che Guan-hing suggests going to eliminate Kang Dong-hun immediately, but Si Guan does not think that is wise. Si Guan immediately rejects the reckless plan. Acting on their own like that will only attract unwanted attention from the public. He has his own plan in motion, saying they should leave the eclipse to be handled by people of their own tier. Scene cuts over. The scene cuts to Dun, where Yi-jin notes with a smile that since the Manhwa Guild's last press conference, things have shifted dramatically. The situation of the National Hunters has changed. She guesses that Hen was provoked as they have suddenly started beefing up security in those abandoned areas. As Yi-jin continues her briefing, she reveals that their first target is the third vice leader of the Eclipse's Daejeon branch. This location is notorious for human trafficking and slave labor under Kang Dong-hun. Curious to see if he is following along, she turns to him. She asks Shin Kang-hoo if he is keeping up, only to get a serious reply. Based on her words, they have nearly cornered them. They have nearly cornered the Eclipse. But Shin Kang-hoo cuts to the chase, demanding to know why she invited both him and the entire troll cart team here. She immediately explains that Hen commissioned several powerful forces, the very group that essentially wiped out the Eclipse forces in Dun. However, now that Kang Dong-hun has holed himself up inside Jungmyeong Detention Center, which serves as his final stronghold, the situation has shifted. Things have taken a drastic turn. And trust me, this is no ordinary hideout. She goes on to describe it as an impenetrable fortress. In fact, the Black Lion squad was the first to attack, only to suffer heavy losses and be forced to retreat. She confirms that the next faction scheduled to strike is Blue Eyes, meaning them along with the assembled vanguard. Leaning close to Shin Kang-hoo, she smiles warmly, offering him a direct invitation to join their upcoming raid if he wants in. He ponders the offer quietly, realizing that the perfect time to finally settle things with Kang Dong-hun has arrived. He recalls that in the original novel, even though the Eclipse was locked in a bitter feud with the Junghwa Guild, they fell quickly. They ultimately fell to Jang Si-won alone. He quickly calculates his next move, knowing he must focus on Kang Dong-hun. He can ask Ju Kang Dong-hun about Hen's situation later. After a brief moment of silent reflection, Shin Kang-hoo finally speaks up. If Blue Eyes can create a massive distraction, he will quietly infiltrate the detention center to assassinate Kang Dong-hun himself. Yi-jin cannot help but smile, praising his direct approach. But just then, Se-heok pulls off his mask to object. He firmly argues that a stealth infiltration is completely impossible. Yi-jin finds this hesitation rather confusing since Shin Kang-hoo escaped from there. But Si-dong immediately steps in to point out the core problem, warning them that the situation has completely changed. Security has been tightened tenfold since that massive escape. The rugged mountain terrain behind the facility makes it impossible to breach. The area is heavily trapped and practically impassable. Se-dong continues to elaborate, laying out the defensive layout of the area. Furthermore, the front entrance is heavily guarded by the remaining forces of the Eclipse. Se-heok suddenly looks over at Shin Kang-hoo. He addresses him directly, stating that to all the victims of the Eclipse, he is a living symbol of their hope. Is this for himself, or is it what everyone wants? They cannot let a man who risked his life to escape return to that hornet's nest. Kang-woo remains silent, then calmly asks if they are all just afraid. He speaks with absolute gravity, warning that if they hesitate when the perfect chance is right there, they will never defeat Kang Dong-hun. He silently recalls his past, knowing the only reason he is returning to that detention center is to cut ties with the past he ignored and to finally get revenge on Kang Dong-hun. Kang-woo turns to look at Se-dong and flatly declares that even if they stay, he is going. He insists only those who truly want to should follow him. His mind is completely made up. The room goes quiet, and after a tense silence, Se-dong finally breaks her silence, saying there is indeed a way into the detention center. Se-heok immediately warns her, arguing that they cannot trust this guy yet. It is far too risky to jump in. But Se-dong fiercely fires back in disagreement, pointing out this could be their absolute last chance to strike. With cold determination, she vows that if he refuses to act, she will do it alone. She has her own score to settle with Kang Dong-hun. Seeing her resolve, Se-heok backs down and agrees to go together. Jin immediately chimes in, asking what the actual plan is. With a calm smirk, Se-heok reveals a secret one-time entrance they can use. He had planned to keep this card hidden until victory was guaranteed. Now he seriously lays out his elaborate infiltration strategy. They already have an undercover mole planted inside the Jungmyeong Detention Center. But he sighs and waves his hand, realizing the real trouble starts after they get inside. Se-heok brings up a critical roadblock. With only one assassin on their side and two snipers, they cannot get near Kang Dong-hun. Even if they breach the walls, Kang-woo knows they are hopelessly outmatched. They desperately need backline support, a powerful mage capable of devastating area of effect damage, and a frontline warrior to lead the charge. Jin instantly steps up to offer her services, claiming she can play the mage while her loyal people fill the other combat roles. But before she can finish, Kang-woo cuts her off, telling her she cannot join the raid and must command from outside. Instead, he pulls out his phone confidently, stating he already knows the perfect candidates for this dangerous high-stakes mission. Meanwhile, Hyun-suk's phone rings. He answers immediately, greeting an old contact he has not spoken to in a very long time. Kang-woo skips the usual pleasantries and gets straight to the point, requesting to borrow young Dong-jae for a very crucial task. Hyun-suk asks what he needs Dong-jae for. Kang-woo frankly admits he has a personal grudge and needs his raw strength. He glances around, warning that if their enemies catch wind of this, things will quickly escalate into an all-out war. He suggests Hyun-suk can send observers to protect the boy if he is worried. Hyun-suk carefully weighs the dangerous proposal. On the other end, Kang-woo firmly guarantees Dong-jae will return safe and sound. Hyun-suk relaxes slightly, a faint smile appearing. He offers to send another skilled ally to watch over Dong-jae, someone who will be incredibly useful to Kang-woo's squad. Wishing him luck on his path of vengeance, Hyun-suk hangs up. Dong-jae watches curiously, asking if that was indeed Kang-woo. Hyun-suk smiles and instructs him to call Sang-mi inside if she is waiting. Something big is clearly brewing. He tells them both they need to go somewhere immediately. Meanwhile, in another location, Yoo Dae-han receives an unexpected sudden call. Surprised by the voice, she asks if he is calling regarding the Biollante research. Kang-woo's request catches her completely off guard. She offers to hand the phone to her grandfather, but Kang-woo quickly stops her, stating she is the one he needs. He wants to ask Yoo Dae for a personal favor. The girl is absolutely thrilled. We are currently on chapter 64. Meanwhile, Dong-hoon anxiously taps his fingers on his desk, calling a mysterious ally who keeps him waiting on the line. When the call finally connects, Dong-hoon furiously demands to know how much longer they plan to just sit and watch. He is practically boiling with rage, shouting that if they do not step in right now, they are all dead. After a long, cold silence, the voice on the other end calmly responds, telling him to just go ahead and die. Utterly stunned, Dong-hoon screams back in fury, accusing them of completely abandoning the entire organization they worked so hard to build. The mysterious figure looks out the window, reminding him who he offended. Dong-hoon suddenly realizes they plan to cling to Officer Jang and survive this crisis completely alone. Suddenly, the voice chuckles, stating that the Eclipse prison and the secret detention facility only exist because of Officer Jang. The caller is none other than the singer, who remains completely unfazed by his threats. He calmly announces his exit from the game, wishing the Eclipse leader a peaceful, quiet death in his final moments. Dong-hoon grips the arm of his chair in sheer desperation, shouting that Officer Jang's personal issues have nothing to do with him. His face darkens with pure malice, swearing that if he survives this, he will hunt down the singer and destroy him. But the singer merely chuckles, hangs up the phone, and wishes him the best of luck in his hopeless struggle. The power behind the Eclipse Guild is Casey Rex, head of Fortuna, America's strongest guild. Meanwhile, he crushes his phone in absolute rage. Kang Dong-hun confidently mocks his opponent. If he wants to kill him, he better prepare to die first. Meanwhile, Jang Si-won grits his teeth, asking if asking for her help was really just to sweep away a bunch of street criminals. Standing up, he decides to handle the situation personally and pay a visit to that cocky kid while he is at it. Master K stops him, telling him to focus on recovering, while letting Jeong Yuri handle the situation since she is just following orders. He then turns to Jeong Yuri, asking what her plans are since this mission is incredibly dangerous. Troubled, she turns to him to reply. She nervously answers that she will go. Memories of the past flash by reminding her of how Kang-hoo helped her face the real world once again. Back when she was hiding and desperately trying to survive in Ground Zero, he saved her. She sincerely admits that without meeting Kang-hoo, she wouldn't be here. She would have never met her grandfather either. Clenching her fists with firm determination, she declares that she wants to stand by his side and help him. Master K smiles softly at her resolve, his hand gently tightening around his teacup. If that is her wish, he decides he will support her completely. He promises to act as her ultimate shield. Suddenly, Master K makes a suggestion, telling Jeong Yuri that he has something very special to show her. She follows him to a hidden room. Gasping in disbelief at the sight, she asks if all of this really belongs to them. Master K remains calm. He gently explains that Kang-hoo saved his granddaughter and reunited them. Showing Jeong Yuri his vast herb vault, he says this wealth means absolutely nothing compared to her. He tells her to take whatever she needs, as all of this is a small price to pay. Meanwhile, Kang-hoo finishes his call with Jeong Yuri, a satisfied smile on his face. Park Dong-chae and Yoon Sang-mi have already joined his side. Pocketing his phone, Kang-hoo looks at them, ready for the next move. He whispers to himself that this is indeed a perfect team. Si-hyuk soon confirms that everything they need has been fully prepared. Si-hyuk asks in surprise if he really contacted Lee Hyun-suk of the Abyss directly. It suddenly dawns on him just how insane this plan is. He realizes that Lee Hyun-suk is the most brilliant apothecary in the entire country. The thought triggers heavy memories of everything Si-huk has been through. His heart still aches over the painful loss of the comrades who once fought by his side. But shaking off the gloom, Se-hek smiles excitedly. He grins at Kang-hoo, admitting that while he could never match someone like Kang Dong-hun alone together, they actually stand a real chance of crushing him. With their forces assembled, Jin speaks up. Since they have everything they need, they should start planning how to completely wipe out the Eclipse Guild. Kang-hoo nods in agreement, giving her a confident smile. Meanwhile, a computer screen nearby displays some highly classified and explosive information. It reveals the dark truth behind Jiang Si-hwan of the Zhonghua Guild, the reason the high-level judgment Hell Raid failed so catastrophically. The massacre was actually orchestrated by the Zhonghua Guild's own leader. Online netizens immediately begin buzzing, questioning if this shocking leak is actually real. Some claim it is an obvious Photoshop job or a deep fake. Others mock those who got fooled, laughing at how easily edited videos can deceive people. Watching the comments mock the bait, Kang Dong-hun fumed with rage. He had personally leaked the video across every single media platform and social network, yet absolutely no one is taking the leak seriously. Instead, he receives a cold notification stating that his post has violated community guidelines. The post was instantly deleted. Kang Dong-hun is left in utter disbelief, wondering if his enemy is powerful enough to manipulate the entire media network. He sits back helplessly, rubbing his temples. He never imagined that Jiang Si-hwan's influence could be this terrifying. Frustration quickly turns into pure, blinding rage. Refusing to accept defeat, a twisted smile creeps onto his face. He has crossed the line, there is no turning back. Suddenly, his panicked subordinate bursts into the room. The man is shaking with absolute terror, shouting that they have a massive problem on their hands. He quickly brings up a name that ruins everything. Those bastards from the Blue Eye Guild have launched a surprise attack, marching straight to the prison gates. Outside, Jin is grinning with excitement. She orders her squad to launch a loud and flashy assault. Her goal is simple: draw every single guard's attention straight to them. Her squad immediately barks out their agreement. Back inside, Kang Dong-hun orders all of his men to mobilize and prepare for war. He yells that it is finally time to sweep the trash. After crushing the Black Lion Guild, they now have the perfect chance to wipe out the rest. He calls the Blue Eye Guild nothing but pestersome insects. Raising his voice, he commands his men to only keep their high-ranking officers alive. Everyone else is ordered to guard the gates. They can slaughter as many as they want and enjoy the bloodbath. Kang Dong-hun even offers a massive bounty. He promises that whoever brings back Jin's head will receive an immediate promotion to the High Council. The crowd of thugs explodes in wild excitement. The fighters shout that they will claim the prize. Some scream that Yi-jin belongs to them while others argue. Meanwhile, Hang moves in the opposite direction. He slips past the shouting mob unnoticed. Slipping into the shadows, he quickly approaches a stack of large wooden crates and slides one aside. He whispers to the crates that the security cameras have been disabled and it is safe to come out. Immediately, a group begins to emerge. It turns out Kang-hoo's strike force was hiding inside all along. Yoon Sang-mi quickly steps forward to help Park Dong-chae stand up. She offers him a hand and Dong-chae quickly thanks her. Meanwhile, Kang-hoo scans the area with a satisfied look, noticing a strange billboard nearby. It reads, "Turning ordinary humans into extraordinary workers." He chuckles to himself, noting that this messed-up facility hasn't changed one bit. Meanwhile, loud alarms and shouting echo through the hallways. Kang Dong-hun paces back and forth, knowing that no matter how many low-level hunters he commands, victory is never guaranteed. Just then, a loud noise echoes throughout the room. Dong-hun paces around in deep thought, wondering if it even matters how many hunters they have. Besides, clashing with the Blue Eye Guild Special Forces is just a matter of time. He walks toward a restricted room. Marked off limits, he needs to prepare quickly. Dong-hun swiftly punches the password into the control panel. Right now, so he stands guard near the entrance. She suddenly growls in anger, telling Kang Dong-hun that Kang-hoo led them inside. Order them to capture him. Chapter 65 brings a wave of agonizing screams. Wipe them out, block them, or they will break in. Flood the place. The two sides clash violently, and in the end, the white-haired fighter is sent straight to his grave. His lifeless body collapses heavily onto the dirt. The brown-haired young man mutters that these blue-eyed bastards are nothing to fear, but they still outnumber them by a lot. The black-haired youth nearby replies that they must reach Lee Jin before anyone else does. Suddenly, the Mist Stalker appears out of thin air, gliding right up to him. The young man looks completely stunned to see it. Glowing magic circles begin to materialize all over the ground. The Mist Stalker darts around the area with terrifying speed. He can only watch in utter bewilderment. The black-haired fighter stands frozen, staring at the blinding rings of light. In a flash, deadly beams erupt from those circles, striking everyone down. He barely manages to stay on his feet, gasping. Where did that thing come from? He wheezes in frustration, insisting nobody else back there should have enough mana left. Just then a figure steps forward, asking if they truly believe they could win simply by overwhelming them with sheer numbers. She begins to channel her martial arts coldly, stating she does not care how many of them actually walk out of here alive. It is Jaren, boasting she has plenty of mana to spare. The enemy screams in absolute panic as her spell unleashes. Watching from afar, Kang-hoo wonders if that is Lee Jishin. He cannot help but chuckle, pulling down his baseball cap. He tells his companions it's time to move, pointing out a sign on the building that reads "Turning Useless People into Labor." Sang-mi frowns as she surveys the grim surroundings, while Do-hee cannot help but gasp at the horrific sight. A rebellious prisoner was just beaten to death, and the others are now left to clean up his body. Do-hee feels a wave of pity. They are covered in brutal wounds, and she wonders if some herbs might heal them. Kang-hoo quickly warns her not to try and help, as this cruelty is just a daily reality in this place. Dong-chae protests, asking Sun-ki if they can truly just turn a blind eye to their suffering. Kang-hoo remains calm. Keep moving, he tells them coolly, explaining that the second they interfere, they will blow their cover and waste time. They will have to fight every single guard here. Then Kang-hoo lays out his real plan to save everyone. They can save these people, but only if they eliminate Kang Dong-hun first. Sympathy cannot get in the way of the mission. Do-hee nods in quiet agreement, willing to hold back. Kang-hoo suddenly shifts his silent gaze toward Hang, lost in thought. He never expected the insider to be a guard at this detention center, recalling when the boy had coldly asked him. He had questioned if the guy could be trusted. Kang-hoo replied that he is a traitor, but money buys his loyalty. She had chimed in, suggesting they put him down the exact second he shows even a hint of double-crossing them. Back in reality, Kang-hoo senses eyes on them. Looking up, he detects another presence hiding in a nearby building. Sedong whispers that they will handle it. But just as they try to slip by, a hostile guard blocks their path. The guard barks in frustration, demanding to know where they have been hiding and why they are only showing up now. He demands to know if they missed the order to gather the trash at the front gate. Kang-hoo calmly explains his delay. He claims he was gathering the remaining workers. Privately, Kang-hoo notes that these scumbags still refer to prisoners as literal trash. The guard grunts in annoyance, but behind him, Dong-chae is glaring at the man. The guard notices and lets out a sneer. He mocks the kid, saying those eyes still hold a spark of rebellion that needs to be beaten out of him. Kang-hoo tenses up, cursing internally. Meanwhile, the guard continues to bark, asking how a piece of trash dares look at him. Dong-chae squeezes his eyes shut, bracing for the brutal punch he knows is coming his way. But the blow never lands. Instead, he opens his eyes to find Sang-mi standing in front of him. She confronts the guard without a hint of fear. She asks what he thinks he is doing to a child. Enraged, the guard swings his baton, cursing her for speaking back. Another guard suddenly grabs his arm, telling him to back off. He advises sending them away and dealing with them later. The angry guard grunts, agreeing to drop it for now. But then his eyes lock onto the number on Sang-mi's shirt. He mutters her number 2024, promising to remember it. He glares at her, warning her that her time will come. He promises to show her just how fragile she is in this place. She says nothing, only staring back with cold defiance. He finally orders them to get lost. Kang-hoo lets out a quiet breath of relief, knowing they narrowly escaped a disaster. The blonde guard walks towards Sang-mi and calls out. Suddenly, he grabs her collar, hoisting her off the ground with a cold stare. He mutters that he remembers 2024. Frowning, the blonde warden demands to know who wore the clothes, pressing for immediate answers. He asks if it was the suit from the trash pile he destroyed yesterday. Warden Hang stammers in absolute panic, wondering if he is the one. He backs away in utter confusion, trying to explain himself, but a sudden bullet tears right through Hangi's head, cutting him off forever. Sang-mi seizes the moment to land a brutal kick on the blonde warden. Meanwhile, Sedong frantically reports that the situation is spinning out of control. He calls for immediate backup, and Si-ha quickly acknowledges the order. Surveying the chaotic battlefield, he spits out a quick curse under his breath. Sang-mi and Zhang Yu combine their strengths to launch a synchronized strike, unleashing a highly dangerous technique with flawless, deadly coordination. Shin Kang-hoo casually removes his hat, noting that no backup is coming. He stands there calmly, telling them they will sweep the area clean first. Deep inside the facility, a shadow descends the stairs. It is none other than So-hee, moving with quiet caution through the dark corridor. She scans her surroundings, surprised that the Jungmi detention center turned out like this. Suddenly, the sharp scent of copper and blood hits her. She follows the scent of gunpowder and blood to a locked room. Inside, Kang Dong-hun is busy plotting his next move, making So-hee smirk. She chuckles, wondering how he will react when his precious base is destroyed. But Kang Dong-hun suddenly lunges from the shadows, launching a vicious attack, caught completely off guard. So-hee is blasted backward by the sheer force of his blow. Kang Dong-hun looms over her, looking entirely unfazed. He mocks her, asking if she truly believed he had not noticed her tailing him. Looking down from above, he watches So-hee grit her teeth. She glares at him, muttering Kang Dong-hun's name in pure hatred. Chapter 66. Screaming in absolute rage, So-hee charges forward, unleashing a flurry of desperate blows. She demands to know why he abandoned her after she dedicated her entire life to his cause. Yet Kang Dong-hun easily evades her attacks. He delivers a swift counterstrike, telling her cold-heartedly that she simply lost her value. With a rough shove, he throws So-hee down. She crashes onto the floor, and he immediately pins her down, explaining that useless things get discarded. He stomps brutally on her ankle. Seeing her broken and helpless on the ground, a cruel, triumphant smirk spreads across his face. He asks if she crawled here just for this. Without waiting for an answer, Kang Dong-hun wraps his rough, heavy hand around her throat, cutting off her breath in a tight grip. Tears well up in So-hee's eyes as she flashes a helpless final smile. But suddenly, a burst of crimson flame erupts between them. The fire engulfs Kang Dong-hun, forcing a scream of pure agony from his lips. Within moments, the intense flames burn her beautiful face completely black. So he sits up and forcefully shoves Kang Dong-hun down. Once she confirms he has stopped breathing, she finally lets out a ragged, exhausted sigh. She realizes that if he checked this spot first during an emergency, something incredibly valuable must be hidden right here in the room. She vows to burn the entire facility to the ground with his body. But right as she prepares to act, a sharp flash of light cuts through. Shocked by the sudden threat, her eyes widen in sheer terror. She slowly stumbles backward, completely paralyzed by what she sees. She screams out, demanding to know what kind of madness Kang Dong-hun left behind. Meanwhile, a fierce battle is raging in another corridor. Enemy soldiers struggle to mount a defense, firing desperately from a distance, but Shin Kang-hoo spots a perfect opening and charges right in. As he leaps into the fray, Dong-chae summons his energy to provide covering fire, boosting Shin Kang-hoo's confidence to absolute maximum levels. Unleashing a massive burst of power, he obliterates the enemy squad in a single breath. His feet move like a blur through the chaos. Dodging effortlessly between their clumsy attacks, he swings his blade to finish them off one by one, but an enraged enemy lunges forward. The massive brute swings a heavy warhammer, screaming to smash him to pieces, but Shin Kang-hoo calmly activates his spatial gate skill. He vanishes into thin air, leaving the attacker completely dumbfounded as he looks around, wondering where his target could have gone. Reappearing right behind them while their guard is down, Shin Kang-hoo strikes with lethal precision, taking out several targets in a flash. His blade cuts through the remaining guards effortlessly. Seeing his flawless strategy succeed, he looks down with a highly satisfied smirk. He praises Jung-woo for her rapid improvement, and she beams with pride, offering him a warm, confident smile in return. Nearby, Si-huk and Si-dong are also unleashing their full power to wipe out the remaining hostiles, firing a barrage of deadly arrows. The projectiles pierce through the enemy ranks. Seizing the momentum, Sang-mi bravely charges in with her blade, cutting down opponents with ease. She lands gracefully back at the rally point, secure in their victory. Seeing the team assemble safely, Shin Kang-hoo lets out a proud smile. But their relief is cut short as a massive horde of thugs suddenly surrounds them, yelling curses at the group. The reinforcements brandish their heavy weapons and charge, hoping to overwhelm Shin Kang-hoo's team by sheer force of numbers in one go. Despite sustaining a few clean cuts, the thugs continue to press forward aggressively, glaring at the party with absolute murderous intent. Watching the swarm approach, Zhang Yuri simply turns to Shin Kang-hoo with a knowing smile, asking if this is just like their last battle. Snapping his fingers with a confident smirk, he promises them an even bigger show before unleashing his devastating blood flame magic. Scorching crimson flames erupt across the battlefield, rapidly incinerating the enemy forces as agonized screams echo through the smoke. One by one, the enemies fell dead. Seeing this, Duty and Dong-chae smiled with a quiet secret relief in their hearts. Seriously, he looked more like a mage than an assassin. Just then, Se-hyuk returned, spotted the scene, and spoke up. "You just made a total mess here," he murmured slowly, pulling off his mask and walking past the bloodstains. "The moment I gave you cover fire, you went and sliced through them all." Shin Kang-hoo didn't play around, immediately asking seriously, "How is the situation outside?" Se-hyuk shook his head gravely. "It is not looking good at all. The Eclipse Guild hunters at the main gate are being pushed back by the Jangan mercenary group, and they are heading right this way. Guard reinforcements from other areas are also arriving to protect this place." Hearing this, Shin Kang-hoo's expression darkened with deep concern. "And yet we still haven't found Kang Dong-hun." Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet began to shake in a bizarre way. Shin Kang-hoo analyzed the ground closely, tracing the mana. Then a sudden burst of flames erupted. Reacting instantly, he grabbed Duty. He pulled Duty close and shouted for everyone to get back as the ground beneath their feet cracked and shook violently. A surge of raw, magical energy burst from the earth, taking the terrifying shape of a raging dragon rising upward. Flames flickered around the rim of the newly formed crater. Pulling Duty back, Shin Kang-hoo warily scanned the dark abyss below. Breathing a sigh of relief, he realized that if he hadn't traced the mana's signature in time, everyone would be dead. Duty hugged him tight and thanked him with a soft smile. But right then, Se-dong cried out in sheer panic. Se-dong yelled in fear, asking why he protected them instead of himself. Hearing this, Shin Kang-hoo couldn't help but curse silently. "Damn it," he grunted. Duty rushed over to ask if he was okay while Se-hyuk gritted his teeth through the pain. That was Jia-hee's fire dragon and Kang-Dong-hun's wind fist. They are fighting below us. Hearing this, Shin Kang-hoo stared downward. So there is an undocumented underground facility here. It was completely left off the Jeonmyeong prison maps due to unconscious interference. After pondering this for a brief moment before coming to a firm decision, he gave clear instructions to his team. Stay here, hold off the Eclipse forces, and team up with the Jangan mercenaries. His expression turned incredibly sharp and serious. I am going after Kang-Dong-hun alone. Talk about a risky move. His companions were instantly filled with dread. But Senior Seon-woo, it would be much safer if we all stuck together. Shin Kang-hoo firmly shook his head in rejection. The Eclipse Guild is surrounding us outside. Sang-mi tend to his wounds. Se-dong and Jung-woo keep an eye on Se-hyuk. Even while injured, Kang-Dong-hun is no easy target. Focus on taking out the Eclipse Guild and freeing the hostages first. Hearing this, Se-hyuk pushed through his pain and spoke up, arguing that going in alone was just too dangerous. At least let Se-dong go with you. But before he could even finish, Duty stood up and stepped forward. I understand. You trust us to handle this, don't you? She reached into her pocket and pulled something out. Take this. It is a legendary Soleju pill from my grandfather's private warehouse. She pressed it into his palm. Use this in an absolute emergency, Shin Kang-hoo. She looked at him with complete trust, making him chuckle. So you heard the warden call me that. He smiled, remembering how he used an alias to dodge the Eclipse Guild. Now it is finally time to settle this terrible score with them. Hearing his words, Duty's eyes swelled with tears. You have been hiding from the world this whole time just like me. She gave him a soft, warm smile. Go and make sure you return safely. Next time we meet, don't use that Seon-woo alias anymore. Take this final blessing with you and promise to tell me your real story later. Shin Kang-hoo took the pill, smiling. Without a single second thought, he dove straight down into the deep abyss. He had no idea how long he fell, but he finally reached the bottom. He looked around, but the heat was unbearable and he could barely see anything. Just then a faint glow flickered in the hot darkness. Shin Kang-hoo drew his weapon, warily stepping forward. Are you there, Jia-hee? Suddenly, So-hee lunged forward with a desperate grasp as if she had expected him. She clutched his collar tight, trying to hold him. They locked eyes, one filled with rage, the other with total confusion. So-hee's injured hand gripped his shirt tightly before she slowly collapsed, resting her face against his chest. But Shin Kang-hoo coldly pushed her off. Looking at her stiff face, he wondered if she was already dead. Looks like internal conflict. Since the dimensional bandits are dead, stealing their powers is going to be a real pain. After a moment of silence, Shin Kang-hoo smirked. No matter. He walked forward a few steps, his eyes scanning ahead. And there was still one target left. Trust me, the real showdown was about to go down right here. Kang-Dong-hun, a level 500 warrior contracted with 4 separate constellations. Suddenly, his system interface flashed to life. Here is some data. Undefeated God of War neutral constellation power increases as the battle drags on. Pain addict neutral. Constellation reduces pain by 50%. Dong-hun's rough hands slowly tighten. They are all heavy combat-oriented systems built for war, built for battle. Despair Knight evil constellation increases speed by 25%, and Battlefield Hound, another evil constellation. His power increases by 1% for each 1% lost. Suddenly, a strange object appears, making Dong-hun smirk with satisfaction. I thought only those guild bastards would attack us, but here is a familiar face. Shin Kang-hoo looks at it and freezes. He gets instantly terrified. Seeing his shocked expression, Dong-hun smugly asks him if he is talking about this thing. This is Bechimiche. Dong-hun thinks back to what happened long ago. After Judgment Day, I realize only one single thing. This world operates purely on the law of strength. Only those who overcome weakness and grasp absolute power will survive. We will survive as real humans. Those who settle for mediocrity will eventually be eliminated, but even trash has its uses. He proudly pats the glass tank beside him, declaring that the first step to survival is giving up on your humanity. You did sick things to those kidnapped hunters, turning useless trash into highly productive workers for your own experiments. Hearing this, Shin Kang-hoo immediately raises his guard, gritting his teeth in anger. Looking closely at his opponent's combat star system, he probably lacks high magic resistance. Without a second thought, the young man charges forward to strike first. His very first move is a blinding spell. Charging ahead, he tells himself he must stop him before he activates Bechimiche. Darkness completely covers the room, yet Dong-hun shows zero fear, laughing mockingly. So it is just a simple vision-reducing spell. A trick Jin Hyo-jung failed to mention. Immediately after speaking, he launches a brutal strike, forcing Shin Kang-hoo to block. The old man charges forward with a twisted grin, shouting that he has already captured dozens of guys just like him. Exploiting a brief distraction, he instantly teleports behind the youth, mockingly asking if this is his first time getting flanked. Shin Kang-hoo senses the immediate danger and moves. Luckily, his quick instincts allow him to dodge the lethal strike just in time. Wasting no time, he immediately triggers his stealth skill. Within seconds, his entire body completely vanishes into thin air, leaving only sleep dust behind, and Dong-hun scans the area carefully, demanding to know where his opponent ran off to. He pauses for a brief second before a smug grin spreads across his face. He grabs the incoming blade barehanded. He looks at Shin Kang-hoo with a mocking smirk, asking if he really thought a surprise attack from behind would work. Shin Kang-hoo keeps his face completely expressionless. Dong-hun just laughs and lectures that if he actually wanted to escape, he should run, instead of hiding. Right after saying this, the old man activates his protective barrier, calling Shin Kang-hoo a highly valuable target. With a single brutal swipe, Dong-hun slams the young man hard onto the cold ground, relishing his utterly defeated look. He boasts that Shin Kang-hoo has finally proven his worth. "I will use the monster created from your body to revive Eclipse." He steps closer, loudly declaring that they will tear apart anyone who dares look down on them and rule together. He vows to dominate this entire nation. Shin Kang-hoo slowly sits back up, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. He immediately summons his pet bee gang to strike back. Taken completely off guard by the sudden counter, Dong-hun struggles to react. In an instant, Shin Kang-hoo's sharp blade is pressed tight against his throat. He mockingly tells him to stop dreaming about his grand revival. With one clean decapitator slash, he delivers a fatal blow. Dong-hun staggers backward, his body failing as life slips away. Within seconds, the old villain collapses to the ground dead. Shin Kang-hoo finally lets out a heavy sigh of relief. He inspects the glass tanks nearby, glad he finished things before the monsters inside could wake up. Suddenly, a system alert appears, warning him that the Void Robber Constellation cannot be subjugated yet. But before he can even process the system message, he senses a massive threat rushing from behind. The Void Robber is not dead, and a devastating impact suddenly occurs. The sheer force of the collision completely shatters the glass containers. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the Eclipse Guild are defeated. Se-hyuk stands alone amidst a mountain of unconscious enemies, a wide, relieved grin spreading across his face. The threat of Eclipse is finally cleared out. The mercenaries intercepted the intruders, heading toward the containment cells in time. Every single captive has been safely rescued. Se-hyuk wipes the sweat from his forehead and lets out a long sigh. It was a brutal fight, but now once they help Shin Kang-hoo defeat Dong-hun, this nightmare will finally be over. Back in the chamber, Shin Kang-hoo is getting beaten to a pulp, gritting his teeth in pure rage at Dong-hun. The old man calmly strokes his beard with a triumphant laugh, leaving Shin Kang-hoo wondering what he did to his body. Dong-hun laughs mockingly, reminding him of his own words that surviving means giving up on being a human. He warns that Shin Kang-hoo will soon follow. Shin Kang-hoo's eyes narrow as he realizes the horror of his transformation. What Abechumi shouldn't be able to self-regenerate. Regardless, Shin Kang-hoo flatly admits he has absolutely zero interest in becoming your pet. Dong-hun turns, raising his voice to suggest they give someone else a chance first. Wait, who is that? Shaky steps. Abechumi slowly emerges from the shadows. Seeing this, Shin Kang-hoo's eyes immediately widen in absolute horror. Dong-hun sneers wickedly and orders his beasts forward. There are valuable targets up there. Meanwhile, over on Huck's side, panic sets in as the creatures appear. Without a second thought, he screams at his men to go wipe them out. Chapter 68. The Beichumichi Slaughter Machines. Their massive power stems from an elite physical build, highly superior senses, and absolute loyalty. They are incredibly tough, so tough that even high-tier hunters struggle to bring them down. They are literal biological weapons, built to show off Gang Soul's raw power. Realizing this, everything suddenly clicks for Shin Kang-hoo. He finally gets the picture. That is why he avoided them while rescuing Dong-rae. Just slip past. Dong-hun lunges forward, but luckily Shin Kang-hoo dodges. Dodging isn't enough. Gritting his teeth with growing dread, Shin Kang-hoo barely escapes another relentless heavy swipe from his opponent. He needs a plan. Fast. His mind races through his skills, but stealth and sensory stealing are completely useless here. Once they become Beichumichi, they can easily track his scent. Dong-hun watches him, seemingly confused by Shin Kang-hoo's movements. Why target him instead of saving his allies? Shin Kang-hoo draws his blade, determined to end this quickly and head back. No more running. He charges, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes. Caught off guard, Dong-hun takes the full blow. Dong-hun screams in rage before his entire body suddenly freezes. Seizing the opening, Shin Kang-hoo rushes in with everything, stabbing him repeatedly. He drives the sharp blade deep. Yet Dong-hoon casually stands back up, leaving Shin Kang-hoo utterly stunned. What is that noise? Dong-hoon suddenly grabs him by the shoulder, winds up a massive fist, and punches Shin Kang-hoo. A single blow sends Shin Kang-hoo flying. Just like that, the tables turn. His hand goes completely numb and his weapon clatters. Writhing in pain on the ground, Shin Kang-hoo looks up. Dong-hoon stands over him, watching with a cold, piercing gaze. Fire and blood erupt from the monster's body as it reacts. Seeing this terrifying transformation, Shin Kang-hoo gasps in disbelief. Slowly forcing himself up, he demands to know how the hell Dong-hoon still has his sanity after becoming a Bechimichi. Dong-hoon slowly steps out calmly, explaining that these beasts are actually byproducts of Russian experiments to create enhanced hunters, stolen tech, and unlimited resources. That was his secret to creating something even greater through endless brutal human testing. With a dark chuckle, he boasts that he has officially transcended humanity. He is no longer just a mere man. Still on his knees, Shin Kang-hoo asks if offering up his own body would allow him to become like that too. Dong-hoon laughs arrogantly. A perfect deal. He promises to turn Shin Kang-hoo into his absolute most magnificent masterpiece yet. But looking at that smug face, Shin Kang-hoo just smirks. This guy really thinks he has already won. How pathetic. Dong-hoon slowly walks over to pick up the blade on the ground. Seeing the opening, Shin Kang-hoo immediately strikes, stabbing him hard. Shin Kang-hoo tells him to look around. Right on cue, the Bechumi pack begins their chaotic rampage. Yoon Sang-mi and the others struggle to hold them off. Panic spreads instantly. Everyone is screaming to run from the monsters. Seeing the danger, Dong-jae rushes in. Yoon Sang-mi doesn't hesitate, unleashing every ounce of her strength in a spectacular counterattack. Down goes one. With a single powerful strike, she defeats the first Bechumi. But there is no time to celebrate. Silence falls over the area. Yoon Sang-mi looks back and praises Dong-rae for holding his ground, though he still looks terrified. The mercenaries are busy securing the area and freeing prisoners. Panic is everywhere. Surviving captives are frantically trying to escape. They must buy more time for the evacuation. Dong-jae steps up, joining Yoon Sang-mi to face the next wave together. But the beasts keep coming. Trembling, Yoon Sang-mi backs away. Did they actually manage to take down Shin Kang-hoo down below? Suddenly, a powerful aura erupts, forcing them to look back in sheer shock. Yudi appears, her resolve completely unshaken. She firmly declares that Shin Kang-hoo will return. Yoon Sang-mi can only stare in disbelief, softly uttering her name. Yudi. She holds onto her faith. He promised to come back, and he is likely fighting all alone down there right now. Trust him. That is all they can do. Suddenly, another Bechumi lunges forward, aiming a deadly strike right at them. Se-dong intercepts it just in time, telling them to focus on the fight. Yudi watches her with teary eyes. Se-dong raises her weapon to keep fighting, her cold voice stating she is fine. Both hang Seop, and she already accepted their fate. They knew they might sacrifice themselves from the start. Her expression turns dead serious as the beast approaches. Fighting through tears, Se-dong insists she has only one goal left. Wipe out every single one of these monsters. Direct hit. She delivers a devastating blow, easily bringing down the savage Bechumi under her relentless, furious assault. Witnessing this chaos only confirms one thing: the doctor was absolutely right. The most important question now is if they can survive. Will they even make it to tomorrow's sunrise? Meanwhile, Dong-hun brings his massive foot down, completely crushing the sword beneath his heel. He glares intensely at Shin Kang-hoo, preparing to unleash the same brutal move he once used on So-hee, the Joy of the Sky. Thinking of that technique, he feels relieved. He saved his ultimate move. But even that won't be enough, as Shin Kang-hoo drags himself forward. Pain racks Shin Kang-hoo as he limps toward his foe. Meanwhile, Dong-hun watches him, a nagging thought starting to grow in his mind. Such abnormal recovery shouldn't be possible. There must be a hidden secret. Studying Dong-hun's shifting body, Shin Kang-hoo senses a bizarre mana signature. Could this man be a monster disguised in human skin? He must have implanted a mana stone into his heart to survive being crushed. That explains why his sword strikes were so abnormally powerful. It is also why Chae grabbed his collar earlier, trying to warn him. She was showing him how to defeat Dong-hun. Armed with this realization, Shin Kang-hoo forces his weary body to stand right back up. He just needs to target that heart. But right then, a sudden blinding agony strikes Shin Kang-hoo right through his head. The intense pain brings him to his knees, collapsing weakly onto the ground. Shaking, he reaches for his weapon, his mind finally realizing, damn it, this is the side effect of that pill. Seeing him defenseless, Dong-hun kicks his blade far away, a mocking grin on his face. Clenching his fists, Dong-hun sneers. Out of mana, with no weapon and no magic, you cannot even fight back anymore. Watch closely as Shin Kang-hoo musters every ounce of his remaining strength to stand tall against his enemy. If he runs out of mana, he will just use something else. Seeing Shin Kang-hoo still standing, Dong-hun is visibly shaken by his resilience. Summoning power into his palms, Shin Kang-hoo scoffs. Bare hands are more than enough. Spotting that technique, Dong-hun stands completely dumbfounded. His jaw drops at the armor enhancement skill. Without a second thought, Shin Kang-ho lunges forward to strike, initiating another brutal clash. A fierce, desperate battle erupts between them once again. Chapter 69. A massive, deep gash is carved right into the stone wall. The system suddenly alerts him that his dark magic is at 52%, having stolen the power of an unyielding constellation. The indomitable warrior's trait increases his strength the longer he fights. Supported by the insane murderer's constellation, his level surges rapidly. His level jumps from 111 to 154. Shin Kang-hoo is amazed. The massive gap earns him insane experience points. As multiple system screens flood his vision, the dimensional thief notes that the young contractor just keeps getting stronger. The contractor admits they thought he would die here. Meanwhile, the Chaos Gladiator comments that he finally used that stolen skill. The Disguise Master praises him for saving his strongest card for the end, wondering if this was all part of his plan. Messages stream in. The Shadow Hunter calls it a fierce battle, while the contractor watches the unfolding situation with deep interest. Although making a pact with sudden watching him has been entertaining. Shin Kang-hoo notices a specific notification from the Shadow Hunter. They find his aggressive fighting style highly impressive. He recalls encountering the Shadow Hunter before knowing their dark energy stabilization skill. This skill prevents physical and mental frenzy. So far, Shin Kang-hoo is highly satisfied remembering his first encounter with the Shadow Hunter. They met back during the Trial of Constellations. Now the system screen displays a new message from the Dimensional Thief. The thief asks why the contractor held onto that trump card until the absolute end instead of unleashing it right away. Shin Kang-hoo replies that he only had one shot. He carefully calculates his stats, realizing his total dark magic pool is still quite low. To make the attack strong enough, he had to burn through every ounce of gathered mana. He continues analyzing the situation. If he had used it recklessly without locating the target's mana stone, he would be the one dead on the floor. More notifications pop up as the Shadow Hunter commends his calculated patience, admitting they highly respect players who wait for a guaranteed strike. The Dimensional Thief pipes up, calling this impressive composure the greatest strength of the young contractor who partnered with them. Placing his hand on the floor, Shin Kang-hoo gasps. He suddenly realizes something crucial about Baek-Yu-min-jae hiding beneath the asylum. That secret facility beneath the Taemyeong Mental Hospital is the real issue. Shaking, he adjusts his earpiece, needing to help the others. But get this, holding Baek-Yu-min-jae back seems completely impossible right now, yet he is already cooking up a plan. Shin Kang-hoo cannot help but let out a dry laugh. Meanwhile, up above, Sang-mi fiercely charges forward, brandishing her sword. She quickly slashes at a massive bald opponent, but his freakishly hard skin causes her blade to deflect uselessly. Frustrated, Sang-mi mutters that his skin is way too tough. Watching her struggle, Dong-chae calls out to his sister in pure worry. She immediately activates a physical reinforcement skill. Dong-chae cheers her on as Sang-mi launches a lightning-fast raid on the bald giant. After a series of quick maneuvers, she stops abruptly. Two bald giants lunge to grab her, but she instantly vanishes from sight. Watching Sang-mi pull off that clean escape, Jung Yuri claps in absolute awe. She yells out to the group, urging them on. Just one monster left, they only need to hold on a bit longer. Suddenly, Jung Yuri realizes their true weakness is the mana core. Having drained almost all of her energy, she begins to worry. If she runs out, everyone is finished, but then the bald fighter makes his move. The bald brute sends Sang-mi flying back. Se-dong screams in sheer panic, calling out for her, while Yuji shouts her name in utter disbelief. Meanwhile, the bald giant stomps his foot down. Sang-mi is paralyzed with terror as he draws closer, unable to escape. She realizes it is too late to dodge. Even so, Sang-mi prepares her final strike, resolved to drag him down with her if she dies. Suddenly, watch this, Kang Da-hun's corpse appears right before the bald fighter's fist, catching him completely off guard. His body collapses to the ground. The bald brute is shocked by this sight, and Sang-mi is left utterly stunned. She has no idea what is happening. Suddenly, Shin Kang-hoo appears and warns everyone to get down right as the system alerts him. The system announces that his black magic 52 has dropped to 0. Still, he unleashes his dark moon slash, tearing through the bald opponent. With the enemy finally dead on the floor, Shin Kang-hoo lets out a sigh of relief. He smiles, thinking how their master's sudden corpse would spark sheer panic. He is certain they will lose their minds seeing their leader as a corpse. Dong-chae rushes over, yelling out his name with pure excitement. Dong-chae calls out to him, and Shin Kang-hoo quickly asks if everyone is all right. Immediately after, his body gives out and he begins to collapse. He kept his promise and took down the enemy. Jane rushes forward to catch him, speaking gently as she tells him to rest. He knows his body has reached its absolute limit. Just then, Yuji runs up and throws her arms around him, holding him tightly. She looks at him with relief, happy that he made it back safely. He stares at her, joking that he almost collapsed in front of her. With the battle over, they agree it is time to head home. Time passes quickly after the dramatic downfall of the Eclipse Guild. Their guild catches the attention of the Black Lion faction, quickly rising to become the #1 power in Dun. Sedong decides to make a choice. She chooses to stay in Yejin to help the surviving victims and investigate the dark secrets left behind by the Eclipse Guild. News reports confirm that the Eclipse Guild has been completely dismantled through a joint operation between the Security Bureau and smaller guilds. The villains have finally paid the price for their crimes. Volunteers from the Security Bureau work hard to clear out the horrific mental hospital. Time continues to flow like water. Han So-yeon after Park Dong-chae and Yoon Sang-mi make their move, returning straight back to the abyss. Han-suk pats Shin Kang-hoo's shoulder with pride, praising his sharp instincts. Dong-chae stands nearby, agreeing that this experience will help him grow. After everything they went through, this real combat experience will be incredibly valuable for Park Dong-chae's growth. The scene changes. Near the Mercenary Guild headquarters, Yuji stops him before he leaves, handing him an important item and sharing some vital intelligence. She shares research files on the substance Biollante, explaining that its primary effect is temporarily suppressing the side effects of dark energy. He looks over the documents, pondering how this power-suppressing agent could be extremely useful for their future battles. He realizes this research was likely targeted at Jae Kwon-hong, but a new issue arises and Shin Kang-hoo has to think fast. Now that the Shadow Hunter is gone, Jang Si-won might stop pursuing Jae Kwon-hong for the Biollante research. He cannot help but chuckle. He laughs quietly, surprised not only by Jang Si-hoon's calculated moves but also by the sheer scale of Jae Kwon-hong's power. Before parting ways, Yuji bids him farewell and invites him to visit her town whenever he has some free time. Blushing, she stammers about going on a date before quickly correcting herself to say it would be great to explore the abyss together. Shin Kang-hoo stands there with his usual calm demeanor, telling her to travel safely, but he does not stop there. He tells her to send his regards to her grandfather. The scene shifts to a quiet room where someone is speaking. Sedong stares at a photograph of Se-hyuk, whispering that he always loves standing up to protect the weak and defenseless. She reflects on how her fiancé was just as stubborn, recalling how the three of them used to travel and fight injustice. They fought against the unfairness of the world, and now Sedong's tears pool on the photo as her entire body begins to tremble. She whispers that they were always prepared to die. Watching her grieve, Shin Kang-hoo is hit with a wave of deep sadness. He had kept Se-hyuk out of the conflict to save him from Kang Dong-hun's fate, yet seeing this grief still weighs heavily on him. But honestly, even if he alters this world, is their tragic end inevitable? Stepping forward, Shin Kang-hoo offers his sincere condolences. He shares his deep sympathy for Se-hyuk's passing. Sedong wipes her tears, apologizing for getting so emotional in front of him. She regrets bringing up such heavy topics during their meeting. Composing herself, she explains why she reached out to him. While tracking Che's suspicious movements, she uncovered something highly unusual which immediately piques Shin Kang-hoo's intense curiosity. He wonders if this ties back to the internal power struggles within Kang Dong-hun's faction. Sedong agrees that it is highly probable, but the key issue lies elsewhere. She reveals that even before their strike on the horrific mental asylum, others were already watching. The Purge Association had been tracking Che-hee for a very long time, making Shin Kang-hoo realize a massive conflict is brewing between these factions. Entering Chapter 70, he pulls a mysterious object from his coat pocket, realizing the Security Bureau never actually intended to protect this area. Sedong sighs. They were only targeting their master's enemies as underlings of the Purge Guild anyway. Standing nearby, Dae-yoon grumbles about being a pawn in their scheme. It is highly annoying. He stares at his phone, noting that Dong-hun was target number 1. He had to go. She agrees completely. Just then, Shin Kang-hoo looks at his phone screen. They need solid info now. It is time to check what the security agency is doing. If they can track the clash with Eclipse, they will definitely dig up something highly valuable. Meanwhile, Officer Si-won smiles at the pin on his lapel. He asks curiously who the security hunter was that discovered this, wanting to thank them. Chae Guan-hyun quickly chimes in that he already dispatched Shin Tae-suk. He is confident everything is clean this time around. With the previous target having escaped, he is sure everything is handled. Si-won then stares at his system screen. He knows he cannot keep using this absolute trash constellation as his main power, scanning the notification floating before him. The Bloody Devourer Constellation, a neutral star class that boosts mental defense when health drops below 10%. Chae Guan-hyun continues his report. Both Cha-hee and Kang Dong-hun are dead, leaving no way to learn how they tamed the Abyss Explorer. Si-won remains completely unbothered, calmly suggesting there is always another way, like bringing in help from overseas. Chae Guan-hyun gasps in shock, but right on cue the doors swing open. Si-won grins as the new guests step inside. He welcomes them inside, telling Chae Guan-hyun that these new faces will be their closest allies going forward. Saiguan carefully introduces them, starting with Elizabeth from the United Kingdom before revealing the identity of their second guest. He introduces Vincent from the Netherlands, offering a warm welcome and hoping their long journey was not too exhausting. Elizabeth politely replies that everything was perfect thanks to their host's excellent preparations, while Vincent simply scoffs. Vincent laughs, never imagining he would get a full security escort. He explains that right after the press conference, the agency initiated contact, clearly wanting to work together. Che Guan-hung watches them, thinking what a bizarre duo they make. He recalls how Elizabeth is known as a saintess, helping the poor, while Vincent is Europe's most notorious assassin. Seeing them side by side is almost comical. Vincent chuckles, asking if collecting hidden skills really makes him a murderer. He finds the label ridiculous, pointing out that if they are counting bodies, nobody here can match Elizabeth. Elizabeth plays completely innocent, widening her eyes and claiming she has absolutely no idea what Vincent is talking about. She sweetly adds that she has never taken a life, only recycled useless garbage. Vincent just sighs, wholly expecting that classic excuse. Elizabeth then slams her hands on the table, tossing aside her saintly act. She leans in very close to Siguan, demanding to know the actual hidden purpose behind this meeting.